He clenched his hands in helplessness. He told me to handle it myself because he didn't want to take responsibility if anything went wrong, but now he calls me a fool. Cha Ji-yun did not want to waste time. Alright, so what should I do now? Taemin explained clearly, getting involved with Hyunjin right now will only make things worse. He made a suggestion, let's first monitor how the acquisition of the cobalt mine is progressing before making a decision. Cha Ji-yun kept blaming herself, why do I feel like a burden to you? Taemin gently reassured her, it's fine, you just wanted to do a good job, which is why things turned out this way. Then in a few days, when the bidding results are out, I will go check it out. He went straight to the point, lately, observing grandfather, I see he doesn't care at all about Hyunjin. She couldn't help but worry, is that so? Then what is he concerned about? Taemin revealed a secret, he is focusing all his efforts on signing the Qatar LNG shipbuilding contract. He had nothing to hide from Cha Ji-yun, his goal is to secure as many shipbuilding contracts as possible in this bidding round. Taemin expressed his view, with such a massive projected budget, I don't think acquiring Hyunjin is even on his mind. Cha Ji-yun was somewhat relieved, that's true. Since his daughter-in-law is running the company anyway, he probably considers it his own asset, right? Overall, everything went smoothly. She finally resolved her doubts, now that he has done well, let's not bring up that issue anymore. Before, he made such a fuss about whether we should acquire it or not. Cha Ji-yun dared not trust him, that's why I don't trust grandfather. Taemin remained calm in all situations, don't be so harsh. Let's wait for the bid results and then decide. She agreed with his assessment, yeah, that's all we can do. The image of a high-rise building stretching in the early morning sun. Eun-chae sat waiting in the office, her premonition proving accurate. I thought you would come. Eun-chae went straight to the point, are you angry because of this? Sung Joo-hun still tried to keep his composure, did you already know, director? She naturally understood, if I were you, I would be just as angry. Canceling the coal mining contract and dismissing the sales director without consulting anyone. He had a different thought, but there must have been some reason for him to do that. Eun-chae boldly asserted that there was indirect evidence showing Director Cha Ji-yun had intervened deeply in the cancellation of the coal mining contract this time. She could not do otherwise. However, if that matter is leaked out, China might no longer trust us. And since it is only indirect evidence, there is no legal basis to hold them accountable, so dismissal is the only option. Sung Joo-hun could not help but worry, if what you say is true, then things will become complicated. Eun-chae admitted a truth, if what I say is true, in the past, I might have cared deeply about your every word. She thought back in dismay. After experiencing strange things while working with department manager Choi Young-hun, Eun-chae paid special attention to the TF organization to select the contractor for the Bongsekian project. It seemed she had gained plenty of experience and no longer worried much about it. She had always wondered, by the way, since you are here, I also have something to ask. Sung Joo-hun was ready to help, what is it? Eun-chae remained elusive, its shock value might make you completely forget the story about Director Cha Ji-yun. He humorously joked, that sounds quite serious. I wish I had taken a sedative before coming here. She glanced to the side. Eun-chae slowly whispered about the deposit for next month's bidding. She fell into a state of helplessness, seemingly unable to make the payment. Eun-chae left Sung Joo-hun astonished by declaring she would give up on acquiring Prosia. Someone was walking quickly forward. He was driven mad with anger, muttering that it was absolutely unbearable. Sung Joo-hun was almost scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he had instructed his staff to retreat beforehand. If he had been caught red-handed today, he would have been doomed. Park Jae-ho, the man who appeared in front of Sung Joo-hun's office, was the head of the business planning department. He quickly demanded of Jae-ho, hey, come over here and talk to me for a moment. Jae-ho immediately agreed, yes. Learning from the recent stress, Sung Joo-hun asked, have you heard any news about the acquisition of Prosia from the Secretariat or the Planning Department? He hesitated for a long moment before repeating in disbelief, the Secretariat and the Planning Department? Jae-ho doubted his own life, not having heard any rumors. Was there something going on? He felt a headache coming on. The chairman said he would cancel the bidding to acquire Prosia. Even he could not keep his composure. What? What is going on? Sung Joo-hun directly made it clear that the acquisition of the company they had been eyeing to devour was cancelled, leaving Jae-ho utterly astonished. Why is that? He wanted to confirm this. Didn't the director state the reason? Sung Joo-hun explained the reason again, stating that the director said they would invest at least 1,000 billion won into Suwon and Silverbridge, so the company could not bear any more capital for this acquisition. Jae-ho seemed quite dissatisfied. 1,000 billion won? Just a moment ago, they did not even care about acquiring Prosia. He did not want to hear it anymore. I get it, you have repeated that so many times already, but anyway. Sung Joo-hun intentionally spoke with implication, asking if this acquisition had to be cancelled just because of 1,000 billion won. Nothing could escape his eyes. Although at first glance, it seemed like you wanted me to give the answer you desired, flattering here would only make things worse. Jae-ho was careful with his every word. After all, this was about acquiring something that had brought the company profits for over 20 years. He analyzed the underlying benefits, noting that the mine's reserves were much higher than initially estimated, and production would continue to rise as technology developed. The demand for batteries would certainly grow day by day. Even if the price exceeded 1 trillion won, we still had to do our best to secure it. Jae-ho specifically asked for Sung Ju-hwan's opinion. The staff in charge suggests we sell more assets to participate in the bidding. What do you think? He happily agreed. That is correct. Sung Ju-hwan still had many concerns about Comet Enterprise, the subsidiary that Shinyan Bank had transferred to us. Just selling the real estate they own would bring in over 2 trillion won, wouldn't it? Shouldn't we look into this? Jae-ho suddenly remembered, right, perhaps we should first check if Haesung Construction, the new name of Comet Enterprise, has any assets mortgaged with the bank. He was not entirely sure. Before coming here, I checked with the finance department, and everything is clean. But am I the first one to know about this? He could easily see through it. Surely the director already knew. Sung Ju-hwan wanted to know Jae-ho's thoughts. Of course she knows, so what is your point? He shouted out in frustration, not because he was reluctant to invest 2 trillion won. He could only promise beforehand, I will look into this matter more closely. Sung Ju-hwan grew more and more curious, but you said you were reluctant to spend the money. If you look into it, what are we going to do with it? Jae-ho did not know what the best move would be. Who knows, what is the point of borrowing from the bank only to deposit it back? The interest cost on the holding cash is not cheap either. He began to suspect whether he was planning another project. Sung Ju-hwan slammed his hand on the table and asked, a project worth 1 trillion won? Jae-ho immediately shifted his attitude. It could be multiple projects. He didn't push any further either. That's right, look into it thoroughly, don't be so careless anymore. He shrugged slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Don't you know my working style? In the Human Resources Department, someone suddenly came over to inquire, Manager Hong-ji, are you busy? Hong-ji replied without much warmth, I'm busy. Jae-ho tried to build rapport. I know you're busy, but can't we still make some time to grab a coffee together? What do you say? However, the other person did not want to get involved in any trouble. Don't you see that this is a very sensitive period lately? He remained as unbothered as if nothing had happened. True, several high-ranking officials have been dismissed, and everyone is eyeing those vacant seats. No wonder even a falling leaf has to be careful. Jae-ho continued to make his pitch. Your position here isn't that high anyway, so what is there to worry about gossip when talking about casual things? Hong-ji put the stack of papers down on the table. Just going out for a quick smoke, then I'll be right back. He intended to gather more information. What about the Proscia matter? Do you know about it yet? Hong-ji still didn't understand Jae-ho's point. Proscia? What happened now? Jae-ho clenched his fists tightly. How could someone like Min-jun, who is known to know almost everything in the company, not know about that? Jae-ho assessed the situation. If he had known even a little bit, he wouldn't act like this. Does he really know nothing? Jae-ho quickly stepped closer and asked, is there anything new with the planning department lately? Before Jae-ho could even organize his response, Hong-ji continued, holding nothing back, I heard that Director Kang Ju-wai just returned from China and is investigating something. Jae-ho couldn't help but wonder, investigating what? The department head replied with a serious expression, it seems to be a semiconductor manufacturing company. Hong-ji adjusted his glasses, I don't know the details, but I only know that the planning department is focusing on that right now. Upon hearing this, Jae-ho was bewildered. The entire planning department is focusing on that? The department head easily guessed his thoughts. Yes, right now if you go to the planning department, there might only be 1 or 2 staff members answering the phones. Jae-ho racked his brain. Something related to semiconductors? He didn't dare to imagine it. The semiconductor industry requires massive capital, or several hundred billion is like a drop in the ocean. Surely they didn't give up bidding for Proscia because of this? Jae-ho acted friendly and probed further, Min-jun, how have things been between you and Director Kang Ju-wai lately? Hong-ji shook his head, having nothing to say, I've been too busy, so I haven't been able to meet him. Then, the department head continued gossiping, but you already know, don't you? Director Kang Ju-wai used to be on the same side as Director Yang Chan-ki. Because of that, the staff in the planning department have been anxious lately, wanting to resign. Jae-ho replied indifferently, really? I don't care about politics, so I wouldn't know. Hong-ji, wanting to understand more, asked, but why would someone like him stay by the side of Director Yang Chan-ki? Jae-ho didn't hesitate to speak bluntly, everyone wants to survive, but who would genuinely want to stay by the side of a filthy guy like Director Yang Chan-ki? Not wanting to waste any more time, he cut to the chase, just answer my question, are you close with Director Kang Ju-wai? Hong-ji gave a half-hearted reply, I'm close with a few people in the planning department. Why do you ask? Jae-ho suddenly showed good intentions. It seems like the planning department staff have been working very hard lately, so I intend to organize a meal for them. He spoke with deep insinuation. Who knows, people might think you are aiming for the planning department manager position. He naturally had another motive. Who would think that? Besides, I don't care about that temporary position anyway. Hongji could clearly see the abnormality. Why are you doing this then? You never used to care about other departments' business. Jiho immediately turned to defend himself. Can't I just be curious? He could not hide his curiosity. Ah, director, you must be having a real headache right now. Actually, it seems like someone asked me a similar question about Director Cha Ji-yun before. At that time, the whole company was very anxious about the sudden change of Director Cha Ji-yun. Hearing this, Jiho was a bit displeased. What do you mean by that? Hongji knew everyone was panicked. After Director Cha Ji-yun ran into trouble, wasn't the company extremely unsettled? He himself used to have more faith, but when Chairman Song Moon-chai took office, everything unexpectedly went smoothly. If it weren't for the director securing the funds, the Proscia project would have been cancelled long ago. Jiho praised endlessly, truly extraordinary. One must admit she is a highly talented person. Hongji knew it well but still asked again, wasn't Director Yang Hoon fired before he could even say a word? He was not surprised at all. After all, he was dismissed on charges of sexual harassment. Jiho trusted his own judgment. Regarding the CCTV evidence, did you say the director deleted it? Is that source accurate? Sungmin is not the type of person to make groundless claims. He must have witnessed the incident. The person who just asked about the case and accused Director Yang Hoon was actually promoted and transferred to work directly under him. He thought he was going to die, but luckily he survived. Hongji suddenly emphasized. Do you understand why I am saying these things? Although Director Khan will probably do well, he still needs to be extremely cautious when reporting to the director. He hesitated, saying that he might end up being fired along with the director. Jiho was lost in thought. Come to think of it, his direct establishment of the TF to win the construction rights for Bongsekian was indeed very strange. He found it confusing, and placing someone like department head Songdae, who was in charge of supporting international projects, in that position was also unexpected. Jiho focused on the analysis. Wasn't this a clear sign of determination to win that project? He immediately went over and knocked on the door. With the 5 trillion won fund from Shinyun Bank and Haesung Group, they must have reconsidered the proxy bidding after the Bongsekian project got underway. Jiho widened his eyes, stepped in and asked, "Hello, is Director Kang Ju-wai in here?" At that moment, 3 people were sitting in the room discussing. Yang Hoon looked out toward the door, curious about the identity of the person who had suddenly barged in. What is this? Who could it be? Songdae could not help but ask in surprise, "Department head, what brings you all the way here?" Jiho explained awkwardly, "Hello department head, should I come back to find you later?" Director Ju-wai stood there in a daze and asked back, "Oh, you came to find me?" Jiho replied while stealing a glance, "I went to the planning department and heard you had come up here." On the table, the documents were clearly marked, and Yang Hoon immediately slammed the file shut. Jiho was furious but could do nothing about it. He thought to himself, what is this, clearly just a replacement, yet he ignores me and shuts the files away like that. Director Ju-wai saw this and told Jiho to wait. Is it a personal matter, or is it business? If it's private, please wait for me a little longer. But Jiho wanted to speak right away. It's not a private matter. Director Ju-wai allowed Jiho to explain, then go ahead and speak. What is it? Director Ju-wai quickly sensed the issue through the glances of the others. He smiled brightly. I haven't introduced yet, right? No pointed at him. This is Chief Secretary Choi Young-hun. Jiho exclaimed stiffly, Chief Secretary Choi Young-hun? A department head of Hyunjin Construction that I didn't even know of? He reminded Jiho, your face seems to have a lot of questions. Don't just stand there, sit down. Jiho hesitated again. This is a private matter, so I will discuss it later. No, flatly criticized. If it's something that can't be said here, then even if we meet elsewhere, it cannot be said. He also guessed, and if it is a public matter, isn't it about the bidding for the cobalt mine? Jiho was extremely worried. Is there a problem with the Proscia bidding? No, continued talking to Yang Hoon. The deputy director has already said so. He walked slowly. Do you know why No can confirm it? That's right. He had nothing to hide. To be honest, I just found out recently too. There is no difference between you and me. No pointed to the person next to him, and if you have any questions about the bidding for the cobalt mine, you should ask manager Hong here, not me. Jiho became suspicious. If it was the planning department of the semiconductor company, they must have just found out not long ago, right? Are you telling the truth? Songdae was extremely serious. This content has been approved by the superiors. I have no ill intention towards the deputy director. He wanted to clarify the matter. It wasn't about having ill intent or not, but I wanted to hear a legitimate reason. Are you planning to invest in a semiconductor company? Deputy General Manager No couldn't help but laugh. Is that why you came looking for me after hearing about it? How did you find out? Jiho presented the truth. I happened to overhear it. Nothing could escape his eyes. What do you mean by happened to overhear? It was obvious at a glance that he heard it from the deputy director. No asked back, so what? Did you rush over here just because you were afraid I would invest 1 trillion won in a semiconductor company? He was, of course, very anxious. Hearing that news made my heart pound. How could I possibly sit still? No calmly replied, at most, it's just tens of billions, not a group investment. Jiho tried to press for clarification. Is it a semiconductor company? No quickly explained, it's in the design field, a company focused primarily on human resources. He found it hard to believe. Then where are you going to use that money? Are you just going to spend it carelessly? No hesitated, not knowing what to say, that is. Yang Hoon finally introduced himself. Nice to meet you, I am Choi Yang-hun. He politely offered a handshake to Jiho. He awkwardly returned the greeting. Right. I am Park Jiho, the head of the business planning department. Jiho approached him again. Do you know what the director plans to use Team 1 for? Yang Hoon, being a person who strictly separates public and private matters, replied, I cannot tell you that right now. Yang Hoon hesitantly asked in a low voice, but more than that, he wanted to know the answer. Are you interested in the position of business director? This question left Jiho completely bewildered. What? He couldn't understand what was happening. Am I hearing things? Why on earth is this guy asking about that? Even Deputy Director No didn't dare to cross him. Even though he held the lowest rank here, his actual power was the absolute highest. Jiho was startled. What? It turned out someone else shared his plight. You're very surprised, aren't you? Seon-hyun asked softly as she saw Jiho questioning his own existence. At first, I was just like you. I thought he was going crazy. He couldn't help but wonder, so he asked Seon-hyun. What did he say to you? Seon-hyun tried to keep it a secret, smiling as she replied. That is even more shocking than the proposal just now, so I really can't tell you. Hearing this made Jiho even more curious. Is it even more shocking than the department manager asking if I want to try being the business director for a few days? But Seon-hyun treated it as something completely normal. Well, being told to become a business director is nothing to be shocked about. Seon-hyun compared everything for Jiho. The criteria for promotion and the plan to take over an entire subsidiary are completely different things. Hearing this, he felt as if he had just fallen from the sky. What was the real intention behind that question? Actually, Yang Hoon had already made his calculations. Intention? The first thing I want to do is remove him from the deputy director position. He had always been quietly observing the situation. Although the current deputy director had run out of luck, his obsession with power was far more dangerous than that. Yang Hoon suppressed his anger, thinking to himself. This second time is due to his special destiny. Jiho was now in a state of utter confusion. Why is he suddenly staring at me like that? Yang Hoon carefully reconsidered everything before making his final decision. In truth, he was never meant to be an office worker. However, he was highly skillful and observant, possessing great talent in the arts. Unfortunately, he didn't realize this and chose to become a salaried employee, preventing him from enjoying his inherent fortune. Yang Hoon weighed the pros and cons, thanks to his keen ability to sense risks. It's truly suspicious. But if placed under someone capable like Department Manager Songdae, this position could be well utilized. He asserted confidently to himself. Since Executive Director Cha Ji-yeon left, the business director position has remained vacant. Yang Hoon skillfully guided the situation back on track. I have learned that for an organization to function normally, necessary positions must be filled. Jiho still couldn't understand a single thing. Learned? Where did you learn that from? And why of all people did you choose me? You respect Deputy Department Head No's opinion, but do I have the right to decide? I only suggested a recommendation and don't have the final say. If the department head refuses, I won't force it. He thought to himself that in front of Department Head Hongji, he had said he had no ambition to become an executive director. But who wouldn't care about such a position? Jiho carefully calculated for the future, aiming to reach the highest position an employee could achieve. If he wasn't promoted to a leadership role, one day he would have to submit an early retirement application anyway. He could not resist this temptation. However, if he proved his capabilities after being promoted to executive director, he would receive a massive salary. Lee Young-hoon had successfully convinced Jiho that he could not refuse this opportunity. He cherished this step forward, if it truly was an opportunity. Jiho still found it hard to believe. I want to hear the reason why you recommended me. Today is the first time we have ever met. Lee Young-hoon had already done his investigation. It is indeed our first meeting, but I know what you did when you joined the company. He looked skeptical. Did you look at that to make your decision? He shared frankly, I heard that nothing good ever happens in the business planning department. Lee Young-hoon examined the situation. In fact, this is an independent department for the deputy director, and I heard that the business revenue directly managed by the director has decreased significantly since a few years ago. Ji-ho trembled. That was because the price of raw materials dropped, that's why. He leaned over in fear, but surely it can't be. Lee Young-hoon corrected the conclusion, nothing has been decided yet. Ji-ho kept wondering, is this story still accurate right now? No was too lazy to explain to him. Whatever the reason is, just imagine when you become the sales director, it seems much more reasonable. Ji-ho could not put his mind at ease. Stop beating around the bush. He concluded with a final sentence, whether Manager Choi is trustworthy or not, we can find out just by looking at us, can't we? Ji-ho remained silent without saying a word. Deputy General Manager No decided to listen to Young-hoon, advising that if he wanted to be careful and avoid risks, he should answer, and if he needed to think, he should just say he would think about it. Young-hoon assumed a serious expression and declared decisively. No thinking aloud, you must give your answer right here. Ji-ho broke into a cold sweat and asked back. Why? Young-hoon directly criticized him. Because your steps are quite vague and your posture is not very good. Ji-ho still argued obstinately. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Young-hoon collected a lot of opinions. He shared that he had asked the employees if they wanted to become executive directors, and most of them replied yes. But thinking about it, wouldn't you just plunge into it while observing the situation? Secretary General Songdae expressed his view. I heard that if you don't accept the proposal for that position, you might be demoted to another job. Although Manager Choi said he had no such intention, from his standpoint, it certainly sounded that way. Ji-ho began to worry. Do you mean I will end up like that too? He can't be so sure, maybe my chances are even less than his. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if boasting. Songdae considered it appropriate. It wasn't boasting, but as time passed, that proposal was actually not bad at all. Ji-ho couldn't refuse, and at this point, he could no longer evade it. He agreed to the offer. Alright, if it's the position of sales department manager, I will do it. Yang-hoon immediately began organizing the work. Very well, in that case, you need to do me a favor. You got the information that he told the deputy director he would look into the Prosha bidding issue, right? Ji-ho was extremely tense, wondering what on earth they wanted to do. Young-hoon assigned him the task. In that case, you can just receive the summary and pass on the message from Director Kang here. Deputy Director No was also at his wit's end with this case, as they suddenly said so without any prior consultation. He couldn't put his mind at ease and asked if it was really okay. Yang-hoon thought this matter was very simple, just telling the deputy director something similar would be enough, right? Ji-ho easily guessed his intention and asked, are you telling me to drop the bait? Yang-hoon implicitly mentioned Sung Ju-hun, saying that if you don't ask, you can trust that person. Cha Ji-yeon sat holding her chin in boredom, thinking that there was no need to ask, that person could certainly be trusted. It made sense, would he really bite hard on this? In front of them, Young-hoon still looked calm. To be honest, I didn't want to go this far either, but he kept making a fuss, his face turning red and causing other people to lose their jobs. Suddenly, a scene flashed through Yang-hoon's mind, showing that the company's secrets had been leaked by the deputy director. Really? After recalling that incident, Young-hoon thought that to prevent it from happening, shouldn't they start by finding out who posted the information to go along with them? Hearing that condition, Cha Ji-yeon scratched her head and sighed. Everyone knows that, but the most suspicious person is the deputy director. Perhaps because she hadn't met the deputy director yet, she didn't know if they could talk comfortably. Hearing this tone, Yang-hoon frowned and thought to himself, maybe that was the case. Deep down, he had some reflections. Since he had no direct experience clashing with him, he could only look at the 4 pillars and make a cold decision. It felt like becoming a computer, without many memories with others. When 10 years pass in this state, will the result be any different? He didn't understand why he was thinking like this. No matter how close they were, if he knew the future, he didn't think he could cheer them on and say everything would be fine. The corner of Yang-hoon's mouth curled into a slight smile, wondering if his destiny was to become a shaman? Then, he stood up and bowed politely. That is how it is, and I would like to excuse myself now. Why did their expressions suddenly change? Did I say something wrong? Cha Ji-yeon looked up in confusion. What is it? You are leaving already? Yang-hoon stood up and answered straightforwardly, the department manager is also interested in the business director position, and I have said everything I need to say. You two should plan your strategy and proceed. Then he turned to Go In-ju and called out, and department manager. He turned his head in confusion and asked, what is it? Yang-hoon bluntly stated, even if you think about it a lot, there is still only one conclusion. Don't be too stressed, just think that you are doing this for the company. It is a matter for Deputy Director Sung Joo-han and the majority of employees of Hyunjin Construction. Go In-ju still looked up in daze and silently listened to him speak. Just considering these two factors, the conclusion is very simple. After speaking for a while, Lee Young-hoon quietly left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Song-woo exclaimed, "Funny, isn't it?" "I think so too. Although it's confusing, humans are adaptive animals. As time passes, everything will become normal." Hearing that, everyone around asked, "What if nothing happens at all?" He wiped his glasses while calmly answering, "Why? Even if a conglomerate chairman earns hundreds of billions of won a year, you wouldn't be interested, right? But if an acquaintance says their apartment's price has soared and they made hundreds of millions, he would be very jealous." "Oh, my stomach, that's the difference. I think this is a completely different person from me, so we can ignore a situation like earlier." Go In-ju forced a wry smile. "I am a positive person, so it probably won't take me as much time as you, but being confused is inevitable. By the way, manager, do we really have to use the boss as bait?" Ji-yeon frowned and replied, "You've heard about it." Go In-ju, seeing his expression, found it strange. "Do we have to do it just because they request it?" Ji-yeon shook his head. "No one will say anything if you don't comply. But perhaps you might be appointed to somewhere like India instead of the executive director position? In our group, we have Director Lee Hyung-jun's son, and I've already dismissed him." Hearing this, Go In-ju shook his head and sighed. "I don't believe the former deputy director would reveal this information to Director Cha Ji-yeon." Seeing him reject it so coldly, Cha Ji-yeon immediately remarked, "We can't be sure, but the deputy director might think it's for the sake of the company." Hearing this, Go In-ju pondered for a moment and replied, "Then that could also be true, right? If it's really for the company, he will bring that information to the director. In that case, I can go with the deputy director, can't I?" In another scene, someone suddenly spoke up, "Is something wrong?" Cha Ji-yeon walked over with a glass of water in hand and gently asked, "Why are you looking so gloomy after returning from the TF office in Bongsekian?" Yang-hoon stared at the glass in his hand with a sad face. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit down." Seeing his expression, Cha Ji-yeon secretly guessed to herself, "Oh, I thought he would stay silent. He is like this every day." After wondering for a moment, she immediately snuggled close to Yang-hoon and suggested, "Then let's go eat something delicious. I know an amazing steak restaurant." He just smiled gently and replied, "Let's go." Cha Ji-yeon excitedly led Yang-hoon away, talking as they walked, "We will go right after work today." Just then, Seo Young walked up with a bright greeting. "Hello, Yang-hoon, it has been a long time." He paused for a moment and quietly replied, "Yes, hello. Are you looking for me for some reason?" She smiled friendly and replied, "Yes, Assemblyman Jo Jae-man asked me to supervise the Gulsan bus terminal, so I came here to ask you a few questions." Hearing this, Yang-hoon couldn't help but wonder. Not many people knew about the Gulsan bus terminal yet, so he didn't expect them to make a request directly to the Assembly's Public Relations Office. Then, he asked naively, "I see. How did you find me?" Seo Young smiled confidently and replied, "The Assemblyman's assistant mentioned that Mr. Choi Young-hun might know something about it." Hearing this, Young-hoon rolled his eyes slightly and said, "Ah, I understand." Yun-hee, standing nearby, turned dark with anger upon hearing that. Young-hoon quietly continued, "First of all, let's head into the meeting room." Inside the meeting room, someone suddenly asked, "What exactly did the other side say?" Seo Young, sitting opposite, immediately answered, "They said they want to receive the blueprint of the Gulsan Express bus terminal as soon as possible." Yang-hoon let out a sigh and replied, "Did they not mention any specific details, like what kind of concept they want?" Well, recalling the time when Seo Young spoke on the phone, "Yes, Mr. Choi Young-hun." Thinking of this, a strange emotion welled up inside her. Just hearing the name Choi Young-hun made her think about heading straight to the secretary's office. This was her chance. Normally, she wouldn't make such a mistake. Back to the present, facing Yang-hoon's attitude, Seo Young secretly lamented. Because of his simple appearance back when he was studying at the civil service exam boarding house, she had unconsciously forgotten about his true status. Thinking of that, her cheeks began to flush with embarrassment. Seo Young lowered her head and whispered, "I've never heard of that, I'm sorry." Yang-hoon nodded and shared frankly, "I understand. I will transfer the drawings to the Bongsekian TF team, please wait a moment." He then asked, "How is the promotion of the Bongsekian construction business rights going?" Seo Young regained some composure and slowly explained. "Mainly, it has appeared in articles through the media in Gwangwonmun." She added, "Hyunjin Construction is very promising, even better than Yumaeon Construction. They even approved a hotel-style breakfast. The subscription competition rate will probably be very high. Local residents are also responding much better than to Yumaeon Construction." Hearing this, Young-hoon was slightly surprised. "Is that so? The response is better than I thought." In his mind, a thought began to arise. But the important thing is, how can the public's reaction bring benefits to Assemblyman Jo Jae-min? Assemblyman Jo Jae-min's desire to secure the Gulsan bus terminal means that he intends to take control of it. This is a situation that would occur if it is not handed over to Assemblyman Kang Ju-wai, suggesting something must have happened to Assemblyman Jang. After pondering for a moment, a faint smile played on the corners of his lips. I would like to cancel the wait for now. After that, Yang Hoon humbly stood up. I will contact the Assemblyman's office, so you don't need to worry about the blueprint anymore. Coe Young stammered in surprise, I understand. Yang Hoon politely replied, thank you for your hard work. Just as he was about to leave, Coe Young quickly stopped him, wait. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear with a shy, embarrassed look, let's have a meal together sometime. Even though it was short, we once lived like a family. Seeing that bizarre expression, Yang Hoon was stunned and speechless. Witnessing this, Coe Young also froze in awkwardness. After a moment, he hesitantly spoke up, let's see. I am quite busy lately, so I don't know if I'll have free time. See you later. As soon as Yang Hoon stepped out the door, Young Hee immediately asked, what did you two talk about? Noticing her unsatisfied attitude, Yang Hoon softly muttered, have you been waiting all this time? Assemblyman Jo Jae-min's office requested to discuss the Gulsan bus terminal area, so they only need to contact me. Still, he gently stepped closer to her and asked, what is up with your eyes? Young Hee angrily snapped back, it's nothing. Yang Hoon accidentally noticed her attitude and her gaze just now. He recalled when Coe Young walked over, saying it had been a long time. Thinking back on those details, he couldn't help but sigh, clearly it was a gaze trying to stop him. Moreover, she dressed up as if she was determined to do something. At this moment, Young Hee quietly sighed in sadness. Seeing this unpredictable, moody expression, Yang Hoon was puzzled. Whether it was luck or not, Yang Hoon didn't seem to perceive it. It seemed Yang Hoon wanted to chivalrously ask, did you hear what I said, but muttered to himself, but if we meet again next time, you're dead meat. Seon Hyun was extremely anxious, so she quickly made an excuse, let me go up to the 15th floor for a moment. The other person growled and yelled, I got it. Meanwhile, her colleague came out and whispered, is the meeting over? Coe Young nodded with a forced smile, yeah, it was faster than I thought. Just then, two female employees standing behind Seon Hyun gossiped, that's right, you should go quickly, otherwise. Before they could even finish their sentence, she quickly glared at them. Seeing this, Coe Young instantly felt guilty. The colleague next to her could only shake her head, I knew it. Chapter 71. At the company's emergency exit, someone suddenly stood there and whispered, hello? The other end of the line immediately replied, hello, Manager Choi. Yang Hoon politely greeted back, yes, hello. How have you been? The person on the other end friendly replied, yes, I've been doing really well lately. Yang Hoon laughed delightfully and asked, you didn't request the car projection map from anyone else besides our PR team, did you? On the other side, Sang Myung politely replied, the assemblyman was very surprised. He wondered how you knew about that information beforehand. Hearing that opinion, Yang Hoon asked directly, so is he planning to use the bus station to write a commitment? He stammered, yes, I thought you had already prepared in advance. I thought that if I just called, you would pick up right away. I am sorry for putting you in a difficult position. On this side, he gently shook his head, no, I was just thinking that I didn't expect it to come so early, I haven't prepared yet. Now, the Bonsekian side must be in an even greater hurry, right? Sang Myung replied embarrassedly, actually I was just about to tell you that. He seriously stated that the assemblyman said you did a great job, and he thought you didn't need to worry about choosing the construction contractor. Hearing this, Yang Hoon answered in surprise, is that so? Then, a bit of reflection arose in his mind. Although he knew that man was not a relaxed person, his ambition for power had certainly driven his actions. And the fact that Assemblyman Kang Ju-wai moved immediately after hearing the escape information meant he was wagering his entire political life on the Gulsan mayor position this time. After thinking for a moment, Yang Hoon immediately asserted, we will try to generate the projection drawings as quickly as possible. Do you have any specific concept in mind? Hearing that, Sang Myung looked pleased and probed deeper. What is the thing politicians care about most when constructing a building? His hand gently held the pen, hesitating for a moment. Isn't it best to build something that looks both decent and beautiful, while also being convenient for the elderly to move around? So, I am putting all my trust in Manager Choi. Yang Hoon smiled and nodded, saying alright, I will try my best to convey that. Just like that, the phone call between him and Sang Myung instantly ended. Yang Hoon gently put his phone into his pants pocket. Then, he tidied himself up a bit and walked back to the office. As he walked, his face could not hide a smug smirk. At the office of the Bonsekian TF team, Yang Hoon quietly opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, his eyes darted around as if he had noticed something. What caught Yang Hoon's eye was Seo Hyun, who was extremely busy handling incoming phone calls. The two of them went into the room to talk. Co Hyun immediately asked, why did you suddenly call me? Yang Hoon sat down on a chair and asked, is the Gulsan bus terminal being prepared? He quietly walked over and replied, the project hasn't been announced yet, so nothing has been prepared. Hearing this, Yang Hoon immediately dropped a hint, don't wait until the project is announced, start preparing now. It seems like Assemblyman Jo Jae-min's side is planning to use it to campaign for the mayor of Gulsan. Co Hyun sat down, popped open a can of drink, and smiled as if he understood. He said that preparation was not the issue, you just need to tell the people at Hyunjin Group to make the right choice. If we continue our connection with Assemblyman Jo Jae-min through this case among the government-ordered construction projects, perhaps we can obtain something substantial. Hearing that, Yang Hoon was also partly relieved. If that was the case, it would be wonderful. Seeing that Yang Hoon was still clueless, Co Hyun immediately revealed and explained further, and do you know what? The matter of Haesung Group now receiving overseas orders. After hearing this, Yang Hoon let out a sigh of satisfaction. If so, they are indeed blessed with good fortune. Co Hyun put down his can of drink and nodded in admiration. It really is a blessing, unbelievable. At that moment, he hastily slammed his hand on the table. Co Hyun stepped in front of him and spoke in a half-revealing, half-concealing tone, speaking of which, how on earth did you manage to strike a deal with Shinyan Bank? Yang Hoon immediately stood up and flatly refused, I'm sorry, but I cannot share that. He gently picked up the can, opened it, and smiled as he replied, you just need to know that it was successful. Hearing an answer that did not match his expectations, Co Hyun was somewhat displeased, how you did it is what actually matters. Well, anyway, I get it now, there's no other way. So let's just consider it a gift for Assemblyman Jo Jae-min, then what about Bonsekian? Yang Hoon calmly replied, the story is over. Hearing this, Co Hyun gasped in shock, what? Facing his surprise, he calmly replied, regarding the choice of construction unit, they said not to worry. Hearing this, he was stunned, his voice stammering, what, really? As he spoke, Songwoo's mind immediately filled with doubts. He had thought it would be great if things went smoothly with Assemblyman Jo Jae-min, but either way, a major project with construction costs of up to 700 billion won, could they really pull it off? Even he doubted whether they could achieve it. After thinking for a while, Songwoo broke into a light sweat, his voice trembling, but if we win this? Later, he shook his head and exclaimed, it's such a pity I didn't tell those around me to buy stock beforehand. Yang Hoon immediately gave a subtle reminder, don't let that slip. Songwoo nodded resolutely, of course. I'll act as if I know nothing and push the employees hard so no one finds out. Have you reported to the director yet? Yang Hoon shook his head hesitantly, not yet. The director is out right now. I heard she is doing something with some embassy, but I couldn't get the details. Hearing this, Songwoo asked in a hurry, you're in the secretary's office and you don't pay attention to the director's schedule? Yang Hoon calmly maintained that the secretary's office isn't really meant for supporting the director. Seeing his calm demeanor, Songwoo was quite surprised. After a while, he softly asked, let me ask you a question. Yang Hoon quietly looked up, what is it? Songwoo slowly probed, if the deputy director gets fired, do you plan to take his place? Hearing that question, the corner of his lips curled into a smile, do you want to make me the deputy director? Songwoo scratched his head and replied awkwardly, no, honestly, I prioritize work over anything else. But I've never seen anyone work as well as you. The higher-ups value competence above all, and I think the best worker should sit at the top. Yang Hoon calmly asserted, I see you keep flying high, it seems you are anticipating something. Songwoo shook his head in denial, that's not it, do you really not have that thought? But he immediately interrupted his uncle's words. Now that I have joined the company, it hasn't even been half a year, so what deputy director? And you don't think I want that, right? Tell the truth, what do you want? Songdae still maintained a calm and composed attitude. I don't want anything, really. Hearing this, his mind immediately told him that if it were anyone else, it would be an understandable lie. But Lee Young-hoon knew what kind of person he was. He was a smart person, but he was not someone who would let an opportunity slip by and quietly do his job. If it was a business that brought results, wasn't it because of the motivation to achieve it at all costs that he got this position? Doing this here, doing that there. However, seeing Park Yoon-jae, the head of the business planning department, nominated for the position of chief executive officer, there was no way he didn't have any thoughts about it. After a moment of deep thought, Young-hoon laughed and denied it. It's not me. You are the deputy director. Before he could finish his sentence, Songdae quickly interrupted. Quiet. He immediately covered Yang-hoon's mouth and whispered a warning. They can hear everything outside. He chuckled and slowly removed his hand. Stop beating around the bush, you aren't a coward either. What do you think? I think being the department manager wouldn't be too bad. Songdae was momentarily stunned. Really? Yang-hoon immediately asked directly. Don't you want to become the deputy director right away? Hearing this, Songdae fell into an amused contemplation. If so, I'd be seen as a thief. I am not someone who doesn't know how to calculate like that. Young Hoon stood up and affirmed. Alright, I will speak with the director. Seeing him agree so easily, Songdae was momentarily astonished. Really? Young Hoon nodded, his face shining with confidence. I believe you will do a great job. Seeing his unique trust, Songdae suddenly trembled. Then, in that case. He quickly regained his composure and replied. Of course, I must do it well. The streets at night were bustling with people. Amidst the crowd, a couple walked side by side, and the girl found it hard to believe. Can my life really be this happy? Both of them were very happy together. Look at that over there. What is it? They experienced new things together. Take a photo of me. I got it. Up until now, I have received a lot of courtship from boys. The handsome face always radiating gentleness was captured through the lens, but this man was entirely different from them. His actions and expressions were perfectly measured, not easily agitated, and he never revealed his inner feelings. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Like a monk who has practiced and always keeps his mind quiet, I also feel very secure being by his side. The two of them being together is indeed a perfect match, which makes Yunhee feel much more at ease. A person with whom just being by their side makes you feel comfortable. Now, let's take a photo together, dear. Happiness is something neither of them can hide right now. One becomes better over time, so I didn't even realize that my feelings were growing deeper and deeper. After a happy time, it was time to return to the familiar villa. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard her mother's gentle voice. You're back? Come here and sit down for a moment. Yunhee's expression was a bit awkward, eager to know why she was called back. Yes. But the authoritative voice would not let her go. First, sit down. Once you sit down, I will speak. What are you asking for? Eunchai looked at her stubborn daughter. What's wrong? Do you plan to keep avoiding it? Yunhee sat on the chair next to her. I already told you I don't like it. Eunchai's voice was stern. Just because you don't like it, you can just say you won't do it? Are you really giving up? She immediately turned her head to face her mother directly. Clearly you want this even more than I do. I know you want a son-in-law from Yumaeon Construction, but I don't like it. While her mother's voice was still questioning, why are you always like this, on her side, she only thought of a series of Yang Hoon's advantages, appearance, financial power, that level is good enough, backing. Eunchai really couldn't understand, you met director Lee Hyun-jun at a good time. Yunhee sat up straight, replying with a firm posture, I've changed my mind. I can develop and build the company on my own. But I think marrying a Chaebol's son and living to please others is unnecessary. Her mother still wanted to confirm, even if he is a Chaebol? She was already too tired of these words. Anyway, that's it. Yunhee stroked her soft hair. Let's stop here. Don't ask me about this from now on, Mom. Eunchai reminded her further. Once cancelled, you can never go back, understand? This unintentionally provoked her to raise her voice. I know. I already know. Understanding her daughter's temperament, her mother didn't get angry. Don't throw a fit. However, as a mother, Eunchai naturally still wanted to know, what is the reason you changed your mind? This question once again made Yunhee fall silent for a moment, her head slightly lowered. Was it because of Manager Choi? Eunchai naturally knew of his existence and did not show any contempt. I know Manager Choi is very good, his competence is undeniable. But he is different from us, as you already know. Eunchai directly brought up a realistic issue. How do you plan to hold the wedding? Are you going to leave the seats for the groom's parents completely empty? Yunhee quickly caught onto this point. Crossing her arms over her chest, she silently observed her mother's attitude and asked back, is that the only reason you oppose it? Why does that matter so much? Eunchai was truly having a headache over Yunhee's stubbornness. She sighed, do you not know there are so many rumors floating around? Realistically speaking, the moment Manager Choi marries you, all the media will scramble to report on it. With his status as an orphan, the pressure of public opinion on him will be extremely immense. People will wonder how he could marry into a Tycoon family. What on earth is his charm to marry you? Yet, Yunhee refused to give up, keeping absolute faith in him. Having to endure to such an extent is what makes it true love. Hearing this, Eunchai took the opportunity to tease her a bit. Oh my, speaking of love already, you really have a thick skin. Yunhee frowned at the woman beside her and retorted, I am also a girl who knows how to love, why would you say that? Eunchai immediately fired a barrage of questions to corner her. So you really love Manager Choi, don't you? Have you two already started dating? Yunhee did not answer clearly, it was almost like that. Such vague words were enough to make her annoyed. It's almost like that? You haven't even received a proposal yet, and you're already dreaming like that? Her reaction became even more intense. He has been with the company for less than half a year, and we haven't even known each other that long, so how could there be a proposal? At this moment, Hoon did not continue to argue with Yunhee. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking too far ahead. She couldn't help but sigh. Still, I am anxious. What can I do? I received a direct call from the wife of Yumayong Construction. Who is Yumayong Construction? She mentioned a name, Kim Chong-hoon, which helped Hoon recall that face. Right, Director Kim Chong-hoon. I heard that Yumayong Construction will be handed over to him. Judging by her experience, Yumayong Construction is one of the best construction companies. This is a company much larger than Hyunjin. Yunhee didn't care at all, I know, but if we take over Hyunjin Travel, it will be smaller than us. Hoon was surprised to hear these words from her own daughter's mouth. You've grown quite bold lately. She immediately took credit for him. You too, mother. Thanks to Manager Choi, all the employees in the company have become bolder. Her warm voice rang in her ears. It's not because of this that I dislike Manager Choi. Slowly reminding her, but enough to make Yunhee happy, but you must think it over carefully, because marriage is an important matter that cannot be reversed. If you change your mind later and ask me to find a better match, I won't let you off easily. She rushed over to hug Hoon. Thank you, Mom. I will definitely do my best. Yunhee was in a great mood after receiving her mother's support. I can't guarantee anything, but this time it feels a bit different. Hoon sat still and let her hug her for a moment before saying, fine, do as you see fit. As soon as Yunhee left, her mother started worrying again. What if Chief Choi felt too pressured and ended up not proposing to her daughter? In contrast to her mother's anxiety, Yunhee was extremely confident. Mom, I am Lim Yunhee. Surely there is no one who has received more marriage proposals than me, right? Hearing that, Hoon had to admit defeat and laughed helplessly. Alright, you are indeed the most beautiful. A few days later, a major personnel reshuffle occurred at the Hyunjin Group. Astonishingly, Jiho, the head of the business planning department, had secured the position of executive director. He was now the business director, Jiho. After taking office, he said with a bright smile, my promotion this time is all thanks to the deputy director. I sincerely thank the deputy director. Looking at the deputy director's furious face watching Jiho's quickly retreating back, everyone knew it was definitely not a good thing. The deputy director pointed his finger in anger. You. After delivering his suspicious blessing, Jiho quickly walked out of the room as if he were escaping. The traffic moved busily along the main road. Sitting in the back seat, Sung Joo-han spoke up, stop the car right in front of Cheongmiro Station over there. He then added, I will drive the car myself from here, so you can head home now. The driver was a bit surprised but still respectfully replied, yes, sir. Hearing that, Sung Joo-han patted the driver's shoulder and smiled warmly, it's been a while since you got off early, so go home and see the kids. He listened to Sung Joo-han and stopped the car. I understand, sir. The reason he let the driver go home early was because he did not want to reveal his destination. Not long after the driver left, Sung Joo-han took the wheel himself and drove straight to Yangsuri, Gyeonggi. He stopped at a riverside cafe with beautiful, picturesque scenery. At this moment, a voice reached the ears of the man sitting there. My fortune has improved so much after leaving the company, my time has finally come. A mocking smile curled the corners of Cheon Ji-yang's lips. Good fortune, you say? He did not hesitate to expose him. Aren't you just unlucky for being kicked out of the company after doing such a shameful thing? Hearing this, Sung Joo-han's expression turned even more unpleasant. Do you really have to mock and provoke me to feel satisfied? How could Cheon Ji-yang admit he did it on purpose? He replied, Deputy Director, please don't say that. I have to look into past events to know what to do next. At this point, he chose to change the subject. By the way, what was the outcome of the personnel restructuring? Sitting down with a clearly displeased look, Sung Joo-han sighed, it's a complete mess. He then related the company's new arrangements. Jiho was suddenly appointed to the position of sales director, while the International Support Department appointed Young Songdae as the head of the Special Business Department. Hearing this, Cheon Ji-yang asked in confusion, the Special Business Department? What on earth is that? Sung Joo-han casually explained, it's a new sales department established this time. His eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. He had only been away from work for half a year, so how could so many things have changed? Meanwhile, the person opposite him was still expressing dissatisfaction. After all, he seemed promising, but why force me to sit according to their wishes? Cheon Ji-yang asked curiously. So who is the head of the business support department? He did not have to wait long for an answer. Lee Hyung-jun took on 4 positions in the International Business Support Department. At this point, Cheon Ji-yang's clenched fist trembled with anger. That bastard, I knew he was just like a blood-sucking bat. Sung Joo-han, on the other hand, was much calmer. Rather than being like a bat, it was because he was someone who kept a low profile that he had the ability to pull it off. He reached up to rub his aching neck. In any case, even if Lee Hyung-jun holds a knife in his hand, he is a cowardly person and can never become a director. This result made him extremely curious. Didn't he discuss personnel matters with the deputy director? The sudden silence in the room also made Cheon Ji-young understand. Sung Ju-hun changed the subject with another question. How is the chairman doing? Just as the waiter arrived with the drinks, Cheon Ji-yang spoke up. He is still very healthy. He introduced me to a lawyer and calls to ask directly once a week. Sung Ju-hun always felt that he cared a lot about him. He replied very friendly, isn't it normal for me or you, senior, to have a lot of feelings for the chairman? This time it was his turn to laugh. Feelings? After all, we are just salaried employees. As soon as those words were spoken, Cheon Ji-yang's face darkened. Don't misunderstand, you do your job very well, but sometimes you cross the line. It sounded like both a reminder and a warning. If you just kept within your limits, this deputy director position would be yours, not mine. His eyes immediately avoided contact. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Then, he added uncertainty. Moreover, it seems the chairman has changed his mind. Of course, Sung Ju-hun did not understand these words and asked back, what are you talking about? Cheon Ji-yang explained that the chairman's daughter-in-law is better at business than he thought. Therefore, the chairman is wondering if it is necessary to hand over the company to managing director Tae-min. He recounted recent events, noting that director Tae-min no longer mentions Hyunjin in front of the chairman. He slowly enjoyed the drink in his hand. Ha, what's so good about her? Cheon Ji-yang's voice unconsciously rose. Even if there is anger, I will be the one who is angrier, so angry that my whole body trembles. He kicked me out like that, and now he leaves me to struggle with the prosecution I was always united with. In the end, he sighed helplessly, but what can I do? The chairman seems to have understood my heart. Suddenly he mentioned another matter. In addition, if we acquire Proscia now. As soon as he said this, Sung Ju-hun asked back, what if the acquisition of Proscia is cancelled? He looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Is there any reason for it to be cancelled? 1 trillion won is more than enough. He lowered the glass in his hand. Would the chairman be pleased if he gave up Proscia and wasted that money on something else? Cheon Ji-yang seemed to catch the implication in Sung Ju-hun's words. Looking quite interested, he asked, tell me in more detail. How is it going now? At the skyscraper located right in the prime central location of Hyunjin Group, Songdae stood in front of the office door for a long time. What was going on so early in the morning? Knowing the other was in a very bad mood, he ultimately still had to face it, saying, I am coming in. As soon as Songdae walked in, Tae-suk raised his voice and asked, has it been found already? Standing by the glass window, the old man did not answer directly but instead asked, have you had breakfast yet? Songdae answered honestly, yes, I had some bread and bean sprout soup to sober up. Tae-suk praised him immediately, well done. It was like a casual gesture of care, as having a good breakfast would put one in a better mood. Songdae naturally complied, saying, I will keep that in mind. As Songdae drew closer, he heard Tae-suk ask, have you heard anything about the Yjin CNT branch? Only then did he realize that over the past few days, the chairman did not seem to pay much attention to Yjin CNT. Songdae did not think he should lie about this. I still haven't heard of it yet. The old man slightly turned his head to look at him. What's wrong? Is Yjin CNT no longer interesting to you now? Songdae bowed his head slightly, his expression changing. It's not like that, sir. I have been waiting for the right opportunity just as you said, not trying to force anything. Both of Chairman Tae-suk's hands gripped his cane, his face solemn. Your attitude is very good, however, you still need to maintain the correct posture. Right after that, he gave an example of the animal kingdom. That is why insects use their antennae to survive. One must remember that if insects cannot raise their antennae, they cannot survive. He still bowed respectfully to the old man. Yes, grandfather, I will keep that in mind. But the information Chairman Tae-suk brought up next made Songdae startle. It seems Yjin CNT branch will not participate in the cobalt mine. Have you heard about this? In his mind, the scene from the night before suddenly flashed back as he sat on the living room sofa. Thinking back, yesterday, the phone suddenly rang in the quiet night. The caller was Cheon Ji-yang. Because it was late, he felt a bit annoyed seeing the caller. What now? When answering, his tone was quite grumpy. What is it? The other end of the line stammered, yes, director, actually, this time I. Songdae had no patience and refused to listen. I am busy, call back later. Then he leaned back. How troublesome, he must have wanted to ask for help again. Since it must be related, he wanted to reconfirm with Chairman Tae-suk. Is that story true? The old man fell into silence, not knowing how to begin. A long time later, the chairman spoke up. When your mother was born, she was so adorable. Recalling his daughter's image back then, he was happy just to see her speaking fluently. Thinking of the sharp woman she is now, it turned out he had spoiled her the wrong way. In front of Songdae, the old man frankly pointed out his relative's flaws. I pampered her too much, so she grew up without knowing how to respect others. Whenever she is in a bad mood, she will ignore and dismiss subordinates, even talented employees. Chairman Tae-suk always doubted, you are the same, aren't you? Without missing a beat, he replied immediately, no, sir, I am not. The old man slowly sat down in his chair. What do you mean you are not? Then he angrily shouted at Songdae, what did Cheon Jiang intend to tell you? How dare you hide it from me? He froze, not expecting this senior to fly into such a rage. No matter what, Songdae still had to bow even deeper, I am sorry. But hidden from view, his face was grinding with rage. He was furious that he had to suffer such humiliation just because of a petty criminal. Tae-suk continued to question, does Director Yang being kicked out of his seat make him look like a loser? I already told you why I promised to let him take that position. The cane in his hand slammed hard against the ground. How could he have forgotten that? At this moment, he could only helplessly accept it. I'm sorry, the old man's lecturing tone still echoed in his ears. When you set your foot down, do it decisively. The image that Songdae needed to project had to be fierce enough, stomping so hard that they wouldn't dare look up, making that person shudder just at the sight of his shadow. Tae-suk's words came down like a command, if you cannot do that, then give up. If you can't do it, then give up your dream of becoming the chairman of Hyunjin Group. Hearing this, he panicked slightly, I will definitely change. Being angry for a long time made the old man cough a few times. Tae-suk set his cane aside, I heard that the Yjin CNT branch has abandoned cobalt mining and used the money to invest in a semiconductor company. Songdae knew very well in his heart that even investment-specialized banks could not easily invest in semiconductor companies, so he naturally would not believe it. Where did that source of information come from? What an absurd story. The old man responded to Songdae's suspicion, Sung Joo-hun said so. He walked toward the seat, Deputy Director Sung Joo-hun? Tae-suk wanted to ask for Songdae's opinion on this matter, do you think that's true? He sat down on the chair opposite the old man, I don't think so. Another question was raised, causing Songdae to fall into a temporary silence, so what do you think now? His mind was struggling intensely. Have they really given up on bidding? Or is it just a scam? Suddenly, he thought of Eun-chae. If they trusted him and lowered the bid at Suwon, Yjin CNT could acquire Proshep at a lower price than originally expected. On the contrary, what if this is true? That scenario seemed to happen right before his eyes, and Yjin CNT would fall to the bottom of society. Regardless, Songdae still needed more information. Did they give the name and location of the semiconductor company? The old man simply nodded, yes, he said there are many companies. He felt a bit more certain. If the name and the company really existed, it meant they were serious about what they planned to do. After all, it was still unverified information. Tae-suk was similar to his nephew, but he had much more information. I didn't completely believe it, but one thing to note right now is that a confusing investment move is taking place. At the same time, I also made my position clear. The reason I left Yjin CNT alone was because it was operating well. I didn't want to see them using bank money and spending it on such unclear places. At this moment, Songdae was a little worried, if that is true, we cannot just stand by and watch like this. The old man naturally understood and just sighed, but if we don't watch out, do you plan on solving the problem immediately? He only thought this in his heart and did not dare to speak directly. Even as the chairman, he could not scold his daughter-in-law, who was the president of the subsidiary and also his aunt. He only gave a small suggestion to Tae-suk. But of course, to him, that action would still be considered scolding. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man asked back, why scold her? Say she is not qualified to invest? I have only known how to eat all my life, how could I understand anything about semiconductors? Tae-suk seemed displeased, but his attitude seemed more like he was guiding Songdae. Besides, I haven't put money anywhere yet, and there is no official announcement about the auction. Do you expect me to call my daughter-in-law, who is very busy with that uncertain plan, just to scold her? Immediately, he made a straightforward proposal and solution. I will investigate the semiconductor companies right now. I am sure that the executive director's decision to invest in that company was a grave mistake. After that, I will propose to dismiss the executive director. Tae-suk warned once again. Remember this, tigers are terrifying because they will find a hiding place and eat us from behind. It was an analogy that was not too obvious, but it was enough for Songdae to understand the logic. However, nothing is more terrifying than a dog that barks whenever it hears footsteps. The old man did not forget to mention another person. And do not behave rudely to that Mr. Yang Chan-ki. Even though he did not understand, he still agreed, yes. As if sensing the hesitation in his nephew's heart, Tae-suk added. He will run to you and beg for your help. He has a lot of experience and wide connections, so handle it and assist him. This time, Songdae understood the reason. Yes, I understand. The conversation over, the old man wanted to rest and dismissed him directly, get out. Yet his eyes followed the retreating figure as he walked away. I am worried because he looks just like his mother. He has a hot temper, lacks generosity, and lacks the charisma to win people's hearts. The vice president still cannot truly rest assured. You must understand that making Yang Chanqi submit is no easy task. Have you still not realized that? In another room, the desk clearly displays the information. Head of the Planning Adjustment Department, Kang Juwai. A male voice rings out, "Let me think." Someone asks curiously, "What happened?" A group of people gathers together. Both companies have received investment proposals. Kang Juwai now speaks up, and 2 private equity funds have proposed investing in both locations, including Silverbridge. Yang Hoon inquires with some doubt, "What did you say to them?" He does not hide it at all. "I advised them to make an effort so they could secure the investment when such an opportunity arises. Our company is very good, so try to make many proposals. Invest in it, even if rejected. No, the best company, after all, they are having trouble because they cannot find investors." He nods slightly in agreement. "I hope they will secure a good investment." Kang Juwai naturally hopes so too. Everything is going smoothly, right? He reaches up to rub his neck. After being out of the game for a long time, it might not be that easy. Anyway, the AMA's system company of Cogaun side has also been developing well. Lee Young-hoon changed the subject. "Well, we have talked enough about the department manager's matter. Now, what scale of investment is appropriate?" Deputy General Manager No became more serious. "The first phase is 50 billion, and the second phase is 100 billion, but I am not very sure. Furthermore, do we absolutely have to do this?" Lee Young-hoon looked straight at him with some confusion. "Do you want to stop?" But that was not Deputy General Manager No's intention. He explained, "It is not that I am opposing it, I just wanted to ask if you were absolutely sure." Meanwhile, this matter was also causing him a massive headache. At the main office, they were deciding on whether to invest in AMA system. They had put a lot of effort into it, from financial structure, technology, business, sales roadmap, to the talent recruitment list post-investment. After reviewing all of these, the conclusion reached was still uncertain. Deputy General Manager No reviewed all aspects. Although the company possessed good technical capabilities and the owner's competence was respectable, they had yet to show clear results. However, the reason they did not actively oppose this investment was because, for a semiconductor company, the initial investment was not that large. If it succeeded, the company would gain 100 or even 1,000 times the invested amount. This time, Lee Young-hoon did not continue questioning Deputy General Manager No but turned to the person next to him. Songdae immediately replied, "Regarding the building, the contract has expired. We have also proposed a solution. Further discussion is needed, but since the price is not expensive, it seems it will be handled quickly. Since we borrowed 400 billion won through a mortgage, our pockets are very full." The image of one person diving while another casts a net appeared in his mind. What on earth are those people doing at Shinyun? They are pre-purchasing 5% through various different methods. He shared his opinion that even if they cannot buy until that day, 18% can still be acquired. Songwoo's head lowered slightly. Consequently, the stock of Hyunjin Travel has been steadily rising. It seems Hyunjin Travel should not be overlooked. Then, thinking of the woman in that position having a headache over this issue, I believe you cannot fail to realize their intention to seize management control, which is indeed the case. Finally, he let out a sigh. It was too tense. Lee Young-hoon offered words of encouragement. "We will do well," helping Songwoo cheer up. "Yes." He continued his presentation. "I have decided to meet the Mayon lender tomorrow morning, who owns a 3% stake in Hyunjin Travel. This is only the beginning." Soon enough, newspapers flooded with reports. After 4 days, Hyunjin had actually given up on acquiring Proscia. Giving up on Proscia to join Suwon and Silverbridge, as the proposed price for Proscia was higher than expected. A representative of Yjin CNT dismissed this rumor as false. He stared intently at the screen, arriving later than expected. In the meeting room, Seo Hyun voiced his opinion that there was no need to make a big fuss. Right now, they were only releasing news out of curiosity about our situation. Yang Hoon then asked Deputy Department Head No how the Deputy Director was doing. According to him, Sung Joo-hun was quite relaxed. It seemed he came to the office yesterday, spent the entire morning resting in the sauna, and only returned in the afternoon to half-heartedly pass the time. He shook his head in apparent disagreement. It was not that he had lost interest, but rather that there was currently nothing to do, so he was conserving his energy. Accompanied by Yang Hoon's flat voice, the two people opposite looked at each other suggestively. At an advanced age, focusing on anything consumes a great deal of energy. What they did not expect was that their conversation was being watched by a pair of eyes. Therefore, he was preparing to exert all his strength when action was needed. He was not the type of person to give up his position over such a trivial matter. Deputy Department Head No could not help but ask curiously, "How do you know so well?" "I have observed the Deputy Director for nearly 20 years, and I do not think that way." From what he knew, the time Choi Yan-hun and the Deputy Director met was only a few hours, was it not? Yang Hoon replied frankly that it was a way to deeply understand a person even in a short time. He then reminded Deputy Department Head No that they must not let their guard down. No agreed and reassured him, telling him not to worry. Yang Hoon had no idea that Deputy Department Head No had only learned a few days ago why the Bongsekian TF team was established. He was still quite shocked. Since he started working, this had been the most shocking thing. Pausing for a moment, Deputy Department Head No spoke up, so for the time being, we should not invest in the M&A system, and just monitoring the remaining issues is enough, right? Yang Hoon felt there was no need for too much pressure. He had handled the coal mine very well, so that was sufficient for now. However, he was still quite humble. Did I really do anything? Secretary Choi handled everything, and I just cleaned up. The construction site was still running day and night. Less than a week after returning from his business trip to China, the coal mine had started operating normally again. Thanks to this, the stock price quickly recovered after its decline. There was one more thing he was concerned about. How is the director doing? It seemed like she had a lot on her mind. The woman's condition didn't seem very good. Her face was very gloomy. Of course, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep well at night either. But her outward performance made Yang Hoon admire her a bit. Despite everything, she was still holding up very well. No stroked his smooth chin thoughtfully. That's strange. I didn't know the director was such a decisive person. He had a suspicion that she dared to stab the chairman in the back and intended to take over the subsidiary. Sondae listened in silence before speaking up. What will the current employees do now? Yang Hoon replied immediately without hesitation. If they return a few days before the bidding, they will quickly realize it. Then he also suggested, just tell them to take their time traveling. Let's send a few employees to the bidding site to check out the situation. The uncle agreed with Yang Hoon's idea. That's right. The next issue was raised. How is the acquisition progressing? Sondae answered, if Shinyun Bank completes the acquisition as planned. A clear chart was presented. Together with the additional shares we purchased from the known shareholders of Hyunjin Travel, we can reach approximately 40%. He pushed up his glasses with a beaming face. That amount is already enough to secure the business management rights. Previously, when talking to Cha Ji-yeon about this matter, Seo Hyun also mentioned that he would consider the terms for exchanging the shares of Hyunjin Travel, which Hyunjin Expressway currently owns. The result after that was, exchanging the shares of Hyunjin Travel with an amount of 200 billion won was already a massive step forward. He further asked if the shareholders would keep the information confidential. He replied that he had already handled this matter, and we had agreed to pay an additional 30% over the current market price. He explained again very calmly. Since this is an over-the-counter transaction, if we do not keep it a secret until completion, we will not be able to generate any profit. Seo Hyun's approach is to first secure 3% of the shares of Gosealong Savings Bank, along with 1.5% of Dogwon Cement. After that, secure an additional 3%, 1.5%, 2%, and 2% from a big player known as Lee Jae-chan and Myeongdong Securities. There is still a part that makes him hesitate. That is the remaining 2.3% of shares owned by Fidelity Asset Management. No had been watching intently all this time. Having heard that the CEO of Fidelity's Asian branch is currently in Japan, I plan to meet him tomorrow. Songwoo rested his chin on his hand, his expression filled with consideration. If he does not transfer the shares, he only needs to write a letter of proxy to support our side. But if we say we will pay an additional 30%, perhaps he will agree to transfer them. At this moment, the corners of Yang Hoon's lips curled up, seemingly not worried at all. He smiled and said, as for that, we will know once we meet. The coffee cup on the table was filled to the brim. Cha Ji-yeon sat alone in the large room, enjoying the wonderful silence of the Hyunjin Travel Director's office. Her hand picked up the TV remote control, wondering what would be broadcast today. Immediately, she turned on the stock market news. The next advice was for a viewer who had sent a question to Hyunjin Travel regarding the shares they intended to hold. They asked whether they should sell now. This name caught her attention, Hyunjin Travel. Her expression relaxed, and her mood seemed quite good. Even the stock that had been stagnant for the past few years had begun to rise a few days ago, which is wonderful. The host kept asking whether the stock of Hyunjin Travel had stabilized and how much money she had invested in it. Housewife Kim Sun-ok, the viewer who was called, also honestly replied that it had been about 3 years. She retold her story. 3 years ago, an acquaintance introduced me to a good hotel. The hotel didn't have strong sales growth, but its revenue was stable and dividend returns were quite good. Cha Ji-yeon listened while enjoying her drink. The lady continued, so, I managed to save some money and decided to invest. Yang Hoon continued to ask, if it was 3 years ago, it would be around 20,000 won, right? Sun-ok admitted, that's right, I bought it at 22,000 won. Yang Hoon thought to himself, so that means the principal capital has almost been recovered. But this was exactly what she was hesitant about. She expressed her worry, maybe many people are in the same boat as me. Recently, Hyunjin Travel stock has surged again, so should I sell it now to get my capital back, or keep holding it for later? This is truly a difficult choice, but if I sell it and the stock price continues to rise, I will feel very regretful. Yang Hoon offered a smile to ease the heavy atmosphere. I understand how you feel. At that moment, the atmosphere was indeed a bit dull. Then, he began analyzing the information on the board. Looking at the chart, Hyunjin Travel stock has been fluctuating between 7,000 and 20,000 won, but about 2 months ago, this stock started to drop sharply. The specific displayed information, Hyunjin Travel is at 21,200 won, up 902.25%. The trading volume reached 4,617,004 shares. The opening price was 20,800 won, with a high of 21,900 won and a low of 19,400 won. At some point, she had put down her coffee cup and sat up straight to listen. The voice of the male announcer came from the news broadcast, analyzing that Hyunjin Travel stock would continue to decline. However, after a burst of large-scale trading, the stock began a V-shaped reversal. This demonstrated strong momentum after breaking through the resistance level of 20,000 won today, bringing Hyunjin Travel to 21,200 won. Hearing this, Sun Ok questioned. But why is the stock rising like that? Yang Hoon wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, the rebound of Hyunjin Travel stock was because this ticker possessed high strategic defensive characteristics and was still undervalued. What she really wanted to know was, will the stock continue to rise then? He could only answer based on the available information. Looking at the current reports from securities firms, they all set a target price of 20,000 won for the entire Hyunjin Travel stock. Cha Ji-yeon had been observing silently all this time. However, watching a little longer was not a bad idea, as there were still strong signs of recovery. After all, even she herself did not know what would happen next. The financial news continued. First, let's set a target of around 23,000 won. Right at that moment, someone hurriedly called out to her. Director! Cha Ji-yeon turned her head to look at the person who had just entered and calmly asked. What is it? The person reported with great excitement. Currently, our stock is continuing to skyrocket. Her eyes, however, were surprisingly calm. Bayon Chang still maintained an unbelievable expression. I just saw it surpass the 8% mark. Even Cha Ji-yeon was surprised when she heard this. 8%, really? Since becoming director, it's rare for a stock to rise more than 8% in a single day. All leaders and CEOs need to demonstrate their capability through rising stock prices to prove their management skills to shareholders. Even if their abilities might not be the best, their positions remain unshakable. She also needed this factor, but if the stock price rises, it is certain that external evaluations of them will completely change. Seeing that Cha Ji-yeon remained silent, he expressed his concern. However, it seems unusual. No matter how you look at it, there is no reason for the stock to rise this much. She quickly picked up on this point. Who is buying the stock? Bayon Chang bowed his head and reported, it seems to be domestic institutions, but as for who exactly? Cha Ji-yeon, grasping the details, didn't even bother to care. Then why worry? Is there any reason to worry? It sounded so reasonable that he didn't know how to respond. A hostile M&A, although suspicious, has never seen a case of anyone attempting to challenge a subsidiary of a major conglomerate. But in his heart, he still felt uneasy. After all, a stock rising without any specific reason was completely unprecedented. Cha Ji-yeon analyzed it for Byung-ho once again. Recently, with the economy struggling, everyone had been focusing on defensive stocks, and we had also just paid off our loan from Shinyan Bank. He stood aside listening quietly. Financially, the company had indeed become much more stable. I understand that defensive stocks are attracting attention, but... Immediately after, Byung-ho brought up another issue. The current stock price surge was so strong, as if the shares were being accumulated for an imminent explosion. She looked at him in confusion and asked, an explosion? This new information was quickly processed by Cha Ji-yeon. Indeed, the transaction volume in the morning alone had already surpassed 10 billion won. The vision of her struggling with debt flashed before her eyes. Even though we had paid off 200 billion won, we still had quite a lot of debt left. Yet, from his words, that was just a small portion to sustain the current status, which could be considered as having resolved the emergency. Cha Ji-yeon turned her head away, the joy on her face completely vanishing. What would the stock investors think about this? Right at that moment, Yang Hoon's voice rang out again, oh dear. The exclamation instantly captured the attention of both people in the room. The stock of Hyunjin Travel was continuing to rise sharply. What should they do now? The handkerchief was used once again to wipe the sweat off that chubby face. Was it because they were talking about Hyunjin Travel today that it was behaving like this? The upward trend seemed incredibly powerful. He noticed something, suddenly jumping up from his chair. Has it already gone up by over 10%? Sang Myon was extremely excited. Teacher, the target price is about to be reached. Should we place a sell order in advance? This time, Yang Hoon did not advise holding on to it anymore and replied, let's only sell a portion first. Her voice was filled with utter astonishment, causing both Cha Ji-yun and Byung-ho to lose their color. Oh my goodness, it all sold out in the blink of an eye. The chart immediately showed a dramatic shift. The stock was rising frantically. The next day, at the headquarters of Shinyun Financial Group. At this moment, Chairman Im Tae-suk was extremely furious. It turned out that a few days ago, he had requested a meeting with Chairman Lee Byung-ho of Shinyun Group, but it was repeatedly delayed. In the end, he only agreed to meet for a brief moment. However, his anger did not stem from this treatment hurting his self-esteem. Tae-suk grimaced, thinking that an extraordinary shareholders meeting was currently underway. Although he did not clearly understand why, a sense of anxiety kept rising within him. At this moment, he wished to go to Hyunjin Travel right away. However, standing before the door, Tae-suk hesitated, feeling that going without any preparation would only end up wounding his pride. As soon as the door opened, Lee Kyung-ho greeted him with a smile. Long time no see. It has been nearly half a year since we met at the Economic Federation, hasn't it? That was Lee Kyung-ho, the chairman of Shinyun Group. The old man scolded in annoyance. My knees have been aching, so I couldn't visit often. Meanwhile, you have plenty of free time just tending to your orchids, so how can you behave so rudely? Seeing this, Kyung-ho walked over and asked, are you feeling uncomfortable? This is not a joke. Immediately, Tae-suk asked back, did I do something to disappoint you? If you had no intention of harming me, you wouldn't have avoided contacting me at this critical moment. As soon as he sat down, he stopped him. Don't do that. What grievance do I have against you to act like this? We haven't just known each other for a day or two. Unexpectedly, the old man asked, but both you and I are about to retire, aren't we? It turns out, thinking back, our youth was truly hard. During those impoverished times, to survive, I did all kinds of work, from shining shoes, working in restaurants, to being a construction worker when I had some strength. Everything back then was very difficult. Life was extremely tough then, but looking back now, it feels worth living. Despite the hardships, when I was with my family, I always smiled, and there was still hope. Reminiscing a bit, he replied, ever since I started my job at the bank, the world seemed to belong to me. I felt like I could do anything. You had times like that too. Tae-suk also remembered such a time. I remember when we were young, you borrowed money from me to expand the shipyard. My old friend, why bring up the past all of a sudden? What are you trying to say? To his surprise, Kyung-ho directly suggested, let's hand over the work to our children now. He also explained that just watching the grandchildren play is already very entertaining. But Tae-suk did not want that and said, I don't know about your son, but my children still lack many things. Having a headache, he explained, even though I have taught them step by step from beginning to end, they are still like toddlers, failing to do anything right. How can I possibly let go? Hearing this, Kyung-ho asked in confusion, what do you mean? Your daughter-in-law and granddaughter are so smart. The old man immediately told him, my grandson, you know him, his name is Hyung-jun. The boy just brought him the Hyunjin Travel Investment Project. Just after speaking, Tae-suk grimaced slightly in thought. The one who brought this investment project was actually the grandson of Chairman Lee. Looking at him, he fell into deep thought. Speaking about things that could trigger a war between two businesses without any concern made him realize that he was living for the pride of his grandson lately. At this moment, Lee Kyung-ho began to pour tea. He also knew that our company was facing difficulties due to poor business performance recently. The stock price was not doing well because of the trade war between the US and China. Then he handed over the tea and analyzed further. For businesses, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. But we Koreans value affection, so I feel uncomfortable stabbing him in the back. At this point, Tae-suk asked immediately. Even so, did you still decide to close your eyes and hand it over to Shinyun Morgan Stanley? He replied right away, no. Hearing that, he wondered what no meant. Then he explained that the place he intended to hand it over to was not Shinyun Morgan Stanley. Lee Kyung-ho revealed that it was Ygene CNT. This shocked Tae-suk deeply, and he asked again to confirm. Seeing this expression, the old man said, it is hard to believe, right? I was like that at first too. Mr. Lee Kyung-ho also recounted the details. Why Ygene CNT wanted to acquire Hyunjin Travel, but thinking about it carefully, it was not entirely unreasonable. Then he mentioned his daughter-in-law. I did not expect her to be so strong. He always complained and expressed dissatisfaction with his daughter-in-law, but it turned out to be all lies. After hearing this, Tae-suk still did not fully understand the intention. So what on earth is going on here? At that time, Lee Kyung-ho spoke directly. This entire plan was orchestrated by Ygene CNT. We are just playing our parts and getting paid. And he also said, so now at the shareholders meeting, they must have proposed to dismiss the executive director from Ygene CNT. Hearing this, Tae-suk squeezed his teacup tightly in anger. He drank the entire cup of tea in one gulp, then turned around to ask with a grim face. Does that girl really have the guts to do such a thing? Kyung-ho asked in confusion. Why ask us? She is your daughter-in-law, so you should know her better. At this, Tae-suk angrily said, I'm asking because I don't know. He covered his ears and said, that's just how her personality is. Turning back, he immediately asked, do you know that your daughter-in-law exchanged her shares of Hyunjin Travel for 200 billion won in cash? The old man immediately replied, of course I know. Right after that, Kyung-ho began to explain, she created a plan to take over Hyunjin Travel using our group's shares and her own. She must have persuaded and received authorization from retail shareholders a long time ago. What made him laugh was that the dismissal of the executive director was unstoppable. At this time, he also advised that, anyway, what your daughter owned has now gone to your daughter-in-law, no matter who owns it. Aren't they all your family members? Lee Kyung-ho tried to persuade him further. Furthermore, if your daughter-in-law and grandson have capability, it cannot be considered a bad thing. Honestly, you know that too. At this, Tae-suk said with a heavy headache, leaving my grandson aside, my daughter has some shortcomings when it comes to leading a business. She indeed has shortcomings, but with support from those around her, she is not to the point of being unable to handle it. Hearing this, he asked, if you absolutely want to take it back, I will return it. Since we have financial transactions between us, I am willing to take a loss this once. But Tae-suk replied, no need. After saying that, the old man fell into deep thought. Since it has come to this, the proposal to dismiss the executive director has probably been approved. Reversing the authorizations now would only increase the costs that Hyunjin Group has to bear. However, Tae-suk looked somewhat troubled. Even if I do not demand any further compensation, and even if I have to suffer losses, I no longer have the strength. Because in his mind, it was the disappointment in his daughter and the disappointment in Taemin. They were the ones who had been highly expected but proved powerless when they lost what they had hoped for. There was also the lovely child whom he thought would not hurt even if put in his eyes. Seeing that child rob what belonged to her in order to survive, Tae-suk was truly heartbroken. As they sat in the car, the driver asked, where would you like to go, sir? Tae-suk thought for a moment and said, to Hyunjin Travel. As soon as they arrived at Hyunjin Travel, Cha Ji-yeon was standing inside, anxiously biting her nails in thought. Suddenly, she saw something and immediately paid attention to it. Upon seeing him, Cha Ji-yeon immediately shouted, Father. But Tae-suk replied, I can still hear you clearly. She followed behind, constantly nagging and asking, sister-in-law is trying to bring me down by proposing the dismissal of the executive director. If we can just manage the proxies, can Shinyeon Bank help us? Unexpectedly, he did not answer and only said, let's go inside. Seeing this, Cha Ji-yeon got her hopes up, thinking that he must have found a solution to help her. As soon as they entered, Eun-chae greeted him, you have arrived, sir. Tae-suk walked to the highest platform and said, sit down. Before starting, he asked, have you had breakfast yet? Eun-chae replied immediately, yes, I have, father. Tae-suk then directly asked, you didn't proceed with that cobalt mine project or whatever because of this, right? Eun-chae also replied, it wasn't just because of this, but it was indeed part of the reason. Tae-suk pointed out again, Cha Ji-yeon threw a piece of wood into a quiet forest fire for no reason. If Suwon hadn't been added, nothing would have happened, is that right? Eun-chae replied with difficulty, that is correct. Suddenly, Tae-suk said, they must have been very angry, but you handled it skillfully. This drove Cha Ji-yeon crazy, and she said, Father, what are you talking about? Tae-suk immediately scolded loudly, shut up. Don't you see other people are watching? Tae-suk then gently turned back and asked, running one company and running two companies are very different. Have you come up with a plan yet? Seeing this, Eun-chae introduced, we have invited a professional manager who has served as the deputy general manager at the Best Western Hotel for 15 years. Once the current executive stepped down, my plan is to immediately step in. Those words made her tremble with anger, yet she could do nothing about it. You don't have any intention of selling any part of the hotel, do you? We had already decided on the future of Hyunjin Travel before executing the deal. We assessed that it is more stable than Proscia and holds greater value. Upon hearing this, the old man spoke with satisfaction. That's right, things like stone quarries can become risky depending on market conditions, but the value of a hotel never decreases. Then he turned to praise her. That was a good decision. This made Eun-chae bow her head in reply. Thank you, father. Afterward, Tae-suk immediately asked. So, who was it? Who came up with this plan? Surely it wasn't Sung Ju-hun? The person who directed the entire plan was Chief Secretary Choi. I'm not sure if I should say it or not. She also immediately introduced him, saying he is a new employee who hasn't been with the company for very long. Hearing this, the old man was a bit surprised and asked, really? Seeing that, Tae-suk said with some curiosity, then tell that person that I want to meet them. And in the evening, let's go to my hospital. Hearing these words, Eun-chae said emotionally, Father. Before leaving, the old man also reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. Since he had arrived, the reporters wouldn't be able to write any strange stories. Not only that, Tae-suk turned and said, "Come with me." But she stubbornly replied, "I won't go. How can I go like this?" "Are you really planning to do this, father?" "Me being like this?" Cha Ji-yeon, not yet realizing her mistake, immediately demanded, "Then, are you also going to give Hyunjin Heavy Industries to me?" Surprisingly, she even whined and asked, "How can you do this to me, father?" Tae-suk, showing no mercy, scolded her, "Then how could you treat me like this? How could you treat Tae-min in such a way?" Then the old man listed all of her wrongdoings. "If you hadn't done those terrible things, everything would have belonged to Tae-min. An article will be published immediately this afternoon. How could you let Tae-min see all of this ugly behavior?" After finishing his words, Tae-suk turned around and said coldly, "Let's go." Leaving Cha Ji-yeon behind in resentment, only able to lower her head, clench her fists, and shed long tears. According to the published information, Cha Ji-yeon, the director of Hyunjin Travel, was suddenly dismissed. This shocking news revealed that Hyunjin CNT acquired Hyunjin Travel, which was also the reason why Hyunjin CNT withdrew from the Prosha bidding. While director Cha Ji-yeon was grieving, what was President Im Tae-suk's actual decision? While Yang Hoon was looking at his phone, a voice spoke up from across. "You must be very happy, aren't you?" He quickly asked back. "Aren't you happy too, director?" Lee Hyung-jun rested his chin on his hand and replied calmly. "I gained a bit of reputation from this profit, but it's different for you." He further explained. "I spoke on the phone with my grandfather, and he said your president is completely giving up." With a slightly surprised tone, Lee Hyung-jun said, "I thought the director would fight to the death for that company. I guess I really can't read the minds of old people." Startled, Yang Hoon asked in surprise, "If so, isn't that too unfair?" He cast a judgmental look. "You were born with a golden spoon in your mouth, have a tall physique, and now you even want to read other people's minds? That's a bit." Hearing this, he laughed helplessly and replied, "What, is that only reserved for you? I need to make a living too." Lee Hyung-jun began to extend an appealing offer. "If you're worried about making a living, would you like to transfer to my company? I can make sure you live without ever worrying about money for the rest of your life." But he immediately refused flatly. "No, thank you." Raising the wine glass in his hand, he asked in wonder, "Aren't you curious about how much money I would give you?" Yang Hoon answered bluntly, "I am curious, but I also don't want to know." He continued to express his clear viewpoint. "Even if I knew, I wouldn't change companies because of that." This left Lee Hyung-jun completely puzzled. Why? Isn't the purpose of working and putting up with the bosses nagging all for money? Looking at the wine glass in his hand, Yang Hoon hesitated slightly and said, "For me, it's a bit different. I don't even know if that is a lucky thing or not." Once again, he had to repeat his question curiously. "Why is that?" He turned around and smiled with confidence. "If I am determined to work for money, would you be able to live comfortably, director?" Hearing this, Lee Hyung-jun nodded along. "This kid, I really can't beat you with words." "Alright, I'm too scared to try and tempt you anymore." Yang Hoon added, "And there is also another reason why I cannot switch companies." He asked curiously, "What is it?" His eyes looked slightly contemplative. "Don't get mad or sad when I tell you this." Lee Hyung-jun wondered in his mind what could make him so serious. Nevertheless, he still affirmed, "I got it, what is it?" Yang Hoon felt a bit shy as he said, "I have decided to date Lim Yun-hee." These words made him jump in surprise and blurt out, "Lim Yun-hee?" "Yes." Yang Hoon replied. Lee Hyung-jun ran his hand through his hair arrogantly and denied it. "Do you think I would be sad about that? I am Lee Hyung-jun, you know." However, Yang Hoon had already realized, "Actually, you are hurting, you don't have to lie." He still persistently asked, "But how did you win her over?" He hesitated for a long time, secretly assessing that he might be sad for a while. But perhaps it is still better to say it now. He really liked the feeling of dating a beauty. Furthermore, if he found out by himself later, he might get angry because of feeling deceived. The next second, Lee Hyung-jun changed the subject. "So what is your next step? Hyunjin Heavy Industries or Machinery? Since Hyunjin Expressway is not a listed company, there is nothing we can do." Yang Hoon shook his head and said, "For now, the chairman has no intention of acquiring or merging any more companies because there is quite a lot of work to do." This surprised him. A lot of work? He explained, "Yes, Hyunjin Construction is currently trying to secure the construction rights in Bonsekian." Lee Hyung-jun raised his glass in celebration. Just calculating the construction cost, it was already over 700 billion. How could Haesung Group win such a massive project? His voice was extremely excited. If they receive a financial subsidy, Yang Hoon interrupted, then they might actually make it happen. Lee Hyung-jun's face darkened as if realizing something. So it was related to the bidding process. He only needed to know that they had the capability. The glass was filled to the brim as he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Damn it, you are so sly. So, what do you want me to help with? Providing construction loans and helping homebuyers get mortgages? Yang Hoon expressed his gratitude. If that's the case, I would be very grateful. The company's funds are depleted due to the acquisition. I heard that if we want to carry out large-scale construction projects in the future, we must borrow from banks. Lee Hyung-jun generously offered to help. I will try to find out about the scale, construction time, and legal issues. Is there anything else? Next, he brought up a few issues. Actually, there is one more problem, but this is a bit sensitive, so it is difficult for me to say right now. Sensitive? Is it a matter related to politics? Lee Hyung-jun carefully advised, even though I don't know what it is, make sure to handle it well. Politicians are very different from us. Although we both share the common trait of doing whatever it takes to get what we want, we still have to rely on negotiation. He seriously warned, as for them, once things don't go as expected, there is no negotiation, only revenge. At this point, Young Hoon stood up in agreement. I will keep that in mind. Seeing this, Lee Hyung-jun questioned, what's this? Where are you going? He explained, I have to return to the company. I have an appointment tonight. But he didn't believe it and acted sulky, must be a date. I'll go play with some models, you head back early. Young Hoon repeatedly reminded him, and from now on, you also have to be careful. Lee Hyung-jun's gaze drifted, lost in thought, is that a warning from my father? He analyzed with a serious face that when one reaps a lot of success, they will certainly receive a lot of attention. Lee Hyung-jun did not seem to pay much attention. He warned, do not be distracted, otherwise you will die. He suddenly burst into laughter and agreed, all right, I get it. A resentful voice echoed, Father, are we really going to retreat like this? In a certain room, the sound of scolding rang out, are we going to end like this? Tae-suk leaned back in his chair in exhaustion. Cha Ji-yeon spoke up with resentment, do you know how much money Hyunjin Travel makes every year? That is a source of profit bringing in hundreds of billions. She added, the sales over the past 5 years have also increased steadily. Are you planning to just throw away such a profit source? Tae-suk interrupted her, if the company is that good, why did you manage it so poorly? Where did all that profit go? He sighed helplessly, when the shipbuilding industry was struggling, other branches supported at least 500 billion won or more. At that time, how much did Hyunjin Travel support? Cha Ji-yeon was unwilling to accept it and claimed credit, my company supported 500 billion won as well. Tae-suk confirmed that, yes, you are proud that Hyunjin Travel earns hundreds of millions every year, but it is no different from other branches. The more she spoke, the weaker her position became, at that time, it was because I had to acquire the hotel. He continued to scold her, do you think that was the only incident? Was not the money spent to buy land for hotel business already up to 800 billion won? Tae-suk's hands clenched. Is that hotel still developing now? Wasn't that money frozen in the end because there was no permit? He angrily shouted, if we still had that money, would you need to exchange 200 billion worth of shares for Yjin CNT? Why is your thinking so narrow? Tae-suk calculated further. If he changed the content of the power of attorney at that time, the whole world would wildly rumor that Hyunjin Group was going bankrupt. At this point, he fiercely questioned, do I have to witness that prospect? Cha Ji-yeon was startled and retorted, could you actually change the content of the power of attorney? He recalled the past, I even met privately with the chairman of Shinyun. Do you think I would go empty-handed? But if I changed the content of the authorization, would Yjin CNT just give up? What if they don't follow the funds from Shinyun Financial and we are still affected? Then, Tae-suk made a decision, it must be bought at least at 3 times the market value for the company to regain stability. Do you have that kind of money? Cha Ji-yeon smiled ironically, do you think they will ask us for 3 times that amount? He denied it, if they didn't have that intention, would they stab you in the back? Why don't you see that? Hearing this, her clenched hands trembled unconsciously, and tears slowly fell onto her lapel. Cha Ji-yeon's entire body trembled violently. Tae-suk stepped forward, patted her shoulder comfortingly, and said, you still have the Hyunjin Expressway, and when I pass away, won't all the branches of the Hyunjin Group belong to my grandchildren? Cha Ji-yeon wept and explained, I was just so sad that I reacted that way. This is the company you entrusted to me, yet I let them snatch it away like this. He didn't say much but instructed, from now on, you must be more determined and take careful steps, one by one. Hearing this, she gasped in shock, can't you help me, father? Tae-suk said helplessly, I am at an age where I could leave at any moment. I have also let go, and it is too late to force her to return the shares. Do you think your sister-in-law, who took Hyunjin Travel, would even listen to me? These words surprised Cha Ji-yeon, would she really not listen to you, father? Im Tae-suk withdrew his hand with a hint of irritation. If she feared my words, she wouldn't have done this in the first place. He advised, so, do not forget to remain fiercely determined. Im Tae-suk comforted her for a while before leaving the residence in Nanhyandong in the evening. The scene shifts to the Demarial Hotel. Hoon Chai bowed respectfully, hello, father. Lim Yun-hee followed up, hello, grandfather. Yang Hoon also bowed politely in greeting. Im Tae-suk walked in, handed his coat to the server, and slowly stepped forward. He praised Lim Yun-hee, you have grown so much. You must have had a hard time living abroad just to avoid me. Hoon Chai tried to diffuse the tension. I've ordered the sea-based steak that you like, father. The head chef still remembers you, so he will pay extra attention to season it to your taste. Please have a seat here. Chairman Tae-suk nodded in response, very well. Suddenly, Tae-suk's gaze shifted to the other person in the room. He asked in a cold voice, is it you? The one who took away my son's company? Yang Hoon quickly stood up and replied, Chief Songdae was the one who drew up the detailed plan, and I was the one who directed it, sir. Tae-suk praised him, you look quite young. How long have you been with the company? Yang Hoon answered straightforwardly, I officially joined the company this year, sir. Tae-suk continued to ask, where did you work before that? Yang Hoon did not hide anything, I used to work as a debt collector at a small financial firm. Hoon Chai smiled to ease the atmosphere, he used to be an employee at my younger brother's financial company. Because he is so talented, I recruited him directly. These words made Tae-suk slightly irritated, just how talented is he? A moment later, he laughed at himself, oh, I am talking about nonsense now. He has already proven his capability through results. Tae-suk sat down on his chair and continued to probe, so, what do you plan to do next? This question left Yang Hoon speechless, unsure of how to answer. In the end, Yang Hoon questioned him back directly, causing Tae-suk's face to darken, are you afraid that I will take another company from you? These blunt words instantly froze everyone in the room. Tae-suk slightly curled his lips into a smile. A second later, he burst into laughter, thinking this boy was truly reckless. Tae-suk admitted, true, I should also be worried. Do you want to take any more of my companies? Yang Hoon shook his head and said, no, thank you. This left the old man puzzled. Why? None of the companies caught your eye? Or is it because I am overthinking? The boy explained, that is not it. Actually, I really wanted to acquire Hyunjin Heavy Industries. With a frowning face, Tae-suk repeated, but... Yang Hoon spoke frankly, I have no reason to acquire it. Even without acquiring Hyunjin Heavy Industries, is my company not growing well, sir? The old man slammed his hand on the table and yelled, so you think if you do not acquire Hyunjin Travel, your company will go bankrupt? The boy denied it, no, that was just a message for the chairman. Suddenly, Tae-suk became interested, a message? What message? Yang Hoon replied, a message hoping you would consider letting Yjin CNT separate from Hyunjin Group. This made it hard for the old man to believe, you want me to spin off the branch? Yang Hoon calmly continued, I do not know what the chairman thinks, but perhaps the hard-working employees will be affected by this useless war. The employees of Yjin CNT are working very hard day and night, so I do not want them to feel anxious because of someone else's greed. Tae-suk's eyes grew thoughtful, unable to understand the boy's way of thinking. He assessed that, looking at his face, he seemed to be telling the truth. Even if it were a lie, people usually would not make up such an excuse. Tae-suk asked, so you have already planned to acquire Hyunjin Travel? Yang Hoon confidently replied, many people have helped me, it is not something I did all by myself. Tae-suk's hand tightly gripped the water glass. Surely it was so, but that is just how life goes. It was hard to think of that matter as nothing. He was slightly awkward, then smiled and said, I don't know how a new employee who transferred from a loan company could think so deeply. But I believe that is your capability. Yang Hoon humbly replied, thank you, sir. Having said that, Tae-suk turned to ask Hoon Chai, do you pay him a high salary? She cheerfully replied, just 3 months after he joined, I promoted him to department head and gifted him an apartment. Hoon Chai bowed and added, I wanted to give him more, but he kept declining, so there was nothing I could do. Tae-suk laughed after hearing this, living to this age, I have rarely met anyone who dislikes money like this. Young-hee sat to one side, feeling anxious. Perhaps if this continued, her grandfather would only talk about unnecessary things regarding Yang Hoon. Thinking of this, she bravely announced, we are actually dating as well. Tae-suk was completely shocked and asked, what did you say? Young-hee replied sarcastically, I figured you couldn't find a son-in-law for me anyway, so I just picked one randomly. She kept praising him. Even so, I think he is the best among all the people I have ever met so far, and he is also exceptionally capable. Chairman Im Tae-suk nodded in understanding, so you see his capability. Are you afraid of losing him, which is why you made such a declaration in front of me? She continued nervously, actually, because I am a girl, you don't trust me. You are afraid I might meet some bad guy who will ruin the company, so I wanted to tell you that I won't date anyone like that. Unchai found it hard to believe she would go this far. She gave a satisfied smile, realizing it was all to make an impression on her father. Unchai seemed to understand. Since she couldn't rely on her own ability right away, she wanted to use Yang Hoon's talent to tell her father not to worry if he took over the management of YGN CNT. Hearing this, Chairman Im Taesuk smiled and praised her. You've grown up so much, I see. I didn't expect to meet my grandson-in-law today either. Yang Hoon interrupted politely. Actually, I was invited here for a meal, but I cannot be thick-skinned enough to dine with the chairman after taking away his daughter's company. He stood up to leave and added, since today is a rare family reunion for you, I shall take my leave first. Yang Hoon suddenly asked, pardon my rudeness, but may I ask when you will come down here again? Chairman Im Taesuk was very intrigued. How did he dare to leave first when he was the one invited, and now he even wanted to set up an appointment? Moreover, he didn't show any nervousness at all while sitting in front of the group chairman. The old man replied genially, what would an old man like me be busy with? I'll come down whenever I want to. Yang Hoon immediately seized the opportunity, then if you are free tomorrow, I would like to treat you to a hearty eel meal. Im Taesuk was pleased, eel meat, huh? Quite delicious. As he prepared to leave, Yang Hoon extended his hand, showing his respect. It is an honor to meet you like this before I go. May I shake your hand, sir? A moment later, during the meal, Im Taesuk evaluated, he is indeed a rare talent. Unchai replied honestly, to be honest, I did not believe in him at first either. She recounted, so I had him work in the same sales department as Yunhee. But because he successfully retrieved the shares of YGN CNT held by Shinyun Investment and Securities, I began to trust him. Im Taesuk asked curiously, was he the one who retrieved the company's shares? Unchai added, not only that, sir. He even managed to secure an additional loan of 500 billion won from Shinyun Bank. That is why I promoted him to department head. His competence is just one thing, he also possesses exceptionally quick-witted communication skills. Unchai praised, noting that he currently holds power equivalent to a deputy director in the company. With just a single word, he can make the key offices and the special sales department fall in line. Im Taesuk harbored some doubts, even Kong Ju-wai has to listen to a department head who has just joined the company not long ago? It was truly hard to believe, talent usually has its limits, but this young man seemed to exceed all of them. To command executive leaders with just a single word as a department head was unprecedented in Chairman Im Taesuk's experience. Unchai continued to boast, not long ago, Yumayong Group contacted Yunhee, expressing their desire for their third son to marry her. However, Yunhee declined, saying she already has someone she likes. She said that person is department head Choi Young-hun, so I cannot bring myself to stop her. Upon hearing this, Im Taesuk fell into deep thought. Yumayong Group? Was Kim Taesuk showing interest in Yunhee? He silently calculated, is it because he wants to seize YGN CNT? Taesuk found it extremely hard to understand. But why on earth did Yumayong Group want to acquire YGN CNT? Fearing that she would be scolded, Yunhee spoke up first, grandfather, I. He raised his hand to stop her, alright, Taesuk is not scolding you. Even if he is the eldest son of Yumayong Group, if you do not like him, I will not force you. She joyfully repeated, is that true? Taesuk teased her, you have known a newcomer who joined the company for less than a year, and yet you have already won over the entire Hyunjin travel. Who else could possibly catch his eye then? His next words made her expression freeze. If Isu were still alive, he would probably be very smart by now. Taesuk immersed himself in those emotions. That boy understood things instantly, if you taught him one, he would know 20 or 30. He praised him endlessly, saying his character was also very good. He used to bring home so many abandoned pets from the street to feed and play with them. The more he spoke, the more Yunhee's entire body trembled. His tiny hands feeding a dog that was even bigger than him looked so adorable. If he were still alive now, perhaps he would be as intelligent as manager Choi Young-hun. Unchai quickly interrupted. Father, bringing up the story of a forbidden child also means that from now on, he has stopped hating his own granddaughter. Taesuk understood her meaning and stopped. Alright, it's just that I suddenly recalled old memories. In my old age, I have become far too sentimental. Afterward, Im Taesuk asked Yunhee what she had learned abroad, who she had befriended, and if she faced any difficulties. He brought back those painful memories, leaving Yunhee unable to comprehend why he had changed so much. Yunhee could only eat while answering his questions. After the meal, the three of them went to HG University Hospital. Taesuk sighed. Why are you so thin? You have lost so much weight. He blamed himself deeply. Father is sorry, I arrived too late because I was still far too angry. Unchai and Yunhee stood to one side listening to the grumbling. You must think of your health, if you are tired you must rest. It was not that he was scolding his son, but rather that he was blaming himself for not caring enough for his children. The next day, as soon as Taesuk reached the door, there was a greeting, "You are here." Yang Hoon came out to welcome him with a smile. "Have you reserved the whole restaurant?" Taesuk asked in surprise. Yang Hoon politely explained, "Because I thought you would like to dine in a quiet space, sir. Since there are no private rooms here, I paid for a full day's revenue of the restaurant in advance." The old man nodded in approval. "Very good." Then, Taesuk pressed further, "Do you drink?" Yang Hoon honestly replied, "I do not like drinking, but I can still drink for social occasions, sir." The old man smiled with deep satisfaction. "I really like those who hate drinking. Because since ancient times, no husband who dislikes drinking has ever made his wife suffer." After that, Taesuk got straight to the main point. "Alright, what is it that you want to say?" Yang Hoon remained silent for a long time. The question he then asked made the old man freeze. "Are you interested in the Gulsan shipyard, sir?" Taesuk asked suspiciously, "Why do you ask that?" Yang Hoon explained sincerely, "I only asked because I did not know if you would like to receive a carefully packaged gift, sir." The old man picked up a piece of meat, evading the question. "I am old, so I do not care about the appearance, only the item inside matters." Lee Young-hoon seriously replied, "The food has to look good to taste good, doesn't it? I mean, if the gift wrap is too beautiful, the price will be more expensive." The two of them continued to bicker. If you complain before bargaining, the person holding the item will look for another buyer. "So, are you saying that you are the one holding that item?" Seeming to have the upper hand, Lee Young-hoon explained, "In this day and age, we focus more on the distributor than the producer. Don't music platforms make more money than the musicians themselves?" Chairman Im Taesuk replied while eating, "So you don't have that item in hand, but you can still sell it?" "Yes." From the start, Lee Young-hoon's hands had been dripping with sweat as he looked at Chairman Im Taesuk. There was no more time. Im Taesuk held his glass and refused. "No, this won't do." He pointed out, despite the ambition, almost all of the imported volume can be consumed in Geoj. Lee Young-hoon had received guidance from Secretary Chief Hong Song-dae, so he had a basic grasp of the situation. After the Chinese shipbuilding industry began its economic downturn, the South Korean shipbuilding industry gradually recovered and received orders for LNG carriers. In a situation where old ships must be replaced with eco-friendly ones due to IMO environmental regulations, most of the orders for up to hundreds of vessels from Qatar are expected to be sourced from South Korean shipbuilders. Lee Young-hoon pondered, there is a lot of talk that the shipbuilding industry is finally reviving because of that, but the issue is the production capacity of domestic shipyards. He carefully calculated that even when receiving the Qatar LNG ship orders as expected, they still could not be handled yet. Not even now? Lee Young-hoon calculated thoroughly, which is why the Gulsan shipyard of Mujin Heavy Industries abandoned its promise to restart operations and put all its efforts into merging with Haeju Marine Shipbuilding. Right then, Im Taesuk wondered, "Are you afraid?" He explained to him, "Only those who have experienced hunger know the fear of starvation." "Have you ever starved before?" Lee Young-hoon shook his head in denial. "I've never starved." "Well, I have." Taesuk slowly recalled, "The 5 of us siblings once suffered from hunger, surviving a whole day on just 3 potatoes. I know exactly what it feels like to be dizzy from hunger." He concluded, "That is why starving is terrifying. Even at this age, I still cannot forget the fear of going hungry." Lee Young-hoon thought to himself, if the shipbuilding industry falls into a recession once again, would it be that scary? Taesuk looked at him intently and asked, "Is that all you have to say?" He interrupted, "Then, I will do it this way." Lee Young-hoon presented his detailed plan. "We will take over the Gulsan shipyard. In return, please give us an opportunity. You made a request to share the technology shares in human resources of Hyunjin Heavy Industries with you, which was a proposal that Chairman Im Taesuk could not have imagined. The group is clearly operating in the shipbuilding industry, so is it reasonable to establish another separate shipbuilding company? Furthermore, Hyunjin Heavy Industries is the center, focus, and spirit of the entire group." Taesuk gasped in astonishment, asking if he meant establishing a joint venture. Why? Why would he take over a dead shipyard? Not only was it operating poorly, but it didn't even have a single employee. Hearing this, Young-hoon pondered in silence. Assemblyman Jo Jae-min was someone born with a specific destiny. In the hot summer, having water by his side was an absolute blessing. He made a general assessment that these people would surely succeed in business even if they only sold alcohol and beverages, so he was not worried at all about the future of the Gulsan shipyard. But then, looking straight at Taesuk, he explained that it didn't mean the shipbuilding industry was overly ambitious. Right now, just dealing with Hyunjin construction alone was already a lot of work. The reason Yang-hoon had to go to this length was simple, to spin off the subsidiary. Frankly, he had no intention of entering the shipbuilding industry, he just needed to make Chairman Im Taesuk think so. At that moment, their conversation was still ongoing. "I have promised to operate the Gulsan shipyard. Who on earth did you make that promise to?" Yang-hoon shook his head, keeping it secret. "It doesn't matter who I promised, we must keep that promise." If Hyunjin Heavy Industries won't do it, we will have to directly take over and operate it. These words angered Tae-suk, who slammed his hand on the table in disbelief. Do you think it's that easy? He remained calm. I know it's hard, but it's not impossible if we only consider the infrastructure. With the largest shipyard in Korea, as long as we have the manpower and organizational structure, establishing a shipbuilding company won't be an issue. The old man shouted in anger, who starves to death due to lack of manpower or outdated facilities? Isn't it because of a lack of orders that people starve? Yang Hoon tried to explain, the situation is that to comply with IMO regulations, we cannot enter ports after installing scrubbers. Additionally, in Korea, more than 60% of all ship orders over the next 25 years are predicted to be LNG carriers. Tae-suk covered his face in helplessness. Who doesn't know that? But are you just following the results of some random research? He stroked his chin, confirming, that's right, we cannot know the future beforehand. Yang Hoon took something out of his pocket. Then I will do this. With a confident face, he asserted, I will acquire Haeju Shipbuilding, which is currently on the market. Tae-suk gasped in shock. What? Yang Hoon analyzed in a low voice, Haeju Shipbuilding is a place that even Mujin Heavy Industries wants. Since they have already secured a significant volume of orders, there is no need to worry about landing new ones. This place possesses superior technology in building warships as well. He laid out his plan. Furthermore, if we acquire the Gulsan shipyard, who do you think the state-owned development bank will side with? Tae-suk thought to himself that there was nothing to see, as Mujin Heavy Industries had already ruined Gulsan's economy. Lifting his glass, the old man asked, so, are you going to take both, from the Gulsan shipyard to Haeju Shipbuilding? Tae-suk did not believe it. Did money just fall from the sky? Lee Young-hoon poured wine for him and spoke gently. He suggested that if they borrowed from the bank to buy the Gulsan shipyard, the bank would accept installment payments. He believed that if they built good public opinion, they might even get a loan for the acquisition itself, and of course, the debt would eventually be paid off. Lee Young-hoon was extremely confident in this plan. In the process of acquiring Hyunjin Travel, the loan was not a massive amount. Therefore, they could obtain at least 500 billion won in funding by mortgaging shares of Hyunjin Travel. He provided reliable evidence, showing that this time, Shinyeon Financial Group had made the same moves as Hyunjin. Lee Young-hoon continued to entice him, pointing out that the profit alone from Shinyeon Financial Group acquiring Hyunjin Travel already amounted to hundreds of billions. If they requested support for at least that amount, wouldn't it be possible to get it? Hearing this, Tae-suk remained silent. Just then, the food arrived. He reached out to grab some food from the table and praised, it is not too salty but tender, very much to my taste. Lee Yang-hoon breathed a sigh of relief. That is great, please eat a lot. The old man replied cheerfully, that is right, sitting for too long makes me want to loosen my belt. After eating his fill, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked, so, what do you want me to do? Lee Young-hoon directly proposed, you only need to transfer the shares of Hyunjin Travel and Hyunjin held by the group at market price. If that is done, I will remove the acquisition of Haeju Shipbuilding from the plan. He had calmed down a lot. He slowly spoke up, so, you must absolutely have the Gulsan shipyard? What if I don't want to? Faced with him without a shred of fear, he decisively replied, that cannot be considered anymore. If the chairman does not spin off the subsidiaries, we will join the acquisition war for Haeju Shipbuilding. Hearing that, Tae-suk sneered, are you threatening me right now? Yang-hoon calmly explained, I don't mean it that way. I am just informing you in advance. He presented a reasonable argument, the chairman might not think so, but as long as Hyunjin and Hyunjin Travel still exist, they will continue to bother us. Finally, with sincere words, even so, I hope you don't think you will suffer a loss. Please wrap it up and hand it over to me. Tae-suk mumbled under his breath that Mujin Heavy Industries would not sit idle. However, Yang-hoon already knew that, as Mujin Heavy Industries had lost its credibility. After they broke their promise, the issue shifted from an economic one to a political one. Wouldn't it be even more problematic if they sold it at a normal price? Stunned, the old man asked, do you have a way? Yang-hoon retorted, that is not for me to worry about. He believed someone else had to resolve this, and if that person couldn't solve the issue, everything they had discussed so far would be nothing but a joke. Tae-suk began to doubt, in that case, do you have the capability? Yang-hoon confidently asserted, I will handle everything, because I have a reason to do so. As if understanding, the old man asked, is it the next mayor of Gulsan? Yes, that is correct. Tae-suk smiled with inward satisfaction. To think he had only joined the company recently and was already dealing with the future mayor of Gulsan? What did you get in return? Tae-suk asked. Yang-hoon frankly replied, I decided to take the business rights for the Bonsekian apartment construction. Only then did the chairman fully understand what Yang-hoon meant by saying the Gulsan shipyard should be restored. If it wasn't mere bluffing and they didn't spin off the subsidiaries, then acquiring Haeju Shipbuilding would clearly become the ultimate objective. He had some doubts, asking what was the reason he had to interfere with the Gulsan shipyard. His reason was completely justified, because the people of Gulsan were suffering. Lee Young-hoon offered a solution, saying he believed that if they had to spend money, they should spend it where it would yield better results for more people. Tae-suk's eyes clearly showed unexpected surprise. He silently lamented, thinking of his deceased grandson. Indeed, if it were that kind-hearted boy, he would have begged him for this absurd reason. Suddenly he asked, "Are you leaving, sir?" Tae-suk teased, "Now that I have heard your announcement, I must return to the company to convey it." Hearing this, Lee Young-hoon hesitated, saying well, but he cut him off, "Don't worry, even if I grow old, how could that matter leak out?" Tae-suk also gave a few words of advice, "However, I cannot decide this alone, and just as you said, shouldn't I also let you know?" He bowed in gratitude, "I understand, please get home safely." Seeing Chairman Im's back as he walked out, Lee Young-hoon's heart felt heavy. He thought to himself, if there was more time, I wouldn't have rushed it like this. Lee Young-hoon's expression was extremely determined, however, if they wanted to avoid a meaningless war, there was no other way. Above all, if Hyunjin Heavy Industries could acquire the Gulsan shipyard, the company would be able to make a new leap forward. His hand loosened slightly, hoping only that the chairman would not miss this opportunity. After that, Yang-hoon called his assistant. "Yes, hello assistant, hello manager. If there are no other changes, we will start preparing for the official election from tomorrow." Siwon cheerfully replied, "Could I receive a summary of the Gulsan shipyard?" "Sure, I will definitely send the results to you." The two of them continued their conversation. "That's great. Also, an announcement about the Gwangwamun AI industrial complex is expected soon. If Hyunjin Construction bids, they might get a good result." He smiled and said, "The assemblyman said this is a meaningful gift, wishing to resolve the Gulsan shipyard issue in the best way possible." Yang-hoon smiled happily, "Thank you. He pleaded so much, so I'll be relying on your help." After that, the call ended. Yang-hoon hung up and smiled gently. Now there was truly no turning back. Outside the building, the rain was pouring down. In the meeting room, Yun-hee asked curiously, "How did it go?" Yang-hoon announced softly, "I will report to the chairman. If the manager doesn't spin off the subsidiary." She denied, "That's not what I meant." Clenching her hands tightly in anxiety, Yun-hee asked, "I have heard briefly from sales manager Yun Song-woo. Was there anything special that grandfather said? Or did he reveal anything about himself?" Yang-hoon had been thinking a lot ever since he learned about Tae-suk's destiny. If he were an outsider, he obviously wouldn't need to say anything, but knowing how much longer his grandfather had to live and not saying it, was that right? He also wondered if he should reveal his ability to see the remaining lifespan of others. In the end, he decided to keep it a secret. For now, it could be considered a thing of the past, but if one day she became curious about her bloodline, she would definitely want to know. And what if he suddenly fell ill later? What if her father, who was lying in the hospital room, suddenly fell into a critical condition? Although filled with guilt, he couldn't possibly reveal this. Yang-hoon clenched his fists and replied, "It's nothing special." He used reassuring words. "The chairman's destiny is everything you already know. Actually, for people of that age, there's no need to read their fortune anymore." Yang-hoon thought that it might only be meaningful to see how the end of his life would turn out. Yun-hee was slightly disappointed. "Is that so?" Yang-hoon added. "His destiny shows that even in his final years, he won't lose the wealth he has. However, he has a strong attachment to his bloodline, which is probably why he treats you so coldly." At this point, she scratched her head and changed the subject. "Let's put that aside for now. So, what will happen next?" Yang-hoon reported the situation. "I have passed the word to him, so he should be responding now." Yun-hee wondered. "What do you think he will say?" He offered his assessment. The chairman is a very practical and intelligent man. He also values reputation and cares about public perception. A conglomerate shouldn't have two shipbuilding companies. Yang-hoon recalled that Tae-suk was furious at that time. Moreover, it was clear that after his passing, these companies might compete with each other. He would never allow Hyunjin to acquire Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Yun-hee crossed her arms as she understood the issue. "So that means we will get the shipyard in Gulsan. Otherwise, he won't be able to stop us." Yang-hoon followed up on her words. "To be honest, our acquisition of them when spinning off from the subsidiary will bring in immediate cash, making the acquisition of the Gulsan shipyard much less difficult." At that moment, Yun-hee stood up. "I hope everything goes smoothly. Now, I no longer have to see my mother worrying about management rights." He stepped forward and patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying everything would be fine. Even so, her face still clearly showed anxiety. The scene shifts to another location, where Hongji scratches his head in confusion, wondering what on earth is happening. Oh Seok approaches with suspicion, asking if he really didn't know anything about this. "Of course I didn't know. He exclaims, noting that this is no simple matter and acquisitions are never easy. In his heart, Hongji is extremely worried. Moreover, this isn't a completely foreign company, but rather a subsidiary of the same conglomerate, and also the company of their superior. Oh, Seoke wonders with some concern what will happen now. He adds that surely the deputy director didn't know anything either. The two of them talk amongst themselves, agreeing that if he had known, he certainly wouldn't have caused such an uproar. He is still off today, having been sick since yesterday. Hongji rubs his chin judgmentally, remarking that it seems the second wave of the HR storm is about to begin. Oh, Seoke is already trembling with fear, asking if their subordinates will also be affected one by one if the deputy director gets fired. He was not sure, it could be so or maybe not. Hongji slowly analyzed, before Deputy Director Sung Juhun lost his power like now, Director Park Jiho was immediately promoted to Sales Director, right? If they wanted to replace the Deputy Director's entire team, they would have done it a long time ago. He understood the problem. So, is the Deputy Director resentful of Director Park Jiho now? Isn't that a complete betrayal? But he denied it, is that really a betrayal? It's still uncertain. Is it possible that Director Park Jiho knew nothing about this sudden acquisition? They were so absorbed in their conversation that they didn't notice someone approaching from behind. There's a high chance he didn't know, but if he was suddenly promoted to director, he must have known. Hongji said awkwardly, that's true, but... Just then, Jiho appeared between the two of them and said, what is true? I don't know either. He let out a sigh of relief, you startled me. But is it really true? Jiho continued, it's true, I was shocked when I saw the news too. He slowly recounted, first of all, during yesterday's lengthy executive meeting, I noticed that only the finance team and the special business department knew about this beforehand. Remembering that scene, all of us were sophisticatedly deceived, that is how the situation is. Then he sighed, even the staff in Australia were so disappointed that they had to speak up, what are we doing here? Just consider that we are on vacation. Oh, Seoke offered a solution, saying that to deceive the enemy, one must first deceive their allies, as they are far too cunning. Jiho bowed his head and continued, and do not worry too much. As for the deputy director, I do not know, but you guys will not be affected in terms of personnel. This is the decision of the executive meeting and the policy of the general director. Hongji worried, that is good then, but will personnel be transferred to Hyunjin Travel? He scolded in response, you have already read the news, a new business expert has taken the director's seat. He has clearly drawn the line that they own but do not manage, we just need to do our job well. Following that, he instructed, just think that instead of receiving revenue from the acquisition of Proscia, we will receive dividends from Hyunjin Travel. Hongji was slightly surprised, then the dividend rate will be quite high, right? Jiho smiled and said, it is expected to be at least over 6%, and this acquisition will come with special dividends. By the end of the year, Hyunjin Travel will receive a substantial amount of revenue, which is why they want to accelerate the progress at the beginning of the year. These words left him in deep thought. Suddenly, Jiho glanced sideways and walked over to where Seoke was standing. He understood the hint and said, I'll head down first then. All right. After that, only the two of them were left talking. How is the staff situation down there? Although there is some chaos, everyone is looking at it quite positively. Jiho asked curiously, do you know any news from today's executive meeting? Our company decided to build a bus terminal in Gulsan. Hongji exclaimed in surprise, our company? Jiho said frankly, to be exact, it's Hyunjin Construction. The director said so. Hyunjin Travel won't interfere much, but Hyunjin Construction will be developed to be on par with Yjin CNT. He remarked, Hyunjin Construction? The gap between the two is just too big. I thought so too, but it seems it's not just talk. Jiho's expression turned grim. The general manager had mentioned the bus terminal in Gulsan, and their steps paused because of it. And the most important thing he said. He leaned close to whisper in his ear, is about the Bongsekian project. This isn't just a dummy project to deceive people, it's a real project. Hongji asked in disbelief, why did he say these confidential things? Jiho patted his shoulder as if it were obvious. Hyunjin Construction will become a hidden gem. So, if you get a chance to transfer to Hyunjin Construction, don't miss it. And remember, only you should know what I just said. The scene shifts to Taemin's villa on Geoj Island. He was busy comforting a girl, stop crying. How can I not cry? Mother is so sad. Taemin held his head in frustration, stop it, mother. Crying like this won't bring Hyunjin Travel back. Chaji uncovered her face, sobbing, I never expected your grandfather to do this. How could he support my sister-in-law right in front of everyone like that? Thinking back to that scene, she felt heartbroken. To think he could abandon her like that right in front of the reporters. Taemin spoke up in defense, grandfather had no other choice. Cha Ji-un brushed it off, what do you mean he had no choice? They said he could have overturned the previous proxy agreement. This made Taemin gasp in shock. He could have overturned the proxy agreement? Are you sure, mother? Cha Ji-yeon clenched her hands tightly and asserted, no, your grandfather could have done it, but he chose not to. I inquired directly with Shinyeon Bank. She added that the chairman of Shinyeon Group said her father-in-law didn't want to do so, which was why they dropped it. Taemin's face darkened in utter disbelief. How could he do that? Taemin stubbornly thought, he abandoned it even though he could have overturned the proxy. No matter what, regardless of the cost, we must keep Hyunjin travel. Hotel businesses rely heavily on real estate. When land prices rise, the company's asset value increases as well, regardless of customer volume. Furthermore, the hotel under Hyunjin Travel is a world-renowned 5-star establishment. Naturally, it won't be affected by the market, ensuring stable revenues and highly promising prospects. Taemin's hand clenched as he thought to himself, this is a company like a goose that lays golden eggs. As long as we keep it, money will keep pouring in. He gnashed his teeth in frustration. Although buying another goose might be a bit too much, if the group provides comprehensive support, they can still keep Hyunjin Travel. Cha Ji-yeon took her son's hand and asked, right? Am I right? Taemin then went along, yes, there is no other way. He grit his teeth showing his unwillingness, then thought of Taesuk relaxing and decided, I must go see grandfather. Scene changes to a grand building, a voice calls out from outside, grandfather, can I come in for a moment? Come in. Taemin greeted softly, grandfather. Taesuk entered shivering all over, did you meet your mother? Yes. The old man seemed to have guessed it, it seems your mother came to cry to you. He went straight to the main point, I heard you can change the authorization content. Taesuk asked back, not surprised, do you also think I should change the authorization content at that time? He made a demand, we absolutely must not lose Hyunjin Travel, however, in Taesuk's mind, he assessed, you lack foresight. Inadvertently, the old man compared him with Yang Hoon. If it were him, he probably wouldn't cry and beg about things that have already passed. Taesuk continuously criticized him, calling him a foolish nephew who only brought disappointment. If I change the power of attorney, what demands do you think Shinyeon Bank will make? A series of questioning questions were raised. How do you plan to buy shares of Yjin CNT? Does your company have money? Does Hyunjin Expressway have money, or do you plan to go into debt with the bank again? Taemin's hands clenched tightly. Even if he had to go into debt, he had to do it. How much money do you think Yjin CNT will ask for? Taesuk's eyes turned cold as he reminded him, they didn't even respect me and started a war. If they asked to buy shares for 1 trillion won, would you accept it? These words made him find it hard to believe. That amount of money was simply absurd. The old man explained, then they will openly trade and attract stock buyers until it becomes reasonable, and this boring war will drag on. Every detail was analyzed thoroughly. In the meantime, Shinyeon Bank will continue to make demands. If we cannot meet their requirements, they will change the authorization content at any time. Finally, Taesuk concluded, this is a war where we have lost the initiative. Why must we enter a war we already know we will lose? He kept lecturing, you must look at the bigger picture, the group still has many other companies. Although I do regret losing Hyunjin Travel, there are still many other companies performing well. Each word stabbed directly at his self-esteem. You can also acquire other companies just like in the current situation, so think positively. Taemin gritted his teeth in defiance. It was indeed an exceptionally rare stroke of luck, a chance unlikely to come again. He believed this was simply because his aunt had seized the opportunity. However, Taesuk dismissed it. Do you think that was merely luck? He added that the entire Shinyeon Group was involved in this acquisition. The fact that Shinyeon Bank could not extend the 200 billion won loan, thereby converting it into shares, was also a stroke of luck. In his heart, Taesuk silently hoped that the boy would understand by now. He wanted Taemin to realize that this sudden turn of events was such a massive blow that it temporarily clouded his deeper judgment. Yet, the young man remained stubbornly defiant. Then we have all the more reason not to back down. How can we just stand by and let those who targeted our company execute such wicked schemes? Taesuk was utterly speechless at his nephew. Then make a plan yourself. The next second, he shouted in anger, stop just crying and complaining, and come up with a plan just like Yjin CNT did to leave us completely defenseless. Taesuk laid down his condition, if you can do that, I will listen to you. Taemin hesitated, that. He was instantly cut off, is it too hard? Taesuk's fury reached its peak, how can you call it hard before you've even tried? Is that how I raised you? The young man quickly bowed his head in apology, I am sorry, I lost my composure. Taesuk leaned back tiredly on his chair, alright, go back and think it over carefully. Decide whether you will accept defeat and start over, or fight them and report back to me. He added, if you want to fight, you must have strong determination. If you want to compete, you must bet your own position, do you understand? Taemin gritted his teeth and accepted, I understand. Now go. Later, Taesuk realized he had only scolded him and forgotten to mention the Gulsan shipyard. After all, his thinking was so narrow. No, just a few days ago, he had never thought Taemin lacked competence. It all started when he met him. If it were him, even if he were scolded, he would surely smile and even negotiate conditions. That calmness and courage made him very satisfied. He even had a character resembling his deceased grandson. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted him. But what could he do? Blood is thicker than water, so he could only delegate power back to Taemin. From the very beginning, he had regretted the things that had passed. Scene change, it was morning. A news segment was playing on the phone. The newly opened Nodri Care store since December last year has reached a daily revenue of 1.5 billion won. It is a worrying competitor for the luxury stores on the first floor. This news spread quickly by word of mouth, causing revenue to surge. The trendy and youthful spirit of Nodri Care was spreading widely. The door opened, and Yang Hoon walked in, asking, "Did you call for me, President?" Eunchai confirmed, "Yes, have a seat." "Is there anything difficult for you lately?" He sat down and replied, "No, I am fine." She asked curiously, "Do you have a driver's license yet?" "Tomorrow I will take the practical road test." Eunchai was highly pleased. "Good, because the CEO of Hansako doesn't like to hire drivers, so you must drive yourself. In the future, when you become an executive, if you have someone drive you around." She smiled mischievously, "Won't you feel awkward?" Yang Hoon turned his head and replied, "I don't like that because it makes me look older and arrogant." He thought to himself, "And if I sit in the back seat at this age, people will only assume I was born into a wealthy family. I don't want to be judged like that." Hearing this, Eunchai continued, "That could be true. Anyway, I wish you luck on your test. If you pass, I will gift you a car." She then asked, "What kind of car do you want?" Yang Hoon already imagined a series of cars. In the end, he did not ask for anything more. "Since I am a new driver, the director only needs to give me a mid-range used car until I get used to driving." Eunchai agreed, thinking that made sense. Next, she brought up an issue. Deputy Director Sun Joo-hun went to work today, so should we fire him as planned? However, there are some difficulties, and since we don't have a justified reason, should we have Manager Park carry a gun and scream loudly to create a cause? Yang Hoon replied, "We don't necessarily have to make him our enemy." "Then what should we do?" He confidently asserted that if left alone, he would withdraw on his own. Eunchai was skeptical, asking if he really thought he would just step down. Yang Hoon slowly analyzed that he is a highly ambitious person, and he certainly realizes his value at YGN CNT is declining. He suggested that instead of us doing anything, he is highly likely to move to a place more suitable for him. Hearing this, she was astonished, wondering how he could. No, it was because of his ability to read people well that she had brought him into the company, though she still wondered if he was truly that good at it. Eunchai composed herself and continued, "Then he will probably transfer to Hyunjin Heavy Industries, right?" Yang Hoon frankly replied, "I don't know about that. Please explain the reason clearly. I only know his direction, but I don't know his past or relationships. Does he know any weaknesses or unrevealable secrets of YGN CNT?" The contract was placed on the table. Since there is a confidentiality agreement, there should be no problem. It is not a very serious secret either, so it will probably be fine. Hyunjin Heavy Industries still has not contacted me. Eunchai shook her head and said, "Not yet. The chairman is not someone who makes decisions slowly, but perhaps the chairman won't make a decision during the board of directors meeting." Lee Young-hoon decided to strike first. "We cannot just wait for a decision like this. She does not understand. If we do not wait, then what will we do?" He continued to explain that the news of Assemblyman Kong Joo-wai being prosecuted under suspicion of bribery had already been broadcast. Assemblyman Jo Jae-man was extremely anxious. Right now, whether he is elected as the mayor of Gulsan is no longer important. Following that is a deeper analysis. The mere implementation of the bus terminal project is already a promising commitment. Inherently, Gulsan is known as a favorable region for the political party of Assemblyman Jo Jae-man. First of all, if he is nominated, winning the election will not be an issue. Ultimately, it comes down to solving the problem. We will broadcast the news nationwide before the general election to draw everyone's attention to Gulsan. The scale of the bus terminal and the Gulsan shipyard are also entirely different. Eunchai gradually understood, asking if he meant to make him a national politician before the general election. He then let her know that he had spoken with the assemblyman's assistant. The assistant mentioned that the Gulsan shipyard issue requires party cooperation. To resolve this actively, it needs public attention. Lee Young-hoon summarized that to achieve that, we need to raise his value prior to the general election. Eunchai asked with some hesitation, did the department head really believe they could pull this off? He directly countered, saying that if it was just us, he could not be sure. But if we can acquire the Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering Company, then nothing is impossible. He thought to himself, though he was cautiously preparing for the worst-case scenario and trusted the expectations and goals of Chairman Im Tae-suk, his subordinates might have a different opinion. Chairman Im once said that those who have experienced hunger would have the fear of starving engraved deep in their bones. She suggested. Then let's wait a little longer. If there is still no contact by the end of this week, I will personally get in touch with the chairman. Young Hoon did not argue back. Understood, then I will stop by Hyunjin Construction for a moment today. Seeing him stand up, Eunchae asked curiously. Are you going to meet Director Gu Jo-guk? Young Hoon admitted. Yes, he must have been very upset upon hearing that the Bongsekian Business Department was in charge of acquiring Hyunjin Travel. I want to go and reassure him, and also inform him about the Gwangwaman Artificial Intelligence Complex. She waved her hand in satisfaction. All right, work hard. Yes, ma'am. Afterward, the conversation continued in the room. Tomorrow, Section Chief Choi will take his road driving test, so please help him. Once he gets his license, lease a car for him. Which company are we currently under contract with? It's East Car Rental Company. Eunchae instructed. Contact them and tell them to prepare a BMW 5 Series. Even if he is a new driver, he should drive a good car to feel secure. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, she asked with concern. How is the atmosphere in the company lately? She replied. Everyone is both anxious and hopeful because the company is growing rapidly. Laughter constantly fills the office. Since last year's year-end bonuses were high and the business expansion is going well, they are highly anticipating this year's bonus. Eunchae continued to inquire. What about the business planning department? Yes, things are quite chaotic over there. A chair was left empty, the deputy director did not come to work, leading to many rumors that the department would disappear. She waved her hand to signal, telling her to examine it thoroughly. Just then, a phone call came in, drawing Eunchae's attention. Her face grew tense as she looked at the caller's name. Eunchae was busy on the phone. Seeing someone enter, she waved and said, Madam. The person stood quietly waiting. From the phone, a woman's voice resonated, Director Song, long time no see. Seo Hyun, the wife of Chairman Kim Tae-suk of Umayon Group on the other end of the line, said, Why haven't I heard from you at all? Eunchae replied, I've been so busy lately. I watched the news too, it is truly wonderful. The two chatted for a few more sentences. When do you intend to do that? It was just a coincidence, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Eunchae froze when she heard her say, It's already the beginning of the year, we should let the kids meet. Eunchae felt a bit awkward. Madam, I'm sorry. My daughter said she didn't care about boys and kept delaying it. I decided to investigate to see if there was anyone, only to discover she already has a lover. Seo Hyun frowned slightly in surprise. Why so hasty? We could have waited. Is it true? Which family's daughter is she? Eunchae explained, just a company employee. He just joined the company not long ago, but she already has a boyfriend. Hysun asked further. She has only just joined the company, it's too hasty. And as a company employee, does she really intend to marry that guy? Eunchae smiled warmly and said. She has her own strong opinions, I can't do anything about it. If she wants to get married, then. Hysun was also helpless. Really? Then there's no other way. I understand. Eunchae said politely. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye. Ending the call, Eunchae looked at the blank screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Hysun waved her hand in annoyance. Director Song is not what I thought. Cheon Ji-yang stepped closer. What's wrong? Is her daughter dating? She crossed her arms in frustration. Yes, she is dating a company employee, so reckless. How did they fall for each other so quickly? Good-looking girls like her don't lack suitors. If they get married, Yun-hee will be at a disadvantage. Just hearing about him, you can tell he's a sly fox. Cheon Ji-yang also frowned. It's Hyunjin Group. The company has acquired Hyunjin Travel, we cannot give up. Hysun turned back excitedly. Really? Do you want our son and Yun-hee to be a couple? Cheon Ji-yang said nonchalantly. What children of conglomerates marry just for love? If Director Song were an incompetent woman, she wouldn't have handled this acquisition so successfully. The plan has changed. Hysun didn't understand. What plan? Cheon Ji-yang explained. I've told you. Merging Hyunjin Travel and Hyunjin Group, our Umayon alone is still not enough to keep the balance. Seo Hyun retorted, I don't think she is that kind of greedy person. Yang Chanki calmly sat down on the opposite sofa, greedy indeed, stary greedy. Yang Chanki frowned in annoyance and continued, in any case, she shouldn't treat our Yang Hoon like that. I probably have to meet her in person, to hear how much the company's value has increased. CO Hyun asked skeptically, do you absolutely have to acquire Hyunjin Group? Yang Chanki calmly analyzed, Chairman M. Tae-suk is already old. No kingdom remains unshaken when the king passes away without leaving a solid successor. He wore a cunning smile, how could we miss such a great opportunity? Yang Hoon looked up at the towering building of Hyunjin Group in front of him. Yang Hoon walked inside and looked around to observe, the atmosphere had changed a lot now. He walked slowly. A small enterprise like Haesung Group had now become a subsidiary of a large conglomerate. Although its scale was smaller than other conglomerates, it was enough to lift their spirits. Yang Hoon walked straight to the chairman's office. As soon as he entered, someone spoke up, hello there, long time no see. Yang Hoon entered casually, I'll make myself at home. Gu Jo-guk pointed towards the chair to invite him, yeah, sit down. As soon as he sat down, he immediately asked, when is your birthday? Gu Jo-guk was taken aback, my birthday? Why are you suddenly asking about my birthday? He explained, my friend opened a flower shop, so whenever it's an acquaintance's birthday, I buy flowers from him. Lately, his shop has been struggling, so he gets really happy whenever I place an order. Gu Jo-guk nodded, ah, is that so? My birthday is on June 2nd. Lee Young-hoon thought to himself, Young-hee once told him his birthday. If so, perhaps there was an error in fate somewhere, surely there was something he did not know. He asked once more to be sure, June 2nd, solar calendar, right? Gu Jo-guk shrugged, that's right, I don't know my lunar calendar birthday. Ah, is that so? Gu Jo-guk placed his hand on the armrest, looking irritated, I've seen the news. When Hyunjin Group acquired our company, I was very surprised, but I see everyone is looking forward to it. Applying the welfare benefits of Hyunjin Group while also increasing salaries left everyone deeply surprised. Within Hyunjin Group, everyone was bewildered, and I was not sure if it would actually happen. Aside from the merger of Haesung Group into Hyunjin Construction, we have not received anything yet. It is not that this is unreasonable, but Hyunjin Construction is not a charity, so there is no reason for them to raise employee wages after going through the trouble of acquiring the company. Looking at the ledger, Hyunjin Construction is still in a difficult situation with numerous monthly debts to pay. With Hyunjin Construction's books clearly declared, Chairman Gu Jo-guk would surely be astonished to hear about the employee wage increase. Lee Young-hoon calmly explained that it would not be an immediate increase, but rather a wage hike plan implemented from the end of the year to align with Hyunjin Construction's operations, so it must be done. Gu Jo-guk countered that the company is currently short-handed. Lee Young-hoon slowly analyzed that there will soon be an announcement regarding the selection of the construction contractor for Bonsekian. The results are not out yet, so let us wait and see. Gu Jo-guk remained skeptical, asking if he wanted to win that project. Was this department not established to acquire Hyunjin Travel? Lee Young-hoon retorted that it was not the case, and that headquarters is also putting in their utmost effort. Lee Young-hoon presented that this time, with the acquisition of Hyunjin Construction, the hotel-style breakfast plan for the apartments would be much more systematic. Headquarters is highly evaluating this initiative. Gu Jo-guk was slightly surprised, asking if they were truly highly evaluating it. Lee Young-hoon replied that it is not mere empty talk, and time will prove everything. He also added that there will soon be an announcement about the construction of an artificial intelligence integration complex in Gwangwon, and asked for as much support as possible. Gu Jo-guk was startled by the surprise. An artificial intelligence integration complex, goodness, what is its scale? The figure mentioned overwhelmed him, as the investment is said to be around 1.2 trillion won. Gu Jo-guk tapped his foot, saying they usually participate in government-proposed projects, so bidding is not a difficult issue. However, simply putting the name of Hyunjin Construction on the announcement would not be enough. Pointing upward, he asked further if there was any connection up there backing them up. If so, it must be made clear, because the bid price, materials, and design can all be adjusted. Yang Hoon was a bit skeptical, asking if having a connection meant the bid price would be raised and substandard materials would be used. Gu Jo-guk crossed his arms and explained that when such projects are implemented, there are usually standards preferred by government officials. It is not about using substandard materials, but rather following expert standards, where the quality level is relative but the price difference is high, thereby increasing construction costs. Yang Hoon followed up, asking what would happen then. Gu Jo-guk clarified that if they have solid backing, they can submit a reasonable bid price. Otherwise, they would be forced to bid at a low price, and even if they win, they would gain nothing. Most construction companies try to win projects and then use cheap materials to minimize costs. Yang Hoon sternly said, there is no need to bid cheap, nor should we win projects just to incur losses. But apart from this AI integration zone project, we will still continue to win contracts, right? We cannot remain a small business forever. Gu Jo-guk bit his lip and stammered. Yang Hoon gently said, that is true, but if possible, please recruit more specialized personnel. Gu Jo-guk sighed, in the construction industry, as long as you have money, you can hire many experts, all companies in our country are like that. When the market picks up a bit, they recruit many people to accumulate skills, but when the market goes down, they lay off those employees. Yang Hoon wondered, then what happens when the economy gets better in the future? Gu Joguk replied, then mistakes can be made and construction time can be prolonged, causing losses. That often happens. This is also the director's intention, right? That's right. Gu Joguk gave a relieved smile and continued, I also feel relieved to see the department head coming here. Yang Hoon replied, the director said she would arrange a meeting, but she has been too busy lately. Gu Joguk nodded, I understand, such a big project of course makes her busy. Suddenly an employee reported, excuse me director, department head Gu Ho-jun has arrived. Gu Joguk was surprised, oh really, please come in. Gu Ho-jun entered the door and bowed, sorry for the interruption, I am Gu Ho-jun from the design team of Hyunjin Construction. Yang Hoon stared at the person in front of him, and his first impression of him was very good. The man possessed bright eyes with dark pupils, a solid jawline, and well-developed cheekbones. Judging by the features on his face, one could tell this person was gentle and amiable. However, he had a slight flaw in that he seemed a bit hesitant. Yang Hoon turned to ask Gu Joguk. Who is this person? He replied gently. This is my youngest brother. The man sitting down was Gu Ho-jun, who worked in the design team. Gu Joguk introduced him to the other. This is Choi Young-hun, a department manager at Hyunjin Group who works in the secretary's office. Why don't you two greet each other? Gu Ho-jun smiled politely. Hello, I am Gu Ho-jun. Yang Hoon reached out to shake his hand. Nice to meet you. Have you been working at this company long? The youngest brother replied. I've been with the company for about 3 years. After they shook hands, Yang Hoon remarked. It seems you have studied a lot about the construction field. Gu Ho-jun enthusiastically shared. Yes, since my father worked in this field since I was young, I've been very interested in architecture. Before this, I also studied abroad. Gu Joguk smiled brightly and said. My mother had 4 sons, and he is the youngest in the family. We have a 17-year age gap, so he feels just like my own son. He continued with a proud voice. I'm not just praising him because he's my brother, but he really is very smart. During his school days, he participated in and won many awards from design competitions. A major company like Besto even contacted his school to invite him to work for them. Hearing the completely unfamiliar name made Yang Hoon freeze. He thought to himself, what kind of company is Besto anyway? Despite his internal confusion, he pretended to be surprised and admired. Oh, is that really true? Gu Ho-jun shyly waved his hand. Not only me, but some of my friends were also contacted by Besto. But Gu Joguk continued to praise him, he is a very talented person. Gu Joguk enthusiastically introduced, Gu Ho-jun is in charge of the design for the Bonsekian project. It seems they are trying to use their reputation to pressure us. Honestly, Gu Ho-jun's design capability is not inferior to other large companies. Yang Hoon nodded perfunctorily. Ah, is that so? I see. Yang Hoon thought to himself, I'm not sure what is happening, but he is capable, and just by looking at his appearance, it's clear he is a talented person. Gu Ho-jun blushed and covered his cheeks. Oh dear, why would you say that? Yang Hoon stood up. I have said what needed to be said, so I will take my leave now. It seems you two have things to discuss. Gu Joguk was slightly surprised. Is that so? Alright, the things we just discussed will be proceeded with soon. Gu Ho-jun smiled and said goodbye. Thank you for taking the trouble to come here. Yang Hoon also politely replied. Yes, thank you. As soon as he went outside, Yang Hoon called Yunhee. She picked up the phone. Yang Hoon? He replied, Yunhee, I have a favor to ask. Please prepare Gu Ho-jun's personnel file. After saying that, Yang Hoon walked out of the company, his eyes still fixed on the screen. He smiled, thinking to himself that he now understood a part of it after reviewing Gu Ho-jun's profile. Specifically, why Chairman Gu Joguk's company still faced difficulties despite being born with an extraordinary destiny. Chapter 83, Things that were vague before have now been brought to light through Gu Ho-jun's personnel documents. Gu Joguk is indeed a man of great fortune, but Gu Ho-jun has even greater potential than his brother, meaning he is extremely lucky. When they were young, Yang Hoon was greedy and often accidentally took away other people's luck, whereas Gu Ho-jun was the exact opposite. Before the age of 30, his destiny repelled all luck coming his way. If born into an ordinary family, he probably would have had to endure a very difficult life before turning 30. However, thanks to Gu Joguk's good fortune, Gu Ho-jun was able to study abroad. Yet right now, his actual good fortune has not arrived yet, it is just that Gu Ho-jun's bad luck is fading away. This creates the opportunity for Gu Joguk's luck to return. A few days later, at the Geode shipyard, Tae-suk demanded bluntly. You have mouths, so speak up. Why is everyone silent? To buy or not to buy, just say it. Sung Ju-hun hesitated. If we buy it, then we. Before he could finish his sentence, Taemin angrily cut him off. We can't. He explained that their company had only just stabilized its operations, and if they were to acquire the Gulsan shipyard, they would have to hire at least 1,000 employees immediately. Taemin's tone was extremely serious. We also cannot guarantee that we will secure enough orders to fill the massive dock in Gulsan. If we fail to win the contract from Qatar as expected, we will suffer massive losses. Sung Ju-hun spoke calmly. Don't look at things so negatively. The market is shifting, Qatar is preparing for a major contract, and there are many other projects we can sign. Taemin questioned coldly, what if we don't win it? Will you take responsibility? Sung Ju-hun gritted his teeth and asserted, I will take responsibility. If necessary, I will resign. These words truly infuriated him. The company could collapse because of you, and yet you think you can just resign and be done with it? Sung Ju-hun retorted, then why don't you take responsibility instead? Taemin was speechless and stammered, that's not the point. How can you possibly take responsibility? At this point, Tae-suk stepped in to mediate, so how does Mr. Kim intend to take responsibility if the shipbuilding industry continues to grow? Chairman, that. Seeing that Taemin could not suggest a solution, the old man scolded, stop babbling like that. If you cannot speak to the point, then do not speak at all. Aren't you afraid of making the listeners feel miserable? I am sorry, sir. Finally, Tae-suk concluded, so, Mr. Kim, your point is that we should abandon the Gulsan shipyard and maintain two sectors within one group, is that correct? He mumbled softly, Chairman, that was an absurd hypothesis from the very start. Would Mujin Industries easily sell their shipyard? Even if they did, how could we acquire Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering, which Mujin Industries is currently targeting? Taemin pointed out the risks. Even if they sold all assets of Hyunjin Group, they could not afford Gulsan Shipyard and Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. But the old man had already calculated, we still have the bank. Shinyeon Bank helped us acquire Hyunjin Travel. Chairman Tae-suk argued tightly, if they were close enough to secretly help us in the M&A deal, they would surely lend us money to buy Gulsan Shipyard and Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. However, Taemin was still fearful, that is just an extremely rare case, we cannot risk the future of the entire group on such a slim possibility. He calculated the losses, although the shipbuilding industry is recovering, the oil and gas industry still faces obstacles, so it is too early to be sure we have fully recovered. I understand why you oppose this. After losing Hyunjin Travel, the group has been shrinking. If we take on Gulsan Shipyard and fall into crisis again, the entire group will be severely affected. Gulsan Shipyard is like a double-edged sword. If successful, Hyunjin Heavy Industries will become the largest shipbuilding company in Korea, but if it fails, it will become a bomb that collapses the whole group. Following that, Tae-suk waved his hand, alright, I understand, I will think about it more. The old man gave the order, everyone, please leave. Tae-suk cast a puzzled glance at the person next to him. He wondered, why aren't you leaving? Taemin stood there and questioned, grandfather, do you really want to buy Gulsan Shipyard? Hearing that, Tae-suk held his head in exhaustion. He had already said he would think it over, yet he couldn't understand why the other was slamming the table in anger. You are always like this. If things don't go your way, you constantly delay and push until everyone agrees. Tae-suk asked back in bewilderment. What is this all about? Taemin explained thoroughly. This is too much. You just left Hyunjin Travel to end up like that, and now you plan to make Hyunjin Heavy Industries collapse too? Before the old man could say another word, Taemin turned around to leave in frustration. He coldly continued. Fine, now I understand what you mean. When Hyunjin Heavy Industries faced difficulties with Gulsan Shipyard, you intended to have Hyunjin Group help out, didn't you? His eyes showed utter disappointment. In the end, you are going to hand this company over to Sister Yunhee anyway, right? These words thoroughly angered Tae-suk. What on earth are you saying? The next second, the old man's eyes turned blank. Then, his entire face distorted in extreme pain. Finally, Tae-suk collapsed onto the floor. Taemin, in deep shock, cried out. Grandfather! The scene shifts to the office, where daylight has already broken. Yunhee is sitting dejectedly in a corner, quietly lost in her thoughts. Even though he fainted, the situation is not that critical. If his bad luck were so severe that he collapsed suddenly, his face would definitely have shown it. Before, I thought I wouldn't be able to predict it, but on second thought, I don't think he would just suddenly drop dead. Right at that moment, Minhee ran over to inform them, the director is about to depart, and they asked you and Yunhee to get ready to go along. Yang Hoon asked in surprise, me too? Minhee nodded to confirm, yes, the director told you to go with her. Yang Hoon asked curiously, what about the department head? Minhee quickly replied, Manager Hong is also coming along. He hurriedly replied, I understand. He secretly thought to himself that although it might not be right now, he knew that it wouldn't be long before the old man passed away. Knowing that someone is about to die but having to pretend not to know in front of their family is truly uncomfortable. Yang Hoon walked over to Yunhee, making her turn around in surprise. Yes? Yang Hoon informed her in a low voice, the director told us to get ready, we are about to leave. Yunhee asked in surprise, right now? To Busan? He nodded in confirmation, yes, let's go. Yunhee quickly grabbed her coat from the chair. The two of them then headed outside. Outside, the car was already waiting for them. Yang Hoon politely opened the car door for her. A moment later, both of them settled into the back seat. He curiously turned and asked, Yunhee, aren't you going with the director? Her voice sounded sad as she replied, I don't want to. Besides, I've already introduced you to my mother and grandfather, so I will go with you. Hearing that, Young Hoon did not ask further. Then let's go. Outside, Eunchai was walking with a group of people. They also got into the car behind. In the end, the two cars sped away on the road. Cut to the hospital. At this moment, Yunhee's group had also arrived. They went deep inside, passing by those who were waiting. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice made Eunchai pause. You got here pretty fast, didn't you? Cha Jian stood in front of the door with her arms crossed and spoke. What's wrong? Are you afraid that Dad might leave me something before he passes away? Eunchai directly stepped forward to counter. I've already received plenty, no need for more. I understand you're worried about losing your inheritance, but don't make such a fuss. He is ill, hearing these words isn't good for him. She reproached in return. We haven't met in a long time, why are you so stubborn? Eunchai faced her directly. That's right, in the past, I didn't dare to raise my voice at you. But worrying about preserving the inheritance for my 3 children has made me stronger. Today, seeing that your face is no more intimidating than before, I realize I have changed. After that, she turned to ask Taemin. How is the chairman? He sadly replied that he was still unconscious. Hearing this, Eunchai continued to ask Hansu. You were the first to find him, right? How is the situation? These words made Cha Jian furious. Are you interrogating my son? She denied. It's not an interrogation, I'm just asking about the current situation. Eunchai's face was extremely sincere as she explained that as a daughter-in-law, she naturally had the right to know why her father suddenly collapsed like that. However, her reaction was too sensitive, which was truly strange. She suspected that something was going on, causing Taemin's entire body to freeze in fear. Despite this, Cha Jian stubbornly retorted, what is so strange about that? My Taemin was so shocked that he had to take sedatives, do you know that? He tried to stop her, saying, Mother, stop it. Suddenly, Taemin startled and looked ahead, wondering who the person standing next to her was. His gaze clashed directly with Yang Hoon standing behind. Yunhee introduced him as someone from the secretary's office, Manager Yang Hoon. Taemin said somewhat sarcastically, is that so? Sticking together all day long made me think you two were dating. However, she frankly confirmed, that is correct, we are dating. His face filled with astonishment as he gasped, what? Yang Hoon stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting, I am Manager Yang Hoon from Hyunjin. His face remained calm when facing Taemin, whereas Taemin seemed to dislike Yang Hoon quite a bit. Taemin stared intently at Yang Hoon's outstretched hand. He sneered, really, are you two getting married? Is that why you brought him here? Does grandfather know too? Have you already introduced him to grandfather? Taemin repeatedly questioned, I have never seen you before. Whose son are you? Hearing these words, Yunhee unconsciously pursed her lips. She spoke in a cold voice, do you still have the mind to ask whose family he is from? Can't you see the current situation? Taemin looked up in slight surprise and asked, what did you say? Yunhee warned, grandfather has collapsed. Stop thinking about other things and focus on doing your job well. Her words seemed to pierce deep into Taemin's heart, warning him to stop targeting other companies. Seeing this, Cha Jian shouted, why are you speaking so insolently? She gnashed her teeth and mocked, that is why they say child education is very important. Cha Jian repeatedly scolded, don't you know any manners? These words truly made Yunhee freeze. She directly retorted, that's right, dear. You studied abroad, so you're not used to the etiquette here. Yunhee's voice carried a hint of mockery, last time, I heard in the meeting that you had sex before marriage, right? The insulting words left them unable to argue back. You should have been more careful. Yunhee pressed her advantage, do you feel too humiliated to even send wedding invitations to your friends? Hearing this, Cha Jian raised her hand high, preparing to strike her, and a sharp slap was delivered. Yunhee held her cheek and warned, I don't want to argue today, so I will let this slide. Her eyes were filled with coldness, I will consider this the price for taking Hyunjin travel. Yunhee's words were extremely sharp, putting Cha Ji-yeon at a disadvantage. Getting slapped to obtain Hyunjin travel is quite a bargain, isn't it? What? Her entire body exuded a murderous aura as she reminded, also, my memory is very good, but today I will forget this matter because I respect you. Then, Younghee annoyed Ly ordered her out. Now, could you please leave? Because I came here to see grandfather, and he is still unconscious. She could not believe it, only stammering out an insult. You spoiled brat. After hearing about her destiny, she tried hard to change. But inherently, she was someone who would mistreat those who did not meet her standards. Perhaps this was her true nature all along. At that moment, Yang Hoon bowed and followed her inside, then, excuse me. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm. Taemin gritted his teeth and questioned, have you met grandfather already? Yang Hoon confirmed, yes, I have met him. He asked irritably, what did the two of you talk about? He casually replied, it was nothing special. Taemin's eyes were full of judgment. Of course, he did not believe those words. A second later, Yang Hoon searched his pocket for something and pulled out a business card. I will greet you properly later. My name is Choi Young-hun. Taemin sneered. Do I look like a soldier who would exchange business cards with you? Yang Hoon replied without wavering. So it turns out you've served in the military. I heard that usually, children of Chaebol families don't enlist. Taemin barked angrily. You bastard, what did you just say? Seeing that the other man wouldn't accept it, Yang Hoon put his business card away and calmly said, don't get too worked up. I haven't served in the military either. He explained in a very confident tone. So, as ordinary citizens, I am perfectly qualified to exchange business cards with you. Perhaps you will be hearing my name quite often in the future. At this point, Yang Hoon paused for a moment, stabbing right into Taemin's sore spot. Have you heard the news about the Gulsan shipyard yet? Agitated, Taemin lunged forward and grabbed Yang Hoon's collar. Cha Ji-yeon frantically tried to stop him. Oh dear, what is wrong with you, son? Ignoring her, Taemin interrogated. Are you the one who spread those baseless rumors to grandfather? Yang Hoon calmly brushed the man's hands off and advised. Don't be so agitated. However, Taemin grew even more violent, shouting. I asked if it was you. Yang Hoon directly admitted. Even if it was me, what could you possibly change? He adjusted his collar, looking puzzled. I really don't understand why you're so worked up like this. Do you feel guilty about something? Then, he warned him. Stop trying to find out who made the proposal to grandfather, and make a decision quickly. Taemin caught the main point and asked in disbelief. What? Do you want to acquire both the shipbuilding and marine engineering divisions of Yjin CNT as well? Cha Ji-yeon stood nearby, still not understanding what was happening. She softly asked, what are you talking about? What is this Haju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering Company? Lee Young-hoon advised in a low voice, Director, if you get agitated, you might make a mistake. Aren't you the one running Hyunjin Heavy Industries now? Please don't lose your composure. Your words seem sincere, and I will also consider your decision as the decision of Hyunjin Heavy Industries. Taemin asked curiously, what decision? Lee Young-hoon turned around and said, the Gulsan shipyard, didn't you want to give it up? He offered a blessing, I hope you will manage Hyunjin Heavy Industries well. Having said that, Lee Young-hoon secretly thought to himself that he was indeed a wolf. He recalled when Taemin had excitedly clenched his fist. Lee Young-hoon associated him with a pack of wolves, a wolf that does not know how to hunt, yet possesses a cowardly and ferocious nature. Inside the room, the doctor announced the situation. He probably won't be able to wake up right now. Eun-chai asked, has the police come to investigate yet? I'm not sure either, the doctor replied. Finally, the room fell into silence, the backs of Young-hee and Eun-chai filled with exhaustion. Songdae and Lee Young-hoon eyed each other, signaling. From the room, a faint conversation echoed, how do you think the situation will turn out? Young-hoon frankly stated, I think we will have to give up the Gulsan shipyard. The other party agreed, it is not easy at all. Songdae analyzed the pros and cons, it hasn't received as much attention as during its prosperous days. Yet we are planning to buy an empty shipyard worth nearly 1 trillion won. He gave an objective assessment, that is indeed difficult. Yang Hoon replied, yes, it is. Songdae asked curiously about the next step, so what do you plan to do now? Yang Hoon seemed to have calculated everything beforehand, now we must. Suddenly, a noise drew his attention. A woman was slowly walking towards them, and the person arriving was Cha Ji-yeon. She was looking around as if searching for something. Puzzled, Songdae asked, what's wrong? Do you know her? Yang Hoon simply let out a breath and said, this is about to get interesting. This made Songdae even more curious, what is it? Yang Hoon flashed a cunning smile and explained, the chairman hasn't passed away yet, but perhaps we will have to hold the funeral elsewhere. Then, Cha Ji-yeon stood in front of the hospital room door but was blocked by the bodyguards. She scolded them, I just want to go in for a moment, I have something to say. The bodyguard replied, that is not allowed, ma'am. Cha Ji-yeon stubbornly insisted on entering, I am not an outsider. I am an acquaintance of Director Tae-min. Sung-min firmly stopped her, then you must come with the director. You cannot enter alone, ma'am. At this moment, Song-dae approached and asked, what is going on here? The bodyguard replied, it's nothing, sir. It's just that this lady keeps insisting on talking to the chairman. He waved his hand to dismiss her, you cannot see the chairman right now. Please leave. She asked anxiously, is the chairman seriously ill? To the point that he cannot speak or recognize acquaintances? However, Song-dae did not want to argue and simply turned her away, you don't need to know that. I am telling you to go home. If you know the director, you should come here with him. He warned her in a cold voice, if you keep this up, I will call the police. Young Hoon stood silently, observing the situation. Cha Ji-yeon's voice softened into a plea, I only came to see the chairman for a moment. I will just greet him and leave right away. Right at that moment, Taemin's questioning voice rang out, why won't you let her in? His face was filled with sheer panic upon seeing the person in front of him. At the hospital, sunlight shone brightly through the windows. A voice echoed down the hallway. I told you to leave, who do you think you are to demand a private meeting with the chairman? Taemin stepped forward, grabbing Ji-yeon's hand and scolding her. Where do you think you are to dare come here? After that, he led the person away. Let's go. This scene left Song-dae bewildered. What is going on? At this moment, Yeon-hee stepped out and asked. Who is she? Lee Young-hoon chimed in. She seems to be an acquaintance of Director Kim Tae-min. She flashed a sly smile. Does she look like the person I told you about earlier? I didn't get a clear look at her face, let's talk about that later. Moonchai then announced, alright, I have an appointment with the director in an hour, so let's leave here first. I'm hungry because I was so worried, we must go eat. Saying this, the four of them turned and left. Inside a restaurant, greetings echoed, please come in, everyone please take a vacant table. Yeon-hee looked around and complained, it looks a bit cheap, doesn't it? Song-dae introduced, the raw fish salad here is very delicious. He pointed and added, the chairman occasionally visits this place too, and my former boss always insisted on eating the striped sea bass here whenever he came to Gulsan. She replied hesitantly, is that so? Song-dae kept praising, the salad is great, and the side dishes are also very delicious. Suddenly, Moonchai asked curiously, what was with that girl earlier? Lee Young-hoon hesitantly recounted, it seems she is a girl whom Director Kim Tae-min doesn't want anyone to know about. She probably came because she heard the chairman fainted, and it looks like they already have a child. She was surprised, isn't she pregnant? He replied, I don't know about that, but she doesn't seem like someone who acts without thinking. Moonchai sighed helplessly, this is going to be troublesome. Since Tae-min always likes to play around. Manager Choi must have felt quite uncomfortable about this, right? Lee Young-hoon turned his face away and replied, a little bit, yes. The atmosphere around her gradually turned gloomy, if you stay here a bit longer, you will see a lot of this. When looking at conglomerates, they have different sides from what is shown in movies. Their actual pastimes are much worse than in the movies. Moonchai recalled, that's why when they get married, not many can maintain their affection for each other. The Yumayong group also asked me to let their son meet Yeon-hee, but I didn't force Yeon-hee for that reason. Hearing this, Lee Young-hoon and Yeon-hee instinctively turned to look at each other, and she let out an embarrassed, shy smile. Moonchai continued, perhaps because I have encountered it too much, I don't find it surprising anymore. Actually, the chairwoman is also like that. She miserably recounted, almost everyone here is like this, so I have gotten used to it. Young-hoon politely replied, so that is how it is. Moonchai gently reminded him, I believe Manager Choi will not be like that. Song-dae could not believe his eyes as he witnessed the scene. He had anticipated it, but he never expected the director to praise Manager Choi right in front of everyone like this. He secretly calculated that it was now certain Choi Young-hun would be the successor to the position of Chief Executive Officer at YGN CNT. Young-hoon's stern face was vivid in his mind. For someone with such connections and latent abilities like him to become the son-in-law of Director Song Moonchai. Department Head Hong listening to Department Head Hong Ji's advice to side with Manager Choi was indeed one of the most correct choices in his life. I have grabbed the golden rope. If he had sided with former director Yang Chan-ki back then, he would probably be under police investigation now, just like Yang Chan-ki. If things today turned out exactly as he thought, then he had indeed grabbed the golden rope. Moonchai's hand gently rested on the table. Forget about that, what should we do now? She suggested the next move. Perhaps the chairman won't leave us much property in his will. Actually, I don't want to receive much either. I just hope the chairman will divide the assets as decided in the past. However, Young-hoon demurred. Perhaps the chairman won't do that, ma'am. Is that so? Seeing that she was skeptical, Yang Hoon analyzed in detail. First of all, those people are not the type to easily give up what they already have. This is mine, that is also mine. Furthermore, because they were robbed of what they achieved, they will be even more determined to win it back. He offered his assessment. If they are given full authority to run the group after the chairman passes away, the company's situation will surely face continuous difficulties. I am also curious about their situation, since they have an uninvited guest. Eun-chae began to understand. Are you talking about Taemin's child? He confirmed it. Yes, if he officially recognizes the child, that will be the end of it. But will he do that? She asserted firmly. No way, he certainly won't be able to do that. Eun-chae evaluated the situation. Right now, Taemin is being set up with the granddaughter of GX Group. The chairman himself was the one who directly arranged the matchmaking. It is because he wants GX Group's duty-free shops and distribution channels. She explained further. Specifically, the chairman wants the funds that GX possesses. They have so much cash that they aren't even affected by the economic crisis. Hearing that, Lee Young-hoon asked in surprise. Don't they have a son? Their children and grandchildren are also very smart. She denied it. Of course they do, but everyone rumors that they will pass it on to their smart granddaughter, at least the duty-free shop. Speaking of this, Eun-chae's face suddenly darkened. After the chairman went through a period of crisis, he felt that he would desperately need a partner who could help when crises arose. She believed that receiving so much help from the private equity fund manager made the chairman believe in that even more. At that time, no relatives could help him, which was why he wanted to build a relationship with a wealthy conglomerate. Suddenly Eun-chae remembered something. Why does Taemin suddenly have a child? I don't know how he will handle it, but even if he is in such trouble, it won't be easy to defeat him. Lee Young-hoon nodded in agreement. Yes, ma'am. It was getting close to noon. After finishing their meal, the four of them returned to the hospital. They walked to the director's office. May I come in? I am from Hyunjin Group. He smiled warmly and introduced himself. Please come in, I am No Suk-chun, the hospital director. Eun-chae spoke next. Hello, I am Song Eun-chae, the director of Yjin CNT. Lee Young-hoon was stunned and silently assessed. It seemed like he had seen this person somewhere before. He looked very familiar. She inquired about his condition. How is my father's condition? No Suk-chun shook his head with regret. I am very sorry, but at this rate, he might not wake up. We have done our best. Yes, sir. Eun-chae composed her face and thought to herself, she had already anticipated this. Originally, she did not come here to demand they save her father's life, but only to ask them to take good care of him. She worriedly thought that she wanted to transfer her father to a larger hospital in Seoul, but she could do nothing because Cha Ji-yeon would surely object. Then she recalled Cha Ji-yeon's face. She had clearly shown her displeasure when their father was transferred from the hospital in Gyeonggi to a better place. Following that, she bowed and expressed. Please help us as much as you can. No Suk-chun did the same. Yes, I will try my best. Afterward, they chatted for a while longer. Eun-chae put her teacup down and said, Thank you for your time. We must head back now. Must you leave already? With that, they were about to depart. Suddenly, Lee Young-hoon paused for a moment and requested. Can I speak with the director for a moment? Eun-chae was puzzled. Huh? Why? Lee Young-hoon smiled brightly and said, I know him, so I have something private to discuss. He cheered silently in his heart, remembering him now, even though they had only met twice 10 years ago. It was definitely him. Eun-chae did not stop him and agreed, sure. Hearing a noise inside, No Suk-chun turned his head to look. Yang Hoon stepped forward to greet him. Hello, sir. Are you perhaps the person who frequently visited Yeonju Temple for Buddhist services? He clapped his hands as if remembering something. That's right. No wonder you looked so familiar. It turns out we met there. Back then, you were a novice monk there, weren't you? He confirmed his identity. Yes, that's correct, sir. Now you are a doctor. No Suk-chun quickly invited Yang Hoon to sit. Please, have a seat. He expressed his thoughts. My family still goes to the temple often nowadays. Back then, I was very grateful to you. Sitting down, he replied, It was nothing, sir. It was just my duty. Is your daughter doing well? He recounted, back then, I took your advice and sent her to study abroad. Now she has become a cellist. No Suk-chun asked curiously, but what happened to you? Why is a former novice monk working at a company now? Yang Hoon was at a loss for words and denied it. I already told you I wasn't a novice monk, so why do you keep calling me that? What kind of monk doesn't shave his head like me? He found it hard to believe, isn't everyone who wears a monk's robe and stays at a temple a monk? With that, No Sukchun waved his hand. Well, let's drop that. So, are you an office worker now? Yang Hoon explained seriously, yes, I have left the temple and become a proper office worker. He remarked, you look like a completely different person now, that's great. Is office life going well? He replied somewhat helplessly, yes, there are ups and downs. No Sukchun clenched his hands and spoke, but is it possible? Yes, he replied. His face showed clear fear as he asked, are you still fortune-telling? This question made Lee Young-hoon's face darken, left dazed by the sudden inquiry. Then, Lee Young-hoon politely stated, I'm sorry, I don't do fortune-telling anymore. No Sukchun expressed a slight regret, is that so? He then inquired, are you facing some difficulties? Although I don't tell fortunes anymore, if I can still help in my capacity as an office worker. He could already tell that the man was indeed in trouble. Since over 10 years ago, when he first read his fortune, there were times he wanted to show off his abilities without fearing the mountain's darkness. Because he had to be mindful of the chief monk, he did not dare to tell fortunes openly, but he would occasionally look for opportunities because of his desire to do so. Most people recorded their birth dates when making Buddhist offerings, so as long as he knew their birth hour, he could easily read their fortunes. Those who knew of Lee Young-hoon's fortune-telling ability were those who had personally spoken with him, and No Sukchun's wife was one of them. The story he told her back then was about children, but the content was very serious. He had warned that if they made any mistake, they might lose their child. At that time, No Sukchun's wife felt something was off, so she and her husband went to see Yang Hoon. After secretly bypassing the abbot to get a fortune-telling, he gave them the answer. That was a story from a very long time ago. Back then, No Sukchun's hair was not as white as it is now, so when they first met again, he did not recognize him immediately. Returning to the present, No Sukchun hesitantly explained that this matter was his personal issue and was also related to the entire hospital. He immediately pressed for more details, asking what it was. No Sukchun slowly recounted, in the past, you said I have the destiny for business, right? At that time, I didn't say anything after hearing it, but actually, master. Ah, what should I call you now? Yang Hoon handed over a business card and replied gently, you can just call me Manager Choi. Manager Choi? No Sukchun took the card, secretly rejoicing, thinking that indeed, no one can predict what will happen in life. I have lived this long and have never met anyone as talented as Manager Choi. You used to live in the temple, yet now you are already a manager. He replied, I have been a manager for a while now. He nodded and continued to tell the story of that year. In any case, back then, after hearing Manager Choi say that I have the destiny to do business, I didn't believe it. No Sukchun recounted his life. Since I had dreamed of becoming a doctor since childhood and was satisfied with my current life, I was very surprised to hear you say that. Yang Hoon smiled and replied, you must have felt that way. He was a bit taken aback, then sighed and continued, but at this age, having become the hospital director and running a hospital, I feel disappointed. This isn't what I should be doing, is it? That's correct. Yang Hoon nodded in confirmation. This time, Yang Hoon answered bluntly, your horoscope showed that. Back then, I only told the director the job you would be better at, not the job you are currently doing. He continued, if I knew your current job, I wouldn't be a fortune teller, but a prophet. No Sukchun asked anxiously, so what should I do now? However, his answer was, as I just said, I don't do fortune telling anymore. Yang Hoon paused hesitantly, making him ask impatiently, but what? He gently said, I still remember the horoscope I read for the director back then. It showed that you are currently going through a difficult time. No Sukchun lost his composure and pressed further, how difficult is it? Yang Hoon hit the nail on the head, before, you worked without any other thoughts, but now you've started worrying about money, right? Things aren't going the director's way either, so you feel disappointed. No Sukchun nodded and confirmed, that's true. He continued with his deduction, you started running into bad luck 2 years ago. Working in this environment, you must have been under performance pressure. No Sukchun replied in a choked voice, that is also true. Finally, Yang Hoon straightforwardly answered, unfortunately, there is no other way. You cannot leave the hospital to start a business now, right? No Sukchun sighed, of course not. He asked, you lost money, didn't you? These words startled him, and he asked back, how did you know? You said you don't do fortune telling anymore. Yang Hoon closed his eyes and calmly recounted, I had known since I read your fortune back then, but I did not tell you. This made No Sukchun even more confused. Why? He calmly continued, wasn't it because you didn't believe me back then? He showed deep regret, at that time, you accurately predicted my daughter's future, yet I didn't ask you further. It is truly a pity, I regret it so much. Yang Hoon smiled reassuringly, isn't that just how life is? Back then, you wouldn't have believed anything I said. His gaze grew deep, so I think it is truly miraculous that you managed to save your daughter's life. He then explained, I mean, since you didn't believe in fortune-telling or superstitions at all. No Sukchun bowed his head and admitted, you are right. Before meeting manager Choi, I absolutely did not believe in such things. He continued to speculate, out of love for your daughter, you chose to believe my words and saved her. Although things are a bit difficult now, at least you don't have to suffer from torment and misery over that matter anymore. What Young Hoon said was undeniable, and indeed it was true. Although he nodded, it was hard for him to easily endure and overcome the difficulties he was currently facing. Yang Hoon asked supportively, even so, you are still deeply concerned, aren't you? No Sukchun confirmed that he had lost a lot and had many worries on his mind. He lamented that his daughter, who used to cause him so much worry, had now grown up, had a boyfriend, and become a beautiful young woman. Since she grew up so beautiful and healthy, No Sukchun constantly expressed his desire to make up for the past and do something more for her as a father. At this point, he felt almost helpless, wondering if there was truly no other way for him. Yang Hoon immediately thought of his astrological chart. Since director No Sukchun was born in the year of the horse, associated with the tigers, monkeys, snakes, and pigs branch, staying in one place would block his vital energy like a clogged blood vessel. He needed to move around more to circulate that life force, and then everything would proceed smoothly. No Sukchun asked with a hint of doubt, just how smoothly will it go? Yang Hoon replied that at least the financial issues he was worrying about would be resolved. Hearing this made him feel more at ease, thinking to himself that it would be wonderful if that were the case. No Sukchun scratched his head in embarrassment, sharing that he had been so exhausted lately that he went to get his fortune read a few times. Yet, no matter how many positive things he heard, he still found them hard to believe. However, after hearing the words of manager Choi Young-hun, he suddenly felt an incredibly strange sense of relief. If we have to move constantly, it will be difficult, but it's good to know the solution to my problem. Lee Young-hoon explained that it was just due to his state of mind. Only then did he claim a little benefit. So, can I ask you for a favor now? No Sukchun happily agreed, of course. Back then, you didn't accept the money for the fortune-telling, which always made me feel like I owed you. He showed a happy smile. Meeting each other like this today is truly fortunate. If it's something I can do, I will do my best. Lee Young-hoon replied with gratitude, thank you. Before coming here, he had wondered if this was guided by destiny. On top of that, learning that the director was someone he had met before made him feel, for some reason, that this would be the last time he would ever see him. He began to speak, it's just that I haven't lived with my parents for a very long time. Lee Young-hoon said with a painful expression, now I want to find them, but the only thing I know is that my mother, who gave birth to me at this hospital, was named Lim Imja. However, I'm not even sure if that's her real name. Hearing this, No Sukchun stroked his chin thoughtfully, if that is her real name, it won't be hard to find her. But if it's not her real name, it won't be easy at all. Lee Young-hoon took a step back, if we can't find her, it's fine, as I'm not desperately determined to find her anyway. His voice was filled with a sense of loss, I will just accept it as fate. After that, Lee Young-hoon walked out of the room. Right at that moment, Yun-hee waved and called out, Mr. Lee Young-hoon. Curious, he asked, where is the director? She replied, she went to meet director Cha Ji-yun. So suddenly? Yun-hee shrugged and explained, she suddenly called and asked to meet her mother. She said that since she is already in Gulsan, she wants to settle what needs to be settled, and it's not about separating the branch. She leaned in close and whispered that doing so would be too conspicuous. Since he was unconscious, the position of chairman of Hyunjin Heavy Industries was currently vacant. The upcoming regular general meeting of shareholders would take place in March, so she wanted to request our help to promote Taemin at that time. They chatted as they walked. If we don't help, will Director Taemin face difficulties? Young-hoon asked. Not necessarily, because foreign shareholders and domestic institutions don't really care who currently manages the company. Yun-hee analyzed the situation, of course, as of now, that's how it is. The hedge fund holds a 10% stake in Hyunjin Heavy Industries. If they suddenly disrupt the management, things will get complicated, which is why she asked her mother beforehand. At this, Young-hoon finally understood, so that's how it is. In that case, we don't have to worry about the situation being reversed for now, right? By March, weighing the options, it would still be difficult for Taemin to immediately take the chairman's seat. The chairman's seat would remain vacant, and he would be promoted to vice chairman. If he abused his power, trouble would arise again, so they still couldn't let their guard down. A moment later, he turned and asked, so, what should we do until then? However, Yun-hee simply clung to his arm. She happily extended an invitation. First, let's go to the cafe opposite. I'm very curious about many things right now. Yang-hoon dotingly agreed, sure. In the end, the two of them left together. He gently asked, are you planning on holding my arm like this forever? She playfully replied, so what? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Yumayong Construction, the atmosphere inside the chairman's office was extremely tense. Tae-suk sat at his desk and asked seriously, are you sure? Standing in front of the desk with a slightly pale face, Young-hoon hesitantly replied, it will be announced in an hour, sir. Upon hearing this, Tae-suk angrily slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "How could that be? Hyunjin Construction again?" He questioned in a cold voice, "Didn't they rank 39th in contracting capability last year?" Yang Hoon said obsequiously, "Perhaps Assemblyman Jo Jae-min had a hand in this." Tae-suk became increasingly annoyed, his eyes showing clear contempt, just with the Gulsan bus terminal. Just because of that, they won the contract to build a residential complex with 4,000 apartments? He stroked his chin and muttered to himself, the selling price is set at more than 4,000 per pyon, so in the end, how much profit will they pull in? Yang Hoon slightly raised his hand to answer Tae-suk's question. In a local area with such a high price, the chance of being unsold is very high, and perhaps more than half of the units would go unsold. Tae-suk raised his eyebrows, glancing at Yang Hoon and asking, "Is that true? Did Hyunjin Trading Company acquire Hyunjin Travel and bring hotel chefs to the company to provide breakfast service?" He bowed his head slightly in confirmation. "Yes." Tae-suk immediately countered. "So even if I were living in that local area, I wouldn't be captivated by it, right?" At this moment, Yang Hoon's hand slowly tightened into a fist. "About that." He bit his lip, thinking to himself. This wasn't the first time he had heard such things. Yang Hoon felt both confused and unwilling to accept this. Even though he had known from the start, he didn't expect them to choose Hyunjin Construction over Yumaeon Construction. Wasn't it because they ignored the fact that Hyunjin Construction offered hotel-standard breakfast services? In his heart, he was deeply dissatisfied. If they are asking now why it couldn't be done, then why did they choose to sit idly back then? Ju-hoon, standing nearby, saw Yang Hoon slightly gritting his teeth in silence, his expression darkening as well. He turned to speak up for him to Tae-suk. Even Yang Hoon didn't expect Hyunjin Construction to win the contract. He didn't think a hotel-standard breakfast service would attract society. Ju-hoon cleverly reduced Yang Hoon's responsibility. He continued, if Assemblyman Jo Jae-min had a hand in this, it wouldn't just be about the breakfast service but many other secondary factors. Perhaps the result was decided from the very beginning, and the bidding was merely a formality. Tae-suk did not press any further. He rubbed his temples and sighed, asking Sung Ju-hoon, "What do you think? Do you think Jo Jae-min was enticed just because of a bus station?" He felt quite a headache over this matter. Assemblyman Kang Ju-wai had been ousted due to bribery, and immediately, Assemblyman Jo Jae-min was preparing for the mayoral by-election of Gulsan. Sung Ju-hoon cast his eyes to the side. He voiced his speculations, assuming that since last winter, Kang Ju-wai already knew what would happen. If he aimed for the Gulsan mayor position from the very beginning, how could it be just a bus station? Tae-suk shook his head again and replied, no. In that place, if nominated, anyone would win the election. His gaze darkened as he continued, if they knew beforehand that Kang Ju-wai would be eliminated, they would have to do one of two things. Tae-suk put himself in Jo Jae-min's shoes, if the nomination is uncertain, one must use power in Uedo to secure it. If the nomination is guaranteed, then just wait quietly and run for election silently. A puzzled look appeared on his face, but it is strange. Tae-suk could not fathom Jo Jae-min's deep calculations. Is there any reason why they are preparing for the by-election starting from now? A huge question arose in his mind, and why target Gulsan? Gulsan is not a place with many benefits. Do Hansu shared the same thought. Indeed, the economic situation in Gulsan was also very difficult. It was better to be a member of the National Assembly than the mayor of a small town. He stroked his chin, nodding as he analyzed further, jumping into the mayoral position right when the market is in such a tough state is truly baffling. Hearing this, Tae-suk gritted his teeth. Indeed, Gulsan is a place where even hoping to recover enough capital is already a major issue. Faced with his questioning, Yang Hoon pressed his lips tightly, his face showing clear internal conflict. Anyone looking in would see there was nothing to exploit, so why did he decide to go there? A few seconds later, Yang Hoon suddenly spoke up, maybe the reality is different. Perhaps it is a promising land that we know nothing about yet. Right at that moment, Do Hansu's phone chimed, drawing his attention. After glancing at the notification, he immediately reported back to Tae-suk. Father, there is news that the Madison Fund is targeting Hyunjin Heavy Industries. Tae-suk was slightly surprised to hear this. Hyunjin Heavy Industries? We do not own many of their shares, do we? What is there for them to target? Do Hansu replied in a confident tone, Chairman M. Tae-suk has fallen ill. They are probably trying to take advantage of this to turn a profit. With the shareholder meeting coming up in March, they likely think this is the perfect opportunity. Tae-suk quickly understood the situation. Chairman M fell ill, and right in the middle of that, a foreign fund is targeting the company. He smiled smugly like a spectator watching a play. The executive board will surely be in utter chaos. If even the labor union gets stirred up, this will be very interesting. Do Hansu smiled and chimed in, if the shipbuilding industry were still in decline, they wouldn't have bothered. But now that the economy is recovering, they see this as a golden opportunity. Tae-suk's expression changed, his tone becoming much more excited. Excellent, this is absolutely wonderful. He looked straight at his son to ask for confirmation. However, we do have shares in Hyunjin Heavy Industries, don't we? Do Hansu nodded in response. Yes, that's right. Our group currently holds about 4% of the shares. Tae-suk revealed a scheming and calculating smile, his words clearly showing greed. My friend fell ill. How can we let a foreign fund devour Hyunjin Heavy Industries? We must help them. Do Hansu nodded in agreement without any objection. That's right, we must help each other in times of difficulty. He also grinned craftily, the new management will surely welcome that. On another side, a large poster hung on a Hyunjin building. Inside, someone was hurriedly entering with extremely rushed footsteps. That person was Kong Ju-wai. He pushed open the door of Jo Jae-min's office and questioned loudly. Why did you do that? Jo Jae-min calmly stepped forward and asked. Assemblyman, what is going on? Kong Ju-wai, with a face full of anger, pointed his finger directly at his face and shouted. Did you know beforehand? You knew, didn't you? Jo Jae-min pretended to be confused and asked back. What are you talking about? Ju-wai furrowed his brow tightly. Don't pretend you don't know, do you dare to betray me? Jae-min's face darkened as he thought to himself, does he already know everything? I can't admit it here. He tried to stand firmly. From now on, his path was toward the peak of power, and any blemish along this journey could erupt and hinder him at any moment. Then, Jae-min leaned over and pushed the chair out to invite Ju-wai. How could I dare to betray you? Please sit down first. After calming him down, he turned to reassure the others in the room and tactfully sent them away. Now, no need to worry, everyone please head outside. Jae-min patted Siwon's shoulder and instructed, take everyone out to eat at a Chinese restaurant. He nodded in obedience and replied, yes, sir. Once only the two of them were left in the room, Jae-min slowly sat down opposite Ju-wai. It seems you are misunderstanding. First, listen to what I have to say, then you can get angry or shout. Folding his arms across his chest and raising his chin, the older man replied, fine, speak, I'm listening. Jae-min began to explain. As soon as the incident broke out, the first thing on my mind was Golson. As you know, when Golson faced difficulties, I ran around frantically to resolve the shipyard closure, didn't I? He added seriously, I went to meet people related to Mujin Heavy Industries and the labor union. Ju-wai cut Jae-min off before he could finish. Did you meet them alone? The entire delegation of all assemblymen from Gialeto participated, didn't they? Jo Jae-min countered, I wasn't just fooling around. Before going, I researched the situation in Golson and heard sad stories, which made me run around to get things done. You have no idea how hard I worked. He looked straight at Kong Ju-wai and continued, to be honest, if I owned that area, no problems would have occurred. I have received a commitment from Hyunjin Construction that they will repair the elementary school which is suffering from poor construction. His tone was extremely confident. If they finish the repairs before the election and before the students start school, re-election will be as easy as pie. Jo Jae-min placed his hand on his chest again and asserted, even if I did nothing, that area would still belong to me. So why did I volunteer to come to this difficult place? Kong Ju-wai remained skeptical and turned his face away. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Jo Jae-min did not give up, persistently trying to convince him and show his sincerity. There is no conspiracy at all. When you left Golson, the local people were suffering greatly, so I wanted to revive that place. His hand resting on the table clenched tightly, so when I saw the news about you, I thought it over and decided to report my intentions to Uedo. Upon hearing this, Kong Ju-wai angrily slammed his hand on the table and questioned, then why didn't you tell me? Jo Jae-min answered uprightly, you are being investigated by the prosecutors, which must be very difficult, right? I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. If I had told you that I would replace you in that district, you would have been furious. See, it's precisely because I worried about this that I didn't tell you. He stood up abruptly from his chair, his anger still unappeased. Am I a fool? Is there anything happening in Golson that I wouldn't know about? Jo Jae-min still appeared very calm. That's right. Even if I didn't say anything, you would have found out sooner or later. But knowing early wouldn't do any good, would it? He used logic to prove his decision was right. The party must prepare for the upcoming by-election. Getting angry like that would only delay the election preparations, and a nominee must be chosen anyway. Do you want to let Golson fall into the hands of the Democratic Revolutionary Party? Ju-wai wavered slightly, sitting back in his chair and replying. Let them? I am not dead yet. Hearing this, Jae-min seemed to suddenly think of something. The bribery case had exploded, dragging in everyone involved. His gaze remained fixed on Ju-wai. Of course, Assemblyman Kong Ju-wai was also implicated. Jae-min could not help but be wary of Ju-wai. Even while caught in a trap hard to escape, he still wanted to keep his title as the King of Golson. He spoke bluntly. To be frank, I did not steal your position. Jae-min lowered himself to flatter Ju-wai. If you have no issues with the investigation, my serving as mayor is only to help you. Why be so angry? The old man replied in a low voice. Someone has already been chosen as the mayor of Gulsan. At this, Jae-min's face tensed up. Is that so? I figured as much. He said in a cold voice to Kang Ju-wai, tell me, his tone extremely chilling, who is the one going to be the mayor of Gulsan? Kang Ju-wai looked at him with a serious expression. If that person is better than me, I will withdraw immediately. Ever since the mayor of Gulsan was removed from office for violating election laws, there has been a lot of talk about who will become the next mayor of Gulsan. Those aiming for the mayoral position must definitely obtain the permission of Kang Ju-wai. It is not about agreement or cooperation, but permission. To receive that permission, one must go through countless processes. Knowing this well, Jo Jae-min tried to display his calculated sincerity. I already said it, if I wanted an easy political path, I would have stayed in Gwanghwamun, running comfortably and holding my seat as a member of the National Assembly for another 4 years. He looked straight at Kang Ju-wai. I came here entirely for the people of Gulsan. If there was anyone more outstanding than me, I would not be sitting here listening to these harsh words from you. The old man gritted his teeth and thought to himself, if he had come here for personal gain, it might have been easier to talk. Since he said he came for the people, he could not criticize him without cause. His two hands clenched tightly on the table, blue veins bulging, but he could not just let this matter pass easily. Ju-wai said seriously, Yoon Hai-chang, you know him, right? He has lived in Gulsan for over 20 years and has 10 years of experience as a city council member, being the one who worked harder for Gulsan than anyone else. Hearing that, Jae-min nodded slightly, his hands clasped together. I know, he is someone who always looks up to you as an older brother and takes on all the difficult and dangerous tasks, a reliable and intelligent man. His eyes were extremely resolute as he continued, but even so, that is still not enough. He cannot help Gulsan overcome this crisis. Ju-wai was extremely astonished by Jae-min's assertion. What did you say? In his mind, he secretly assessed that this was not the always polite junior as usual. He had transformed into a completely different person, resolute and confident. Looking at Jae-min in front of him, Ju-wai wondered what had made him change so much. Then Ju-wai crossed his arms over his chest and pressed further. In what way are you better than Yoon Hai-chang? Do you understand Gulsan better than him? Jae-min replied frankly, I don't understand it as well as he does. Ju-wai raised his voice and asked again, so what? Do you think being a member of the National Assembly will be of any help to the citizens? Jae-min did not reply immediately, but he knew very well in his mind that of course it would. He knew his advantages. With the experience and relationships of a National Assembly member, it would certainly help a lot in drawing more budget from the central government. Looking at the party badge pinned on Ju-wai's vest, Jae-min could assert with certainty that Assemblyman Kong knew that very well, and that he was just arguing stubbornly. He patiently convinced Ju-wai, even if it's not because of that, I am still the most suitable person to become the mayor of Gulsan. He raised his hand and clenched it tightly to show his determination, saying, I will solve the root cause of the collapse of Gulsan's economy. Ju-wai narrowed his eyes and asked him, what is the cause? Jo Jae-min seemed surprised and asked back, you don't know? He spoke slowly, making Ju-wai freeze and listen more closely, that is. Jo Jae-min solemnly declared, I will restart the Gulsan shipyard and revive Gulsan's economy when I become mayor. That is why I must become the mayor of Gulsan. Hearing this, Ju-wai gritted his teeth in anger, his hand grabbing the ashtray right in front of him, this bastard. Seeing this, Jo Jae-min was not afraid at all, his expression unchanged as he asked, do you think I am lying? Ju-wai's hand trembled. Stop talking nonsense, how do you plan to restart it? The old man slammed the ashtray hard on the table, blue veins popping on his wrinkled forehead. Mujin Heavy Industries didn't even bother looking into acquiring Haja Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. So what are you going to do to restart it? Jo Jae-min leaned forward slightly, I already have a plan. Ju-wai disbelievingly asked back immediately, what plan? Jo Jae-min shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal it. Ju-wai pursed his lips tightly and threw the ashtray away. The very next second, he leaned forward and punched Jo Jae-min hard in the face, knocking him off his chair. Hearing the loud noise, Siwon hurriedly pushed the door open, showing a worried face when he saw Jo Jae-min on the ground. Assemblyman, are you okay? Meanwhile, Ju-wai didn't hold back and shouted loudly, you bastard, are you kidding me? Siwon ran to Jo Jae-min's side, his face pale. Assemblyman, you're bleeding, we must go to the hospital. Call 119, call the ambulance quickly. The situation was not severe enough to call 119, but Assistant Kim Siwon intentionally shouted loudly to stop Assemblyman Kong from getting further enraged and to prevent the situation from worsening. As Siwon helped Jo Jae-min to leave, Ju-wai tilted his chin contemptuously and asked him, do you think anyone will believe that nonsense? Jo Jae-min replied confidently and firmly, they will believe it, and what I said is not nonsense. Kang Ju-wai lost his patience, walked past Jo Jae-min and headed outside, leaving behind a stern warning before departing. When the prosecution's investigation is over, you will realize that your political career has vanished into thin air. Zhou Jiemin showed no signs of fear. He looked up, smiled faintly, and replied, "In that case, I won't go anywhere, please come inside." Kang Juwai said nothing more, while Zhou Jiemin watched his departing back with a grim expression. A few minutes later, Siwon looked at him and advised, "Assemblyman, perhaps you should go to the hospital." Zhou Jiemin simply used a handkerchief to wipe the wound on his face, not caring much about it. "Haven't you ever fought with friends when you were a kid? This wound just needs some medicine." He reached up to adjust his tie. He seemed quite furious. He must have received quite a lot of things from his office, hasn't he? Siwon immediately followed up, "He is practically the king of Gulsan. Perhaps he thinks that since he has gained so much, he must now give back proportionally to avoid trouble later on." At this point, Zhou Jiemin turned and walked toward his desk. That makes sense. If one receives without giving back proportionally, other problems will surely arise. Standing behind him, Siwon looked at him and asked, "What do we do next?" Zhou Jiemin slowly sat down in his chair. He gestured for Siwon to come closer. "What else?" "Just continue carrying out the plan as scheduled." He ordered him, "And before January, call Department Head Choi of Hyunjin Trading Company over here, we must make a decision." Siwon bowed his head and replied, "Understood, I will schedule it right away." Afterward, Zhou Jiemin asked about other matters. "What about the Artificial Intelligence Industrial Park?" Siwon smiled and reported, "Right after the announcement, Hyunjin Construction participated in the bidding. They are focusing on the main construction worth 400 billion won in this project." Zhou Jiemin reached for the paper bag on the desk and replied, "Just hand it over to them. That project and Bonsekian are enough for the initial capital." "What about Bonsekian?" Siwon answered immediately, "It will be announced tomorrow, sir." Zhou Jiemin carefully instructed, "You must check thoroughly so that no incidents occur." Siwon nodded, "Yes, sir." The next second, he revealed a worried expression and said, "But if Assemblyman Kong does not help, the election might become more troublesome." Zhou Jiemin also knew this well, but he remained quite calm. "That is true. The person Assemblyman Kong supports, Yoon Hai-chang, will leave the party and run as an independent candidate. Many organizations within the party will side with him." The corner of his mouth curved up into a smug smile. "But in your opinion, will we lose?" Siwon, seeing this, stopped worrying, replying with a smile, "Those who leave the organization will eventually regret their decision." Soon, evening arrived, and Yunhee pushed open the cafe door to step out. "I don't know what is going on, I am so sorry." Lee Young-hoon, walking behind her, replied, "It is fine." Yunhee walked down to the sidewalk and waved for a taxi. Getting in, she gave the address, to Paradiso Hotel. At the Paradiso Hotel in Gulsan, the hotel restaurant was quite crowded at this time. Yunhee and Lee Young-hoon walked inside together. Eun-chae and Songdae were already sitting and waiting there. Eun-chae extended her hand to invite them, "Please, sit down." The other two replied, "Yes." They bowed politely and slowly sat in their chairs. Eun-chae then said, "Hyunjin Heavy Industries has asked for our help, and they want us to make a decision on this matter." Lee Young-hoon asked for confirmation, "Do you mean the next regular shareholders meeting, Director?" She nodded, "Yes, but the situation has become more complicated." Eun-chae explained further, "A foreign investment fund holding about 10% of the shares might buy more stock and present unreasonable conditions to pressure us in the next shareholders meeting." Hearing this, Lee Young-hoon seemed to understand, "So that is how it is." He asked further, "So they want us to support Tae-min to become the vice president of Hyunjin Heavy Industries?" Eun-chae confirmed, "Exactly." Lee Young-hoon's face darkened, thinking to himself, "At first, I thought they would reach an agreement and part ways amicably after receiving benefits from the subsidiaries." He remained silent for a long time, and all of his reactions were captured by Eun-chae. She announced, "But just now, the Yumaeon group contacted me." Hearing this, Lee Young-hoon immediately looked up and asked, "What did they say?" Eun-chae continued, "They want to help Hyunjin Heavy Industries as a white knight." Lee Young-hoon could not hide his astonishment and exclaimed, "What?" Eun-chae went on, "If we truly participate in the acquisition of Hyunjin Travel, the investment fund's behavior will be different." Her voice echoed calmly in the dining room. They only wanted to shake up the company to drive the stock price up, then withdraw with a profit of 2 or 3 times their investment. Her face showed little emotion. Other funds have made huge profits this way before, so this is no surprise. But Yumaeon Group wanting to help is a different story. They even told us in advance. Young-hoon caught the main point and asked, "Does Yumaeon Group want to jump into the game that the investment fund is creating?" Eun-chae nodded in response. "That's right, and they asked if we want to join them." Young-hoon looked straight at her and said hesitantly, "If we want to." Eun-chae smiled slightly and explained, "If everything goes smoothly, they will help us." Young-hoon suddenly smiled and firmly expressed his opinion. "We should withdraw," he asserted clearly. "The investment fund is making a big mistake, and so is Yumaeon Group." Eun-chae looked at him in wonder. What do you mean? Yang Hoon was a bit surprised by her reaction. He only thought to himself, there seemed to be no other choice now. He calmly explained. The chairman fell ill, and the remaining directors will do their best to protect the company. His tone carried confidence. The Madison Fund might be trying to take control of the company, but it won't be that easy. Yang Hoon gave his objective assessment. If we jump into this game just for profits, we might face immense risks. Let's think about the future first. Hearing this, Unchai fell silent as if calculating. She did not deny his point, but rather showed agreement with Yang Hoon. That is true. Yang Hoon kept a calm face, showing no emotion at all. This made Unchai extremely confused. She had clearly heard that the hedge fund and Umayon Construction were making a huge mistake, which meant there was evidence. Why didn't he say so? The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. She thought to herself that there must be a reason why he didn't speak of it here. Unchai's mind raced with thoughts. Still, she suppressed her curiosity. Asking now might ruin her relationship of trust with Secretary Choi. She had a strange premonition, like opening a door that she shouldn't touch. A moment later, Yang Hoon finally spoke up and suggested. We should only take the maximum of what we can get. That way, the cooperation will be much better. Unchai clarified the objective. You mean we should only take back our own shares? He replied firmly. Yes, the thing we need to focus on is something else. Yang Hoon carefully explained. We don't know when the chairman will wake up, and he might never wake up again. If you have no desire for Hyunjin Heavy Industries and its subsidiaries, it's best for you to settle everything neatly and follow the path Hyunjin CNT must take. Upon hearing this, Unchai shook her head sadly. I don't have such thoughts. For me, what I have now is already enough. Yang Hoon replied immediately. Then let's get to work. Under these circumstances, there is a possibility that Chairman Im Tae-suk will pass away by the new year. Even if he does wake up, he won't have the strength to worry about separating the affiliates now. However, fortunately at this time, the Madison Fund has narrowed the scope of mobilization for planning director Kim Tae-min. Umayon Group is also trying to squeeze in to participate. Once Kim Tae-min loses his composure, it is highly likely that he will transfer the shares of Hyunjin CNT and Hyunjin Travel that he holds in the conglomerate. If that happens, we will not need to waste effort on useless matters anymore. Unchai nodded slightly and made her decision. Let's do it that way. Then she gestured towards Songdae sitting beside her. Manager Hong, please discuss this with Manager Kong, then proceed with the necessary work with Hyunjin Heavy Industries. Unchai spoke directly. I hope we can obtain the best possible price. He nodded slightly in understanding, but also warned seriously. Given the current situation, I won't be able to demand too high of a price. The other party inquired. How much will the capital deficit be? Songdae explained. Compared to the Hyunjin Travel shares we currently hold, the shares owned by those people are greater. Therefore, although it is a bit difficult, we still need at least 200 billion won in capital. This figure made Unchai hesitate a bit, but we currently need to spend money on many things. She said, if we take over Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering and Gulsan Shipyard, wouldn't it be extremely difficult? Yang Hoon reported further, today, I have scheduled an appointment with Shinyeon Bank. There shouldn't be any major issues. However, deep down he admitted to himself that he actually hadn't made the appointment with the bank yet. But since Director Lee Hyun-jun could be met anytime if needed, his name was being called from afar, making him snap. What? Am I your subordinate? You think you can just call me whenever you want? Unchai felt more at ease hearing this. Alright, anyway, I have decided to put most of the profits into Hyunjin Travel. Having finished the discussion, she stood up to leave. Alright, let's stop here, the meeting time is rather tight. Songdae replied, yes, I will have the driver get ready. The city late at night, with streetlights and tall buildings sparkling. The scene shifts to the door of a private room, where Yunhee is sitting next to Yang Hoon. Would you like beer or a mixed drink? What is your choice? Beer, please. She chuckled with amusement. You know what I want to say, don't you? Yang Hoon did not hide it either, knowing that she had many things to ask. He reached out across the dining table for the wineglass. First, let's have a drink and then talk. Yunhee smiled and replied, yes, please. As they began their conversation, Yang Hoon's face turned slightly thoughtful. First of all, if you want to talk about Director Kim Tae-min, how should I describe this person? Thinking of him, he stated frankly, he is someone I don't want to get involved with. This piqued Yunhee's curiosity. How so? He went on to explain that, first of all, he was born with luck far exceeding ordinary people. He is the type of person who is like someone who saved the universe in their past life. Even if he does nothing, whatever he touches turns to success. Yang Hoon smiled knowingly. Actually, anyone born as a third-generation tycoon is lucky. She raised her beer glass and nodded in agreement. That's true. Being born into a wealthy family is already a very high destiny, I admit that. However, young Hoon interrupted her, but this person is very different. With a serious expression, he analyzed, that goes without saying, and he has been lucky since birth. Instinctively, he knows he was born to have everything. Therefore, this type of person is lazy and makes no effort to earn anything. Young-hee knew this too. Indeed, I've never heard of Taemin being a good student before. But after he joined the company, I heard he was recognized by many people, and I used to doubt the truth of this story. He continued, he is not the type to make an effort, nor is he capable, but he has an insatiable greed. That's why once something falls into his hands, he grips it tightly and never lets go. Yang Hoon's expression tightened slightly. The problem was, he was the type of person with endless luck. At this point, she seemed to understand what he was explaining. So what you mean is, because he is too lucky, you don't want to get involved with him? Is that why you are worried that Myong Group and the Madison Fund will suffer heavy losses? Young Hoon did not deny it, stroking his chin in thought. He pondered, at first, I only thought he was greedy and incompetent, but thinking about it again, that doesn't seem to be the case. He recalled everything. Initially, this year he received a massive amount of luck. He just received an inheritance, followed by a promotion. But after Chairman Im Tae-suk met with an accident, that luck continued. The luck he possesses comes from taking away the luck of those around him. If anyone tries to snatch food from his hands, he will tear them apart. Young-hee didn't quite understand, but it did seem a bit strange. She asked, after he took over Hyunjin Travel, he couldn't make any significant moves, could he? Yang Hoon suddenly interrupted, because it didn't belong to him. Since it belonged to his mother, no problems occurred during the takeover. Thinking back now, that was also extremely lucky of him. Young-hee wondered, asking further, if so, how long will that luck last? Yang Hoon shook his head and predicted, just a bit longer. He is almost 37 now. At least until he turns 38, nothing major will happen. Hearing this, she tilted her face slightly, ran her fingers through her hair, and let out a sigh, so at least for the next 2 years, nothing will happen. What about after that? Yang Hoon said, after that, misfortune will pour in like a flood. As soon as he makes a mistake, major disasters will come crashing down. The strange name made Young-hee wonder, but what is Kwon Jae-soo? He explained, basically, it means getting caught up in lawsuits or stumbling into malicious rumors. If he doesn't prepare anything right now, he will get caught in major troubles later on, just like Assemblyman Kang Ju-wai or former director Yang Chan-ki. After saying that, Yang Hoon picked up the cocktail glass and tilted his head back to take a sip. Feeling uneasy inside, his face looked thoughtful. I feel a bit anxious, as the incident with Chairman Im Tae-suk seems to have happened because of me. What if I hadn't told the chairman about the Gulson shipyard back then? Would the chairman have collapsed like that? And if the chairman just collapses and cannot recover, or even passes away, then the relationship between us would be nothing but an ill-fated connection. When someone dies because of you, not feeling anything at all would be the real anomaly. Suddenly, Young-hee tilted her head and asked another question. What is your relationship with the director of the Oho University Hospital? He honestly recounted, in the past, when I lived at the temple, I had a connection with him. Not many people know that I can read fortunes. However, Young Hoon still kept back the things that were not allowed to be revealed. He also could not tell her about the details of the fortune-telling reading he had once received, as that was not something she needed to know. She pouted and replied, I get it, I was just a little curious. Her attitude made him slightly surprised. So you were just asking for fun? Actually, I asked him for a favor. Young-hee immediately caught the main point. Is that a secret too? Young Hoon smiled subtly. Then, he recounted. I heard that I was born at Gulson University Hospital. Young Hoon explained further. That's why I thought I might find my mother, so I provided some information and asked for help. Hearing this, she unexpectedly covered her mouth. Is that so? I'm sorry. But he did not blame her. You don't need to apologize. I'm fine. Young-hee suddenly looked at him seriously. Then, she suddenly grabbed Yang Hoon's arm tightly, a mischievous look appearing on her face. She persistently bombarded him with questions. So what about that matter? The person who went to look for Taemin at the hospital, how did you find out everything in just one visit? How did you even know about him having a child? I didn't even know. Right at that moment, Lee Hyung-jun suddenly opened the door and walked in. Hello? Annoyed that their private space had been interrupted, Young-hee glared at him in frustration. You're early. Lee Hyung-jun shrugged. How could I dare keep this long-lost soulmate of mine waiting? She retorted. Have you always been this sly? He waved to the server and replied. A Balvenie 30, please. Actually, I've always been a bit like this. Lee Hyung-jun turned to remind him, you pay today? I've been paying every day, you're making me look like your errand boy. Yang Hoon agreed, I got it. Seeing that, he jokingly threatened, "Don't be shocked when you end up in debt." But Yang Hoon was very calm. "I also have a corporate card, you know." He lamented, "No wonder. Looking back at what I've done so far, a company that only spends this much on drinks is truly speechless." Afterward, Lee Hyung-jun changed his expression. "Have you finished handling the matter in Gulson?" He replied, "Yes, Kim Taemin probably won't cooperate easily, right?" He suddenly remembered something. Because of the Madison Fund, he must be extremely worried, right? Is that why he's taking this opportunity to spin off the subsidiaries? Yang Hoon confirmed, "That's right." Lee Hyung-jun picked up the wine bottle, pouring while asking, "Has Yumayong Group already started taking action against Hyunjin Heavy Industries?" Hearing this, Yang Hoon was quite surprised. "Has the rumor already reached your place?" Lee Hyung-jun boasted triumphantly, "Don't underestimate my company. We are among the top 3 major banks in the country. My company was the first to receive the information, and we were also the ones who leaked the rumor." "Well, aren't we amazing?" Yang Hoon, already too familiar with this attitude, replied, "Yes, yes, that is why I always treat and respect you so much." Lee Hyung-jun raised his glass in praise. "Good, good, this is truly the taste of power." Suddenly, he asked bluntly, "Do you need money?" Yang Hoon was surprised. "Are you worried about something?" A mysterious smile appeared on Lee Hyung-jun's face. "What is this? Are you using the caring card on me?" Lee Hyung-jun put the bottle back on the table, warning Yang Hoon, "You were sharp, but you need to know your limits." He continued, "Don't you think you are overcomplicating things?" Yang Hoon hesitated. "That is why, if you do not want to say it." Lee Hyung-jun quickly cleared his throat, interrupting him, "It is not that I do not want to say it." That reaction made Yang Hoon find it a bit amusing. "Then why don't you try saying it?" He carefully inquired whether this girl also knew everything about him, as Yang Hoon had mentioned before. Being referred to with a casual pronoun, Yun, he snapped back in annoyance, "This girl? What do you mean by that?" Lee Hyung-jun shrugged, "Come on, with our relationship, don't add aside names when we talk. It sounds so annoying." He then asked Yang Hoon, "Anyway, did you know about that?" He honestly shook his head, "I have no idea at all." Finally, Lee Hyung-jun crossed his legs and folded his arms. "Okay, it wouldn't be nice to ask her to leave, so let's just talk here." He began to recount, "Because of what you said earlier, I made some preparations. However, things didn't go quite as planned, which is why Vice President Lee Jae-sung was packed off." Yang Hoon couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Did he try to find the chairman's weakness to win him over but failed, resulting in Vice President Lee Jae-sung getting fired? He asked further, "And then what?" While pouring the wine, he replied, "The appointment of the new vice president is underway, but my father went to greet him in an absurd manner. His name is Im Tae-suk. The name sounds so rustic, but his experience is no joke. He graduated from EX University and has long-term experience at investment banks like JP Morgan and Silverman Sachs, having served as the CFO of the UF Investment Bank in Singapore. There is only one explanation for that. Shinyun Bank needs a talent with international investment skills. But from what I see, that might not be the case." "You think so too, don't you?" Yang Hoon reminded him, "What did I tell you? I said this would draw attention." Lee Hyung-jun leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his thighs. "Even so, don't you think they reacted to the issue too quickly?" Yang Hoon read the situation instantly. It was caution. He deduced, they must have prepared everything in advance. Lee Hyung-jun's face wore an unpredictable look of contemplation. Whether Yun he was pretending not to care or not was unclear, but Lee Hyung-jun really did not pay it any mind. Though he didn't say it out loud, I knew that once he set his mind to it, he could do it any time, which was why he acted that way. Even without actually saying it, it was clear he still couldn't trust him completely. He picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. But even so, what of it? Lee Hyung-jun revealed another important matter, adding that there was an even more ridiculous thing. He claimed that South Korea's conglomerate structure is the main reason why the domestic economy cannot grow rapidly. Yang Hoon asked curiously, "But did your grandfather just let it slide?" Lee Hyung-jun frowned and replied, "My grandfather doesn't know yet." Then he smiled as his expression changed, "But isn't this obvious? In front of my grandfather, of course he would say this is an inevitable move to cultivate global investment capabilities." Hearing this, Yang Hoon did not say anything more. "All right, so what can I do for you?" Lee Hyung-jun's face grew serious as he calculated, "If you hastily step forward to oppose it now, you will be framed immediately. But we cannot just sit idly by either." His voice carried a dark undertone. "We need to play a move that captures the general." Yang Hoon caught on to his line of thought and asked, "Do you mean we have a proper move to make?" Lee Hyung-jun replied seriously, "That's right." Yang Hoon placed both hands on his knees and said in a firm voice, "I understand." However, Yang Hoon also frankly laid down his condition. "The players of this chess game must be you. If I participate too, it would be against the rules, wouldn't it?" Lee Hyung-jun quickly waved his hand. "I know. My point is to have you be my strategist. Young Hoon continued. If you need me to devise a plan, I must know the strength of the opponent first. Lee Hyung-jun's patience began to wear thin, his attitude turning irritated. Stop beating around the bush and speak clearly. Are you doing it or not? But Young Hoon remained firm on his condition. I need to meet them to know. Lee Hyung-jun argued back. Either way, you can find out through your information sources, can't you? Is it absolutely necessary to meet? Inwardly, Lee Hyung-jun could not understand. Obviously, he had the information resources to uncover even the truths about him that no one else knew. So why was he so desperately insistent on meeting them in person? Seemingly reading his doubts, he immediately explained that the information was merely supporting evidence for his judgment. Lee Hyung-jun grumbled that he was being too difficult, but ultimately, he had to give in. He continued, saying that 3 days later, there would be a special lecture on the international financial market situation at Coga University. Some people associated with Shinyun Bank would also participate. Young Hoon wondered if it would be a bit strange for them to attend. Lee Hyung-jun immediately countered, saying that the lecture was not just for current students. Quite a few executives of large conglomerates and presidents of small businesses would attend. Therefore, he would not feel out of place at all. On the contrary, it would be a great opportunity to expand his network. Young Hoon did not share such optimistic thoughts. He wondered what the point would be if they just went there, listened to the lecture, and returned home. Raising his voice, Lee Hyung-jun questioned him, asking if he expected a private meeting to be arranged, noting that even he would find that difficult to pull off. Since the guy had not even been appointed vice president yet, wouldn't it look ridiculous to approach him like that? Suddenly, a spark flashed in his mind as Lee Hyung-jun came up with an idea. He noted that after the lecture concluded, there would be a gathering for the attendees. Of course, the guest list for that party had already been finalized. However, if his girlfriend attended that special lecture, he could add the two of them to the gathering's guest list. He inquired how that would be managed. Lee Hyung-jun casually replied that they were organizing the special lecture, reiterating that people connected to Shinyun Bank would be there. Hearing this, Young Hoon felt more at ease and said he understood. With one issue resolved, Lee Hyung-jun moved on to another matter, asking what he should do for him next. But contrary to his expectations, Young Hoon did not have any plans yet. I don't have any favors to ask of you just yet. We need to swap shares with Hyunjin Heavy Industries, but nothing is set in stone. So for now, there is nothing that needs an immediate decision. Lee Hyung-jun's eyes narrowed dangerously. You aren't the type to do something for nothing either. Does that mean I can never reject your requests, no matter when? Young Hoon looked at him helplessly. Do you absolutely have to think of it that way? He calmly replied, you and I can be considered to be in the same boat right now. If there's anything I can do to help you, of course I should. But as I said before, I cannot solve every single problem for you. If I find a solution, you must be the one to execute it. And assuming we can't find a way, there is nothing more I can do. Lee Hyung-jun softened up a bit. He nodded, that goes without saying. Young Hoon smiled gently and replied, thank you for understanding. Lee Hyung-jun then shifted to another topic, this time regarding Yeonhee. Her grandfather's collapse has stirred up a lot of gossip. Word has it that most investors believe director Kim Tae-min will be the next successor. Therefore, if things are left as they are with the division of subsidiaries, investors from YGN CNT, the travel agency, and the construction company will have no choice but to push her into the spotlight. Do you understand what I mean? She confirmed again, do you mean all attention will be focused on who will become my husband? Lee Hyung-jun replied, that might be the case, and also the evaluation of your capability. He continued, currently, most opinions believe that the YGN CNT and heavy industry sectors have been completely separated. Even so, they still think that branch president Song Eun-chai needs further evaluation and monitoring. This is not to disparage women, but until now, few female CEOs who have run conglomerates have achieved any significant success. Yeonhee's mood sank, and she crossed her arms, asking, is that why they are worried the stock price will drop? He replied, to put it bluntly, yes, that is indeed the case. Lee Hyung-jun rubbed his chin, calculating, after acquiring Hyunjin Travel, I wonder if they will focus on business operations without any other M&A. But will it really turn out that way? This time, Yeonhee's expression showed a slight hesitation about that. Without letting her finish, Lee Hyung-jun quickly interrupted, from the outside, no one can make any assessment about this sudden acquisition by YGN CNT yet. This is because they do not know the true intentions of the board of directors. He reminded her, in any case, you must realize that many people are paying close attention to this matter. Therefore, if you plan to marry Secretary Choi, I think it would be better to announce it early. If you put Secretary Choi in charge of these matters, everything will become much more logical. Otherwise, emphasize more clearly the driving capability of branch president Song Eun-chai. Hearing this, Young Hoon immediately reacted, wait a minute, this matter. But he was also promptly cut off. This is advice coming from my position as a major shareholder. Lee Hyung-jun seriously emphasized that there was no need to immediately announce they would marry. However, they should at least announce that starting from now, they would seriously consider the matter. He broke into a nervous sweat. Had the investment organization already thought that far ahead so quickly? What they had done so far was like a mere family dispute. However, it was completely different from acquiring Gulsan Shipyard and Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Yang Hoon told himself that it was something he had not thought about yet. But what Lee Hyung-jun said did make some sense. After digesting everything, he replied, "I will think about this." Lee Hyung-jun excitedly brought up another topic. "You mentioned before that you were preparing something to connect with the political circle. I don't know what it is, but you must do it well." Lee Hyung-jun pointed a fork with a piece of cake toward him. "Among the shareholders joining Hyunjin Travel this time, there are many influential people." But Yang Hoon casually replied, "In the end, don't those influential people have to make money through us anyway?" Lee Hyung-jun continued, "That is why they are paying even more attention. They will wonder if this person can make them even more money." He lowered his head and rubbed his chin to contemplate. Thinking about it more deeply, that was indeed true, wasn't it? Lee Hyung-jun then pointed at Yunhee. "Of course. I heard that Yumion Group is very eager to have you." Yunhee did not hide it and gave a soft nod. "Young Hoon and I were college friends. He had actually proposed to me a few times before." Yunhee recounted that he had contacted her mother to arrange a meeting with her, but she refused. Her expression was a bit strained when mentioning that matter. Immediately, Lee Hyung-jun proposed an alternative. "Why don't you just go and meet him?" His face was extremely serious. She crossed her arms and leaned back, her tone far from pleasant. "I suppose you don't even know who I am meeting right now, do you?" Lee Hyung-jun waved his hand and replied, "I know, so don't make things more tense." Yunhee remained indifferent. "So what?" He began to reveal the identity of a certain person. The youngest daughter of the Yumion Group is currently a college senior. She is majoring in fine arts and seems poised to inherit an art gallery in the future. Yang Hoon frowned. "Do you want to meet that girl?" Lee Hyung-jun said, "If we arrange it through grandfather, there shouldn't be any problem. Perhaps because she's still young, she doesn't want to meet that way. It's truly incomprehensible." His face showed some pride in his plan. "I thought I could get acquainted with the son of Yumion Group and ask him to introduce me." Yunhee sighed. "Heavens, do you think it's that easy?" Lee Hyung-jun thought to himself, "That's a bit absurd, isn't it?" He changed his expression, speaking with subtle implication. "But if you happen to know someone named Yang Hoon, could you introduce that girl to me?" Yunhee was not very sure. "I have never met her before." "Do you want me to introduce you?" Suddenly, Yang Hoon interrupted. "It would be better to find another girl." Lee Hyung-jun was stunned. Why?" Yang Hoon's attitude was very serious. "If you only want her because of the background of Yumion Group, you'd be better off finding someone else." Seeing this, Lee Hyung-jun backed down a bit, secretly sighing in his mind, is he really this resolute? Afterward, he directly asked, "What is the reason? Is Yumion Group facing some kind of trouble?" Yang Hoon answered evasively, "Although I can't state the exact reason, frankly speaking, now is not the time to look for a girlfriend." The response made Lee Hyung-jun want to protest. "What do you mean? You know very well what my current situation is." He blurted out the calculations in his mind. "I alone might not have enough strength, but if my father-in-law is the chairman of Yumion Group, the situation will be very different." He closed his eyes, still holding his ground. "I understand, but it is too early now." Lee Hyung-jun asked in annoyance, "Can't you speak more clearly?" But Yang Hoon said nothing more. "Anyway, you just need to understand it that way." Placing his hands on his knees, he offered him a piece of advice. "For now, just think about your father. Sometimes, not having a companion might actually be better." Lee Hyung-jun's expression changed instantly. What did he mean by that, he wondered. Surely his words were not just empty talk. It only made things more complicated. In the end, faced with Yang Hoon's opposition, Lee Hyung-jun gave in. Holding his face, he leaned his head back. "You must have a reason for not explaining everything clearly, don't you?" He replied, "You will find out later." Helpless, he said, "I get it." Lee Hyung-jun stood up and left in frustration, muttering to himself, "It's not like I'm talking to some all-powerful being." The two people behind him immediately asked, "Are you leaving?" Lee Hyung-jun did not hide his scowl as he turned back to question them. "So what?" His tone was not pleasant at all. "Should I sit and drink alone while watching this couple annoy me?" That attitude, however, did not offend Young Hoon, who even chuckled softly, understood. Afterward, Lee Hyung-jun left with a stomach full of anger. Yunhee turned to ask Yang Hoon, "Will Yumion Group mess up when involved with Hyunjin Heavy Industries?" He replied, "No." Yang Hoon's face darkened slightly. "They just think they will suffer a loss." I don't know how much damage they will take either. Since I don't know the face of Yumayong Group's chairman, I can't know about Yumayong Group. That is the fate of director Lee Hyung-jun. He is naturally someone who likes to interact with the opposite sex, which always comes with gossip. For now, it is best to stay away from him. Hearing this, Yun-hee asked curiously, what kind of situation is for now? He smiled gently and advised, you only need to know that this is an important time for director Lee Hyung-jun. She snorted, shifting the subject, let's drop that then. But it's not a casual meeting, it's a serious encounter, should it still be avoided? Yang Hoon looked at her with calm eyes, when you must avoid the opposite sex, it is best to be clear. You never know when or how gossip will appear. Only when time passes will the situation become clear. Yun-hee raised her eyebrows and muttered, it's probably about to be exposed, I have a feeling. Hearing this, Yang Hoon paused slightly as if in deep thought. Suddenly, he leaned in closer to her and asked directly. So, how do you feel about me? This behavior made Yun-hee feel quite amused. Without hiding it, she answered directly, making him freeze. My first impression of you was like a con artist. But that was just my prejudice. Yun-hee continued to strike another blow. After that, you seemed like a scholar, like a Confucian scholar from the Joseon era. That's the feeling. But what he cared about was something else. So, you don't like it? To his surprise, she smiled and replied. I like scholars. Sometimes they are a bit annoying, but I like the scholarly scent of ink. I think it's not bad. Yun-hee raised her glass and assured him. I don't think I will change my mind. A smile appeared on Yang Hoon's face. Then, the two clinked their glasses together. In another scene, it has been 3 days since Chairman Im fell ill. Chairman Im has still not shown signs of waking up. He heard that the work I asked him to do would take a lot of time. Mr. Jo Jae-min held an opening ceremony in the military area. He has officially started to gather his organization. Gulson's new leap forward will move ahead together at the opening ceremony of Jo Jae-min's election office. Finally, the bidding results for the construction rights in Bongsekian have been announced. Hyunjin won the construction rights worth 7 trillion won. Here is why Hyunjin has become a valuable asset. Will the distribution of luxury apartments shake up the local real estate market? On the day Hyunjin's stock price was announced, it hit the upper limit and began a steady journey. With Hyunjin's stock price like this, Hyunjin's owners also recorded a surge of over 10% on that day. At such a happy time, at COGA University, a voice rang out. Would you like to take a walk around the campus? Yang Hoon, with his bag on his shoulder, walked side by side with Yun-hee. Sure, I've been very curious about it. His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked ahead. College life, which he had only seen on TV, those seemingly ordinary images used to make him so envious. Although he couldn't go to school like them now, just walking in this place made him feel like he had fulfilled his dream. At this moment, Yun-hee tilted her head curiously and looked at him. Actually, going to school is very miserable and hard. Is that also something to be envious of for you? Young Hoon nodded with certainty. That's right. Yun-hee said. I'm really looking forward to today's lecture. She covered her mouth with a teasing smile. As for me, I often get very sleepy. I hope you will have fewer high expectations about college lectures. Yang Hoon asked back in confusion. Why? Yun-hee cheerfully replied. That way, you'll feel less envious. Afterward, the two of them walked in to attend a special seminar for rising talents. The seminar was about the flow of the international financial market, presented by Dr. X, an economics expert from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, who is currently an advisor to Shinyan Bank. They walked to the gate, where quite a few people had already gathered around. Suddenly, a man ran over carefully from somewhere and said with a smile, Hello, I have been waiting for you. He gestured toward the inside of the door and said, I am Cho In-sun, a manager at Shinyan Bank, please come this way. Cho In-sun turned to introduce them to Tae-suk. This is Ms. Lim Yun-hee, daughter of President Song Un-chai from YGN CNT. And this is manager Choi Young-hun from the secretary office of YGN CNT. Both of them mentioned that they really wanted to attend Tae-suk's lecture. He politely offered his hand and greeted them. It is quite a surprise that young people like you know about me. It is truly my honor. Choi Young-hun humbly shook his hand and replied, We are actually the ones honored to meet you like this. Cho In-sun, standing beside them, looked down at his watch and reminded, We should get ready, it is almost time. The two bowed and said, We are really looking forward to the lecture. Tae-suk also replied, All right, thank you. Then, he and Lim Yun-hee went inside the lecture hall to find their seats. While settling in, she turned to ask, How is my face? At this moment, Tae-suk was gradually stepping up to the podium. Choi Young-hun muttered randomly to himself, Director Lee Hyung-jun is going to have a bit of a hard time. The scene transitions to a massive high-rise building, where a voice echoes inside the room, You seem quite diligent lately, it is good to see. Lee Hyung-jun's expression was a bit awkward, yes. His entire body suddenly froze as the other person leaned their hands on the desk. The man placed a hand on Lee Hyung-jun's shoulder. I heard you had a discussion in the board of directors. Do you want to become a bank president now? He stammered slightly. No, that is not it. The other person pretended to be surprised. Is it not? Lee Hyung-jun turned pale, forcing himself to answer his questions. Of course, sir, I still have a lot to learn. The other party suddenly interrupted. Actually, I have already prepared a position for you in Vietnam. Lee Hyung-jun froze, unable to believe his ears. Yes, chapter 92. At this moment, Lee Hyung-jun was sitting quietly alone in the room. He clenched his teeth tightly, seemingly very tense, as Lee Jae-sung's words kept echoing in his head. Do you know how much we care about Vietnam? What will be the future of our Shinyan Bank? It can be said that it depends heavily on Vietnam. Go to Shinyan Bank, and I hope you can help Shinyan Bank become the #1 bank in Vietnam. Lee Hyung-jun only nodded slightly at the time. I will consider it. But now, he was quite hesitant. Even if it only temporarily buys some time, if things continue like this, is it possible to return? If I continue like this as an ordinary employee, I certainly won't be able to return. Perhaps I will never set foot on Korean soil again. Lee Hyung-jun sank into deep thought, analyzing the situation. Applying personnel measures that no one can understand represents growth, but isn't that conclusion just a subjective decision? The periodic personnel restructuring will officially begin. At least by March, I need to find a solution before that regular personnel restructuring takes place. Lee Hyung-jun was extremely frustrated. The problem was that he couldn't think of a solution, and he hadn't expected to face such an urgent situation. Vice President Lee Jae-sung's influence over the entire group spread like a spider's web. He had already handed Shinyan Bank over to his father, gradually transferring all the power of the group to him. Now, the important thing was not who would become the deputy director, but whether he could survive. This was no longer the time to worry about self-preservation. Soon, Lee Hyung-jun set up a meeting. Director Kang Ju-wai, please meet me tonight. At this moment, the lights in his office were quickly turned off. When Lee Hyung-jun pushed the door open, a girl suddenly exclaimed, "Are you leaving work already?" That person was Cha Ji-yeon, Lee Hyung-jun's secretary. She reminded him, "You have a meeting at 5:30. Lee Hyung-jun didn't seem to give up on his plan to go out. Cancel the meeting and tell them to leave early tonight. No unnecessary overtime. Cha Ji-yeon nodded in agreement. I understand. She hesitated slightly. Are you? Cha Ji-yeon finally asked, are you going to meet another woman again? Lee Hyung-jun smirked and replied, why would I meet someone else when I have you, Cha Ji-yeon, by my side? She showed disdain. You have gone before, haven't you? Lee Hyung-jun quickly coaxed her. I only went for work. Lately, I haven't thought of anyone else but you, Cha Ji-yeon. But Cha Ji-yeon still didn't believe him. Stop lying. He hurriedly turned to leave. It's true. Something urgent suddenly came up. That's why I'm leaving like this. Cha Ji-yeon seemed to have a bad premonition. What's wrong? Is there something bad happening? Previously, Vice President Lee Jae-sung called me and I went to meet him. Is it because of that? Her words made Lee Hyung-jun pause in his tracks. He turned back to reassure her. I'll tell you later, so don't wait for me today, alright? Cha Ji-yeon knew better than to pry further. Alright. On the way, Lee Hyung-jun couldn't stop sighing in frustration. When he first arrived here, everything seemed like it would go well, but now, such good things were no longer plentiful. Outside, night had fallen, and the lit-up streets looked incredibly bustling. Lee Hyung-jun quickly arrived at a nightclub. He carefully observed his surroundings once before heading inside. As soon as he pushed the door open, the waiter warmly welcomed him. Welcome, guest. Someone is waiting for you. Lee Hyung-jun exclaimed in surprise. Is he already here? The waiter replied that he had arrived 20 minutes early and the wine was already prepared. Lee Hyung-jun patted his shoulder in appreciation, saying well done. He quickly moved to the reserved room. Lee Hyung-jun opened the door and spoke, I must be late. Yang Hoon had been waiting there for a long time. Yes, he frowned deeply, showing his clear annoyance. Before he could say anything, the girl Na-yeon walked over and threw her arm around Lee Hyung-jun's shoulder. She looked at Yang Hoon and said, I don't think I've met you before. Lee Hyung-jun snapped back irritably, we need to talk privately today, so bring the wine and leave. She was a bit skeptical and asked again, is that true? Lee Hyung-jun growled gruffly, don't talk too much, just get out quickly. The girl Na-yeon was quickly dismissed, slowly backing out. Yes, wish you a good time. Lee Hyung-jun sat down in frustration. Why make things so awkward? Yang Hoon then spoke. Have you already forgotten my warning about being careful with women? Lee Hyung-jun heard this and questioned him back. Didn't you hear what I just said? He proudly added that even praise wouldn't be enough. Yang Hoon just nodded indifferently. Yes, that wouldn't be wrong to hear. He spoke with deep implication. However, you shouldn't just listen to my words casually. Lee Hyung-jun then made an excuse for himself, but think about it. Isn't that something I said a year ago? If you ask me to do it right away, it seems a bit forced. Yang Hoon asked back with concern, wouldn't it be better to consider it after everything has stabilized? Lee Hyung-jun didn't dare to assert with confidence, actually, that is a valid point. He added, I will arrange everything neatly. At this moment, his mind was completely filled with Yun-hee's image. How could Lee Hyung-jun tell me to leave now? Yang Hoon delicately noticed his emotions. Your voice didn't sound very good just now. Is something wrong? Lee Hyung-jun poured the wine while explaining the reason. My father called me earlier and told me to go to Vietnam. Yang Hoon exclaimed in surprise, to Vietnam? Lee Hyung-jun nodded in confirmation. Yes, he is currently establishing a branch in Vietnam, and we are aggressively starting our business operations. As you know, the banking market in Korea is currently saturated, and the population is declining. The competitive advantages that each bank can present are also gradually fading. Lee Hyung-jun bluntly concluded, this means we have reached the limit of our growth. He shared his perspective. When looking abroad, Vietnam is the first place that comes to mind. Their population is very young and hardworking. Samsung alone contributes nearly 30% of Vietnam's GDP, and they are very friendly towards Korea. However, their financial sector is still underdeveloped, making it the perfect place for us to expand our operations. Yang Hoon understood the reason, so that's how it is. Lee Hyung-jun couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, it's not like it's a martial arts match or an exam, so why? But a moment later, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in surprise. Yang Hoon looked at his expression and guessed, you've caught on, haven't you? Lee Hyung-jun crossed his arms across his chest in annoyance. Do you mean you want me to cause trouble? He nodded in confirmation without any hesitation. Exactly. Yang Hoon analyzed thoroughly. Before the periodic personnel appointment takes place, you must step forward to resolve them and use that as your achievement. At that time, even if Tae-suk is promoted to vice president, he will still stand by your side. You just need to prove to him that you can stand on your own feet without relying on the bloodline of a third-generation tycoon. Lee Hyung-jun stopped him. Stop, I understand that, but... He found it hard to comprehend. You said there is a path worth trying to live for me. Lee Hyung-jun had a bold thought, or should I make a grand appearance and then just go to Vietnam and disappear without a trace? Yang Hoon asked back, what if it's a problem that only you can solve? How could such a thing happen? He immediately explained, in a large enterprise like this, with or without me, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. People often say that without me, the company cannot operate. But in reality, even if I am absent, the company still runs normally. Yang Hoon heard this and lamented, nothing is absolute in this world. Without exceptions, there is nothing interesting. Lee Hyung-jun curiously asked, so what is the final conclusion? Unexpectedly, he gave a random, headless answer, the lease contract for the Gulsan Shipyard Industrial Park is about to end. To be more precise, the lease renewal will not happen. Lee Hyung-jun was extremely bewildered. What on earth were you talking about? At this moment, Lee Yang-hoon calmly revealed his plan. After the lease contract for the largest shipyard in Korea on that vast land expires, we plan to select Shinyeon Bank as the main manager for the transfer of Gulsan Shipyard. Lee Hyung-jun was quite surprised to hear the other party's intention. To put it clearly, it was to hand this over to him. Hyunjin Heavy Industries would not be able to refuse this, otherwise they would have to sell those expensive equipments without recovering their true value. Lee Young-hoon concluded that once he could grasp and control the situation, there would be no need to waste effort going to Vietnam anymore. Lee Hyung-jun shook his head in frustration and asked, but who would even want to buy those liabilities? He confidently spoke up, YGN CNT will purchase it. Hearing this, Lee Hyung-jun became so tense that cold sweat began to pour. Only then did he realize, so when you said last time you were preparing to align with the politicians, it was to do this? Lee Young-hoon nodded to confirm, that is correct. Lee Hyung-jun couldn't help but feel doubtful. Wait, YGN CNT is buying it? Not Hyunjin Heavy Industries? Young-hoon gently nodded, which only irritated him further. Hey, even if you get that pile for free, you'll still take a loss. It could cost up to trillions of won. What kind of trick are you trying to play? He slowly revealed his plan. We plan to participate in the acquisition of Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Lee Hyung-jun was so shocked that he was left speechless. He sighed in frustration, poured some alcohol, and downed it in one gulp. Only after a while did Lee Hyung-jun ask, who did you negotiate with? Young-hoon replied honestly. Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. He is a candidate for the mayoral by-election of Gulsan City. Lee Hyung-jun quickly grasped the situation. But his constituency is in Gwanghwamun. Has Kong Ju-wai stepped down? Yang Hoon was somewhat surprised. Are you interested in politics too? You seem to know all of this. He immediately replied. That's just common knowledge. But why enter Kong Ju-Wai's territory? Was this deal permitted by him? In Gulson, you have to ask for Kong Ju-Wai's permission even to drive a single stake. Didn't you know that? Yang Hoon calmly asked back. Don't you know that Assemblyman Kong Ju-Wai is currently being investigated by prosecutors? That's no big deal. Politicians being investigated is as common as daily meals. Lee Hyung-jun questioned him back. Once the prosecution finishes their investigation, everything will go back to normal. For those judges and prosecutors, as long as they are in the same boat, they will always be protected. Have you ever seen officials making things difficult for their own people? But Yang Hoon was very confident, this time would be different. He was still extremely doubtful, are you sure? He was still full of determination, yes. Lee Hyung-jun only spoke softly, if Kong Ju-Wai gets caught this time, and Jo Jae-min takes over Gulson, what do you get from it? Yang Hoon was still unsure, an apartment in Bongsekian. Lee Hyung-jun couldn't help but exclaim, you made quite a fortune, didn't you? Ah, about that. However, there were some things only Yang Hoon knew, and a few other things he didn't tell the other person. In short, that was the situation. Lee Hyung-jun asked again, to sum up, using the Gulson shipyard to prepare for the election, right? Yang Hoon nodded in confirmation, that's right. He smirked with smug satisfaction, an extra election that not many care about has become the main topic of the general election? He will surely be a politician known nationwide. Yang Hoon also confirmed, that is indeed his purpose. Lee Hyung-jun could also deduce that Assemblyman Jo Jae-min wanted to revive the shipyard to boost Gulson's economy. Is that person's vision naturally so broad, or is this a plan that you mapped out? Yang Hoon pretended to be innocent, I only gave him a little suggestion. However, he could not fool Lee Hyung-jun at all. That made sense, for how could a politician paint such a profitable picture without a businessman backing him up? Okay, this matter is considered settled. If the expiring industrial park lease contract is confirmed, Hyunjin Heavy Industries must choose one of the following two options. He presented the choices, either commit to long-term operation and request a lease extension, or they will have to transfer the business. If they commit to operation, acquiring the Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering Company would no longer be feasible, wouldn't it? Conversely, if they are capable of the acquisition while still operating the Gulson shipyard, all their previous claims of inability would become a lie in everyone's eyes. But Lee Hyung-jun also understood the difficulties that would follow. In reality, just rehiring several thousand workers would already be a massive burden, making this an impossible task to execute. This is because they had to endure the consequences they caused while simultaneously depressing the local economy over the last 3 years. He carefully asked, the business transfer is almost a certainty now, how much do you think they will demand? Yang Hoon also shared his assessment, I heard that the construction cost alone was about 1 trillion won. Wanting to recover all of that would be nothing short of bottomless greed on their part. Lee Hyung-jun proposed a price, they are selling a shipyard that nobody cares about, as I mentioned earlier. 700 billion won should do it. Instead, since the brokerage firm will settle the transactions as quickly as possible, an additional fee clause should be included if the sale is not completed within 3 months from the announcement date. He smiled slyly and made a proposal. How about we go for around 100 billion? Yang Hoon confidently yielded. You can take it. That much is enough to leave a mark. Lee Hyung-jun added. If you want me to survive, you have to withdraw so I can become the main character. What do you think? Yang Hoon humbly replied. I am not someone with the qualities of a celebrity. He covered his mouth and laughed slyly. So I will be the one stepping forward and directing everything from start to finish? Yang Hoon nodded in confirmation. That is correct. Lee Hyung-jun asked further about Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. He sensibly accepted the task. I will be the bridge. He then began to discuss the next matter. Good, so what about the detailed guidelines? Yang Hoon replied very gently. There are just a few things. First, during the acquisition process, no negative information regarding the mayoral election must be leaked through the media. Assemblyman Jo Jae-min winning the Gulson mayoral election is the most crucial prerequisite of this project. Lee Hyung-jun nodded. We must coordinate closely with Jo Jae-min? Alright, I got it, what's next? Yang Hoon continued, secondly, we can negotiate, but in the end, Gulson shipyard must belong to Yjin CNT. He had some speculation, do you mean I can take private money but cannot commit acts of betrayal? Don't worry about that, I am not a fool. Then he analyzed further, thirdly, I know this is not easy. But once we start, even if any incidents occur midway, the final result must not change. If any difficult issues arise internally, you must know how to handle them yourself. Of course, if anyone opposes Shinyan Bank supporting the cash shortage for Yjin CNT, you must also step forward to protect it. Lee Hyung-jun readily agreed, that goes without saying. But Yang Hoon had not finished yet, and the last thing, ensure to share information clearly. He wanted to clarify, to what extent. He did not hesitate to speak out, all issues, except for the financial figures. Lee Hyung-jun also gently agreed, okay. He was now eagerly looking forward to it. When can I start? If we wait too long, I'm afraid before I even have a chance to speak, the personnel records will already be sealed. Yang Hoon gently raised his wine glass. I will arrange to meet Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. After I settle the agreement and report to him, you just need to closely follow Assemblyman Jo's steps. Lee Hyung-jun also inquired, what about you? He laid out a very clear plan. During that time, I will meet with the chairman of the industrial bank. Lee Hyung-jun was now laughing triumphantly. Those pitiful people of Hyunjin Heavy Industries, what were they going to do now? Soon, Lee Hyung-jun was left all alone in the room. Just then, Jo Jae-min walked in and politely asked. Did you call for me, director? Lee Hyung-jun quickly replied. Have a seat. He bowed respectfully and said. Yes. By now, Jo Jae-min was so tense that his fists were clenched tight. Lee Hyung-jun clearly stated the reason. My father said he wants to transfer me to Vietnam. You already knew about this, didn't you? Jo Jae-min's expression turned extremely unpleasant upon hearing this news. He immediately denied it. I have never heard of this. Lee Hyung-jun couldn't help but find it strange. Director Kang Joo-hwa used to be like the right-hand man of Vice President Lee Jae-sung, and he still was. Yet, did the Vice President directly mention the transfer to Vietnam before the news even reached Director Kang Joo-hwa? There were two possible conclusions. He questioned with annoyance. Hey, are you even doing your job properly? Jo Jae-min could only bow his head in apology. I am sorry. But honestly, I have never heard anything about going to Vietnam. I have always been completely loyal to you, Director. Lee Hyung-jun asked back suspiciously. Really? Jo Jae-min nodded firmly. Of course. Seeing his steadfast attitude, Lee Hyung-jun came to a conclusion. Then there was only one hypothesis left. His father had finally started to distance himself even from his closest confidants. He surely knows a thing or two about what I have been doing lately. To confirm his suspicion, Lee Hyung-jun asked. Has my father met anyone recently? Jae-min answered honestly. He often meets privately with the bank president, Cho Won-jin. Hearing this, he immediately ordered. Find out more about President Cho. Jae-min obediently complied. I understand. Lee Hyung-jun continued the discussion. As for the candidate for bank vice president, Songdae, whom our company is targeting this time, it probably won't work out. Jae-min asked worriedly. What should we do? Lee Hyung-jun fell silent, quietly calculating. Although he said that all it took was overwhelming power to dominate, he was not in the mood to do that. He then asked again. His family is in the US, right? Jae-min quickly confirmed. Yes, that's correct. Lee Hyung-jun further inquired. Where is he staying these days? Jae-min immediately shared what he knew. He is staying at a hotel until he is appointed vice president. Once appointed, he will look for a house. After hearing that, Lee Hyung-jun just remained silent, lost in thought. Right at this moment, Yang Hoon walked in, and he waved his hand, calling out. Come sit here for a moment. He asked directly. Is there anyone who needs money? Yang Hoon was a bit taken aback. Why do you ask? Lee Hyung-jun then made his request. Select someone brave and tight-lipped for me, then bring them here. Do it quickly. Time passed quickly, and the next morning at the group headquarters, Cha Ji-yeon asked once more. Do you really want to do this? Tae-min then argued. The Madison Fund has already started buying. We must exchange the shares that Aunt is holding to feel secure. She sighed in frustration. The Umayon Group has promised to help us. Tae-min countered annoyedly. Do you really believe that, mother? Those are just empty words. Surely they want to take a share of it as well. Furthermore, the Umayon Group might be targeting Hyunjin Heavy Industries because they own ships and factories. Look at how hard we have struggled to get to this point. Cha Ji-yeon argued back. But the situation has improved now. However, Tae-min used evidence to analyze the situation. In reality, as we survived the difficult phase, many uncompetitive shipyards in China collapsed, and even Japanese shipbuilding companies with advanced LNG technology are being pushed back. Therefore, we can consider that we have passed the fiercest stage of competition. Although winter has not completely passed, looking outward, we can see a bright prospect. Cha Ji-yeon waved her hand in frustration. Everywhere she looked, there were wolves wanting to tear our company apart. Even relatives could not be trusted, only money is reliable. Tae-min had to admit that his mother was right, no one could be trusted. Thus, we must secure our management rights through careful share swapping. The board of directors is fully supporting me, so we only need to acquire Ant's shares. By then, no matter how powerful the large investment fund or the Yumayong group is, they won't be able to get what they want. Suddenly, Taemin's phone rang, and he headed outside to answer it. Ji-yeon must have arrived. I'll go out for a bit. Cha Ji-yeon did not forget to praise her son. Well done. However, Taemin did not think so. Down in the lobby, right at a very luxurious cafe, Taemin saw the familiar figure as soon as he went down. Are you here? Where is your mother? Ji-yeon spoke up and replied, Mother didn't come here, she is staying at the hotel. She asked with concern, how is he doing? Taemin also spoke the truth, he still hasn't woken up. Ji-yeon worriedly asked, then what should we do now? He calmly replied, they will likely proceed to appoint a vice president in the next shareholders meeting. I will take over that position. At this moment, she also broke the news, father is very worried. Taemin was slightly flustered, is it because of the Madison Fund? Ji-yeon spoke the truth, because you have made many mistakes. The thought of losing Hyunjin Travel immediately crossed his mind. Taemin could not help but admit, yes, that was a mistake. But one mistake is more than enough. Ji-yeon nodded in agreement, indeed. You are not someone who would make the same mistake twice, right? Taemin said with absolute confidence, right. Ji-yeon suddenly turned her head away, and Taemin also sensed that something was wrong. It was only then that she said, I feel a bit bad saying this, but my father said perhaps you should look for someone else. Taemin, even though he did not like it, could only clench his teeth and accept. He understood that it was only natural. Cha Ji-yeon was extremely grateful, thank you for understanding. I said I believed in you, and my father also respects my opinion. Taemin smiled again and said, should I thank you then? But she did not dare to accept it, don't thank me, and don't apologize either. I hope my man does not easily bow his head like that. He immediately became confident, of course. Cha Ji-yeon could not help but feel guilty, in this shareholder meeting, my father and I cannot help with anything. My father thinks this crisis is an opportunity to evaluate you. Taemin calmly accepted, fine. A star only truly shines when many people admire it. Let him see how I overcome this crisis. Cha Ji-yeon was also full of hope, I am really looking forward to it. He also gave an assurance, this time, I will definitely make him realize one thing, I am the best man in Korea. Cha Ji-yeon was full of trust in this man. On the street, the traffic was extremely busy. In the car, both Lee Hyung-jun and Young Hoon were completely silent. Director Lee Hyung-jun and Assemblyman Jo Jae-min had a good conversation in Gulsan. Assemblyman Jo Jae-min was very pleased that the head of strategy from one of South Korea's top 3 banks would be leading this project. Similarly, Lee Hyung-jun felt more confident about this project after seeing the unexpected dignity of an assemblyman he once thought was unremarkable in the countryside. Lee Yang-hoon anxiously asked, will we do well? Lee Hyung-jun replied with great confidence, of course. Since father isn't here, I will make the deal with him. He was still a bit hesitant, but Lee Hyung-jun immediately asked back, what's wrong? In his heart, Lee Yang-hoon silently observed, he has changed, even if it's just a tiny bit. He then asked, are you thinking about something else? Lee Hyung-jun found it strange for a moment, why are you suddenly saying something so weird? Lee Yang-hoon warned, you should be very careful. His attitude made Lee Hyung-jun very puzzled, what are you talking about? Suddenly saying such strange things. But Lee Young-hoon continued, this is a crucial phase. Be careful with women and the words you speak. Don't forget that. Lee Hyung-jun nodded in response, of course. Lee Young-hoon added with deep hope, I believe you will do well, but sometimes even a tiny mistake can cause you trouble later on. His strange behavior left Lee Hyung-jun thinking, he knows everything, which is why he's saying this, right? Guilt kept me speechless, I understand now, chapter 95. At this moment, inside Chairman Lee Kyung-ho's mansion, Lee Hyung-jun tried to take a deep breath, yet his hands could not stop trembling. He was incredibly nervous, and this was only the beginning. Lee Jae-sung had also returned by now. Lee Hyung-jun kept trying to calm himself down, damn it, I have to try talking to grandfather to seize the opportunity, but of all days, father had to return early today. Lee Jae-sung noticed his son and asked, are you back? Why are you home so early? Lee Hyung-jun quickly made up an excuse, yes, I plan to come home early once in a while so I can have dinner with grandfather. Lee Jae-sung nodded in satisfaction, that is good. The door to Lee Jae-sung's room closed. Lee Hyung-jun was still terrified. He clearly sensed that his father was on high guard and unmistakable wariness. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, facing that suspicion directly made the overwhelming fear rise within him, leaving him completely helpless to stop it. Meanwhile, everyone else in the house was laughing and chatting merrily. The maid walked over and softly announced, dinner is ready. Soon, they heard the chairman say, let us go. Lee Hyungjun silently followed behind the rest of the family. Just then, he hesitated and said, "I will wash my face first and join you shortly." Seeing this, Haein asked with concern, "Are you feeling tired?" Lee Hyungjun quickly avoided further questioning and headed into the restroom. "A little, but I am fine." He stared at himself in the mirror, constantly pushing his limits. "I must stay calm and focus. If I fail now, everything is ruined." Seeing him return, Lee Kyung-ho called out, "Sit down." It seems Lee Hyungjun's mother specially said something. "Braised short ribs is your favorite dish, isn't it?" Lee Hyungjun obediently replied, "Yes, I will eat heartily." Lee Jae-sung then spoke up, "I haven't told you yet, but perhaps we need to send Lee Hyungjun to Vietnam." Lee Hyungjun's face immediately darkened. Lee Kyung-ho was slightly surprised. "Vietnam? The bank has only been there for a short time. Is it really necessary to send Lee Hyungjun there?" Lee Jae-sung explained his reasoning. The current members have become more rigid in their thinking. Instead of adjusting their mindset to fit the rapidly changing environment, they try to stick to the methods they used in the past. Vietnam is an important place for our Shinyan Bank to develop. Even Vietnam is undergoing rapid changes, and we cannot look down on it just because it is a developing country. Lee Hyungjun silently thought, "It sounds logical, but surely not all current members are rigid." Especially in the Korean environment, which relies heavily on SNS and social media, not many places have such a developed financial system. Lee Kyung-ho also agreed, "That's true. Someone with a youthful mindset like our Lee Hyungjun needs to lead the rapid changes so we can dominate the market." Lee Jae-sung was very pleased to hear that. "That's right, well then." Lee Hyungjun then voiced his opinion, "I think I might temporarily postpone my trip to Vietnam for a bit." Lee Jae-sung immediately asked the reason. "Why? Are you afraid you won't be able to have fun there? Stop thinking nonsense and get ready." Lee Kyung-ho quickly realized, "Is it that you don't want to go because you'd rather play around, just like your father said?" Lee Hyungjun nodded in confirmation, "Yes." Hearing this, he understood, so that's the reason. But seeing his grandson bowing his head, Lee Kyung-ho asked, "What is it?" Only then did Lee Hyungjun say, "I am thinking about selling the Gulsan shipyard, which is currently shut down." Lee Jae-sung was bewildered upon hearing this. "Selling what?" Lee Hyungjun did not answer but began analyzing his viewpoint. The Gulsan shipyard, which was built by Hyunjin Heavy Industries, is currently inactive and has laid off its employees. Lee Jae-sung roared in anger, "You are doing something completely useless. Do you think that is some second-hand market item that you can just buy and sell as you please?" Lee Kyung-ho then stepped in to mediate. "Alright, that is not something you can just do on your own whim. The Gulsan City Council has issued a policy to not renew the lease agreement in the industrial complex. If the contract is not renewed, Hyunjin Heavy Industries will have no choice but to lose all the massive facilities they built at the shipyard." He asked further, "No extension of the lease contract?" Lee Jae-sung was extremely angry. How absurd! What on earth is Hyunjin Heavy Industries? Hyunjin Heavy Industries is a place that tightly holds both the political and media circles. Just the advertising money that Hyunjin Heavy Industries spends on media is already enormous. But could they just let it be without doing anything? Lee Kyung-ho asked again, "Is there any reason to be so sure?" Lee Hyungjun spoke calmly, "There is a reason to be sure, but since everything is not fully organized yet, it is difficult for me to explain clearly at the moment. But I am not saying this based solely on my own thoughts. The work has progressed quite a bit, so it is entirely possible." Lee Jae-sung questioned back, "Assuming the lease contract is not renewed, how can we intervene in that matter?" Lee Hyungjun remained highly confident. After the city council announces the policy of not renewing the lease contract, Shinyan Bank will be nominated as the asset management company for the sale. Lee Kyung-ho astutely guessed, "Who did you talk to?" Lee Hyungjun did not hide it. "I have completed an agreement with the person who will become the next mayor of Gulsan City." He could not help but be surprised. "Is that so?" Lee Hyungjun quickly confirmed, "Yes." Lee Kyung-ho laughed and said, "So it's not that you don't want to go, but you're playing tricks?" He replied very honestly, "Grandfather, I have no reason not to want to go to Vietnam. This is a project I want to execute for the benefit of our company, and it will surely bring significant profits to the company." Lee Jae-sung's face darkened. "This is all nonsense. That project is not attractive at all. It will only cause unnecessary complications and lead to a backlash." Lee Kyung-ho did not care at all and asked, "What price are you thinking of?" Lee Hyungjun also gave a specific figure, estimating it to be around 7,000 to 8,000 billion won. 7,000 billion won. Shipbuilding companies have only recently escaped a long winter. Not many companies have that much cash. In addition, if the number of employees to be hired is taken into account, the required investment would exceed imagination. He asked very thoroughly, "Is there anyone who can do that?" It was not surprising that his father was worried, so Lee Hyungjun nodded, "I understand, sir." By now, Lee Jae-sung was so angry that he clenched his fists, yet he still asked, "Is there still a possibility?" Lee Hyung-jun was extremely confident. This is not a task based on capability, the buyer has already been predetermined. Lee Kyung-ho was quite surprised. The buyer has already been predetermined? He nodded, yes. Still skeptical, the older man asked, where did they say they would buy it from? However, Lee Hyung-jun did not reveal it. I apologize, but I cannot disclose that at the moment. This was because he always harbored a concern that if the secret leaked, it would cause a major issue. No matter how angry his father was, under his current observation, even discussing Hyunjin's matters would not lead to any major problems. The problem was that if they started talking about Hyunjin now, from that moment on, this project would no longer be the responsibility of the strategy and planning team of Shinyan Bank. There was a possibility that this work would be transferred to Shinyan Financial Group. Naturally, he would still have to go to Vietnam. From now on, you will command this project, so please focus on the work in Vietnam. Therefore, Hyunjin was almost like a lifeline that could not be ignored. Lee Kyung-ho asked again, even for you? However, Lee Hyung-jun's answer remained the same. I am sorry. This is a project I have started and am handling. You will find out when it is reported in the press later on. Seeing his grandson so confident, Lee Kyung-ho was pleased. I assume this is not groundless talk, is it? Lee Hyung-jun replied with great confidence. Grandfather, I am no longer a child. I am speaking this as the head of the strategy and planning team at Shinyan Bank. The match has already been set. The next mayor will visit the Gulsan shipyard for his election campaign. We just need to adjust accordingly. Lee Kyung-ho asked further. Is that all? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, for now, we just need to wait for the press reports to come out, grandfather. He continued to ask, what kind of report? Lee Hyung-jun stated, there will be news from the industrial bank that the sale of heavy industries to Hyunjin Heavy Industries will be postponed. This is the first step. The industrial bank? The sale of heavy industries to Hyunjin Heavy Industries? Lee Kyung-ho asked with interest, is there anything I can do to help you? Lee Hyung-jun replied without hesitation. When the right time comes, I would be very grateful if you could help me out once with the president of the industrial bank. Hearing this, he was highly amused. Lately, I have had nothing to do and was feeling bored, but now there is something to do. Let's eat. You heard that too, didn't you, his father? Despite his disagreement, Lee Jae-sung had no choice but to comply. I understand. Everything was now going exactly as Lee Hyung-jun had planned. Due to this, the trip to Vietnam was postponed. Lee Jae-sung was extremely furious. At a certain building. If you run for the National Assembly in your own district, you would easily be nominated, and you could even think about winning the election. Is there any reason why you suddenly decided to run in the election for mayor of Gulsan? He calmly spoke, I have thought a lot, giving up my peaceful political life, and I couldn't help but worry about whether it was necessary to walk down such a thorny path. I have lived in Gwageok-dong as if it were my home for over 10 years, and I have put my touch on every corner. From the newly paved roads to the renovated marketplaces, even down to the height of the elementary school walls, I have taken care of all of those things. Among the merchants nearby, around the Yusin Gwageok market, there is hardly anyone who has not shaken my hand at least once. Yang Jun-ji recorded extremely actively. I understand, Jo Jae-min continued. Therefore, when I decided to go to Gulsan, what concerned me the most was our citizens. To the voters who elected and trusted me, when I say that I will not participate in this general election and will go to another place, I do not know how disappointed and discouraged they will be. Yang Jun-ji could not help but exclaim, surely the citizens must have been very discouraged. Jo Jae-min showed all of his sincerity, I had to make an important decision. For the sake of the country and the people, we cannot stagnate like this. It was a difficult decision, but it was for the common good. Yang Jun-ji was also very pleased to hear this. It is indeed hard to fully understand the assemblyman's feelings. But why did you have to make such a difficult choice? Is it here in Gulsan? Jo Jae-min nodded slightly, that is correct. He asked further, I am very curious about the reason. Jo Jae-min could not give a definitive reason either. Thinking back now, it still feels like a strange twist of fate. Perhaps it was because I occasionally visited the Gulsan Sea? Not often, but sometimes when resting, I would go with my wife and children. I dropped by to soothe my tired mind and body while eating sashimi and looking at the sea. I don't know since when the smiles of the Gulsan people have faded. Yang Jun-ji also noticed, the economy of Gulsan is indeed not very good. Assemblyman Jo Jae-min still expressed his heart when the shipyard closed down. Countless people lost their jobs, and the city gradually lost its vitality. This underpopulated city is dying, which makes my heart ache deeply. This is truly a very serious situation. Initially, it was not my constituency, and I thought people would figure it out on their own. Realizing that he was overly emotional, Jo Jae-min spoke up in embarrassment, how embarrassing. However, Yang Hoon did not think so, not at all, you have every right to think that way. That matter bothered me so much that I couldn't run for election in my district again. If we just leave Gulsan City as it is, I cannot abandon my political conscience. So, is the economy of Gulsan currently considered hopeless? Is there any plan that can rebuild it? In his heart, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The fact that Assistant Kim did not interrupt this question was indeed very astonishing. By nature, criticizing policies is easy, but presenting an alternative solution is extremely difficult. It is no coincidence that people resort to smear campaigns during elections. First of all, criticizing others makes the audience feel better and easily attracts attention. That is indeed the way of an assemblyman. But if you want to propose an alternative to solve the problem, you must make the voters understand why it is a reasonable solution. You have to speak logically. In addition, one must also endure a lot of criticism. This is precisely why there are many consistent criticisms without any alternative solutions in elections. Jo Jae-min presented his analysis. The biggest reason why Gulsan's economy is stagnant is because of the shipyard issue. On the other hand, if the shipyard starts operating again, wouldn't we be able to solve all these problems fundamentally? Meanwhile, Lee Young-hoon was still taking notes very rapidly. He had a different view of the man, having thought he would try to evade the question. Lee Young-hoon nodded in agreement. That's right, ordinary people know very well that this is the biggest cause. Therefore, the citizens are very eager to resolve the shipyard issue. At this moment, Jo Jae-min stated, "As a mayoral candidate, I have a plan to sell the currently closed Gulsan shipyard." Lee Young-hoon was stunned by this scoop, asking back in disbelief, "Is that really true?" Jo Jae-min then revealed, "I will not extend the contract to join the industrial complex. For leaving the residents of Gulsan in the abyss of darkness, Hyunjin Heavy Industries, which is leisurely focusing on the merger, must be held responsible. I want to make this clear, I cannot simply ignore this situation." Lee Young-hoon fell silent for a moment before asking further, "If so, is there any shipbuilding company willing to buy the Gulsan shipyard?" Jo Jae-min kept it vague. "Now is not the time to speak in detail about that, but I can say one thing. Before long, the Gulsan shipyard, which has been quiet, will regain its bustling and lively appearance as before." Even though the shipyard would change owners, Lee Young-hoon also showed anticipation, that is highly anticipated. Suddenly, Jo Jae-min's voice lowered. "If possible, Reporter Lee." Startled by being called out of the blue, Lee Young-hoon replied, "Yes, I'm listening." Jo Jae-min firmly asserted, "What I mean is, do not lump me together with those politicians who just throw out empty promises to win the election. As time passes, everything will be revealed." Lee Young-hoon could not help but wonder. If this is published in the newspaper, it will cause quite a stir. "Do you really not mind?" The other man did not reply, only wearing a bright and meaningful smile. At the same time, inside a meeting room at Hyunjin Heavy Industries, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The man sitting in the center was Young Ho-gun, the chairman of Hyunjin Heavy Industries. He was highly irritated by the news, growling, "What on earth does Jo Jae-min think he is doing?" Park Ki-young, chief of staff of Hyunjin Heavy Industries, spoke up at this time. He is a local politician who served 2 terms in Gwangwon and is a relatively minor member of the Gwangno UI committee with few outstanding activities. His political sponsor, Assemblyman Kong Ju-wai, is currently under investigation by the prosecutor's office. Perhaps because they were high school alumni, he received a district nomination for the first time. I heard that Assemblyman Kong Ju-wai helped him a lot. Ho-hyun asked again, "Kong Ju-wai? Isn't Gulsan owned by Kong Ju-wai?" Ki-young nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that is correct." Ho-hyun continued to ask, "So it was all done by Kong Ju-wai?" But at this moment, Ki-young hesitated. "Well, that." Ho-hyun barked angrily, "Go and verify it. He has received the money, but who knows if he might betray me in the future." Ki-young timidly complied, "Understood, sir." Then Ho-hyun turned to another subordinate, Director Moon. Tae-byum immediately replied, "Yes, Chairman." Ho-hyun asked, "How much do you think I believe in this story?" Moon Tae-byum, director of Hyunjin Heavy Industries, thought it over carefully and replied, "It is certainly not empty talk." He asked back suspiciously, "Are you sure?" Tae-suk analyzed that even if it is not certain, we must prepare. The tone is very unusual. This is not a highly competitive field to cause such a stir when thinking about the election. After reading the article and checking, just the promise of renovating the bus terminal is enough. It is said that this received a fairly good response in the Gulsan area. We are not in such an urgent situation that we need to declare the Gulsan shipyard will be restarted. Seo Hyun could not help but be puzzled, wondering why this matter was brought up now. Tae-suk analyzed that Gulsan is an area that receives significantly less attention compared to the metropolitan area. It is also a place with a high chance of winning the by-election even if a flag is planted there, so there is clearly no major issue. But if it is the Gulsan shipyard, it is a different story. Is he taking this opportunity to become a national politician? As the article mentioned, we can easily run for office in a district of Gwangwamun. The important thing to note is going to Gulsan. Soon after, Kang Ju-wai was investigated by the prosecution and ousted by those within the party, indeed. If Assemblyman Kang cannot escape the hands of the prosecution, Gulsan will become a vacuum, and the city council will resolutely not allow entry into the industrial complex. Seo Hyun hesitated. Who would buy such foolish things? Suddenly, he called out, Jeon-ho. Young Jeon-ho, the director of Umayong Construction Machinery, quickly responded. Seo Hyun assigned the task, telling him to meet Jo Jae-min and talk about it. Check if what he truly wants is the reopening of the Gulsan shipyard. And if there is anything we can help with, say we will cooperate as much as possible, whether it is entering central politics or political funds. But the Gulsan shipyard is out of the question, it is ours. Jeon-ho nodded in confirmation, saying of course. They might be trying to extort something from us through provocation. Isn't this the first time politicians have done this? Ho-hyun also reminded him not to make any mistakes, as even a small mistake could sink a ship. He nodded and said, yes, I won't make any mistakes. Then, Ho-hyun proceeded to assign the tasks, and Director Moon, please find out which company Jo Jae-min is referring to. If he really decides to buy the Gulsan shipyard, will he start preparing from now on? I understand. How is the merger of Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering going? Taebyum reported back that there was still no response from Europe. Ho-hyun felt dissatisfied and said, continue to convey our position and eliminate any concerns, this is taking too much time. This matter must be completed in the first quarter. Taebyum immediately confirmed, yes, Mr. Chairman. Jae-young-gu suddenly spoke up in panic, Chairman, about the Industrial Bank of Korea, Ho-hyun has not reacted yet. What? What about the Industrial Bank of Korea? Regarding the sale of Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering, there is an article saying that it will be reconsidered. Jae-young-gu was so terrified that he broke into a cold sweat, I will confirm it again. But right at that moment, someone intervened, wait. Jeon-ho stood up in frustration, Chairman, we cannot continue like this. First, let's find the reporter who wrote that article for the Tomorrow Economy newspaper. But Ho-hyun did not care, Director Young, the reporter is not important. Why did the Industrial Bank of Korea suddenly act like that? Jeon-ho was still very worried, there is only one case where a merchant breaks a deal that has already been made. Obviously, a competitor has appeared and is demanding a higher price than us. Only now did Ho-hyun realize the gravity of the situation. He hastily ordered, find out who that competitor is. Have the car ready, let's go to Uedo. At this moment, at the Industrial Bank of Korea, a voice rang out. You have made a wise decision. The one who spoke those words was Kim Man-suk, the president of the Industrial Bank of Korea. I still have many doubts. Can you guys really pull this off? Kim Man-suk questioned, his face full of skepticism. Lee Young-hoon replied with absolute confidence. We are not doing this because we think we can do it well, but because it is something that must be done. Man-suk warned in a low voice. Life is not that easy. In his heart, he felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. From the very beginning, he had disliked the fact that people from Hyunjin and Ygin CNT, who had no connection to the industrial bank, had directly approached him. He was, after all, a bank president who had served as the vice chairman of the Financial Services Commission under the previous regime. Putting other matters aside, he had always regarded his clean and upright life during his tenure as a public official as his greatest pride. Since becoming the president of the industrial bank, almost no business had ever approached him with the noble intention of helping the country and the bank. Because of such past experiences, he could not look favorably upon those who requested a face-to-face meeting. Yet, upon actually meeting them, a different kind of anxiety began to creep in. Their proposal was an unimaginable combination. Even though he felt it made no logical sense, there was an incredibly strange persuasiveness to their words. Thus, forced by the circumstances, he ultimately had no choice but to declare war on Hyunjin Heavy Industries, exactly as they had requested. Man-suk spoke gloomily. Doing it just because it must be done? If everything in life worked out that way, the world would be like a fairy tale. Lee Young-hoon remained firm. This is an undertaking that cannot be allowed to fail. Naturally, we have a realistic solution prepared. Man-suk explained the reason for his deep concern. Because it sounded reasonable, I listened to you and completed all the acquisitions. But what worries me is that this situation might not unfold the way we expect. He continued in a serious tone. Do not underestimate the major conglomerates of Korea. They have overcome countless hardships to reach the massive positions they hold today. Lee Young-hoon nodded submissively. I understand. Man-suk gazed thoughtfully at the young man standing before him. After a long silence, he asked in a low voice. How much do you plan to buy the Gulsan shipyard for? Lee Young-hoon did not hesitate to state the exact figure. I am thinking around 700 billion won. Mansuk narrowed his eyes slightly and probed further. How much liquid cash do you currently have on hand? He confidently replied, I have just acquired Hyunjin Travel, so I am completely out of money. Anyway, it seems like large conglomerates would go bankrupt if they didn't do business with other people's money. Look at it in a positive way, even if it is someone else's money, we are saving a collapsed shipyard. Mansuk also expressed his feelings. Yes, I mentioned earlier that I understand. I will do as you say, it's just that I don't feel very happy about it. So where do you plan to raise the capital from? Lee Young-hoon gave an immediate answer, I will raise it from Shinyan Bank. Mansuk speculated, are you planning to mortgage the Gulsan shipyard? He did not dare to confirm, probably. Mansuk warned with concern, Chairman Lee is not someone easy to deal with. But Lee Young-hoon remained extremely confident, I tend to be very lucky. Seeing him assert so confidently, he also complied. Alright, perhaps in just an hour, Chairman Young will arrive here. He is a very short-tempered person, and I do not think he will wait calmly. What I can do is limited. Lee Young-hoon made an offer, if there is anything I can help with. Mansuk flatly refused, no, I will handle it myself. Since you started this, seeing it through to the end is your duty. Even though it is in my hands, not everything is within my control. Do you understand? Lee Young-hoon nodded and replied, I understand. Mansuk added advice, when public opinion turns against us, the deal between you and us will end. Bear that in mind. Lee Young-hoon nodded in agreement and said, I understand. After the conversation was over, he gently closed the door and went out. Before the meeting, I was a bit worried. But having met him, I realized there is no better person to sit in this bank director position. I did not need to devise plans to find his weakness. This man is very strong, even when a major corporate chairman comes, he will not be overshadowed. At this moment, Lee Young-hoon was standing there waiting for the elevator, and the person inside stepping out was Jian-ho. He did not pay any attention to Lee Young-hoon and just walked straight inside. He silently observed. He said that Chairman Young would arrive in an hour. Indeed, the action was very swift, the elevator doors quickly closed. Inside the room, Ho-hyun spoke up, I am sorry for coming so suddenly without an appointment. Mansuk politely replied, it is fine, please have a seat. Ho-hyun explained the reason, on the way here, I read the article, and it shocked me deeply. I came here because I thought I should at least hear the situation from you first, I hope you understand. Mansuk nodded in understanding, of course. Ho-hyun got straight to the main point, so, is the information in the article true? Mansuk did not hesitate to confirm, yes, that is correct. He then asked, did someone offer a higher price? Mansuk nodded and replied, that is right. Ho-hyun showed empathy, if someone offered a higher price, it is only natural to waver. But this is not a small matter, is it? What you have is not a toy sold at a stationery store, nor is it fruit sold at a market, but it is one of the foundational industries of the nation. The fate of an enterprise that feeds countless families cannot be changed overnight. Mansuk spoke up in annoyance, Mr. Chairman, it is precisely because this company supports so many families that I made this decision. Ho-hyun could not help but feel outraged, this is what we promised before. The EU merger review process has already begun, and we have spent a lot of money and time to establish this joint venture. Mansuk suddenly lowered his voice, Chairman, let me be honest with you. Ho-hyun was extremely tense, go ahead. Mansuk directly exposed him, of all the money and time you've invested, isn't the only thing actually invested just manpower and time? Are you trying to take over a company worth over 3 trillion won without spending a single penny? Ho-hyun heard these words and shook with anger, did I understand something wrong? In his heart, Mansuk was also very confused. Hadn't he just been trying his best to sell it recently? Ho-hyun questioned back, the shipbuilding industry has been in decline for many years, where would there be money to acquire Haeju shipbuilding and marine engineering? You knew that too, which is why you agreed to establish a joint venture, right? Mansuk did not hesitate to admit, that's right, that's what I thought at the time. But now the situation has changed, there is another company that wants to buy Haeju. Furthermore, they are willing to pay a portion in cash. Cha Ji-yun was shocked by this news and stood up abruptly, no way. Who would buy that company? Even Hyunjin Heavy Industries and Samsung Heavy Industries have given up. Mansuk repeatedly asserted, I cannot say clearly, but there is definitely a party that wants to buy it. Ho-hyun looked incredulous, are you really planning to do that, seriously? Mansuk still maintained a firm attitude, yes, the situation has changed, now you need to prepare cash. At least 1.5 trillion won, if you have that money, I will rearrange everything. Ho-hyun was stunned for a moment, then he shouted loudly, where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Mansuk had known it all along, there's still 1.4 trillion won from the sale of shares in Umayam Oil Bank to a Saudi Arabian oil company, right? Use that money, then I will reconsider. Ho-hyun was extremely troubled, that is our main capital source. Mansuk advised him, now is the exact time to use that capital. However, he did not agree so easily. This is completely different from our initial agreement. We should follow the original plan. Haeju has received over 10 trillion won of public funds. Haeju shipbuilding and marine engineering must do everything to get through when the situation is unfavorable. Mansuk added, but now, there is a company ready to buy it in cash, even if it's not the entire amount. Do you think that if I hand this company over to you, won't people suspect that there is a secret agreement between you and Hyunjin Heavy Industries? I don't have the money or relationships to shield myself like you do. Ho-hyun asked again. Are you really that determined? You won't regret it? Mansuk, despite his anxiety, remained firm. I am a bit worried about this, but I have no regrets. Hearing that, the man gave up and left. Alright, I understand. Ho-hyun walked out of the room in frustration. He quickly ordered, find out who is trying to interfere in this matter as soon as possible. Tae-suk immediately received the order, I will find out right away. His face at this moment was extremely irritated. Meanwhile, in Lee Hyung-jun's office, as soon as he saw the article, he was quite surprised. I did not think the chairman of the Industrial Bank of Korea would approve so quickly. Young Hoon realized that it turned out to be an amusing situation. They had originally intended not to intervene and just stand by and watch. It was a situation where the bank had no choice but to approve. They were worried, but still glad when they heard that we agreed to buy it. Lee Hyung-jun on the other end of the line also agreed completely. That must be the case. Hyunjin Heavy Industries said they had no money, so they had to spin off assets. That is a form of consolidation by holding shares in the joint venture. They have come up with a very clever way. But Chairman Yong is not an easy person. Can the chairman of the industrial bank endure it? Yang Hoon spoke out, their ambition is not normal at all. As soon as the Gulsan shipyard was mentioned, their eyes changed immediately. Lee Hyung-jun observed and had to confirm, as you said, if they are people with political ambitions, they definitely want a part in the recovery of the Gulsan shipyard. If it ends successfully, it will help restore Gulsan's economy, and they can also boast that they contributed to it. Yang Hoon felt somewhat relieved, that's right. In any case, I have resolved the task I was assigned. Lee Hyung-jun was speaking when the door was pushed open. It turned out to be Executive Director Cha Ji-yeon. She reported, the Vice President is looking for you. Lee Hyung-jun let out a sigh and replied, I got it. Suddenly, Cha Ji-yeon hesitated as if she wanted to say something, However, seeing that Lee Hyung-jun was speaking on the phone, she decided not to. He spoke back to Yang Hoon, father is looking for me again. Yang Hoon was a bit worried, is that so? Lee Hyung-jun was slightly anxious, I wonder what he's going to say today. Seeing the other person silent, he got a little annoyed, why aren't you saying anything? Only then did Yang Hoon advise him, it's nothing, just go ahead. And so Lee Hyung-jun hung up the phone and left, alright, I'll go now and call you back later. Very quickly, he arrived at the office of Vice President Lee Jae-sung. Lee Hyung-jun spoke in a polite tone, did you call for me, sir? Lee Jae-sung then said, I've seen the article. Just as you said, everything is progressing quite well, isn't it? Lee Hyung-jun bowed his head and nodded, thank you, sir. But at this moment, something else caught his attention. Lee Hyung-jun looked at the documents on the desk and hesitated, this. Lee Jae-sung explained, because of this periodic personnel reshuffle, I am reviewing the situation. Lee Hyung-jun did not dare to say anything more, I see. Then a certain name caught his attention, so Lee Hyung-jun asked, are there so many people being excluded in this periodic personnel reshuffle? Lee Jae-sung feigned surprise, really? We need to change now, employees with poor performance must be dismissed, without any pity. Lee Hyung-jun thought to himself, so he really meant it when he said he would cut off his right hand. In the end, he had to admit, you were absolutely right. It was now dusk at Blue Moon. Yang Hoon was led to the private room by a staff member. Lee Hyung-jun had already been waiting there for some time. Have a seat. As soon as Yang Hoon sat down, he asked, what's going on? Lee Hyung-jun looked quite tense now. Don't bring up women to me today, something major has happened. His attitude made Yang Hoon feel anxious as well. What is it then? Soon, the wine was poured. Lee Hyung-jun finally explained the situation. My father made a decision regarding Mr. Kang Joo-hoon in this periodic personnel review. He decided to dismiss him due to poor performance. Director Kang Joo-hoon is my father's right-hand man and also the person I brought in. This is a warning to me. He has no intention of just sitting back and watching me get more and more reckless. At this moment, Yang Hoon calmly asked, is Director Kang Joo-hoon the type of person who has many connections? Lee Hyung-jun was momentarily confused. What do you mean by that? At this moment, he explained, I heard he is a capable person, so how could he be discovered so quickly? Lee Hyung-jun stated firmly, it must be because my father kept a very close eye on him. Yang Hoon offered his opinion, didn't Director Kang Joo-wai think of that? I ask this because I do not know him very well. Lee Hyung-jun remained silent. He thought to himself, Director Kang Ju-wai joined the company and has been progressing smoothly ever since. He is an employee who has achieved many remarkable accomplishments at Shinyun Bank. During the time he was by my father's side, I have never heard of him making any mistakes. He is someone who has succeeded in almost everything he has done up until now. If asked whether he is capable, I would answer yes without hesitation. If asked whether he has many complicated relationships, the answer would also be no. Lee Hyung-jun remarked, without being careful and meticulous in the financial sector, I have always thought a major disaster could happen at any moment. If he were someone with many complicated relationships, he wouldn't have been able to stay by my father's side for so long, and his career certainly wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Young Hoon fell back into deep thought, so that means it wasn't due to any mistake made by Director Kang Ju-wai. He speculated, could my father have found out in a way that Director Kang Ju-wai couldn't possibly have imagined? He also agreed, that is possible, but I am thinking of another possibility, and I feel that one is more likely. Lee Hyung-jun immediately asked back, so, what do you mean? Yang Hoon added, someone who knows about the relationship between the director and Director Kang Ju-wai. It's not just Director Kang Ju-wai, right? Lee Hyung-jun frowned in anger. What? Are you saying I made a mistake? Yang Hoon quickly corrected him. Aren't you someone who rarely makes mistakes? Is there a possibility that the director was the one who made a mistake? Lee Hyung-jun narrowed his eyes at Young Hoon, but a second later he drained his glass of wine. No matter how I think about it, that's not it. Young Hoon just looked at him in silence. Lee Hyung-jun was so confused that he felt a bit resentful. Hey, since it's none of your business, you look so calm, don't you? Aren't we in the same boat? Young Hoon couldn't help but admit, it's true that we are in the same boat. I just feel that when a light breeze is blowing, I keep hearing about a storm but I can't feel anything at all. Lee Hyung-jun slammed his glass down. Do you think this is just a light breeze? Or am I the strange one? I feel like my life is being threatened. Young Hoon calmly advised, then why don't you try to confirm if he really intends to dismiss Director Kang Ju-wai? You have to show your cards to see. Lee Hyung-jun turned around and asked, how? Young Hoon slowly analyzed, you should be the first to propose that Director Kang Ju-wai resign before this regular personnel reshuffle. Then, he will surely have some kind of reaction. Lee Hyung-jun was still suspicious. Won't that make me even more suspected? Yang Hoon was speechless. You're too cautious. How could that happen? You aren't so careful that you have to tap a bridge with a hammer before crossing, are you? Lee Hyung-jun hesitated. No, I'm not that kind of person, but this situation forces me to be like this, to be as careful as possible. Young Hoon quickly reassured him. Don't worry, it's just because you heard that news that you ended up drinking like this. It only increases the suspicion. Young Hoon was momentarily stunned. Is that so? In his heart, he thought to himself, I cannot ignore these words. He is entirely correct. I am only pretending to show respect on the outside. If looking at his actions and thoughts, even if he respected him like an older brother, there was nothing to say. Suddenly, Lee Hyung-jun's phone rang. He quickly picked it up to check. It was Cha Ji-yeon. Yang Hoon curiously asked, is that your girlfriend? Lee Hyung-jun neither confirmed nor denied it. Actually, hearing what you said, I have thought about ending it. Yang Hoon asked further, which family is she from? Lee Hyung-jun did not hesitate to reveal, she is not from a wealthy family, she is my secretary. Yang Hoon showed clear judgment. Office romance? Lee Hyung-jun looked down at his phone. It's just that. Yang Hoon stared intently at him, then suddenly snatched the phone from the other's hand. As soon as Yang Hoon saw the content on it, he couldn't stop trembling, but Lee Hyung-jun had not noticed yet. What's this? Why is it like this? What? Why did you take my phone without permission? Hey! That familiar face appeared clearly on the screen. Time quickly passed by. 4 days later, they were back in the office area. Kang Ju-wai of the Peace Progressive Party, the assemblyman, greeted cheerfully, long time no see. Ho-hyun spoke politely. We met during the national audit last year, didn't we? He replied, that's right. Have you been well? Ho-hyun then remarked, your son is holding the position of director at the subsidiary. You are treating me like an old man. Ju-wai seemed to realize, but you must have run into a lot of trouble, right? I heard some issues arose in the merger between Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Ho-hyun also spoke frankly, I came here to express my feelings to this busy assemblyman. This life is truly long, isn't it? However, Ju-wai's attitude was very indifferent. I see, but what can we do about it? He gently put down the glass of water. I can listen to your concerns as much as you like, but that alone might not be enough. Ju-wai said bluntly, just that will probably not be enough. Ho-hyun also said, first, you must lay down the heavy stone weighing on your heart before thinking about a solution. He couldn't help but admit, you're right. Please, speak. Ho-hyun drained the glass in his hand as if to boost his own confidence. After adjusting his mood, he said, "My late father was very heartless. He raised us very strictly, without even a single word of affection. When my father passed away, he didn't leave any warm words either, just departed like a passing guest who didn't stay long. After he left, the siblings fought each other to the point of bloodshed. One took the cars, another took the money, and another took the house. Ho-hyun spoke his mind. As for me, I took the ships and machinery. I didn't think taking that was too bad." Jin-won found it difficult to understand. Wasn't that the best thing? Besides, he was living very well now. However, Ho-hyun's actual situation was not like that. Before the shipbuilding industry went into recession, they had to endure a lot. When everyone criticized Golson, he had to suffer through hunger just to hold on. Jin-won also listened carefully to his counterpart. "Do you understand that feeling?" He nodded. "So that's how it is." Ho-hyun poured his whole heart into speaking. "The Golson shipyard is mine. Some things can be changed, but that cannot." Jin-won deeply agreed. "You have a point. I also know that the capital and manpower invested are very large." Ho-hyun made a proposal. "It might be difficult for you to accept, but could you consider the option of selling it?" Cha Ji-yeon opened her phone and said, "The city council and the people of Golson are reacting very fiercely. Have you seen today's article yet?" Perhaps because of the statement that Golson could be reactivated through an acquisition, they mobilized businesses to investigate, and as a result, Assemblyman Jo Jae-min's approval rating reached 95%. Although this is an area where he could win just by running, this is no longer the 90s or early 2000s. Is there really any region with such a high approval rating? Furthermore, it is a place where the ruling party's approval rating plummeted after the situation at the Golson shipyard. Cha Ji-yeon explained thoroughly. "A year ago, no, even just a month ago, such support was unimaginable. Thanks to this, the ruling party's approval rating in Jeollado province has also risen." Ho-hyun sighed in frustration. "It's not that I don't understand the political situation." He gritted his teeth and asked, "Assemblyman, do you still think that is possible? Do you think there is still a chance to turn things around if we acquire it? We have already undertaken the production of over a dozen LNG ships worth hundreds of millions. Do you think that is easy?" Cha Ji-yeon asked with some suspicion. "Wasn't that already taken over by Haeju? The merger of Golson into Haeju, I mean." Ho-hyun suddenly spoke up. "I know, but do you think Haeju has enough backlogged orders to run Golson as well? The current order volume is already more than enough, even after satisfying the needs of Jeoj. Kang Ju-wai was also helpless. According to my research, things are not that abundant. Furthermore, it is rumored that the labor union does not seem to like the merger of Hyunjin Heavy Industries and Haeju. When two companies merge, downsizing is inevitable, and no employee would ever like that. But if they are placed in an empty company, there will be no need for downsizing. On the contrary, this will bring a great effect in boosting employment." Ho-hyun, despite being very angry, could not do anything else. From the ruling party's standpoint, this is not a loss. He still tried to advise, "Assemblyman," however. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Kang Ju-wai. "I understand, in reality, Golson is struggling because it cannot secure orders." Ho-hyun then revealed that perhaps within the next few years, it would be handed over to the industrial bank. He frowned in confusion. "So what?" "That is something your company's management and employees have to deal with. If you manage it so poorly that the company goes bankrupt, then it has to go bankrupt. What else is there to do? Do we really have to care about those things as well?" Kang Ju-wai showed his displeasure. "Orders, honestly speaking, if the company goes bankrupt again due to incomplete orders, isn't that still better than just watching it go bankrupt without doing anything?" Ho-hyun was rendered speechless by these words, not knowing how to respond. Kang Ju-wai advised again that our chairman should think a bit more positively. "Do not worry about the company not being able to return to its former glory if you sell it and collect a handsome sum. Conversely, when another good item appears, you will have the capacity to take over it, and who knows, that might be a good choice in this unpredictable recession." Kang Ju-wai clearly stated his opinion that, furthermore, turning all the burdens that Golson is carrying into cash would eliminate the negatives. "Is there any risk management plan better than this one?" Ho-hyun asked somewhat irritably. "Is that the ruling party's policy?" Kang Ju-wai then advised that calling it the party's policy is a bit too broad. "It is just the opinion of a few assemblymen, so let's just think in a positive direction. Since you requested a meeting, I have invited someone here whom I would like to introduce to you." Jo Jae-min spoke quickly into the phone. "Please show him in." Very quickly, the sound of footsteps echoed. At this moment, Jo Jae-min entered together with Lee Hyung-jun. "Hello, sir, please excuse me." Jo Jae-min politely shook hands with Ho-hyun. "I have been very eager to meet you, Chairman. I am Jo Jae-min, currently preparing to run for mayor of Golson." Ho-hyun also quickly returned the gesture. "I am Ho-hyun." He did not forget to mock him with a few words. "So you are the one who said you would take my child away and caused all this trouble?" Jo Jae-min did not show any anger at all. Chairman, your words are really misleading. Because of a lack of money, you killed it, and now you say it is your child? No one would do that even to someone else's child. Ho Hyun fell silent upon hearing this. Then Jo Jae-min introduced, this is Lee Hyung-jun, director of Shinyun Investment and Securities. Lee Hyung-jun bowed politely, hello, sir, I am Lee Hyung-jun from Shinyun Investment and Securities. Ho Hyun quickly recognized this young man as the one Chairman Lee Kyung-ho often brought along. He could not help but ask suspiciously, I remember you now, but why are you here? Jo Jae-min interrupted at this point, what do you think about the decision to have Shinyun Investment and Securities act as the M&A advisory unit for Hyunjin Heavy Industries? At this stage, we should paint a beautiful picture. From now on, both sides will meet regularly. He is participating with the desire to fulfill his role well. What do you think? He then turned to Lee Hyung-jun and said, hey, don't sell it too cheap, got it? Lee Hyung-jun obediently replied. Just leave it to me, sir. I will sell it for the highest price. Ho Hyun watched them with a wary gaze. His fists had been clenched tight for a long time. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Lee Hyung-jun was sitting there all by himself. He kept recalling his conversation with Yang Hoon. Could he have mentioned the vice president in front of that girl? Or was it about the executive director? How strange, I feel like the director is more to blame than the executive director whom I've never even met. Lee Hyung-jun had started to have doubts. After hearing that story, I searched all over the office, wanting to see if there was any wiretapping device installed. But there was nothing in the office. Instead of feeling relieved about that, I suspected that maybe the wiretapping device was installed somewhere else rather than here. And I realized that I couldn't stay by her side anymore. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded, so Lee Hyung-jun stood up. He quickly opened the door, and Cha Ji-yeon cheerfully arrived carrying a large bag of things. I brought the beer you like. Lee Hyung-jun couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why are you here so early? You said you still had a lot of work. She smiled forcefully and replied, I asked Assistant Eun-sung to do it. Lee Hyung-jun couldn't help but feel annoyed. Stop asking Assistant Eun-sung all the time. Even if he really likes you, don't you feel guilty? Cha Ji-yeon didn't feel any remorse at all. He likes doing it. At this moment, he said hesitantly, I can't come here for the time being. Cha Ji-yeon asked back in slight surprise, why? Are you busy? Lee Hyung-jun explained, I was assigned a project, so I have to move. This project is very important, so I don't have time to focus on other things. She couldn't help but be suspicious, really? He went to the chair and sat down, yeah, really. And besides. Cha Ji-yeon asked curiously, but what is that important project? Lee Hyung-jun spoke up tiredly. Have you seen the news? The Gulsan shipyard, that's the restructuring. Cha Ji-yeon couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is that so? Just you alone? He shook his head. No, after all, we have to work as a team. The entire strategic planning team has to participate. Could we possibly be appointed as the advisory unit? It is still underway, so no decision has been made yet. Cha Ji-yeon insisted on asking further. But where is the company planning to acquire Gulsan? I'm very curious. Lee Hyung-jun's eyes clearly showed suspicion. Why are you curious about that? She quickly made an excuse. Well, isn't Gulsan a total mess right now? Even Haeju wants to take it over, even though they are not a specialized shipbuilding company. That's why I'm curious. Lee Hyung-jun secretly thought, the article about Haeju taking over Gulsan hasn't even been published yet. But he still said, Suwon International. Cha Ji-yeon cried out in surprise. Suwon International? Really? Lee Hyung-jun confirmed. Yeah, they will prepare it. We are only acting as intermediaries during the agreement. This is something the director has resolved to do and prepared for. She couldn't help but exclaim. Unbelievable. Lee Hyung-jun also agreed and continued. Right? I was also shocked when I heard the news. Let's order delivery. Cha Ji-yeon asked suspiciously. Why not go out to eat? Lee Hyung-jun quickly pulled out his phone. It's too troublesome. You have a delivery app, right? Then he took Cha Ji-yeon's phone. Let me borrow it for a bit. Let's order jimdak. We can have it with some beer. I'll go take a shower first. The sound of hot water continued to echo in the bathroom. After finishing his shower, Lee Hyung-jun sighed as he looked at his phone screen. On the screen, a text message was displayed. Yes, I am sure, it is indeed Suwon International. Time quickly passed. At this moment, a knock suddenly sounded at the door outside. Cha Ji-yeon hurriedly ran out. I will go get it. She quickly went to open the door, coming. However, the very next second, Cha Ji-yeon's eyes turned blank with confusion. Who is it? The extremely unfamiliar man outside spoke up. I am from the audit department of Xinyan Bank. Please come with us under suspicion of leaking company information. Cha Jian panicked and hurriedly turned her head to cry out for help. Honey, no, wait, please. However, the other person showed no mercy. If you do not come, we will immediately report this to the prosecutor's office. Let us go. No matter how much she begged, Lee Hyung-jun remained indifferent. She screamed, no, honey. He just coldly sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV. Cha Jian continued to cry out in despair. Honey, please, say something. No. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next morning. At the office, Eun-chai saw Yang-hoon looking dazed and asked, You do not seem to have any energy lately. He gently sat down and replied, Is that not how all office workers are? Eun-chai quickly poured some water for him and continued, You must be under a lot of pressure to be like this. How is everything with Xinyan Bank? Yang-hoon took the cup of tea from her. He heard that a few days ago, they had gone to greet Hyunjin Heavy Industries. It was said that Chairman Young was very angry, but it seemed they were used to his expression, and perhaps they would officially begin price negotiations soon. Eun-chai asked with concern. Looking at today's article, it seems they won't easily cooperate, will they? Yang-hoon believed that they wouldn't want to cooperate. She spoke in surprise. Really? Yang-hoon nodded in confirmation. Yes, the task of politicians is to force businesses to comply. If they lack that ability, perhaps we have misjudged Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. No, perhaps I have misjudged him. Eun-chai asked doubtfully again. If so, isn't the one at fault Manager Choi? Yang-hoon calmly replied. If a mistake was made, one must admit it, shouldn't they? She asked further. Indeed, it is Manager Choi. So now, all we have to do is watch the news? Yang-hoon quickly confirmed. Yes, we will pay the price proposed by Xinyan Bank. All we need to do is step into the negotiation room. Eun-chai still had questions. What about Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering? He analyzed clearly. First is Gulsan Shipyard. The Industrial Bank of Korea also stated that they would review the transaction with Hyunjin Heavy Industries, but did not say they would terminate the contract. If we want to sit at the same table with the Industrial Bank of Korea, we must definitely acquire Gulsan Shipyard. Otherwise, we won't be able to sit at that table. Eun-chai nodded in agreement. I understand. Then she asked, By the way, Secretary Choi, is your schedule free today? Yang-hoon hesitated slightly before replying, Yes, I am free. Eun-chai suggested, Then please accompany me today. Yang-hoon cautiously asked for clarification, Where are we going? Eun-chai then teased him, As the chief secretary, isn't it a bit much that you didn't check the director's schedule? He could only respond with a forced smile, Is that so? She then stopped teasing, I'm just joking, the Indian embassy has invited me. Yang-hoon could not help but be surprised, the Indian embassy? Eun-chai then explained clearly, the wife of the Indian ambassador is my childhood friend. I am very proud of Chief Secretary Choi, and don't you want to go since you are Yunhee's boyfriend? Is that alright? Yang-hoon replied with a bit of embarrassment, Yes, it is perfectly fine. Eun-chai analyzed carefully, India is a highly crucial market, a market that has the potential to grow even larger than China. It is where major business activities are taking place. If we build a close relationship with the Indian embassy in Korea, it will become an immense resource. After finishing the outdoor speech, please go down to the basement parking lot. We will travel in my car. Yang-hoon nodded, I understand. Just as he opened the door, someone called out to him, Manager. It turned out to be Min-hee. She quickly reminded him, You have to attend the Nodri Care event tonight, you haven't forgotten, have you? Hearing this, Yang-hoon's expression turned grim, Is it today? Min-hee confirmed, Yes, it is. He thought to himself, Now that I think about it, I heard about this not long ago. The Nodri Care event is managed by Deputy General Manager No Hyung-suk. I didn't think there would be any issues, so I didn't pay much attention. Yang-hoon fell into deep thought, there was really no other way. Just then, Young-hee walked up and asked, What is going on? Yang-hoon turned around and asked, Is today the VIP invitation event for Nodri Care? She nodded in confirmation, That's right. You will have to work a little harder today. Yang-hoon looked at her and thought to himself, She looks more beautiful than usual today, so that must be the reason. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, The director has accepted a dinner invitation with the Indian embassy tonight. No matter what, I must go there. Young-hee gasped in surprise, Huh, really? Yang-hoon looked for a solution, that place cannot be left empty, so perhaps they will have to find someone else for Nodri Care. She suddenly said, I went to great lengths to go to the hair salon early this morning. Yang-hoon couldn't help but exclaim, What? Are you a celebrity? Why go to the hair salon so early? Young-hee replied with absolute confidence, Is it written somewhere that only celebrities can go to the hair salon early in the morning? I did it so those celebrities will feel pressured when they see me. Yang Hoon was speechless. Why do you want to compete with those celebrities? Her reason was simple, I do it just to boost my own mood. However, at this moment, Young-hee suddenly fell silent, her voice turning serious. You might see it as useless, but if I don't do this, what will they think when they see me? Won't they just think I'm someone with rich parents? There is a saying that others will mock you behind your back if you have nothing to show for yourself. Yang Hoon nodded and said, yes, I understand. Anyway, only the location changes, while the people we meet remain the same, so I don't think it is meaningless. Young-hee said half annoyed, but that means the directors of other shopping malls will also be there. If you don't go, who will negotiate? Can Deputy Department Head No do a good job? Yang Hoon reassured her, it will be fine. In his heart, he was slightly worried. There was nothing wrong with Deputy Department Head No's luck, but the luck of changing jobs for Deputy Department Head No was coming. Doing so while yet changing jobs, many people would think it is impossible. But thinking about it again, it is not entirely impossible. He didn't leave because he couldn't stay at the company, finding another company was because he himself had the capability. But if I met others at today's event, it might do more harm than good. Since he had worries in his heart, I couldn't tell him not to go because there were still some things I was preparing. Instead, the best way was to send someone else. Young-hee asked back immediately, who can we send? Or should we send someone from the management team? Yang Hoon suddenly turned and asked, Min-hee, do you know anything about the Nodri Care brand? Being asked so suddenly, she was flustered. Yes, since it's our company's brand, I paid some attention to it. Yang Hoon directly made the request, then that's great, please go to the event in my place. Min-hee couldn't believe it, me? Yang Hoon quickly confirmed once more, yes, you go there. When negotiating with the department store directors, stand by and assist Deputy General Manager No Hyung-suk. She was still a bit doubtful, is it really okay for me to do that? More than anyone, Yang Hoon knew well that she didn't want to be just an ordinary office worker. She couldn't sit still and endure the suspense, she was very courageous and quick-witted. Ironically, everything went so smoothly that in the end, I became a secretary for a large company. If I had done something wrong, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to live a normal life. Yang Hoon spoke up, try to think about which deal is the most beneficial, just focus on that and make a decision. If you don't know, just call me. Young-hee voiced her curiosity, asking what would happen if she had a different opinion from Deputy Department Head No Hyung-suk. Lee Young-hoon replied with absolute confidence, Min-hee will go in my place, you know what I mean, right? Min-hee nodded confidently, yes, I understand. He was highly pleased, good, please go to the sales department and verify the necessary information. She eagerly set to work, understood. Before long, Min-hee returned to attend to her duties. Noticing Young-hee's thoughtful expression, Lee Young-hoon asked, is there something on your mind? She nodded, of course. Earlier, I had to hold back from asking what I really wanted to know. What is it? Is she someone who is extremely lucky, just like Deputy Department Head No Hyung-suk? Lee Young-hoon shook his head in denial, no, that's not it. In fact, she is a bit unstable. Young-hee was puzzled, why is she unstable? Lee Young-hoon quickly explained, by nature, she was born with a passion for challenges, highly curious, and unable to sit still. Therefore, compared to others, she has a higher chance of failure. However, people like her are born with a competitive spirit and can turn disadvantages into opportunities. Young-hee asked out of curiosity, does Min-hee really have that kind of personality? Lee Young-hoon remarked, sometimes, one cannot even understand their own personality. To develop oneself, support from the environment and luck are needed. We can look for those things. She posed another hypothetical question, but what if she makes a mistake? It might increase the employee's experience, but wouldn't we have to take on the risk? Lee Young-hoon did not make a definitive claim, I think it varies from employee to employee. Personally, I believe she is a talented individual worth investing in. Think of it as a major investment for the company. At this time, the street was extremely crowded. Min-hee walked alone, silently making up her mind that she must absolutely not cause any loss to the company during today's event. At least according to the hierarchy I know, after the director comes the department manager. I cannot let him down, absolutely not. Very quickly, Min-hee arrived at the venue, where everyone was working very seriously. She observed her surroundings and silently whispered to herself, this is much better than I thought. Now I understand why they lent out luxury bags. Indeed, the power of accessories cannot be underestimated. Hyung-suk waved his hand in a friendly manner, you've arrived. Min-hee looked around and couldn't help but marvel, there are so many famous people here. Hyung-suk then said, it's all thanks to Miss Jae-eun. Thanks to the increase in brand awareness, most of the invited artists agreed to attend the event. Some couldn't make it due to their schedules, but there are still many top stars attending. Min-hee then asked further, what about the staff from the shopping mall? Hyung-suk immediately confirmed, they are all present, but no one from our side has approached them yet. She found it strange and grew curious. They clearly showed interest, but they seemed to be probing one another. What exactly are they probing for? Hyung-suk speculated, both Hugo and Brandon Shopping Mall were places that had previously signed contracts with us but later declined. It seems they find it awkward to proactively approach us to ask to reopen their stores. Right at that moment, Jae-yoon walked over. Hello. Min-hee excitedly reached out her hand to introduce herself. Hello, I am a big fan of yours, Ms. Jae-yoon. I am Kim Min-hee from Yjin CNT. Jae-yoon looked around at this moment. What about the others? Min-hee quickly guessed. Are you looking for Manager Choi and Ms. Yun-hee? Jae-yoon did not deny it at all. Yes. Min-hee explained the reason. They have another schedule, so they couldn't make it. I came instead. Jae-yoon's face clearly showed sadness. Min-hee looked at her, thoughts racing in her mind. I've heard a part of the story. The electronics business run by her boyfriend is where our company is investing. Naturally, there must be some connection with Yang Hoon and Yun-hee. It is understandable that she is disappointed. Min-hee spoke politely. The successful launch of the Nodricare brand is all thanks to you, Ms. Jae-yoon. I really appreciate it. Jae-yoon also replied politely. Yes, thank you. She also very generously said, if you like any piece from today's collection, please let me know. Seo Jae-yoon could not help but be surprised. Is that really okay? Min-hee confidently agreed, of course, you are Seo Jae-yoon after all. In her heart, Seo Jae-yoon had a different impression. This is the first time I've met her, she seems quite strong. At this moment, Seo Hyun walked over and praised, Seo Jae-yoon, so glad to meet you, you look so beautiful today. Seo Jae-yoon cheerfully greeted her, oh my, director, so good to see you, when did you arrive? Seo Hyun continuously praised, I've been here for a while, Nodricare and Seo Jae-yoon suit each other perfectly. Only then did she notice Min-hee and the others, asking, but who is? Seo Jae-yoon introduced, she is an employee from Hyunjin, Miss Choi Min-hee, right? Min-hee smiled and corrected her, it's Kim Min-hee. Seo Jae-yoon said apologetically, Miss Kim Min-hee, I'm so sorry, I'm usually not good with names. But Min-hee did not mind at all, it's alright. Seo Jae-yoon continued to introduce, and this is Deputy General Manager No Hyung-suk from Hyunjin. I didn't get the name wrong, did I? Seo Hyun chuckled and said, you have a good memory. Min-hee's gaze immediately shifted toward her. Seon-hyun, the director of Brandon Shopping Mall, greeted them, nice to meet you, I am Director Seon-hyun from Brandon Shopping Mall. Standing beside her, No Hyung-suk also bowed and greeted, I am No Hyung-suk, I've heard a lot about you. Hearing this, Seo Hyun's eyes showed clear irritation. Then, she added, previously, due to some misunderstandings between us, we couldn't open a store in our mall. Coincidentally, an old brand is about to leave, probably around March. At that time, there will be an opening, and I will adjust the commission fee to the lowest among the luxury boutiques on the first floor. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Hyung-suk was delighted, that would be wonderful. But Min-hee worked more calmly, she replied, please send the contract details via email, I will review and get back to you. In her heart, she thought that there was actually no need to proceed immediately. If she wanted to prevent the department manager from standing out too much, this was probably what she needed to do. Seon-hyun's face instantly soured, and she questioned immediately, isn't this gentleman the person in charge? Min-hee did not deny it at all, he is indeed the person in charge, but the contract negotiations are decided by the company. Seon-hyun silently assessed that they couldn't reach an easy understanding. What she said was almost identical to the position of the secretary's office. Thus, she turned to Jae-yoon and said, Jae-yoon, I have someone I want to introduce to you. Then, Seon-hyun led Jae-yoon away, this is Benjamin Chung, the person in charge of App Asia. You like this app too, don't you? Jae-yoon was a bit surprised, oh, yes. Min-hee did not give up and called out, Ms. Jae-yoon. Ms. Yun-hee said that if you came to today's event, she would introduce many colleagues to you, right? Actually, it cannot be said that Nodricare is only for women, there are also shoes for men. This time, we are planning to launch a perfume brand for men. Seo Jae-yoon was quite surprised upon hearing this. Oh, is that so? Min-hee added. You can go meet the person in charge. Ms. Yun-hee might feel sad to hear this, but I will protect you. Seo Jae-yoon was still a bit hesitant, but then she happily agreed. Of course, I will introduce you to them. Director, I am sorry, but I will schedule to meet them next time. Seon-hyun's face grew even darker. Seo Jae-yoon enthusiastically guided Min-hee and the others. Let's go. She thought to herself that she had only planned to say a simple thank you when coming here. Seo Jae-yoon walked ahead to guide them. This way. Seo Jae-yoon felt a bit of regret. She had thought too simply. Upon deciding to invest in her boyfriend's company, she was no longer a customer of Hyunjin, but had become an employee of their partner. At this moment, they arrived in front of a room. Seo Jaeun knocked on the door and said, "Seon Hyun, there is someone here I want to introduce to you." That beautiful boy was Kang Seo Hyun, a singer and actor. Minhee enthusiastically walked over to greet him. "Hello, I am from Hyunjin, my name is Kim Minhee." Juwai is so sweet-tongued, it seems Hyunjin recruits based on looks, doesn't it? I thought you were a celebrity. Hearing this, she thanked him profusely. Thank you again for participating in today's collection. Minhee suddenly turned to Hyungsuk. Give me the manager's business card, please. He quickly responded, yes, I am Deputy Department Head No Hyungsuk from Hyunjin. Minhee handed over the business card, the person in charge of the entire Nodri Care brand. Juwai was also very excited, is that so? Nice to meet you. She looked surprised. When thinking of Kang Juwai, I always felt he was a perfect fit for our brand. But I didn't think he would attend this event. May I ask what you think of our brand? Of course, why not? Juwai suddenly became flustered and thought to himself, what special interest do I even have? It's just scheduled by my management agency, but I can't just say that out loud. So he took a gamble. To be honest, I find them quite ordinary compared to current brands. But the more I look, the more attractive they become, so to speak. It seems ordinary but makes me feel connected to the brand. Somehow, I feel as if I've used it before. Juwai was highly confident in his ability to make things up. When I said I would join the collection, I heard from people around me. Fortunately, I managed to catch that. Minhee smiled and spoke endlessly. Is that so? You really understand our brand well, thank you so much. Minhee happily continued. Since it was none other than Kang Juwai who said so, I have to work even harder. You won't mind if we contact your company, right, Juwai? Juwai nodded in response, of course not at all. She even eagerly made an offer. That's wonderful. Please enjoy today's collection and take plenty of photos to post on social media. I have been following you every day, Juwai. Can I look forward to tomorrow's event? Hearing this, Juwai was now extremely confused. Yes. What do you mean? Minhee turned around and asked, Manager, can we prepare a few gifts for Juwai? Hyungsuk agreed immediately, sure. We should definitely prepare something from our premium product line. She suddenly exclaimed in excitement, really? Juwai, you should thank me. Our manager rarely mentions the premium line. Juwai could only laugh awkwardly and reply, thank you. I guess I'll have to take some really nice photos of this gift then. Shortly after, they said their goodbyes and parted ways, thank you. See you next time then, you've worked hard today. Minhee curiously pulled out a product and asked, this is the most beautiful item in today's collection, what do you think? Jaeun's eyes widened in surprise, it is indeed beautiful, is it alright if I have it? Minhee generously replied, please take it, you've worked hard today after all. However, Jaeun's expression suddenly darkened. She hesitated for a long time before asking, but I have one question. Minhee remained very calm, yes, please go ahead. Once permitted, Jaeun asked, some people receive gifts, while others do not. I am curious about that criterion. Minhee spoke up, I have set my own criteria. Jaeun curiously asked back, what kind of criteria? She did not hesitate to reply, it is about whether that person is worthy of the brand's value. Even when giving clothes, wouldn't the giver feel happy if they suit the recipient? Therefore, gifting Jaeun a necklace is nothing to regret. If worn around Jaeun's neck, our necklace will become even more valuable. Jaeun happily accepted it, thank you for thinking of it that way. Minhee politely replied, no need to thank me. I also took up your time asking for directions. You may go now, see you again. With that, they parted ways. Minhee turned back and hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't bother you today, did I? Oh Seoke waved his hand and said, not at all. If it were me, I probably would have only taken photos of the celebrities and sent them to reporters. She still felt very uneasy, even so, I still apologize to you. Manager No is a person of authority, yet you had to appear here like this. Oh Seoke quickly waved his hand, it's nothing, please don't apologize anymore. Regarding the sponsorship gift earlier, I was very impressed that you chose and gave it to the right person. I thought I knew how to appreciate luxury goods, but I still do not possess such vision. Minhee suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this. She leaned in and whispered, that was just a lie, I actually didn't know much about it either. Oh Seoke was extremely bewildered upon hearing that, really? Minhee nodded in confirmation, yes. Hyungsuk was extremely puzzled, why on earth did she say that? Minhee's reason was very simple, saying that was the only way to make an impression on Seo Jaeun. Hyungsuk couldn't help but feel curious, so what was her reason for choosing her for the sponsorship? From what he could see, some actors who weren't very famous still received gifts, while the famous ones got nothing. Minhee explained that she did not give gifts to those who did not use social media. Because even if she did, it would not bring any benefits, which would be a real pity. Deputy Department Head No could just take and use the remaining sponsored products, as the higher-ups would not say anything. Thanks to Deputy Department Head No, the sales of Nodri Care had exceeded all expectations, and everyone was praising him a lot. Hyung-suk scratched his head awkwardly and asked if that was really true. Minhee nodded in confirmation, saying that it was of course. She added that she heard everyone saying the company would train Deputy Department Head No to become a key employee, which was absolutely true and not a lie. He shyly replied, thanking her anyway. Minhee was very serious. It is not just a polite compliment, I am telling the truth. Suddenly, a sound rang out, drawing their attention. Hyung-suk gently spoke up, we are not in a hurry, but it seems they are. It turned out Seon-hyun had returned, or so it seemed. Meanwhile, at a luxurious villa, everyone sat neatly at the dining table. Eun-chae solemnly introduced, hello, this is my mother's childhood friend, Mrs. Moon-suk, wife of the Korean ambassador to India. And this is my daughter, whom you met when she was little. Moon-suk then remembered, oh right, I think we met once in the US when Yeon-hee was about 14 or 15. She cheerfully asked, do you remember me? Yeon-hee politely replied, yes, of course. You look as young as ever, auntie. Moon-suk was extremely pleased, oh my, thank you, dear. Is this Yeon-hee's boyfriend? Lee Yang-hoon now also politely spoke up, hello, nice to meet you. I am Choi Young-hun. She quickly made a brief assessment, you look tall and bright. I heard you are very talented, aren't you? I really envy Eun-chae. Eun-chae pouted slightly, you already have such a talented son, what is there to envy? Moon-suk then spoke in English to the ambassador, this is Song Eun-chae, my childhood friend. Currently working as a director. And this is Eun-chae's daughter and her boyfriend. This is the ambassador of India, Mr. Amir Bakhan and his wife, Mrs. Pujiam, very pleased to meet you. Mrs. Pujiam is the wife of the Indian ambassador to Korea, and Mr. Amir Bakhan is the Indian ambassador to Korea. Eun-chae politely greeted them, it is an honor to meet you, I am Song Eun-chae. I have heard Moon-suk talk a lot about you. Yeon-hee, who was nearby, also spoke up, currently, I am working in the secretary's office. Thank you for inviting us to dinner today. The atmosphere of the party was extremely warm. Yeon-hee then introduced, this is Young-hoon, he is also working in the secretary's office like me. He is not very good at English, so I will translate for him. Very quickly, the three of them went to a corner to talk. Amir discussed many issues, and Yeon-hee tried to translate. From what I heard, he means that in Korea today there is no class discrimination, but large conglomerates are focusing heavily on financial capability. He wants to ask if we are trying to promise him something, right? Young-hoon nodded in confirmation, that is correct. She continued to translate Amir's words, he is curious to know how capable you are. Young-hoon replied, actually, it's nothing special. I simply have a good ability to read people. Amir seemed very surprised upon hearing this, an ability to read people? In all my life, I have never met anyone who dared to claim they were good at reading people. Yeon-hee felt a bit nervous. He mentioned that he had never heard anyone say Koreans were boastful or full of hot air. This was truly something new to him. Young-hoon had to admit that indeed, it was a bit hard to believe. Ami spoke up, curiously guessing. Could you be a fortune teller? He quickly denied it. No, that's not it, sir. Ami asked curiously. Then how do you read people? Young-hoon did not hesitate to share. It's simply by working and talking together. From there, I can understand the other person. Ami asked him directly. Then, in your opinion, what kind of person am I? Young-hoon had prepared all the information before coming. Actually, he had tried searching for his date of birth on social media platforms beforehand. Although horoscopes are a theory originating from China, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Would Eastern fortune-telling work on an Indian? What if it yielded a completely incorrect result? Young-hoon decided to take a gamble. He observed and commented. On the outside, you seem to be a calm person. But in reality, your personality is a bit hasty, and you do not easily overlook the mistakes of others. Ami was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Did you look me up beforehand? Young-hoon tactfully declined. No, that's not it, sir. You can just take it as a joke. Ami's eyes were now filled with admiration. He could not help but exclaim in amazement. This young man's ability is truly outstanding. Yeon-hee furrowed her brows as if thinking deeply about something. After a moment, she confirmed, yes, he is a very talented person. If you read the newspapers, you can see that YG CNT is becoming a strong and highly influential company. Surprisingly, Amir also said, I always follow the news. Actually, the reason I invited everyone here today is mostly due to my own curiosity. Currently, India is developing rapidly, but there are still shortcomings in many areas. Therefore, meeting large enterprises like this is a very good opportunity. Yunhee humbly suggested that if that were the reason, there must be many companies larger than ours. Amir also admitted, of course, that is why I have tried to make time to meet everyone. But today, I met a very interesting person. He seemed very pleased with Yang Hoon. He is completely different from the people I have met before. Yunhee quickly stepped in to defuse the situation for him. If so, please forget what Yang Hoon just said, he often jokes like that. Amir was not annoyed at all. It could be that he was joking, but he is truly so different that it surprised me. I wonder what kind of magic he used. Yunhee whispered to Yang Hoon. He said he is curious about what kind of magic you used. He did not hesitate to reveal. How could I understand the embassy so well after just a few words? Actually, it is just a feeling from his face, tone, and gestures, things that are hard to describe in words. Therefore, you can simply think of it as just a minor talent. Amir became even more excited. It seems you are determined to keep me curious to the end. This is going to be a big deal, because after you leave, I won't be able to do anything as I'll keep wondering what trick you used. Yang Hoon added, a few days later you will forget that you ever met me, so please don't worry too much about it. Amir clearly saw Yang Hoon's difference. That sounds a bit arrogant. In fact, other businessmen are always worried about not making a good impression on me. But it seems you are trying to keep your distance from me, am I not wrong? Yang Hoon quickly apologized. I apologize for making you feel that way. It might be due to cultural and language differences that led to this misunderstanding. I just wanted to say that you should consider it a minor talent and let it go without worrying too much. Amir nodded as if understanding, but it is both interesting and hard to believe, which makes one cannot help but be curious. He shared further, but recently I've had pain in my wrist. I went to the hospital for treatment but it didn't get better, so I was introduced to an Eastern medicine clinic. The doctor said that instead of x-rays or taking medicine, I should undergo acupuncture, and I didn't know whether to believe it or not. Yang Hoon was now extremely tense. I feel that way too. Amir added about his condition. Actually, after the first treatment, nothing changed much. However, the person who referred me told me not to just go once but to go regularly. So I took a leap of faith and decided to go a few more times. Surprisingly, the pain in my wrist gradually disappeared. Only then did I realize that just because I don't know about something doesn't mean it's unreasonable. I should have realized that sooner instead of forcing you for no reason. I apologize. Yang Hoon quickly waved his hands. It's nothing, sir. After that, Amir and Yunhee said a few more words, and then he turned and left. Yunhee suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, Yang Hoon. She whispered something into Yang Hoon's ear. Really? Yang Hoon asked back in disbelief. Really? Yunhee confirmed firmly. Yes, I just did that. He said his younger brother is the Deputy Minister of Construction of India. Yunhee asked curiously. Can't this be seen through the 4 pillars? Yang Hoon explained. If I could know even that, I would be a fortune teller. Amir happened to return just then. Yang Hoon took the opportunity to ask. I'm just saying this as a precaution. Do you go to the hospital often? Amir couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The hospital? I'm still healthy, so I haven't had any occasion to go there lately. He then offered some advice. Then I advise you to go to the hospital for a checkup. Usually, with your personality, you are prone to lung problems. Amir stared in surprise. My lungs are not good? Yang Hoon quickly reassured him. Please just listen to it with an open mind. It's just that I often encounter such cases, so I recommend you get a checkup. He silently analyzed. He is a person with a hot-tempered nature, easily angered since birth. That temperament is too strong, making the probability of causing lung problems related to the metal element very high. Especially when looking at the 4 pillars, I saw that his destiny would not allow him to live long and healthy. From the age of 60 onwards, he will have to live with all kinds of illnesses. Despite this, his life expectancy is not short. He will still have a normal lifespan similar to others, even while living with illness. So now that he is past his mid-50s, his lungs must have been quite seriously damaged. Amir smiled weakly. You're talking about unbelievable things again. He did not force the other party, speaking sincerely. You can just listen comfortably, sir, because I might be wrong, so please do not tell anyone around you. I advise you to go for a checkup with a relaxed mind. Amir burst out laughing and replied. If I actually listen to you and go to the hospital for a checkup, I would probably be scolded for having issues. Yang Hoon could only comply, yet Amir's gaze suddenly froze. He silently evaluated the young man in front of him. His expression was not vague at all, which was quite surprising. After careful consideration, he agreed. I understand. Sometime soon, I will visit the hospital. Time flew by quickly, and it was already the next day. In the chairman's office, Ho Hyun asked, how is the situation with Shinyun Bank? Jian-ho, now pale with fear, reported, they have proposed 5 trillion won. Ho-hyun shouted in anger, those lunatics. How much is that shipyard even worth? He lowered his head and said, if they really intend to sell it at that price, they are indeed crazy, Chairman Young Ho-hyun. They probably proposed 5 trillion won first just to test the waters. Ho-hyun once again felt a headache coming on due to the problem before him. That is exactly the issue. How could they reduce the price by more than half for a shipyard that cost over 10 trillion won to build? Even when doing business with outsiders, there must be a limit. Ho-hyun gritted his teeth, that arrogant bastard. Jian-ho now spoke up, he is still young, so he doesn't seem to know anything. Ho-hyun quickly realized, is he the beloved grandson of the president of Shinyan Bank? He quickly confirmed, that is correct. He couldn't help but find it baffling, why is he the president's grandson? He's only in his early 30s, yet he has seized power and is causing such a mess? How does that make any sense? Jian-ho also felt it was strange, isn't the most important person supposed to be Assemblyman Jo Jae-min? Ho-hyun was also skeptical, thinking it over carefully, it just doesn't make sense. Who would have thought this could happen? Does that guy even understand economics, or the shipbuilding industry for that matter? Why would someone who spends all his time idling around Gwanghwamun suddenly meddle with the Gulsan shipyard? Jian-ho admitted, that is very true. Ho-hyun asserted firmly, it must be Jo Jae-min, Shinyan Bank, and whoever gained control over the industrial bank that arranged all of this. Perhaps they are planning to take over the Gulsan shipyard and the Haeju shipbuilding and marine engineering. Jian-ho bowed his head and said quietly, I will definitely find out. However, Ho-hyun believed that if they had already completed preparation and went public at that point, it would be useless anyway. He immediately set a deadline, within 3 days, I will make sure to bring this to light by any means necessary. Now, Ho-hyun was trembling uncontrollably. He thought to himself, I have been sitting still like this, yet they think they can just rob me? You must think very little of me, Lee Hyung-jun. Min-hee then reported, the commission rates for the luxury stores on the first floor have been proposed at a level comparable to existing luxury brands. Stocking can begin in the middle of next month, as I have confirmed. Yang Hoon was extremely satisfied, you did a great job. Did Deputy General Manager No say anything? She replied honestly, we chatted during our get-together after work. I used to feel pressured working alone, but with my direct superior offering support, I feel highly encouraged. He asked in detail, did anyone pay attention to Deputy General Manager No? Min-hee shared her observation, from what I saw, no one did. I was the one conducting the negotiations, while Deputy General Manager No handled the specific tasks. The conversation was mostly handled by me. Yang Hoon was very pleased and praised her, well done. Min-hee was slightly taken aback by the sudden recognition. Before leaving, she added, Manager, Director Seo Hyun of the Special Business Division is calling for you. Yang Hoon was quite surprised, me? Did you ask what he wanted to see me for? Min-hee quickly shared what she knew. He mentioned there was an issue related to China but did not specify the exact reason. Yang Hoon just nodded and said, I understand. Very quickly, he arrived at the Special Business Department. You're here, Song-woo asked him. Yang Hoon hurriedly asked back, yes, did you find it? Soon, the meeting room door was opened. Song-woo warmly greeted him, all right, please have a seat. Would you like some apricot juice? He nodded in confirmation, yes, please. Placing the can of juice down, he said, the coking coal mine is performing better than expected. The output hasn't increased much, but the coal price has gone up. As you know, China has many coal-fired power plants, and we are suffocating from fine dust. Despite the complaints, to meet the electricity demand of over 1 billion people, this is absolutely inevitable. Yang Hoon asked hesitantly, can we say that is a good thing for us? Song-woo reasoned, it is not entirely bad, and we can't tell them not to build them. Anyway, the coking coal consumed within China is being supplied rapidly from Zhoushan's region. Yang Hoon still did not quite understand, why? Aren't Chinese companies developing many coking coal mines? He doesn't know either. Yes, I was wondering about that too, but I've already received a call from Zhoushang. He said he wanted to meet Manager Choi. Yang Hoon couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering why he was suddenly being called. Then, he suddenly remembered that he had promised to help Zhoushang's son get into university, a detail he had completely overlooked. Seo Hyun immediately asked about the details of the matter, and Yang Hoon explained. The Strategic Planning Department has connected with Yonsei University. I heard he is studying at a foreign language school, right? I wonder if he is adapting well. He nodded in agreement, saying he would ask the Strategic Planning Department about it. Yang Hoon added that since the executive director was busy, they should report directly to him. Seo Hyun was still a bit hesitant, thinking it might not be the best approach, but agreed to convey the message anyway. After all, since Zhoushang took the initiative first, it would be difficult for us to refuse now. Yang Hoon asked again, do you really not know the reason why he called me? Songdae shook his head wearily, how could I know? But it has to be you. That is why I wanted the department head to send Yang Hoon to China. They will not go through official channels, instead, it will be conveyed through the person transferring the money. Yang Hoon inquired thoroughly, why must the message be transmitted in that manner? Songdae could only speculate, they probably do not want to leave any trace behind, not even a small note. Only when the message is passed by word of mouth will no evidence remain. He lowered his head, feeling increasingly uneasy. Songdae then suggested, if you are that worried, why not just refuse to go? Yang Hoon suddenly asked, if I do not want to, can I really choose not to go? Songdae explained, actually, you must go. However, if you truly refuse, there is not much he can do. In our company, you are the most influential person after the director. Yang Hoon had no choice but to accept, this time, it is not convenient for me to go with Yunhee, so please assign another interpreter for me. He emphasized, someone trustworthy. Songdae quickly recommended a candidate, there is someone suitable. He is a regular employee working in China named Huang Decheng, who knows China inside out. He especially has experience in resource projects, so he understands our business very well. Also, there is not much of an age gap between you two. Yang Hoon asked anxiously. Is it reliable? The other man did not dare to be absolutely sure. If someone else asked, I would say it is reliable immediately. But since you are asking, I cannot be certain. Seo Hyun quickly picked up the phone and said, let's meet and judge for yourself. Yang Hoon suddenly became serious. He did not hesitate to ask directly. If not, then what? Seo Hyun replied with some awkwardness. I will arrange a new person within 12 hours. He suddenly pointed straight at his face and continued. If there really is no one, you can come yourself within 12 hours. There will definitely be someone new. Yang Hoon agreed without any hesitation. All right. Seo Hyun then asked about another matter. So, how do you plan to resolve things here? He also seemed quite worried. Yang Hoon pondered. That is indeed the problem. The one controlling Assemblyman Jo Jae-min in Xinyan Bank is Chief Joy, and the issue is that we cannot do this ourselves. If any issues arise from Assemblyman Jo Jae-min's side, the executive director might personally resolve it. Seo Hyun asked again, looking quite tense. Will there be any problems? Yang Hoon had to confirm immediately. A lot. I already said we would not extend the lease contract. If it ends up being leased, everything will end immediately. We must always pay attention as issues may arise. The other man nodded in confirmation. Of course. Other than the usual issues, is there anything particularly important? Suddenly, Yang Hoon fell silent, then he continued, if there is a problem with Xinyan Bank, I will go there directly. And if I cannot make it, you can send Yunhee in my place instead. Seo Hyun could not help but be surprised, Lim Yunhee? I know Yunhee is the director's daughter, but can she really control Assemblyman Jo Jae-min? Yang Hoon replied, highly confident in his decision, she cannot, but the only person who can take charge of Xinyan Bank is Yunhee. Hearing this, he could not help but ask in confusion, what? Now, he explained clearly, because apart from me, she is the only one who knows Xinyan Bank inside out, and Xinyan Bank will not trust anyone else but Yunhee. Seo Hyun still had some doubts, so she knows something we do not? What on earth is her relationship that allows her to do this? If not Yunhee, can it really be no one else? Seo Hyun sighed in frustration, how annoying. Even though Yang Hoon felt apologetic, he had to admit, I am sorry for not being able to inform you beforehand. However, he did not hold a grudge, well, there is no other choice anyway. Then, what if a problem arises from the industrial bank side? Yang Hoon assigned the task clearly, that will be handled by the executive director. The industrial bank finds our cash offer quite attractive. But if Hyunjin Heavy Industries makes a cash offer, they might change their stance. Seo Hyun did not think so. Hyunjin Heavy Industries probably would not mobilize cash, as they would consider it too risky. Yang Hoon then explained that from an objective standpoint, they might make such a judgment. However, when people are pushed to the corner, they are easily driven by emotions. Losing Golson Shipyard, along with Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering, would not just be a minor loss, but a complete humiliation. Seo Hyun asked curiously if they did it out of pride, and Yang Hoon nodded in confirmation. Yes, perhaps if cornered, they would mobilize all available cash to try to acquire Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Seo Hyun offered his speculation, asking if the industrial bank might waver if they proposed to inject around 2 trillion won. Yang Hoon shook his head, refuting, no, your calculation is off. He could not help but feel surprised. Seo Hyun asked in astonishment, what? Why? Yang Hoon continued his analysis, explaining that Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering and Golson Shipyard are a pair. Since the two shipyards are closely linked, the governor of the industrial bank accepted and let it be. If Hyunjin Heavy Industries wants to acquire Haja Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering now, they are forced to take on Gulsan Shipyard as well. Seo Hyun seemed to realize, I see. Yang Hoon added that if they wanted to do so, Hyunjin Heavy Industries would have to bring down Assemblyman Jo Jae-min first. So we have to stop the sale of the Gulsan Shipyard and negotiate with the bank manager to continue the merger of Haja Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Of course, we will need to restart the Gulsan Shipyard immediately or do something to show our reliability to the bank manager. Seon-hyun asked further, what if Hyunjin Heavy Industries wants to take both? You already have a solution for every case, so we will just withdraw. Seon-hyun was stunned upon hearing this, and Yang Hoon then asked, do we absolutely have to operate the Gulsan Shipyard ourselves? He analyzed very specifically with the opponent that our goal is to get the Gulsan Shipyard running again. In that process, although we try to expand to Haja Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering, if we can operate it without spending a single penny, isn't withdrawing the right choice? However, in Yang Hoon's heart, he was not at ease either. If so, there is only one thing that worries me, and that is manager Lee Hyungjun. In order to survive, he must hold a major project in his hands and continue to demonstrate his power in the company. If he withdraws from Hyunjin Shipping, manager Lee Hyungjun won't be able to keep his position and will fall into limbo. But Yang Hoon was not too worried. If Hyunjin Heavy Industries acts like that, it would be difficult to confront them, so withdrawing is reasonable. He thought to himself, as long as we find a way for Lee Hyungjun, I don't have to worry about that, right? Seon-hyun also nodded in agreement, that's right, and it wasn't ours to begin with anyway. Yang Hoon nodded, indeed. He asked back, I still don't know, it also depends on what happens to Hyunjin Heavy Industries. At this time, he gave his opinion, in my view, I hope Hyunjin Heavy Industries will continue to expand like this. Yang Hoon did not quite agree, that is not for sure. Meanwhile, at Harbin Airport, Yang Hoon finally arrived after a long flight. He spotted someone at that moment. Someone walked up and asked, have you been waiting long? Yang Hoon quickly reacted, yes, are you Assistant Huang Daechun? Huang Daechun, the representative in China, nodded to confirm, yes, it's me. Nice to meet you. Then he suddenly handed over a black bag, saying, this is to be used if any problem occurs. Yang Hoon looked bewildered, is there some kind of problem? Daechun nodded in confirmation, yes. He then revealed, this is cash. Daechun further reminded him, since it is crowded here, don't open it and put it in your bag right away. I prepared this in case you can't use cards. If converted to 500,000 yuan, it is about 8 million won. Yang Hoon quickly put it inside his bag, this is not some secret source of information, you didn't have to do this for me. Daechun then said, this can be used as a weapon in negotiations, to save you in unforeseen circumstances. Just think of it as a backup plan. Yang Hoon looked at the bag and exclaimed, is that so? Just as they were talking, someone called out, are you department head Choi Yeon-hun? Both of them quickly turned their attention to the voice. It was a young woman. Huang Daechun saw her and asked, did the chairman send you here? She walked over with a nod and introduced herself, that's right, I will also be acting as your translator. Huang Daechun couldn't help but feel surprised upon hearing this, you are a translator? Yang Hoon realized with embarrassment that perhaps the Chinese side had already prepared their own translator. For a moment, he did not know how to handle the situation. So what should we do now? Yang Hoon determinedly made up his mind, since we have already come all this way, let's go together. Huang Daechun suddenly asked hesitantly, but didn't the chairman only want to meet you, Mr. Choi Yeon-hun? Yang Hoon calmly replied, because he requested a meeting, I flew all the way here. I couldn't ask for the reason, but having a translator along will make things much easier. He continued, if they don't like it, we can just head back. Hearing his words, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Yang Hoon then suggested, why don't you try calling them? She quickly turned around, saying, please wait a moment. She then walked to a corner to make a phone call. The person on the other end gave some instructions, and she nodded repeatedly. She then returned with the news, it is fine for both of you to come along. But they still had conditions. However, concerning the important issues, he wanted to meet Choi Yeon-hun privately. Yang Hoon did not refuse at all, alright, let's go. Very quickly, they arrived at the Seoul Belton Hotel. Yang Tian politely said to them, we are here. I will go and order some dishes, so please wait a moment. Huang Daechun then curiously asked, but what is your name? She confidently introduced herself, my name is Yang Tian. Yang Hoon nodded to Huang Daechun. Once he felt reassured, he left. Right at that moment, Yang Tian pulled Yang Hoon close. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, why you? She smirked cunningly, don't be so surprised. Yang Hoon heard those words and was extremely bewildered. Today, you must become my fiancé. Just as Yang Tian walked inside, she said, Mr. Yang Hoon, please say hello. This is Huang Li, a sworn brother of my father. Yang Hoon also bowed politely. I am Choi Yang-hun. Huang Li spoke up with great displeasure. Don't you know how to speak Chinese? Yang Tian quickly countered. I speak Korean well, so it's fine. If we get married, I will live in China for a while to learn. You don't need to worry too much, uncle. Huang Li could not help but be surprised. Have you already planned to that step? She confidently asserted, that's right, nowadays if you want to get married, you have to plan a year in advance. Do you think holding a wedding at a hotel is easy? Even this hotel is almost fully booked a year in advance. Hearing this, Huang Li had to admit, it really is busy, with no time to catch one's breath. He asked again, alright, so what does he do in Korea? Yang Tian replied immediately, he is a company employee. Huang Li found it hard to believe, an employee? Yet, she did not stop praising him, his ability is very impressive. He was promoted to department manager after just 1 year of joining the company, uncle. And it is not a small company either, it is a large conglomerate named Yijin CNT. You might not know it, but it is a major corporation with an annual revenue exceeding 50 billion yuan. However, Huang Li completely looked down on it, there are many such companies in China. Zhou Jun then spoke up, I have always highly admired his capabilities. That is why we still maintain a good relationship with Yijin CNT. Huang Li's tone seemed to soften a bit, if you acknowledge it. Yang Tian said with annoyance, Uncle, don't just devalue others like that. I didn't like any of the men you introduced to me. Huang Li immediately asked, don't you understand? They are handsome, and their families are wealthy, so what is the problem? Yang Tian flatly replied, they have no charm. Yang Hoon, he said he would give us an apartment when we get married. Yang Hoon looked at the girl in front of him and silently wondered, in the end, from where to where are they acting? What is the connection between her so-called godfather and Mr. Zhou Shang? What on earth is Mr. Zhou Shang thinking? Yang Tian suddenly asked, but how do you know him, uncle? Zhou Jun laughed and replied, in politics, people meet and build relationships. I had no idea you were this close to Mr. Huang Li. Furthermore, your boyfriend is even a manager for Yang Hoon, which is unbelievable. Our relationship is truly valuable then. Now, the atmosphere at the dinner table was extremely relaxed. Yang Hoon voiced his curiosity, but what are we discussing today? What were you and your relative talking about? Could you explain it to me? Yang Tian patted his shoulder to reassure him, you look so stiff. If you're too tense, you'll get caught. She introduced, my godfather is an officer in the Three Activities Association, so don't think he lacks sophistication or is vague. Three Activities is a violent organization, but it also has a relatively large influence in political circles. Yang Hoon was very surprised, is that so? Before he could ask further, Deng Thien stuffed a bunch of food into his mouth, then why do they need me? Deng Thien smiled and continued, Leader Zhou Shang really wants you to join this meeting. That's why I'm also playing a role that I've never tried in my entire life. Yang Hoon was quite astonished, meaning even Deng Thien didn't know. He curiously asked, what are the two of them talking about right now? Deng Thien patiently explained, they look like they are talking about something very serious, but in fact, the content is nothing special. Although he is a hasty representative, Mr. Zhou Shang, from the central government's perspective, still lacks broad influence. She calmly commented, he is trying to expand his relationships through a leader in the Three Activities Association. This kind of activity is all too common. She continued, I don't understand why a Korean office worker like you has to get involved here. I'm actually more curious about that. Yang Hoon began to speculate, could it be that you have a relationship with Mr. Yang Chanqi? Deng Thien froze for a moment. She nodded in confirmation, yes, he is my father. My father and Hong Loi are sworn brothers. Yang Hoon immediately realized that this meant Yang Chanqi was also a member of the Three Activities Association. He was not just a person with a bit of power in the local area. It makes sense that you have to pay money every month for the mining operation to run smoothly. He just pretended to be impressed, is that so? Yang Tian then said. Mr. Zhou Shang has power in Heilongjiang province, but nationwide, he is not a highly profiled politician. However, there is only one thing about Mr. Zhou Shang that is recognized nationwide. Yang Hoon asked curiously. What is it? She revealed. The Chinese mobile shopping platform Meihong belongs to Mr. Zhou Shang. Really? He just nodded, ah, I see. Yang Tian continued. The shareholding structure is complex, but anyway. I plan to develop my cosmetics company with the help of Meihong. Fortunately, Director Zhou Shang is also an acquaintance, and I look up to him like an uncle. Yang Hoon voiced his speculation, so she arranged a meeting to introduce and help connect the two of them. Yang Tian then revealed that they actually knew each other, but did not meet regularly. As a representative, it would be a bit awkward to meet someone from the Three Harmonies Association publicly. Huang Li then asked what took them so long to talk. Yang Tian had to make up another reason. We were just thinking about where to choose our new home and what life in China would be like. He suddenly stood up, seemingly worried about what to do next. I'm heading inside. When you are free, let's have a quick chat. Yang Hoon then asked, I understand, but what about communication? Huang Li quickly replied, I will pass the message through her. Soon, the door was closed. Zhou Jun then asked, did you bring an interpreter? Yang Hoon did not hesitate to admit, yes, he is waiting outside. Zhou Jun did not hesitate to get straight to the point, is that so? Even if it's fake, what does Yang Tian think about this? She seems to like you. You have no hidden motives, but it's fine, I already have a girlfriend. Hearing this, Yang Tian couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. Yang Hoon questioned, but why did you call for me? Zhou Jun remained silent for a long time before saying, you should go downstairs. Come back up when I call you. Yang Tian stood up in shock, me? And the interpreter, are you two going to talk by yourselves? She kept questioning, don't you trust me, uncle? Zhou Jun remained cold, this is something you don't need to hear. It has nothing to do with you. With Zhou Jun's face turning dark, she could only leave, fine. Zhou Jun spoke up at this moment. Huang Li is the owner of many entertainment and media companies in China. It can be said that he is a savior of the entertainment industry there. Of course, it cannot be said that he owns them alone, but rather that the triad is backing them up. They own those entertainment companies and have close relationships with many politicians and countless other influential figures. He mentioned the woman sitting next to Huang Li, asking if he noticed the girl earlier. She is a woman with high utility value, and ordinary girls certainly cannot catch their eye. No one knows what trick she used to finally end up sitting beside Huang Li. Yang Hoon was quite surprised by her amazing execution ability. He quickly asked back, so what? Zhou Jun did not answer immediately but instead asked, how do you feel about Mr. Huang Li? Yang Hoon was slightly stunned for a moment, then asked, are you curious about Mr. Huang Li? Zhou Jun did not deny it at all, yes. However, Yang Hoon's response took Zhou Jun by surprise, I don't think so. He was stunned for a few seconds, what do you mean? Yang Hoon easily figured it out, aren't you curious about Yang Tian instead of Huang Li? Zhou Jun did not answer immediately but drained his wine glass. He then frankly confirmed, yes, exactly. I was right to call you all the way here from Korea. I didn't even give you any hints, it's unbelievable. Yang Hoon listened in silence. He spoke up and asked, am I so important that I had to be called over? Zhou Jun nodded, of course you are. Yang Hoon made his guess, is it because of Yang Chanqi's daughter? Zhou Jun was not surprised at all and asked, have you heard about it? You've collected such crucial information in such a short time. Yang Hoon confirmed, I thought of it simply because they share the surname Yang. He laughed, then you got lucky. Zhou Jun set down the wine bottle, I have one question. How did you know I was curious about Yang Tian? Yang Hoon refused, I cannot tell you that. Zhou Jun asked for the reason, why? His attitude was very resolute. I came here to help you, but actually, processing fat coal is not what we requested. If you called because you needed me here, you shouldn't be handling things like this today. Daichun looked at Yang Hoon in surprise. Zhou Jun spoke with some irritation, are you lecturing me now? Yang Hoon quickly clarified, I didn't mean that. Isn't your current attitude just testing me? I am not your employee, Zhou Shang. Yang Hoon analyzed further, therefore, I need to clarify the relationship between myself and the representative. Zhou Jun remained silent. Yang Hoon spoke up with frustration, I came here to help you, so if you want to be helped, you should cooperate with me as much as possible. Zhou Jun also began to lose his temper, are you looking down on me? It seems like you don't want to do business in China anymore. However, Yang Hoon remained very calm. He thought to himself, did he think the threat would work on me? The other party warned him, don't you think you will bring trouble to the company? But Yang Hoon did not think so, how could that be? He replied bluntly, don't waste energy on unnecessary emotions between us. If the representative rejects us, we will find a replacement for you, so if you want something, just speak directly. The entire room suddenly fell silent. Zhou Jun apologized, I was impolite, I am sorry. Yang Hoon did not blame him at all, it is fine. Zhou Jun also could not deny it, it was fortunate that I got to cooperate with Huang Li. Just as you said, Su Peipei is a woman of many talents, and in that short time, she probably had the most important person by her side. At first, I thought I did well according to what you said. Yang Hoon wondered, but... Zhou Jun related, only later did I find out that Yang Chanqi and Huang Li used to be very close. Yang Hoon seemed to have caught the main point and asked. Do you mean that their relationship is no longer the case now? He only now revealed a shocking secret, the wife Yang Chanqi had pursued for 6 years was actually Yang Tian's mother. And now, that wife has become Huang Li's concubine. Hearing this, young Hoon could not help but be stunned. What? Ju Wai continued, the godfather? It's not funny at all. If there is anyone Yang Chanqi wants to tear to pieces, it is probably Huang Li. He solemnly introduced, Huang Li is one of the three most powerful people in the triad, to the point that Yang Chanqi dare not even dream of opposing him. How does he compare to Yang Chanqi? At most, Yang Chanqi can only talk big within Heilongjiang province. Yang Hoon also realized this, so strictly speaking, they are not close friends, but more like a superior and subordinate, right? Ju Wai nodded in confirmation, exactly. Yang Chanqi and I have known each other since we were children. Although we are not close, at least we recognize each other. I cannot know everything about Yang Chanqi's situation. The issue is that Yang Tian already knows Huang Li is approaching her, and I do not want anyone to block the path ahead of me. Yang Hoon denied it. I am not the type of person to resort to showing concern. Ju Wai nodded, I know. I am just curious about what kind of person Yang Tian is. If she wants to use my business for profit based on appearances alone, go ahead, I am willing to let her use me. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Yang Hoon indifferently asked, is that all? Ju Wai's entire body suddenly trembled. A moment later, he uttered a shocking statement, I want Yang Tian. Yang Hoon was not surprised at all, as expected. Ju Wai had to admit, you are not easily fooled. You must also admit, if I hadn't heard that final story, I probably would have returned to Korea immediately. Yang Hoon thought to himself, it was a tedious story, but in the end, it was just to ask me to tell him about Yang Tian. Just to ask that, he had to rely on a business partner to sell himself out to me. Is that called generosity? Or is he just crazy about a young girl the same age as his daughter? Yang Hoon readily agreed, anyway, I get it now. Go ahead and arrange a time. Ju Wai nodded upon receiving the signal, I understand. I will leave the hotel number and then go. At this moment, Huang Dechun pulled something out. After that, Yang Hoon spoke a stream of Korean, but it seems you have miscalculated. Ju Wai was dumbfounded, not understanding, what did you say I miscalculated? At this moment, he clarified, as I said, processing coking coal is not what we want, nor is it an urgent matter. Jo Jun finally realized that something was still missing. He quickly nodded to confirm, that's right. He asked directly, what do you want? Yang Hoon was in no hurry to answer immediately, let me think about it. Jo Jun was not in a hurry either, fine, just say whatever you want. Yang Hoon stood up without any hesitation, yes, I am done with my meal. Also, it was nice meeting you. The two of them then walked away. Yang Tian happened to be waiting outside already. Yang Hoon was very confident, believing that Yang Tian did not know the content of the conversation just now. Dechun immediately replied nearby, I am quite observant too. Yang Tian walked up and intimately linked arms with him, you came out fast. If I ask what you two talked about inside, will you tell me? Yang Hoon flatly refused, sorry, but this is a company secret. Let's head to the hotel to check in. She spoke up in annoyance, the old man seems to be suspicious of you. Maybe we should arrange a meeting. When are you free? Yang Hoon coldly pushed Yang Tian away, I have to handle the company's business first. Let's talk while walking, as we might be watched by many people. They quickly returned to their resting place. Yang Hoon immediately assigned a task to Dechun, help me investigate that girl named Yang Tian, and Yang Chanqi as well. Get everything we can find out about their family relationships, achievements, and friends. Dechun nodded in agreement, yes, sir. At this moment, he dialed a number to call someone, and the other person's phone quickly rang. The person on the other end promptly asked, is everything okay in China? What did you ask Zhou Sheng for? Yang Hoon quickly reported back to Xianhyun, I will explain in more detail when I return to Seoul. But receiving only coking coal in exchange for help seems a bit strange. Is there anything else we can get? He immediately asked back, is it possible to request more? Yang Hoon spoke up, saying that since it was a personal matter, he could request more, but doing things like this just to complain would become a bad habit. Songdae nodded in confirmation, understanding, and said he would check first and contact him later. He also politely replied, yes, thank you for your hard work. Their call ended quickly just like that. Huang Dechun handed Yang Hoon a piece of paper and said, here is the personal information. As he was looking over the paper, his phone vibrated again. Yang Hoon quickly answered, wondering if they had already finished calculating so soon. The person on the other end immediately reported, I heard Zhou Sheng is tightly controlling the distribution industry in Heilongjiang? Yang Hoon could not help but be surprised, is that so? The other party asked further, is there any brand that Deputy General Manager No is in charge of? Let's try bringing that into China. Yang Hoon heard this and could not hide his excitement, that sounds great, but can we actually bring it in? Songdae spoke up, saying he had just called No Hyungsuk's sales team and received a firm confirmation that there were no issues with the contract. Hey, if this explodes in China, shouldn't we rebrand to Hyunjin Fashion instead of Yjin CNT? Even though Yang Hoon had prepared himself mentally, he was still quite surprised, silently marveling in his heart at the luck of Deputy General Manager No Hyung-suk. How much would it be in the end? Hwang Daechun, who had just finished bathing, paused slightly and asked, "Are you waiting for me?" Yang Hoon was already sitting there, waiting in advance. Yes, we were too busy today to greet each other properly. Since we will be staying together for a few days, we should at least have a proper conversation. He nodded in agreement, realizing that was the case. Then, Hwang Daechun cautiously introduced himself, saying he was Hwang Daechun, a resident employee since last year. Yang Hoon also replied that he was Choi Young-hun, who officially joined the company last year as the chief secretary. He added that he would have a hard time without him here. Daechun modestly replied that it was nothing. Yang Hoon reminded him that he must focus on other matters rather than Yang Tian. Hearing this, Daechun was slightly stunned, wondering what other matters there could be. Only then did he clarify that the Shinbo shopping mall is the largest shopping mall in Harbin. In terms of sales scale, it overwhelmingly dominates the revenue of other major domestic shopping malls. I want to launch our Nodri Care product line here. Time passed quickly, and it was soon early the next morning. Huang Li had already been sitting and waiting there for a long time. Yang Hoon could not help but feel startled upon walking in and seeing him. Yang Tian cheerfully pulled him along, asking why he was just standing there blankly and urging him to sit down. Huang Li went straight to the point, asking how he knew Zhou Shang. Yang Hoon did not hide anything and replied that he had known him previously through the coking coal issue. Thanks to his clear explanation to Yang Chan-ki, we luckily resolved the issue. He nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. Huang Li asked again, so, when did you first meet Yang Tian? Li Young-hoon was a bit confused. You asked me that yesterday. Why are you asking again? He barked grumpily. I want to hear it from him. Yang Tian was highly displeased. I am translating after all. If I lie, would you even be able to tell? Huang Li was utterly helpless upon hearing this girl, truly insolent, so insolent. Suddenly, Yang Tian stood up. I am going out for a moment. I will be right back, please wait for me. The door closed quickly behind her. Just then, another person walked in. Huang Li finally revealed his motive. She was too noisy, so I sent her out for a bit. She thought her father was calling, so she is probably panicking right now. He smiled deviously and said, now, you can stop acting and speak to me honestly. The interpreter beside him translated mechanically. He said you should drop the act and speak properly. Li Young-hoon spoke up, feeling quite tense. Do you have something to say to me, sir? Losing his composure, Huang Li yelled in anger, you put on such a deceitful show right in front of me, and now you have the nerve to ask if I have something to say? Keeping his composure, he replied, if not, why are you just standing there watching me? Isn't it because you want to talk to me? To be honest, after yesterday's meeting, I've been very curious. What on earth were you thinking while sitting there? I just couldn't figure it out. Huang Li furrowed his brows deeply. What do you mean by that? Yang Hoon replied without hesitation. I heard Yang Tian wants to utilize the mobile platform owned by Zhou Shang to build a cosmetics company. Actually, it's not a bad idea, so I don't oppose it. For a representative like Zhou Shang who wants to have a relationship with the center, wanting a foothold with you is understandable, but as for you, I cannot comprehend. Even if she considers you family, you are still not a blood relative, so why did you come all the way here? If it was out of curiosity about her boyfriend's face, couldn't you have called me to your place at any time? No matter how I look at it, it feels strange. It's not impossible, but thinking it over, I still find it completely unnatural. Huang Li quickly speculated, what did you talk about with Zhou Shang? Yang Hoon did not reveal anything, nothing special, just things you could probably guess. Huang Li obviously did not believe it, just that? He asked directly, is there any other reason besides that? Huang Li spoke with disgust, I cannot trust politicians. Yang Hoon showed no doubt at all. How strange, Heilongjiang is not your territory, wouldn't returning there settle everything? Is it possible that you intend to take action against Yang Chan-ki? Is that why you need the power of Representative Zhou Shang? Wang Gu, standing nearby, now had an extremely pale face. He asked, do you want to deal with Yang Chan-ki, which is why you need Zhou Shang's power? Huang Li let out a sigh, and then slowly said, Yang Chan-ki and I grew up in the same area. Both of us were just punks who went around causing trouble everywhere. However, at least I knew how to think, whereas Yang Chan-ki never did. If anything got in his way, he would beat them up or kill them all. Time flew by, and more than 10 years passed. We eventually established a foothold in the organization. From then on, we were no longer just local thugs in the neighborhood. At that time, a girl appeared before me. She was a young woman who dreamed of becoming an actress. I loved her, and she loved me back. However, while I wasn't there, Yang Chan-ki forced her to go with him. He used his power to make her his woman. I was furious, but I had to endure it, because if I killed him, our business would run into trouble. The more Huang Li spoke, the angrier he became. But I was wrong, he said through gritted teeth. I should have just killed him back then. If I had, I wouldn't have lost her to him. That's why I want to correct the mistake I failed to fix before. Yang Chanqi currently has many connections in Harbin, so I need help from Zhou Shang. After hearing this, Yang Hoon concluded, it seems you need the power of the law. Huang Li nodded with satisfaction, you catch on quick. I hope Zhou Shang will step in to help me. He was still quite skeptical, I don't think you need to ask for my help. Huang Li then revealed his true purpose, I am worried about that girl Yang Tian, to the point of staging this whole act of bringing you here, just to get close to Zhou Shang. It doesn't seem to be about money, so I want to end this as soon as possible, do you get my point? Yang Hoon couldn't help but find it puzzling, why don't you ask him yourself? After all, isn't that why you came here? Huang Li had to admit, before Yang Tian brought you here, I was planning to do just that. He was quite surprised, is that so? Huang Li analyzed in great detail, asking a politician for a favor is just like borrowing money from a loan shark. The interest rate is sky high, and if you can't pay it back, the debt will far exceed the principal. More importantly, money has a fixed value, but favors do not have a concrete value. In return, Zhou Shang is anxious to set foot into central politics, and now that you have appeared, this matter has become negotiable. He cleared his throat softly and continued, Zhou Shang will think that I don't know about this play, so asking him through you will look more natural in his eyes. Yang Hoon questioned the other party, do you think I will keep it a secret? Huang Li also understood very well, if you have already dealt with Zhou Shang, then there is no reason you can't deal with me. He asked directly, so, what can you do for me? Huang Li had researched Yang Hoon beforehand. You work in a trading company, right? Honestly, I don't have many ways to help your company. Furthermore, the things we are handling cannot be resolved either. Yang Hoon raised a question, then why should I accept your request? Huang Li sighed and asked, then what do you want me to do? Yang Hoon remained silent, lost in thought. He suddenly asked a shocking question, why don't you try bypassing Yang Chanqi? Huang Li was stunned upon hearing this, what? Yang Hoon also spoke the truth directly, to be honest, Yang Chanqi is currently maintaining a very good relationship with us. There are many hidden resources in Heilongjiang, and most of them are being jointly exploited by foreign companies. Since Yang Chanqi used his massive influence to obtain the mining license, this coking coal mine project has proceeded smoothly. If we eliminate Yang Chanqi to help you, you might be the only one who ends up losing out. Huang Li offered his assurance, we will take over that position, you don't need to worry. Yang Hoon still had his own concerns, replacing someone is no easy task, it's not just about finding a substitute for a single project. I need someone who can replace a long-term relationship that has already been established. I cannot easily trust just anyone. Huang Li could not control his emotions and barked, if you think Yang Chanqi is the only one here with that kind of influence, you are dead wrong. Yang Hoon also stated his view, even if that is not the case, looking at it from an investor's perspective, I must say it is very difficult to trust you. Huang Li was left speechless. Yang Hoon continued, first, I will discuss this with Representative Zhou Shang and get back to you later. Huang Li asked in a panic, what do you mean, discuss? Yang Hoon spoke in a stern tone, you said politicians cannot be trusted, but to me, a leader of the triads like you is also someone I cannot trust. So, the one to replace Yang Chanqi should not be you, but Representative Zhou Shang. That is my view. Nonsense. Huang Li slammed his hand on the table in anger. He remained very calm and said, choose one of the two. Eliminating Yang Chanqi or the rights in Heilongjiang, if you want either, I will support you fully. But if you want both, it will go against the interests of our Hyunjin. Then Yang Hoon stood up directly, that's all for today, I will contact you later. But Huang Li did not seem to agree, quickly stopping him, sit down, we are not done talking yet. He quickly stopped his steps and asked, have you changed your mind? Huang Li growled, sit down, tell me what you think is the best possible outcome. Yang Hoon spoke softly, it is simple, but it might be an outcome you do not want. The other immediately replied, let's hear your conclusion. Yang Hoon then pulled up a chair and sat down. He began to analyze, handle Yang Chanqi and let Zhou Shang's people manage the organization here. You can help Zhou Shang fulfill his requests, and I hope we can have a fair exchange with each other. After all, what you want is only Yang Chanqi, and the accompanying benefits are just secondary, right? Huang Li now hesitated slightly, that. Yang Hoon was very understanding, I know, you're about to say that this is an unfair transaction, right? You might not believe it, but Representative Zhou Shang won't cross the line. He is an ambitious man, but not to the extent of not knowing his limits and dreaming of the presidency. Huang Li asked back, so you are satisfied with that? He nodded to confirm, that's right, we won't have any special demands on you in the future. Huang Li rubbed his chin in suspicion, at least for me, how do you know Zhou Shang won't get greedy again? Yang Hoon stated, I have a pretty good ability to judge people. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Are you justifying it? He firmly spoke up. It's not a justification, I'm just telling the truth. Why did you let her off? Huang Li was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? The person you're referring to is the girl next to him. You knew she was sent by Zhou Shang, didn't you? Huang Li's face turned grim upon hearing this. Yang Hoon spoke out without hesitation. From our very first meeting, I noticed you didn't even glance at the woman next to you. It wasn't because you wanted to focus on the conversation, but because you weren't actually pleased with her, right? Huang Li couldn't help but exclaim, how observant. Yang Hoon became even more confident. I told you, I'm very good at reading people. So the matter regarding Zhou Shang can be trusted, right? I can leave at ease now. He quickly turned and left. Now, in a certain villa, countless books were neatly arranged on the bookshelves. Zhou Jun reclined on the chair and sighed. What did he say? Yang Hoon quickly stated his assessment. It seems he has a grudge against Yang Chanqi. Huang Dechun, standing nearby, quickly translated. He says it seems that man has a grudge against Yang Chanqi. Zhou Jun just sighed upon hearing this. Is that so? Yang Hoon added. He said to let the authorities handle it. He thought for a moment and speculated, meaning we should deal with it ourselves. He won't help. Yang Hoon asked in doubt, is this matter that difficult? Zhou Jun had to admit, actually, it is very difficult. Members of the Triad are not simple gangsters. Even within the Communist Party, there are members of this society. Zhou Jun asked, does he mean he doesn't want to get involved and wants us to handle it ourselves? Is he keeping an eye on this place? Yang Hoon replied, he used to. Zhou Jun could not help but feel annoyed, so that means not anymore? Did you negotiate something with him? Yang Hoon did not hesitate to confirm, yes, both sides have agreed on an exchange. Representative Zhou Shang will handle Yang Chanqi, while Huang Li connects with the central government. Simple and clear, right? Zhou Jun spoke up, extremely satisfied. You have resolved everything, haven't you? Clear and neat. I am very pleased. However, he still wanted to say something, but Yang Hoon remained dead silent. Then, he immediately made his judgment. Perhaps it is better for you to give up on Yang Tian. Zhou Jun asked back in surprise, why? Yang Hoon offered his speculation. In any case, Yang Tian seems to be Huang Li's daughter. Zhou Jun could not believe it upon hearing this. What? Really? Yang Hoon also shared his opinion. Yang Tian's approach to you is likely just to help Huang Li. We do not need to cater to them. Zhou Jun nodded in agreement. I understand. I called you here but haven't received you properly yet. Do you have any wishes? Yang Hoon replied without hesitation, yes. I want to bring one of our brands into Seji department store. Zhou Jun asked in surprise, huh? Which brand? Yang Hoon did not hesitate to state, Nodri Care. A premium brand from England. This brand has received very positive reactions in Korea since late last year. We imported it and now want to expand into the Chinese market. Zhou Jun agreed very quickly, is that so? That won't be a problem. But, unexpectedly, he asked back, is that all? Yang Hoon was taken aback upon hearing this. Pardon? Zhou Jun inquired closely about the origin. You said you brought it from England, right? He nodded in confirmation. That's correct. At this moment, Zhou Jun reasoned, then isn't it just importing goods and selling them to profit from the margin? Yang Hoon did not deny it at all. Yes, that is correct. Zhou Jun felt it was quite a pity. Then will that even make money? I don't mind, but it doesn't seem to match the scale of what you currently have. He did not care much about that, but just the department store alone could reach tens of billions in revenue. Zhou Jun criticized him bluntly. Tens of billions? Is your ambition too small, or have you just not broadened your horizons? Alright, since you helped me, I will repay you. Yang Hoon was temporarily dazed, not understanding. What do you mean? Zhou Jun continued to probe. Is that brand expensive? Right at that moment, Yang Hoon had a phone call interrupting them. Please wait a moment, let me take this call. On his phone screen, the name of Secretary Chief Songdae was clearly displayed. Yang Hoon quickly answered the call. Hello. Manager No Hyung-suk, on the other end, cheerfully exclaimed as soon as he heard Yang Hoon's voice. Is that you, Yang Hoon? Long time no see. He quickly explained the reason for his call. It is nothing special, but could you tell me how much the Nodri Care brand is worth? Hyung-suk explained very clearly, it still depends on the product line. Even within the same line, the price varies quite a lot. Yang Hoon immediately corrected him, no, I mean the company Nodri Care. How much is that company? Speaking of this issue, Hyung-suk was also helpless. Well, I'm not sure. This is a new brand, so maybe it's not too expensive, but if you want to acquire it, it would still cost up to hundreds of billions of won. Do you want to know the specific, exact number? Hyung-suk analyzed in detail. Revenue is growing, but globally, this brand is currently only available in South Korea, so it's hard for me to say for sure. But no matter how high they mark up the price, it probably won't exceed 1 trillion won. After receiving the price range, Young-hoon nodded. I understand. Hyung-suk was a bit skeptical. But why do you ask? Yang-hoon didn't reveal any details. Nothing, just someone asked me. Hearing that, he didn't say anything further and just offered words of encouragement. I see, good luck with that. He politely replied, yes, thank you. Jo Jun remarked at this moment, the way you talk to me versus when you are on the phone feels completely different. Do you wear a mask in front of strangers? Yang-hoon wasn't tense at all. Who doesn't wear a mask, right? But that doesn't mean I am acting fake in front of you. Between us, what matters is mutual benefit, not friendly laughter. He nodded and asked with a smile, true. So, what did they say? Yang-hoon explained the actual situation to the other party. Since this was a new brand, it could be acquired for no more than 1 trillion won. However, he needed to discuss the details further with the company's CEO. Unexpectedly, Ju Wai readily agreed and encouraged him to buy the brand. If desired, he could help bring the brand into Seji department store at any time. But if they waited until it was already established there, the price would be much higher, so it was better to acquire it beforehand. He also proposed that if there was a shortage of funds, they could assist him. He could sell a portion of the shares without affecting his management rights. Yang-hoon seemed to realize this and asked if he intended to invest through his own company. Ju Wai did not deny it, stating that it would be more reasonable. Working in China would also become more convenient. If the brand had Chinese shareholders, marketing would be easier even without his direct help. Yang-hoon expressed his deep appreciation and thanked him sincerely for such immense support. Ju Wai smiled suggestively and remarked that his help did not come without a price. He did not conceal his admiration, admitting that he liked the way Yang-hoon handled business. If the brand succeeded in China, his own company's value would increase, which is why he considered it. Naturally, Yang-hoon had to thank him, but he must never forget this debt of gratitude. Time flew by, and they were now at Incheon Airport. As soon as Yang-hoon arrived, someone was already waiting for him, stepping forward to say how much she had missed him. He looked lovingly at the girl in front of him, and so did she. Yeon-hee quickly inquired in her characteristic historical tone, asking if the work went smoothly. Yang-hoon nodded in confirmation, saying he would tell her all about how the trip to Korea went as they walked. Yeon-hee pouted, showing clear signs of boredom, saying it was too tedious with nothing to do. She thought that some major event would happen while he was away, which made her very anxious, but in reality, nothing happened at all, leaving her a bit disappointed. Yang-hoon quickly comforted her, advising her not to be disappointed, as many interesting things would happen in the future. Hearing this, she suddenly became intrigued and asked if he had brought anything back from China. Yang-hoon calmly replied that Representative Zhou Shang had proposed to acquire Nodri Care. Yeon-hee could not believe her ears and asked again, wondering what kind of proposal it was. Right at that moment, his phone rang, and Yang-hoon quickly answered. The person on the other end immediately spoke up, introducing himself as Kim Man-suk. He politely replied, greeting him. Man-suk then hastily reported the news, saying the article would be published very soon. He had tried his best to delay it but could no longer keep quiet. He warned that they had to take care of themselves from now on. Yang-hoon could not help but hesitate, asking what he meant. Man-suk revealed that because the deal with Haeju was cancelled, they kept exerting pressure. The merger agreement for Haeju had been completely called off. Would Gulsan Shipyard continue to operate, or would Hyunjin Heavy Industries pull out? Naturally, Hyunjin Heavy Industries exerted pressure, but once rumors spread in the market, they could not remain silent forever. Yeon-hoon nodded, acknowledging that he understood, as it would have to be made public eventually anyway. Man-suk added, if we can acquire the Gulsan Shipyard under the management of Yjin CNT, we can lend up to 7 trillion won. Frankly speaking, this is also a huge burden. But can you really pull it off properly? Yang-hoon replied with great confidence, we have already come this far, please have faith in us. Man-suk was also full of anticipation, in any case, do your best. I hope our next meeting will be at the contract signing table. He also bid the other party goodbye, see you again. Yeon-hee, who was nearby, quickly asked, who was that? Yang-hoon did not hide it either, it's Kim Man-suk, the president of the Agricultural Bank. You just said you were bored, and now something has already happened? Yeon-hee suddenly got annoyed, are you trying to say that I talk too much? Yang-hoon quickly explained, I was just saying. He then gently pinched her cheek in an affectionate manner. Meanwhile, at Hyunjin Heavy Industries, the atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense. The latest news broadcast was playing on the screen. Ho-hyun questioned with annoyance, Yjin CNT? Why are they appearing here? So the Gulsan Shipyard is also their project? Taebyum was not entirely sure either, there is a high probability that Yjin CNT did all of this work. On the way here, I did some research and found out that the independent company bidding for the express bus terminal in Gulsan belongs to Hyunjin Construction. Ho-hyun wanted to confirm once again, the express bus terminal? Is that the one Hyunjin Construction secured from Shinyeon Bank this time? Taebyum nodded. Indeed, they were previously known as Haesung Group, a small and medium-sized construction company ranked only 39th in bidding capacity. However, after being acquired by Hyunjin CNT, their independent bidding for the bus terminal project, which was almost guaranteed to lose money even if won, was enough to reveal the truth. The bidding announcement suggested they had a prior agreement with Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. He added that Assemblyman Jo Jae-min had proposed the redevelopment as a campaign promise before the official announcement was made. Ho-hyun was now so furious that he gritted his teeth. Those bastards. Taebyum continued, that's not all. The construction group selected as the contractor for the large-scale apartment complex in Bongseokyeon, Gwanghwamun, is also Hyunjin Construction. It is a massive complex with construction costs reaching nearly 7 trillion won, but even under Hyunjin CNT's management, their capability remains a major question mark. Taebyum shared further news he had received, mentioning that Umayon Construction had also run into trouble because of this. Personally, I suspect there might have been some tricks played behind the scenes. Ho-hyun was deeply puzzled. How on earth could a construction business ranked only 39th in bidding capacity achieve this simply by receiving it for free? I am also in construction. Is that really that easy? Ho-hyun held his head in frustration. They even made a plan to take over Gulsan Shipyard and Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Do they intend to deceive politicians and turn the president of the industrial bank into their ally? Shinyeon Bank is the lead manager of the sale. Acquiring Gulsan Shipyard would also require capital from Shinyeon Bank, wouldn't it? So Shinyeon Bank is also participating in this transaction, while we are the only fools? Jian-ho at this point thought that at least they now knew who their enemy was, so from now on. Ho-hyun directly interrupted him. Of course, let's head to Hyunjin CNT. Just then, the meeting room door opened, and a subordinate rushed in to report. Prime Minister Lee Ji-soo has visited Gulsan Shipyard, sir. Ho-hyun was completely flustered. What? He quickly presented the news draft. Here it is, sir. Prime Minister Lee just stated, seeing the shipyard so quiet breaks my heart. Prime Minister Lee Ji-soo visited the inactive Gulsan shipyard and expressed his hope that this place will once again become the heart of the Gulsan economy. Ho-hyun was now trembling with rage. Jian-ho cautiously called out, Father. Ho-hyun stood up unsteadily and roared. Why should we go to Hyunjin CNT instead of Shinyeon Bank? He found it baffling and bizarre. He slammed the table and screamed, we must wring out some more money. News outlets everywhere reported the story. Breaking news, decision to sell Gulsan Shipyard for 8.7 trillion. Can Chairman Yoon Ho-hyun's decision save the shipbuilding industry? Korean praised this national decision made in tears. The full scope of events over the past 24 hours between Shinyeon Bank and Hyunjin Heavy Industries. The sale of Gulsan Shipyard is accelerating the sale of Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. Young Hoon smiled and asked, isn't 87 trillion too expensive? Lee Hyung-jun did not hesitate to admit, yes, you think it is expensive too, don't you? I am also planning to try lowering the price. He comfortably pulled Young-hoon down into a chair. Sit down first, why are you standing? My neck hurts so much, so first of all, calm down and listen to what I have to say. Lee Hyung-jun lamented, I am also having a very difficult time. On the day Prime Minister Lee Jo-soo visited the Gulsan shipyard, Chairman Young Ho-jae barged in without warning and shouted at us. When the Prime Minister visited, he tried to persuade the facilities to change public opinion, but he failed. Sure enough, the judgment was very quick. Yang-hoon indifferently asked, and then? Lee Hyung-jun continued, if we were ultimately forced to sit at the table like a cow being led to the slaughterhouse, perhaps we could have led this deal. Chairman Young sat at the table himself. And his first words after that were, I cannot sell it at such a cheap price. It seems he still thinks he has plenty of time. Lee Hyung-jun took a small sip of his wine. He slowly continued. Do you watch football? About the transfer market. If a player's contract has little time left, their value drops significantly. When free agency approaches, they won't spend too much money. Clubs will try to recoup something instead of letting players leave for free. Lee Hyung-jun offered his opinion. Timing is also crucial in negotiations. Chairman in preparing in advance is a strategy to get the highest possible value. That is not unreasonable either. Lee Young-hoon could not help but be bewildered upon hearing this. What did you say? Lee Hyung-jun only then revealed. It seems their side plans to attack the opposition politicians and spark a debate right away. Have you seen the news yet? Ever since the news broke that Assemblyman Jo Jae-min would sell the Gulsan shipyard, do you know how the opposition has been criticizing it? They even dragged politicians into it, questioning whether there were negative or illegal factors involved in the sale. They are making a huge fuss, even demanding a special investigation that yields no benefits. Lee Young-hoon fell into deep thought. That actually makes sense. Lee Hyung-joon added. Even if they go that far, they won't be able to get more money. If this situation gets dragged into further chaos, there is no telling what complications might arise. The only way is to keep the price high. Lee Hyung-joon did not forget to emphasize. Of course, the price already includes the commission we will receive. I know it might feel a bit heavy. Lee Young-hoon asked curiously. How much do you plan to take? He fell silent, quietly calculating. After a moment, Lee Hyung-joon finally named a price. I will probably have to take about 15%. Lee Young-hoon was quite surprised to hear this. 15%? How much money is that? Lee Hyung-joon wasn't sure either, probably around 1,300 billion. He couldn't help but be speechless, that was so much. He argued in frustration, it has to be at least that much for me to save face for the company. Without that amount as a commission, the impact would be reduced, right? You understand. Young-hoon asked further, the price already includes the commission of 8,700 billion, right? Lee Hyung-joon shook his head in denial, no, commission is not included yet. Hearing this, he couldn't help but hesitate, so the total is 10,000 billion, this. Lee Hyung-joon was still very proud of himself. I know it's expensive, so first I plan to support the loan with the lowest possible interest rate. If done well, this leverage will be completely effective, borrowing other people's money to make a profit. Yang-hoon sighed in dejection, what if everything goes smoothly? He was extremely confident, anything handled by Manager Choi was highly unlikely to fail. Even though Yang-hoon was reluctant, he had no choice but to accept. You're already complaining after just a few? Alright then, just take them with you. Lee Hyung-joon cried out in delight, as expected of Manager Choi, so straightforward. Yang-hoon did not forget to add, first of all, revise the article and resubmit it. We won't sell for 8.7 trillion, but 10 trillion instead. At that level, not only Hyunjin Heavy Industries but even Yjin CNT have made their decision, right? Lee Hyung-joon stammered slightly upon hearing this. That's right, I initially sent the report to the media including the commission, but it wasn't mentioned in the article. Perhaps they want to undervalue the sale relative to the shipyard's construction cost to play the victim. Yang-hoon agreed, perhaps so, financial matters must be clear. Lee Hyung-joon nodded repeatedly in agreement, exactly. Yang-hoon then made a request, also, please grant me another loan. Lee Hyung-joon asked in curiosity, what loan? Is it for Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering? Alright, I've already estimated about 8 trillion. From what I heard, 1/3 will be supported by the Industrial Bank, and the rest beyond the 8 trillion will be paid in installments, right? Yang-hoon calmly took a sip of his drink, indeed, but not that one. I hope to be granted an additional loan of about 8 trillion. Lee Hyung-joon questioned back, how much of our current loan has been channeled into Yjin CNT, do you know? Yang-hoon was unprepared, I haven't calculated it yet, but I know it is quite a lot. He became anxious at this moment, this is difficult even for me. The loans are too many, and the debt ratio has risen too high. If we borrow more here, the corporate credit side will immediately object. Yang-hoon then said, that request is not for now. I plan to carry it out after completing the takeover of the Haeju shipyard and finishing the election. Lee Hyung-joon immediately calculated the time, there is about a month left, right? He pleaded, yes, so please stabilize your position by then and help me. Lee Hyung-joon was very relaxed, you finally agreed to do it. Yang-hoon trusted him completely, I believe in you, director, you can do it. Lee Hyung-joon just remembered, and by the way, that secretary you mentioned is actually a spy sent by my father. Even though Yang-hoon was prepared, he was still quite surprised, really? Lee Hyung-joon couldn't help but feel suspicious. What do you mean by asking that, do I look untrustworthy? He explained innocently, I just had a feeling, I didn't expect it to really be the case. Yang-hoon asked curiously, so what did you do after that? He did not hesitate to reveal, since there were signs of sending confidential company information elsewhere, I had the audit department check it. He asked further, did your father say anything? Lee Hyung-joon replied calmly, of course, he pretended not to know. Yang-hoon looked at him and thought to himself, no matter how I look at it, the young master is not bad, but the situation seems more serious than I thought. Lee Hyung-joon remembered an important matter, by the way, when are you meeting the president of the Industrial Bank? Yang-hoon quickly confirmed, the day after tomorrow. He kept urging, decide quickly. But Yang-hoon was still very careful, even if we decide quickly, I still have to adjust the detailed conditions. Currently, we also need to negotiate with the Haeju Labor Union, so completing the acquisition might have to wait until after the presidential election. Lee Hyung-joon immediately reminded them. After all, making a decision is important, and the acquisition must be resolved before we can disperse the funds. Lee Young-hoon revealed that Yjin CNT has a project site in Yongin. Coincidentally, the land price there has risen, rumored to be around 2 trillion won. First, we will use that money in the company's assets to invest in it. Lee Hyung-jun smirked triumphantly. Alright, now I can step in and breathe a sigh of relief. Lee Young-hoon thought to himself. Don't worry too much, Jin CNT is in trouble, but his luck is certainly not bad, and he will surely find a way out. Time quickly passed. Now at the company, a low voice echoed in the office. Since branch president Song Eun-chai took over, Jin CNT has changed a lot. Tae-suk spoke up, after recovering shares from the securities firm and acquiring Haesung Group. She transformed the company into a leading contractor, winning the construction rights for the Bongsekian project. Not only that, she also took over a lucrative hotel project that yields a steady cash flow just by owning it. And this time, it is the acquisition of Haeju, which truly astonished me. You kids think so too, right? Do Han-soo quickly confirmed. Yes, that's right. Director Song Eun-chai is someone who completely lacks experience in running a company. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that she planned this herself. There must be an outstanding talent behind the scenes supporting Chairman Song Eun-chai. Tae-suk had to admit. Indeed, that is too obvious. Do Han-soo offered another perspective. However, looking at it from a different angle, it is clear that Hyunjin Group is currently in a perilous situation. The scale of their debt is massive, and Hyunjin Heavy Industries has almost been completely detached from its subsidiaries. If we and the hedge funds start exerting pressure during the shareholders' meeting in March, no one will step up to help them. He proposed. Perhaps now is the time for us to adjust our outlook on the shipbuilding industry? Tae-suk still had some doubts. That's right, Do Han-soo stood up to take on the heavy responsibility. I will direct the strategic department, deploy, and prepare a report on the situation of Hyunjin Heavy Industries and the shipyard as soon as possible. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, that is something I am also very curious about. So if we execute it, how much will the cost be? Do Han-soo astutely analyzed, having tried to hold on to many shares, requiring at least more than 3 trillion won. But we cannot let everything lead to a money war. Tae-suk asked further, so what should we do? He quickly gave the answer. There are rumors that Kim Tae-min's uncle, who is aiming for the vice-chairman position, is also eyeing Hyunjin Heavy Industries. If we dig deep into that, maybe everything will end surprisingly quickly. Hearing this, Tae-suk couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Do Han-soo's group was waiting tensely. He was extremely pleased. You have prepared very thoroughly, haven't you? Very quickly, the newspapers reported that after successfully separating the subsidiaries, Jin CNT had acquired Hyunjin Construction and Hyunjin Travel. The industrial bank had reached an agreement in principle with Jin CNT regarding the transfer of the shipyard. What would be the fate of Hyunjin Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering when it officially entered the acquisition process? Reaching an agreement in principle to transfer Hyunjin Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering, while also acquiring Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering, one of the world's leading shipbuilding conglomerates. The goal was to build a strong conglomerate centered around Jin CNT. Although it only bore the name Hyunjin on the surface, this was actually the birth of a powerful new conglomerate. Unlike the news that was easily forgotten by the public, this series of events sent shockwaves through the business community. At the shopping mall, a voice rang out, "Oh my, sister." Cha Ji-yeon happily came over to greet her, "Hello." However, Yeon-hee's attitude was very cold, "Long time no see." Cha Ji-yeon played innocent and approached, "Congratulations, sister." Losing her patience, she asked directly, "What is it?" She spoke up, her voice full of sarcasm, "I am talking about Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering. It's really surprising, maybe that's why people say no one can predict what will happen in life." Yeon-hee didn't care at all, is that so? Indeed, I was also very surprised. Seeing Hyunjin Group finalized, you must have met Tae-min. I wonder how surprised he was. Ji-yeon still pretended to explain, "Perhaps you misunderstood me, I have no intention of eyeing your company." Yeon-hee felt extremely uncomfortable. How could she lie while still looking so sincere? She still insisted on playing innocent, "Don't you believe me? I judge people by meeting and observing them." Yeon-hee sneered back at her opponent. "There should be a limit to your lies. What on earth did Tae-min see in you to date someone like you? If he were your ex-boyfriend, I could still understand." Just then, Yang Hoon arrived. "Where have you been and what were you doing? You didn't answer your phone, so I've been looking everywhere for you." Hearing the familiar voice, Yeon-hee quickly reacted, "Oh, did you call me? I'm sorry, my phone must have been on silent so I didn't notice." She then formally introduced, "This is Han Ju-seon. She is currently dating the planning director, Kim Tae-min, of Hyunjin Heavy Industries." Yang Hoon silently thought to himself, planning director Kim Tae-min. He politely greeted her, "Nice to meet you. I am Choi Young-hoon, working in the secretary's office of Jin CNT." Yeon-hee beside him said proudly, "He is also my boyfriend. Aren't you going to shake hands?" Yang Hoon's hand is about to get tired. Only then did Jusian react. Oh, yes. I am the daughter of Chairman Han Se-yu of HGK Group, Young he added from the side. She is the youngest child, born when her father was 50. As you can see, she is very beautiful and smart, so the whole group treasures her like a precious gem. I believe my explanation is clear enough, right? Jusian felt a bit pouted. You only praise me, it makes me feel so embarrassed. Young he smirked and teased, don't worry, I will badmouth you when you're not around. Yang Hoon watched silently, seemingly sensing the strange tension between them. Jusian looked at him and asked, I have never seen your face before. Which family are you from? Yang Hoon scratched his head in embarrassment. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't know. I don't come from a conglomerate family like you guys. She gasped in surprise. Oh my goodness, really? Do you mean you are dating someone from an ordinary family? Young he proudly linked her arm with his. Unlike you, I date people based on my evaluation of their character. Ji-yeon angrily shouted, you already said that just now, and I am the one whom Taemin is dating. She kept pushing her luck and teased, understood. I hope you meet a good person. Let's see if this love will last after the upcoming general shareholders meeting ends. Ji-yeon still didn't realize the issue. Did she think Taemin would run into trouble during the general shareholders meeting? Yeon-hee didn't hesitate to rub salt in the wound. You must be very stressed too, right? What on earth was it? CPI fund, wasn't it? I heard you bought a massive amount of shares there. Even Yumion Group is involved. Will it really be okay? She remained highly arrogant. Do you think I would date someone who isn't capable of overcoming such difficulties? You'd better worry about yourself first. Many children from Chaebol families will probably come to fight for you. Will your love last then? As she left, Ji-yeon added some provocative words. I hope your love remains solid forever. Yeon-hee glared in disgust. How devious. Who are you trying to fool? On the way, she kept asking, is she planning to swallow Hyunjin Heavy Industries whole? Anyway, if the two of them get married, planning director Kim Taemin wouldn't lose anything, right? Yeon Hoon replied hesitantly, it's hard to say. Yeon-hee started fantasizing again. I wonder what trick she used to kick Taemin out and take the chairman's seat. Yeon Hoon said speechlessly, you're overthinking things. She frowned in annoyance and questioned, do you mean I am overthinking? Lee Young-hoon immediately became flustered. No, she does seem smart and cold, but she is not the ruthless type who would harm her own family. Yeon-hee's eyes still showed disgust. After all, that woman was truly an eyesore to her. Just then, Hyun-suk called out, let's talk for a bit. Yeon-hee, please wait a moment. Yeon-hee did not mind at all. Ah, sure. Now at the emergency staircase, Hyun-suk asked, have you seen that yet? Lee Young-hoon did not understand at first. What? What are you talking about? Only then did he clarify, Hyunjin Heavy Industries just made a big bath move. Lee Yang-hoon cried out in shock. What? A big bath? Hyun-suk reported immediately that when Chairman Im Chang-hu was in office, he believed the factory project was not fully reflected, thus recording a net loss of up to 1 trillion won. Currently, the stock price is plummeting. He hurriedly investigated. It turned out that was the reason why Ji-yeon was so confident earlier. Yeon-hee expressed her worry, but if that's the case, won't she also suffer losses herself? Hyun-suk explained that compared to the stock price falling, it would be a fatal blow to those targeting the company. Yang Hoon remained silent, unable to help but admire in his heart how smart she actually was. At the group headquarters, Tae-suk asked, how much have you spent? Sung Joo-hun replied in confusion, only about 700 billion won. Hearing that number, he became extremely displeased. It's only been a few days and you've already poured in 700 billion won? Did you buy that much? Sung Joo-hun quickly explained that he had directly contacted the shareholders of Hyunjin Heavy Industries, ranging from debt market players to major figures in Japan, to buy in. Tae-suk lost his patience and ordered, stop buying more immediately. Sung Joo-hun disagreed. If so, the 700 billion won already invested will be completely gone. Hearing this, he grew even angrier. Then what do you plan to do? Invest more? Who knows when it will reach 1 trillion or 2 trillion won? How is the situation with the hedge fund? Sung Joo-hun then said, it seems they are also flustered, heard they have sunk nearly 1 trillion won. Perhaps in this shareholders meeting, they will demand actual control. He heard this and sighed continuously. Sung Joo-hun remained stubborn. Maybe this is a better opportunity when both we and the hedge fund buy in, causing the stock price to rise continuously. The burden of buying more will grow heavier, but if it drops like this? Tae-suk asked back, do you think everything will just end like that? Sung Joo-hun froze momentarily. Yes, then. Tae-suk scolded, do you think you can hide it just because you want to? Who knows, maybe that is just a card laid out on the table. Perhaps over the past years, for the sake of their public image, they kept it well hidden, but now they might start revealing everything they have concealed. As you said, it could be an opportunity, but it could also be a trap. You must be careful to recognize that. Hearing these words, Du Hansu's face darkened progressively. What if they plunged too deep, failed to gain control in the end, and suffered severe damage? At this point, it was too late to regret. His greed to seize control of Hyunjin Heavy Industries was driven by the anticipation of rising stock prices. Even if they failed to secure control, there had been an assumption that they would profit from the stock price difference upon withdrawal. Now, that assumption had become completely meaningless. Now, Du Hansu could only listen to his father's scolding. Stop it, this is already embarrassing enough. Meanwhile, at Lee Kyung-ho's villa, Hae-in quickly noticed something unusual about him and remarked, "You seem quite happy lately, father." Lee Kyung-ho immediately replied, "What joy is there for an old man like me? Seeing you kids not causing trouble and living well is the greatest joy of my life." However, Hae-in had already guessed his thoughts. She said, "It turns out to be because of Lee Hyung-jun, and also Haiwan and Yang Hoon. Father, please think about those two a little bit." Lee Kyung-ho just remembered now and asked, "Why haven't Haiwan and Yang Hoon gone on blind dates yet?" Hae-in reproached him slightly, "Oh father, this era is no longer like ours in the past. If you tell young people to go on blind dates, the first thing they do is open their phones to look at each other's faces." He spoke up in annoyance, "So what, does that mean we shouldn't tell them to go?" Hae-in advised, "Just take it easy father, when the time comes, they will go on their own." Then, Lee Kyung-ho turned to reproach Lee Jae-sung, "As a father, you should also pay attention to your children's blind dates. How long do you plan on letting them just play around?" Not daring to protest at all, he replied, "Yes, I will arrange it right away." Lee Kyung-ho then added, "And it's also time to promote Lee Hyung-jun to senior managing director." Lee Jae-sung knit his brows in discomfort, "Yes." He quickly countered, "Father, a senior managing director is almost equivalent to a deputy general manager. Considering Lee Hyung-jun's age, it is still too early." Lee Kyung-ho nodded and did not deny it, "I know. Do you think I don't understand the significance of Lee Hyung-jun being promoted at this age? But look at the bigger picture, Korean businesses nowadays are too conservative. One must be old to be given high positions, yet the leadership's mindset cannot keep up with the flow of the times. Once they fail to catch the flow of the times, investments will fail. Youth is not a weakness, on the contrary, it can become an advantage." Lee Jae-sung ground his teeth in frustration upon hearing this. He wanted to argue back, but Lee Kyung-ho glared at him. "But father." In the end, Lee Jae-sung had to submit, "I will consider it further." Lee Kyung-ho highly praised him. Lee Hyung-jun worked very hard this time, having to face and negotiate with Chairman Im of Hyunjin Heavy Industries. In front of that stubborn old man, he didn't flinch at all and even achieved such an excellent result. Lee Jae-sung was now very displeased. "Compared to our estimated price, the final decided price is somewhat high, father." Fortunately, Hyunjin Shipping responded positively, otherwise, the situation would have been much more difficult. Lee Kyung-ho did not deny it either. "That is true, but the boy needs to be on equal footing with Chairman Im to speak up strongly, doesn't he? With his current position, do you think he would dare to raise his voice to keep the price we wanted? Our job is to support a kid who is trying his absolute best." Lee Jae-sung dared not argue back any further. "I understand. I will consider it." Hearing this, Lee Kyung-ho couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking to himself, he's practically on the brink of ruin, yet he keeps talking about considering this and that. He then turned to ask, "Is Lee Hyung-jun seeing any girl lately?" Hae-in shook her head and suggested, "It seems not. Should I find a blind date match for him?" Lee Kyung-ho had already considered someone beforehand. This time, we have transferred the Gulsan shipyard to Hyunjin Shipping. As for Hyunjin Construction, Hyunjin Travel, and the Haeju shipyard, I heard that the chairman's daughter is an only child, right? Hae-in listened and still had some doubts, Yun-hee? She is very famous, but it won't work. Lee Kyung-ho displeasedly asked, "Why?" Hae-in then explained, "They used to date before, but for some reason they broke up, which is such a pity. She volunteered to take charge, let me look into it further." Lee Kyung-ho did not forget to remind her, "Be careful with your choice. Only with a good daughter-in-law can a family be peaceful and everything go smoothly." He continued, "Look at you, ever since you married into this family, how much has our bank grown?" Hae-in was suddenly praised, so she felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh dear, you're overpraising me, father. It's all thanks to my husband's hard work." Lee Kyung-ho could not help but agree, "Of course that is true, but your contribution cannot be denied." The two of them chatted cheerfully, with only Lee Jae-sung looking deeply annoyed. He kept sighing heavily. Outside, the rain was pouring down. At a certain restaurant, Jo Jae-min pushed open the door and walked inside, where Yang Hoon had been waiting for some time. "Hello." Yang Hoon couldn't help but admire, "You look more and more radiant." Jo Jae-min politely replied, "Long time no see. Why do I feel like you are even busier than I am?" Yang Hoon replied, "Being busy is a good thing, please have a seat." Jo Jae-min then said, "I ordered beforehand, but I have an appointment this afternoon, so I probably can't drink. Is that okay?" Yang Hoon agreed, I also have to drive, so I won't drink either. Jo Jae-man asked warmly, you seem to be doing well. How do you find Seoul? Yang Hoon nodded, everything is fine, it's just that the price of the shipyard is a bit expensive. Jo Jae-man was still very surprised, indeed, I didn't think Chairman M would act so quickly. That matter also annoyed me a lot. I invited all the reporters in Jeollado province and gave a speech. This price could ruin Gulsan's economy, yet he wants to sell it at such a high price. Yang Hoon was extremely grateful, thank you. Actually, it is not 10.2 billion, but up to 300 billion, so there is currently a lot of debate internally. Jo Jae-man laughed cheerfully, of course that would be the case. You grasped the problem very quickly. Yang Hoon added, that is why it is a bit difficult. Hearing this, Assemblyman Jo Jae-man asked in confusion, huh? What did you say? Yang Hoon calmly stated a figure, 300 billion. As a seasoned politician, the assemblyman might not find this sum significant, but having to spend an additional 300 billion in cash was an incredibly heavy burden. Jo Jae-man looked extremely puzzled and asked, then why not put more pressure on Shinyan Bank, the coordinator handling this acquisition? Yang Hoon explained the reason, we cannot touch the bank. This is a crucial transaction condition between our side and theirs, which is why I want to ask for your influence. Jo Jae-man raised an eyebrow and countered, what if I cannot take action? Yang Hoon calmly replied, is it that you cannot, or is it that you simply do not want to? The assemblyman could not help but chuckle and remarked, you are tough. Fine, what if I do not do it? Yang Hoon asserted firmly, then you will definitely have to spend an additional 3 trillion to buy it. He raised another question, what if we try but it still does not work? At this point, Yang Hoon could only leave it to fate, if we have done our absolute best and there is still no way, we will just have to accept it. But the real question is, will you actually do your best? Jo Jae-man replied with irritation, what reason do I have to go all out for just 300 billion? Yang Hoon sternly reminded him, do not think of 300 billion as just a number. Even if it belongs to the company, it is the hard-earned money that our employees worked tirelessly day and night to earn. Jo Jae-man fell silent for a moment before asking, so we must use it worthily. What else? Yang Hoon directly expressed his wish, I hope you will help me with this as if it were your own business. Besides, this will not bring you any disadvantage at all. Currently, the articles are filled with content related to you. However, you are not actually the main protagonist here, and they seem to be leaning heavily toward Hyunjin shipping. Jo Jae-man calmly thought, wasn't that obvious? Little did he expect that Yang Hoon's question would stun him, so, are you comfortable with this? Jo Jae-man hesitated. If not, Yang Hoon suggested, you could try breaking this agreement. Hearing this, he could not believe his ears, what? Only then did he speak up, everyone is saying that it is only a matter of time before Gulsan Shipyard and Haja Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering join Hyunjin Shipping. However, if the deal falls through over just 300 billion won, the residents of Gulsan, who are hoping for the shipyard's revival, will surely be deeply disappointed. Jo Jae-man was somewhat perplexed, just the people of Gulsan? The citizens nationwide will be absolutely furious. Yang Hoon immediately countered, then why doesn't the assemblyman step in to revive this situation? He calculated silently in his mind, a deal worth over 3 trillion won is cancelled, and a politician does everything he can to revive it and boost Gulsan's economy. Is there any scenario more dramatic than this? However, Jo Jae-man asked, could that actually happen? Yang Hoon revealed, I won't ask for a reduction of 300 billion won. But if we can cut it in half and request cooperation from both sides, we are ready to cooperate actively. Jo Jae-man was still deep in thought, it might be easy for you, but will Hyunjin Heavy Industries agree to it? Yang Hoon calmly raised his teacup and took a sip. If the assemblyman and the public put pressure on them, there is no way it is impossible. If it fails, we will just have to give up and pay an extra 300 billion. If we still cannot do it even after you go that far, then we must accept it. After contemplating for a moment, Jo Jae-man agreed and decided to give it a try. Yang Hoon expressed his satisfaction, saying that he had made a very wise decision. Jo Jae-man also noticed that Yang Hoon did not seem worried at all despite setting up such a risky gamble. What on earth was he thinking? Was it really just for the 300 billion? Yang Hoon corrected him, saying it was not just about 300 billion. The company is currently in a severe cash shortage to the point where they must save every penny, but if it were 150 billion, they could easily manage it. He gently placed his teacup back on the table. Time passed quickly. That afternoon, a piece of news shook the entire nation. Breaking news, Hyunjin Shipping announced that they could not acquire the Gulsan shipyard. When the news about Hyunjin CNT was broadcast, all electronic portal sites were thrown into complete chaos. Initially, many people doubted the news, thinking it was fake, but they soon believed it was true and anxiously awaited the next follow-up report. However, there were some who could not wait for the next article in comfort. Ho-hyun, the chairman of Hyunjin Heavy Industries, was trembling violently as he asked. Have you found out yet? Taebyum timidly replied. We are trying to reach them, but it seems we can't get through, probably because of all the calls from journalists. Ho-hyun could not hide his frustration. How can you not reach them? Are we selling chewing gum at some restaurant? Flustered, he reported back. They only said they are directly negotiating the price with Shinyeon Bank. Ho-hyun looked at the news and grew even angrier. Do you see these crazy people? Jeon-ho then added. Since things have come to this, let's just pretend nothing happened. Ho-hyun questioned him back. Did we sell it because we wanted to? Do you think we didn't want to sell it, but were forced to because of me? Jeon-ho argued otherwise. But since things have reached this point, doesn't this give us a good excuse to give up? Ho-hyun disagreed. We still don't know if it's an excuse or a trap. Director Moon, is Hyunjin Shipping really going to give up? Taebyum, sweating profusely from tension, replied. It won't be that easy. The acquisition of the shipyard this time involves high-profile politicians, so simply backing out is not a good option for Hyunjin. After listening, Ho-hyun thought it made perfect sense. In addition, Hyunjin Construction had nothing to gain by displeasing the government. So, did Hyunjin Construction actually give up? Tae-suk spoke up, offering his opinion. I believe so, but their way of giving up is it looks a bit like slapping them in the face first, doesn't it? Ho-hyun immediately asked back, what did Shinyeon Bank say? He reported honestly, it seems Director Lee Hyung-jun was also a bit flustered. They also kept saying that they are in discussions with Hyunjin Shipping. After all, 830 billion is probably a bit difficult. But Tae-suk's hesitant attitude caught Ho-hyun's attention, but what? He pointed out the strange detail, they are too calm. Shinyeon Bank should be the most chaotic in this situation, but they are just watching silently. Ho-hyun seemed to realize something, perhaps we are the only ones making a fuss. Is that right? Tae-suk nodded, yes, sir. Someone walked in to report, Chairman, the next article is out. The expressions of everyone present there turned sour. After reading it, Ho-hyun could not help but exclaim, what is this? Are we back to square one? Hyunjin Shipping announced that it cannot acquire the Gulsan shipyard. In summary, this is just a one-sided view of the reporter, right? At this point, it is no longer just a slap in the face, it is practically wringing their neck. Taebyum tried to suppress his tension. I agree with the reporter who broke this news. It seems this reporter represents Hyunjin's media outlet, so it can be said that Hyunjin's intentions have been fully expressed. President Ho-hyun angrily slammed his hand on the table. Contact Shinyeon Bank immediately. Confirm if they really want to cancel or if they are just trying to lower the price by posting this damn thing first. Taebyum did not dare to delay for even a second. Yes, I understand. President Ho-hyun added. You, go to Hyunjin Shipping. Jeon-ho asked back in disbelief. Excuse me, me? He angrily barked. Then should I bow my head to someone the age of my daughter-in-law and ask if she is slapping me or wringing my neck? Jeon-ho quickly stood up. No, sir. I will go right away. President Ho-hyun gave further instructions. If you cannot meet Chairman Song in person, do not even think about returning to the company, understood? As for the rest, check the situation with the media and political bodies, and report back to me immediately. According to Director Jeon-ho's words, if this can serve as an excuse, we must protect what we can protect, shouldn't we? Everyone answered in unison. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Lee Jae-song had also read the article by now. He angrily threw the computer down. What is this? Are you really on good terms with Hyunjin Shipping? Lee Hyung-jun lowered his head and explained. Yes, father, please do not worry too much. I will handle it properly. He kept questioning. Really? They declared acquisition is impossible before even sitting down at the negotiating table. What kind of intention is this? Perhaps if he hadn't received contact from Lee Young-hoon first, he would certainly have been unable to think straight and become flustered. No, actually, even now he still couldn't clearly understand what Lee Young-hoon's intention was. Before that, Lee Young-hoon had called to announce, Shinyeon Bank just needs to stand by and enjoy the cake, we will work with Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. You will still receive your commission just like that, so there is no need to worry. So don't make a fuss in vain and say nonsense to the media, do you trust me? Lee Hyung-jun helplessly thought to himself, how could he say he didn't trust him after hearing those words? Of course, there was no other choice but to accept. However, the problem was that he had to inspect the bank's internal affairs, and ironically, the biggest obstacle turned out to be his own father. He mustered up all his courage and spoke up, the price might be very high, sir. Kang Joo-hoon said displeasedly, then we must sit at the negotiating table and adjust it. Lee Hyung-jun also added, it is predicted that even if we sit at the negotiating table, there won't be any answer. However, Chairman Tae-suk was not pleased at all. Are those possibilities and predictions your own thoughts? Or are they the thoughts of Hyun-jin shipping? Such vague terms cannot be the answers of a businessman. Lee Hyung-jun could only bow his head and admit his mistake. I apologize, those are indeed the thoughts of Hyun-jin shipping. They said even if we sit down at the negotiating table, there won't be an immediate answer. Chairman Tae-suk remained skeptical and asked back, are you sure? Then what on earth do they plan to do? Lee Hyung-jun hastily analyzed the situation. They plan to weaken Hyunjin Heavy Industries and then force them to sit at the negotiating table. Is achieving that really so easy? They are extremely confident that they can do it, sir. Hearing this, Chairman Tae-suk laughed contemptuously. Why do you believe them so blindly? What if this agreement completely falls through? Can you bear the consequences yourself? Lee Hyung-jun now realized the bitter truth. The cold gaze his father directed at him, combined with that stiff smile, resembled a starving predator locking its eyes on its prey. He clenched his fists, gathering all his remaining courage to speak up. The agreement will certainly not fall through, sir. I will not just stand by and watch that happen. If we intervene now, they will try to adjust based on commission, so we should temporarily not participate. The subsequent price adjustment will only be based on the actual sales amount, excluding any other commission fees. Chairman Tae-suk smirked and pressed with a fatal question, and what if that agreement ends up being completely broken? It was not hard for Lee Hyung-jun to realize that his father was deliberately setting a sophisticated trap. However, if he did not accept the deal now, his position would immediately be in jeopardy. His current circumstances left him with no way to refuse. Thinking of this, Lee Hyung-jun resolutely and frankly declared, then I will immediately step down from this position. Chairman Lee laughed out loud after hearing that, feeling extremely satisfied. That's my son, indeed, you must have that kind of courage. Just then, another knock sounded on the door. Yes, come in. The person who walked in was Ma Suk-tae, the vice president of Shingyun Bank. Ah, you're here? Chairman Lee spoke with great warmth. Have a seat first, what took you so long to decide? Ma Suk-tae smiled and replied, salarymen like us always have to hesitate a lot, sir. Lee Hyung-jun looked at him, feeling extremely annoyed. Chairman Lee quickly got straight to the point. Have you seen today's news? Ma Suk-tae nodded in confirmation. Yes, the whole country is buzzing about it. He then quickly noticed Lee Hyung-jun, but this gentleman is. Chairman Lee immediately introduced him. Greet him, this is Lee Hyung-jun, my son, and also the one in charge of the Gulson shipyard deal this time. He bowed politely. Hello, uncle. I am Lee Hyung-jun, the director of the strategic planning department. He quickly responded, pleasure to meet you, I am Ma Suk-tae. There are rumors that the chairman cherishes his grandson, and it seems there's a good reason for it, so tall and handsome. The project to sell the Gulson shipyard this time has attracted huge attention from the outside, but how will it proceed from now on? I haven't officially taken office yet, but I plan to start working the day after tomorrow, so it's fine for you to ask this much, right? Lee Hyung-jun firmly asserted, we plan to handle it smoothly, sir. Since I am still an outsider, I cannot provide detailed information. Tae-suk spoke up in confusion, saying that he was too curious, but it was impossible to start work even a day earlier. Lee Jae-sung now laughed merrily, saying, look at this kid, even though he is my real son, I did not know this side of him. He also agreed, saying that as a banker, one must be this careful, and that he had a very good son. Lee Jae-sung was now very proud, saying that not only that, but he also said earlier that if this matter wasn't settled properly, he would resign from his position as director of the strategic planning department. He really is a wonderful kid, isn't he? Tae-suk couldn't help but be surprised, asking if he really said that. Lee Hyung-jun, standing beside him, confirmed, yes, he did. He nodded and said, he is indeed very confident. Actually, just an hour ago I still thought the situation would be quite complicated. Now, news was popping up everywhere. Lee Jae-sung then called out, Lee Hyung-jun, turn on the TV. On the TV, the news anchor was reporting that this time, one of the most disappointed people when Hyunjin Shipping announced they could not acquire it was Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. We met with Assemblyman Jo, who took the lead in selling Gulson Shipyard when he participated in the Gulson mayoral by-election. Jo Jae-min firmly asserted, we cannot give up, and the people must not give up either. The situation is not completely over yet. The reporter then asked, do you think Hyunjin Shipping might return to the negotiating table? He quickly replied, if price is the issue, I will handle it directly. I will resolve it and bring both Hyunjin Heavy Industries and Hyunjin Shipping back to the negotiating table. Everyone must help me as well. Lee Jae-sung could not help but find it puzzling. What is he doing? Is he trying to play the hero? Tae-suk then spoke up, if he were an ordinary politician, he would surely be too afraid to say such things. It seems there is something we do not know. That must be it, right? He would not risk his entire political career on such a foolish move. Lee Jae-sung suddenly turned and asked, Lee Hyung-jun, do you know anything? But Lee Hyung-jun kept it a secret. I will report back when the negotiations are concluded. This was because he knew that even though he answered as if he knew, Lee Hyung-jun was actually panicking inside. Since Assemblyman Jo Jae-min and Hyun-jin Shipping had said they would handle it themselves, he had simply assumed that was the case. However, he could not have imagined that the man would act so foolishly. Yet, on second thought, this situation might actually be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. No, this must have been planned from the start, so the outcome is likely already known. Only now did he understand the meaning of what Lee Young-hoon had said in the beginning. Do not worry, just wait. Lee Jae-sung was extremely annoyed. Do you really know something? Lee Hyung-jun remained determined to keep silent. As I said, we just need to stay still and watch. If the agreement falls through, I will take responsibility. The faint, shimmering lights illuminated the entire hall. Lee Hyung-jun walked down the hallway with an angry, dark expression. He thought to himself that he had just raised his voice in front of his father, but if any mistake occurred now, he would be nothing but a puppet. Sitting down on the sofa, he snapped at the waiter, just leave the wine there, then cook me 2 packs of ramen. Remember to make it extra spicy. The waiter quickly replied, yes, sir. Lee Hyung-jun wolfed down the noodles as if to vent his anger. Just then, Ju-wai pushed the door open and said in a serious tone, did you call for me, sir? He slammed his chopsticks onto the table next to the empty bowl. With a sharp gaze, he demanded, have you finished the tasks I asked you to do? Standing straight in front of the desk opposite Lee Hyung-jun, he reported, I heard that Vice President Im Tae-suk often plays golf in his spare time. Therefore, after his inauguration, I plan to organize a few golf outings. Ju-wai cautiously explained his plan. I will arrange a chance meeting between him and a young lady, and then gradually develop their relationship. Lee Hyung-jun immediately cut him off with contempt and disdain. Boring. Are you filming a drama or something? Lee Hyung-jun crossed his legs and rubbed his chin in thought, saying, having a young girl suddenly approach him might not be a good idea. At his age, he will only be more vigilant. Suddenly, memories of Cha Ji-yeon flashed across his mind, making Lee Hyung-jun think to himself, it reminds me of the time my father arranged for a woman to approach me. Even thinking about it now sends shivers down my spine. If something similar happens this time, the chances of the plan being exposed are extremely high. Then he rubbed his chin and ordered, forget it, let's go with a natural push. His family is in the US, so he must be very lonely. Just take him to a karaoke bar and find a girl to stick close to him. No need for photos or tricks, just let everything happen naturally so they can truly fall in love. Hearing this, Ju-wai spoke up to remind him, if so, we can continue using that girl, but it will cost quite a bit. But that's fine, women who just want to earn some pocket money will give up halfway. Yang Hoon stood before the server as the door opened, pausing in surprise, this is. Lee Hyung-jun smirked and smiled, yeah, go ahead and say hello. Ju-wai and Yang Hoon bowed to each other. Lee Hyung-jun introduced them one by one, this is Director Kang Ju-wai of our company, the person I trust the most. Yang Hoon bowed his head slightly and said, hello. Lee Hyung-jun continued, and this is Manager Choi Young-hun of YGN CNT, who can be called my soulmate. Yang Hoon glanced around and said hesitantly, it seems I arrived too early. Lee Hyung-jun quickly replied, no problem, we have finished talking. Saying that, he gestured to Ju-wai. Alright, you may go. Ju-wai bowed slightly. Yes, then I shall take my leave. Yang Hoon walked in, sat down on the adjacent bench, and looked at the empty table, asking Lee Hyung-jun in bewilderment. What is this strange thing? No alcohol, and no women. Lee Hyung-jun snapped in an irritated, loud voice. In this situation, how can I drink? What on earth are you doing? My heart has been beating wildly all day, I thought I was going to die. His voice grew even harsher as he asked Yang Hoon. Looking at the news today, it really makes one's jaw drop. Was it really because of Assemblyman Jo Jae-min? Yang Hoon calmly replied. Partly because of him, and partly because of the money. Lee Hyung-jun picked up the wine bottle on the table and muttered in confusion. 300 billion, just because you're stingy with that? Even if it is reduced further, at most it would only be 100 or 200 billion. He thought of the spacious land located near the hills. To prepare 200 billion, they would have to sell the entire plot of land in Hanam currently held by YGN CNT Construction Company. The value of this land is currently a bit low, but it will definitely develop in the future. Yang Hoon looked at him and gave a serious piece of advice. If we sell now, we will have to sell it at too cheap a price. Lee Hyung-jun poured wine into his glass and replied coldly. Are you regretful? Is that why you went to such lengths? Holding the glass of wine in his hand, he continued to ask, so do you plan to reduce the commission, that? Yang Hoon picked up the can on the table and recounted, I am doing this with your best interests in mind, you should actually thank me. If it were anyone else, they would have entered the negotiation room and cut the commission immediately. I didn't do that, which is why I had to ask Assemblyman Jo Jae-min for help, though there are other reasons as well. Lee Hyung-jun asked in an impatient tone, what is that reason? He popped open the can and calmly explained, if this business falls apart completely, the ruling party will have to worry about the upcoming general election. In the end, everything will be resolved anyway. But I am very curious to see how Assemblyman Jo Jae-min will act. His 4 pillars physiognomy insight saw right through Jo Jae-min like a sacrificial offering on a magic formation, because I know Jo Jae-min's background very well. I also understand how great of a politician he can become and what his personality is like. However, that doesn't mean knowing everything about him. He curled his lips sinisterly, putting on a fake mask of solemnity. To be frank, to become such a major politician, he could also betray at any moment. That is precisely why I want to learn more about that man. Yang Hoon reassured Lee Hyung-jun, don't worry too much, in a week at the latest. Before that, we will overturn public opinion, you can just sit back and enjoy the show. With a grim expression, he placed his half-empty glass of wine down on the table. There was no other way. Deputy Director Im Tae-suk had arrived today, and word was he would start working the day after tomorrow. Damn it, the way he looks at me now is completely different. Recalling those tightly furrowed brows and the hostile gaze behind the glasses, Lee Hyung-jun spoke with irritation. There's even a clear spark of animosity. He must feel the threat vividly. It actually makes me wonder if that guy might even hire an assassin to take me out. Yang Hoon comforted him, you are worrying too much. Looking at his silhouette standing before the endlessly growing giant ancient tree, to be honest, Yang Hoon was not without his worries. Lee Jae-sung was born under the destiny of a towering tree reaching for the sky in the middle of a scorching summer. Once a man like him perceived someone as a rival, he would drain all the nutrients from surrounding trees, leaving them to wither and die. Yang Hoon looked at him hanging his head in deep thought, realizing it was exactly like his own destiny. When two people like them clashed, it would inevitably ignite a blazing fire. Lee Hyung-jun asked, by the way, at what level would you finally be satisfied? He proposed an estimated figure, half. If each side concedes half of the 300 billion, we can negotiate. He closed his eyes and laughed, saying, we must decide everything first before we can even think of negotiating. He replied coldly, usually, matters like this are resolved beforehand, leaving only the formalities. Isn't that right? Lee Hyung-jun gritted his teeth. Who says that? Yang Hoon thought to himself, that only happens in dramas and novels. He raised his glass to toast, anyway, now that I understand Lee Hyung-jun's thoughts, I feel relieved. Let's have a drink and then head home. But he coldly declined, I have plans. Yang Hoon raised his hand and cleared his throat. His cheeks flushed slightly when he heard Lee Hyung-jun's nagging, dating again? If that's the case, just get married already to save you the trouble of traveling back and forth. Underneath the building, a crowd gathered next to the black car. The next day, at Hyunjin Heavy Industries, the luxury car stopped. The car door opened, and a leather shoe stepped onto the ground. He's out. Quick, get the cameras ready. Hurried questions were drowned out by the non-stop camera shutter clicks flashing behind Jo Jae-min. Please, could you say a few words? What did you discuss with Chairman Ho Hyun? The elevator doors slammed shut, returning the space to a suffocating silence. Standing before the reflective glass of the elevator, he stared at his own shadow and lowered his eyes, asking, how is everyone reacting? C1 stood behind Jo Jae-min and reported in a serious tone, yesterday's article already has over 10,000 comments, sir. Most people hope you can bring this acquisition negotiation back on track. He turned around, his eyes turning deep and gloomy. I wonder how Chairman Ho Hyun will show up. C1 raised his hand and speculated, it won't be easy. But I think the chance of him stubbornly resisting without any reason is not very high. Jo Jae-min shook his head, a smile not quite reaching his eyes as he showed complete disagreement, not necessarily. He raised his head, looked up, and said that the head of such a large conglomerate would not easily follow what others arranged. The elevator doors opened, and a man bowed, standing ready in front of the elevator, saying, the chairman is waiting for you, please come this way. Jo Jae-min and C1 entered the room. Ah, so you have arrived? Ho Hyun calmly buttoned his shirt, his sharp eyes staring directly at his counterpart. I am Ho Hyun. The two looked at each other, each harboring their own calculations. Jo Jae-min smiled and greeted, hello, Chairman, I am truly sorry for coming without notice. He smiled back and replied, it is fine, I am sure it must have been difficult for the assemblyman as well, please have a seat. The two sat opposite each other, and he leaned forward, holding his teacup, and began, not only me, but perhaps the chairman feels the same, but the matter is not that serious. Jo Jae-min raised his hot teacup, smiling as he negotiated, how about we both make a small concession? Ho Hyun frowned and refused, that shipyard is the future of our Hyunjin Heavy Industries. Frankly speaking, this situation is no different from me being robbed in broad daylight, but the situation has become too critical, has it not? He took a sip of tea and said calmly, the future you speak of has actually been ignored all this time, otherwise we would not have this price. He froze after Jo Jae-min's words. So, please make another concession. Ho-hyun let out a resigned sigh. Very well, we will concede another 30 billion. He rasped, emphasizing once more, 800 billion, it cannot be any lower. Jo Jae-min sneered, thinking to himself that this was a price Jin CNT could never accept. He set his teacup down and said in a grave voice, Chairman, if this deal falls through, I will be put in an extremely difficult position. Ho-hyun held his head high, refusing to back down. I understand your concern since this is a campaign promise. But even if it weren't, I don't think it would have a major impact on the election anyway. He had traversed winding paths with specific milestones, never ceasing to move forward. If the goal were merely to become the mayor of Gulsan, that might be true, but the place Jo Jae-min was heading for was not Gulsan. The mayoralty of Gulsan was merely a pit stop on his journey. Jo Jae-min's face darkened. You are making things much more complicated. Ho-hyun reached up to adjust his tie and spoke bluntly, fine, since we've come to this, let's not beat around the bush. Assemblyman Jo, I am someone who struggled for over 30 years under my father's shadow before finally securing this position. Jo Jae-min opened his mouth but could not utter a single word in the face of Ho-hyun's remarks. Ho-hyun continued resolutely, to survive, I had to fight fiercely against my own siblings to finally obtain Hyunjin Heavy Industries. Yet now, someone wants to take what is mine at such a dirt cheap price? Ho-hyun leaned forward, his voice firm, running the company and making wrong decisions that led to this situation is my fault. I do not deny that. However, if you even want to squeeze me further on that dirt cheap price, my self-respect simply won't allow it. Ho-hyun narrowed his eyes at him. Even if I must leave in a pathetic state, I cannot back down like this, do you understand my point? Jo Jae-min's face showed irritation as he said, Jeoneo-won University Hospital is currently under construction in Gulsan. He clenched his fist resting on his thigh. Due to land compensation disputes, the project had been constantly delayed, but now it was nearly completed. Without stopping, Jo Jae-min added, however, we still face many difficulties due to objective reasons. I believe if this deal succeeds, the construction of the hospital will be accelerated. Upon hearing this, Ho-hyun turned pale and hesitated, this matter. He pointed his finger directly at him. Do not decline, this is the best offer we can present to you. Jo Jae-min's tone carried an underlying warning, if you refuse, I can only assume you wish to challenge me. What benefit is there for a businessman to clash with a politician? Ho-hyun fell silent and lowered his head. Standing up, Jo Jae-min set a deadline, I will give you 3 days. Jo Jae-min stared directly at him and spoke with authority, during these 3 days, soothe your pride, and then we shall have a proper negotiation. With that, he added, do you like playing Go? Ho-hyun gripped the armrest of his chair and replied calmly, a little. Jo Jae-min smiled and said to him that when in danger, one should rely on their opponent. He continued to advise that when lonely, only by walking together can they survive. If one fights alone like a dictator, they will collapse sooner or later. Ho-hyun closed his eyes with a forced smile, knowing this rule better than anyone. Jo Jae-min flashed a satisfied smile, adjusted his collar, and walked away. Jo Jae-min was surrounded by flashing lights and microphones pointed at him. Only 1 day remained before the deadline, he said, following his private meeting with Chairman Ho-hyun. He announced to the media that the negotiations would resume within the next 3 days. Jeon-ho sat at his desk with a grim expression. Under these circumstances, Chairman Ho-hyun had no choice but to join the negotiation table. Anxiously, he picked up the desk phone to make a call. To gain a more favorable position, he proactively approached Hyunjin Shipping. Elsewhere, an indifferent figure completely ignored the phone ringing incessantly. Director Song showed no sign of appearing. Finally, with only 1 day left before the negotiation deadline, Director Song agreed to meet Director Jeon-ho. The skyscrapers quietly bathed in the warm sunlight. Jeon-ho cleared his throat, mentally reassuring himself that this was merely a routine transfer of positions. Jeon-ho looked at young Hoon in curiosity, wondering who he was. Remembering the silent handshake from earlier, he thought to himself, does he want me to speak first? What an insolent fellow. Jeon-ho did not dare to jump to conclusions. He thought to himself, this opponent is only a department manager, are they looking down on me? Could this guy really be the one directly handling the deal? Eun-chae quickly saw through his thoughts and asked if he believed they were showing disrespect to the director. She gestured and introduced him, stating that although department manager Choi's current position is only a manager, he is exceptionally talented and is about to get engaged to her daughter, so she hoped he would not judge him solely by his rank. Jeon-ho, as if suddenly understanding, asked if he was indeed the one in charge of managing all operations related to the shipyard. Eun-chae nodded and confirmed that it was true. She continued, explaining that while department manager Choi did not work alone, he was the one who established the core foundation, which certainly qualifies him to sit here. He forced a smile and murmured if that's the case, though inwardly despising how a mere 30-year-old could align with politicians to create such a situation. Yang Hoon finally spoke up after a long silence, suggesting that since he had come all this way, he must have something to discuss, so he should feel free to speak. Jianho leaned forward and probed, asking if Hyunjin Shipping had influenced Assemblyman Jo Jae-min. He denied it, arguing that such a thing is impossible, as a small company could never manipulate an active politician. He skeptically followed up, asking if Assemblyman Jo Jae-min's actions were entirely based on his own decision. Yang Hoon bowed his head and asked back, perhaps that is the case, but surely you do not think we have been secretly manipulating Assemblyman Jo Jae-min? Jianho's finger tapped on the armrest of his chair as he asked straight out, you probably have a target price in mind, right? So, what is the exact figure? He put forward a figure. 850 billion is quite a large sum of money, but it is still manageable. He asked with some dissatisfaction, so we will only get 720 billion? Yang Hoon added, since we have to recalculate the commission, the total amount will be slightly higher. Jianho shook his head in objection, no, I cannot accept that figure. He smiled at Jianho with an implying reminder, actually, you also understand that when entering tomorrow's negotiations, the likelihood of receiving more than that is very difficult. He angrily thought to himself, how dare a mere kid say such things to a director? His dissatisfied tone echoed out, don't you think you are being way too arrogant? Yang Hoon calmly replied, I am just speaking the truth. So, if I may ask first, what is your desired amount? Eun-chae sat quietly on one side, sipping her tea while listening to him speak. He continued to pose a scenario, perhaps you are thinking of around 800 billion, right? If that is the case, we will give up and pull out. Jianho leaped to his feet, causing his teacup to spill water. He demanded loudly, what on earth are you saying right now? Yang Hoon pointed out with an expressionless face, to be precise, acquiring both the Gulsan shipyard and Haeju shipbuilding and marine engineering is indeed a highly risky move. Jianho gritted his teeth, unable to refute any of Yang Hoon's words. Frankly speaking, Hyunjin Heavy Industries only wanted to focus on Haeju shipbuilding and marine engineering and did not want to operate the Gulsan shipyard. If so, what was the purpose of all their struggles up until now? He raised his hands in surrender, actually, 850 billion is already pushing our limits. If you demand more, shouldn't we just give up? He clenched his teeth in silence. He pressed further, did I say anything wrong? Jianho turned pale and was speechless. Yang Hoon glanced at Jianho, and seeing that he could not answer, he thought to himself that he was right to come here directly to negotiate. He thought back to the moment the man brushed past him. Honestly, I, Yang Hoon, had no intention of joining the meeting between the two directors. My rank was not appropriate, and there was nothing for me to say. However, my thoughts changed after seeing Director Jianho's face. Yang Hoon recalled Jianho's facial features, a weak chin and thin cheekbones. It seemed he would face difficulties in his later years. But since he is currently a conglomerate heir, I wanted to find out more. Therefore, I joined in and read his fortune. Just as expected, it perfectly matched his facial features. Finally, he said firmly, we have done our best to acquire the Gulsan shipyard, but if the price is unreasonable, we will not take the risk. That is the stance of our Yjin CNT. He observed with a grim face. He was just a department manager, yet he dared to decide the company's stance right in front of the director. However, Director Song did not react at all. Jianho thought back to what Eun-chae had said at the beginning, which meant that what she just said was true. It was not done by Department Manager Choi alone, the foundation was actually established by him. Therefore, he was fully qualified to sit here, wasn't he? He thought to himself that, after all, the final decision belonged to the chairman, so there was nothing more for him to do now. Jianho bowed and said, fine, I understand. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to tour the company. Eun-chae stood up to say goodbye. It was a pleasure meeting you. If we have the chance to meet again, let's have a meal together. He replied dismissively. Let's do that. The two sat back down. Eun-chae turned her head to look at him and asked, why did you want to sit here? Was it because you wanted to find out about Director Jianho? Lee Young-hoon replied. Yes, since he came all this way, I wanted to know what kind of person the heir to Hyunjin Heavy Industries is. Eun-chae wanted to know his impression and asked, what do you think? Lee Young-hoon shared his thoughts. It seems he lives off his father's capabilities. I feel he is more easily ruled by emotion than by reason. The image of Jianho shouting orders but failing to affect anyone flashed by. Despite being in that position, he showed no dignity. Though his voice was loud, his eyes lacked strength. He himself did not even believe what he was saying, truly a man of lack of competence. She nodded in agreement. Compared to the key figures on the board of directors of Hyunjin Heavy Industries, he seemed quite clumsy. She asked further, so, based on Manager Choi's assessment, would Hyunjin Heavy Industries face difficulties if Chairman Ho Hyun stepped down? Lee Young-hoon gave a general answer, I'm not too sure about that. The company can grow thanks to the competence of its subordinates. However, if the company faces major risks, I don't think he can overcome them in a smart way. She then stated her intention, so, what I mean is, since Manager Choi doesn't have parents either, I am thinking of deciding the wedding date myself. What do you think? Lee Young-hoon fell into deep thought. Marriage? He recalled his initial wish when leaving the mountain. He muttered to himself, I had hoped to start a relationship. The image of Lee Young-hoon standing in the wedding hall was faint, and he had never expected to get married. The reflecting mirror shattered into pieces because he thought no one would agree to marry their daughter to him. He had nothing but a mediocre education and no parents. He lowered his eyes and thought, when dating Young-hee, I hoped we could get married. Lee Young-hoon looked at her, smiling as she waited for an answer. But now, the chairwoman directly brought up the wedding date, making him both happy and worried. He rubbed his neck, speaking awkwardly, I haven't heard Young-hee's opinion yet, and I haven't proposed to her either. Song Hoon-chai stood up from her chair, you two can handle the proposal yourselves later. Young-hee probably won't object. She continued, she is my daughter, so how could I not understand her feelings? Are you okay? Lee Young-hoon quickly replied, yes, I'm fine. The clock hands spun to show 3 o'clock. Song Hoon-chai smiled, alright, you've worked hard. He politely replied, yes. He walked out and closed the door. Suddenly, Young-hee's voice echoed from behind Lee Yang-hoon, Chairwoman Hoon-chai left a while ago, didn't she? What did you talk to my mother about? He simply recounted, the chairwoman said she would choose a wedding date for us. Young-hee covered her mouth in surprise, oh my goodness. She glanced around, then pulled his hand to leave, come over here and let's talk. Meeting room. She crossed her arms and asked, so, what did you say? Yang-hoon replied, your opinion is also very important, and I haven't had the chance to propose to you yet. Young-hee frowned with sharp eyes, so, did you say it's not okay? He hurriedly waved his hands, no, I said it's fine. I said I can do it. Really? Young-hee threw herself at Young-hoon, hugging him tightly. He blushed and repeated, but I still haven't proposed to you. She joyfully said, I'm really looking forward to it. Young-hee listed things to Young-hoon, I don't like crowded gatherings too much, nor do I like places that are too noisy. She smiled happily and added, I just said that, fearing it might not be very subtle, but I want a ring purchased from a reputable place, Cartier. Young-hoon smiled, looking at Young-hee with doting eyes, so you already know everything I am going to buy? I think there is still a certain flavor that makes me look forward to it even more. She clapped her hands radiantly and said, it would be better if you could give me a heads up, I also need time to prepare my hair and shoes properly. The sunset descended, dyeing the sky gold, or should we choose a resort with an ocean view instead of a hotel? Hotels are a bit too familiar and boring. He watched Young-hee excitedly list each item, seeing that this was something she had secretly wished for all along. What should I wear, and how should I do my hair? Yang-hoon smiled, although it's a bit surprising, since you put it so clearly, I don't have to worry by myself anymore, which is not bad. The scene of the two happily watching the sunset together appeared, sounds great, a resort overlooking the sea. Chapter 115. Jo Jae-min stood in front of the two shaking hands, smiling brightly at the camera. A day later, the negotiating parties, including Hyunjin Heavy Industries, agreed on the acquisition price and officially signed the contract. He sat inside the car, looking outside triumphantly. Jo Jae-min, who had suddenly risen to become a national-level politician, was clearly sensing the shift in his new status. Siwon sat in the driver's seat and announced the schedule. Tomorrow morning, you have a discussion with the Jeonbuk assemblyman. After that is a lunch meeting with the former workers of the Gulsan shipyard. In addition, a series of interview invitations have been continuously sent. Even the guest program today for the 8 p.m. news the day after tomorrow has sent an invitation to you, assemblyman. He uttered an O sound, is that so? He continued to smile and say, social media is flooded with praise for you, assemblyman. Although the shipyard has not officially resumed operations yet, there are rumors that real estate in Gulsan is starting to heat up. Jae-min smiled and looked out the window. The rise in real estate prices is not necessarily a bad thing. It is a sign that many people are flocking to that area. With the buildings along the road bathed in the early morning sun, the city must have vitality for the economy to recover, right? He looked toward the driver's seat and asked, you seem quite excited too, don't you? Siwon immediately replied, yes, even though I only sleep 3 hours a day, I don't feel tired at all. It feels like having 10 bodies wouldn't be enough, yet strangely, I am always full of energy. Jae-min closed his eyes, laughed in agreement, and said, me too, it's strange. I don't feel tired at all, as if I can feel the blood rushing through my veins. Siwon exclaimed, building a good relationship with Yjin CNT was truly a brilliant move, as if we received divine help. He frowned and warned them to always be careful with their words and never mention this matter outside. He quickly replied, yes, I am sorry. Jo Jae-min's warning voice echoed from behind, saying that it was fine when it was just them, but they must always be careful not to make mistakes. Siwon nodded vigorously as cold sweat broke out, promising to keep this in mind. Jo Jae-man looked down at the phone in his hand, where a message had arrived. Manager Choi Young-hun, you have worked hard. He smiled and tilted his head to look outside. The gloomy sky drew dark clouds that covered the sunlight. January with its harsh cold had passed, and now February was already half over. Everyone was sitting at their desks, busy with their own work. The acquisition of the Gulsan shipyard was complete, and the takeover of Hyunjin Shipping had officially begun. The Human Resources Department and the former employees of Yjin CNT paid close attention to the regular personnel reshuffle in March. Everyone was anxious, wondering who would be chosen. The result of this personnel reshuffle would be a clear sign indicating who had been secretly calling the shots all this time. However, just before the reshuffle, some strange rumors began to spread. An image of Yun-hee happily linking arms with a mysterious man appeared. Rumor had it that the only daughter of Director Song, currently working in the secretary's office, was dating someone within the company. That was no different from implying that the future heir to Yjin CNT, along with its construction, tourism, and Hyunjin shipping sectors, could be an ordinary employee. Even though everyone seemed busy, they were ready to eavesdrop on any news at any moment. In a context where the entire company was sensitive due to the personnel adjustment, employees could not afford to miss any rumors, with everyone keeping their ears wide open. Yang Hoon asked in surprise, and of course, he understood very well the atmosphere surrounding him. Isn't deputy director too much for me? Hoon Chai shook her head, smiled, and replied. At my age, being promoted to deputy director seems a bit too early. Age is not the issue, things are not like before anymore, as young CEOs and startups are appearing more and more. Everyone secretly knows that you are the one in charge. In reality, the person truly running the company is Manager Choi, and all the high-level executives know it well. After all, there is a limit to keeping secrets, isn't there? She expressed her thoughts directly. Actually, if you weren't the one marrying Yun-hee, I wouldn't even think of letting you take the deputy director's seat. Entrusting the company's management to someone else makes me feel uneasy. But now we are going to be family. Yang Hoon said in confusion. Even so, I still think the position of deputy director is too early. Hoon Chai leaned back in her chair. I predicted you would answer that way. Although it's a bit annoying, it's also a bit pleasing. Don't you have any ambition at all? It's not that I don't have ambition, he said with a serious face, standing in front of the desk, but I'm not confident enough yet. I still have many things to learn. She nodded and offered a solution. Well then, I will appoint Director Kang Ju-wai as the deputy director, and then assign his position to you. Lee Yang-hoon exclaimed in surprise. What? Hoon Chai did not give him a chance to refuse, adding, Don't oppose this anymore, you have nothing to be criticized for, you will marry Yun-hee. If I clearly explain the acquisition negotiations so far, everyone will agree. Lee Young-hoon sighed in relief. I understand. She said happily, the more reluctant you seem, the more I want to give you. Honestly, it will put pressure on me. He thought of the piled-up work weighing heavily on his back. Contributing ideas and stepping up to make decisions are two entirely different things. From now on, every decision he makes will be his own responsibility. Hoon Chai raised her voice to encourage him. It would be strange if you didn't feel pressure, right? But I trust manager Choi Young-hun, you can definitely do well. Yes, I understand. Min-hee stepped closer to announce, the head of human resources is looking for you. Lee Yang-hoon, having just stepped out of the office and closed the door, asked, Mr. Hong-ji? She asked for his opinion. Yes, do you want me to invite him up here? Lee Young-hoon shook his head. No need, if the manager is looking for me, I should go down to meet him. When they went down to the HR department, manager Hong-ji brought Lee Young-hoon into a quiet meeting room and locked the door. Lee Young-hoon wondered curiously, I wonder what he wants to say that requires locking the door so carefully. As soon as they entered the room, he even drew the curtains closed. Manager, he spoke up, what did you want to see me about? Hong-ji turned around to face Lee Young-hoon. I heard you were going to be promoted to deputy director. He paused, hastily asking, did the director really tell you that? Yang-hoon thought to himself in surprise, that was indeed a quick decision. It is not the deputy director, but the head of the strategic planning department. The director has also agreed. He asked in surprise, so Director Kang Ju-wai will become the deputy director? He nodded slightly and replied, yes, that is correct. Since I am still just a department head, please address me comfortably, it will be more convenient. Hong-ji cleared his throat. Alright, but did you really not know anything about this? Yang-hoon realized what he was referring to and replied, I also just heard about it. Hong-ji continued, I was very surprised. He recalled the moment he was called into Hoon Chai's office. Hearing the director talk directly about his crucial role in the acquisition negotiations, he still could not believe it. He asked, so, why did you call me here? Hong-ji turned and walked away. The director has almost finalized this personnel transfer. We are just waiting for the final approval. He looked at him pondering in the distance and asked, so what? He turned his head, looked at Young-hoon, and asked, what do you think about the future of Hyunjin construction? He repeated, Hyunjin Construction? Only then did Yang Hoon realize the intention of HR manager Hong Ji. He then asked, you want to advance beyond the position of HR manager, don't you? Hong Ji scratched his neck and admitted, actually, I can't say no. Until now, I have only done the tasks assigned to me. He recounted his thoughts. There are rumors that Hyunjin Construction will grow rapidly in the future, so I am quite curious about the management's direction for the construction sector. Hong Ji thought of the scene where he held the crucial key. Until that very moment, he still thought the position of deputy director would belong to Yang Hoon. Of course, the person he was referring to was himself. For someone in the core leadership, hearing that gave off an indescribable feeling. Yang Hoon replied, those rumors are true. He happily confirmed, is that so? Hong Ji and Hyung Suk were in opposition, but it was clear that his side had no advantage. Unfortunately, Yang Hoon never had any intention of letting him sit in a key position in the leadership of Hyunjin Construction. He wasn't an unlucky person, but compared to No Hyung Suk, he simply didn't have luck on his side. He lacked the courage and was far too indecisive. Hong Ji joyfully touched his nameplate. Perhaps the head of the business support department was the highest position he could ever reach. But looking at it another way, just reaching that position was already much better than his current situation. For him, there was absolutely no reason to refuse. He said gratefully, thank you for your opinion. Lee Young-hoon asked, after the personnel transfer ends, can we meet at Hyunjin Construction? Hong Ji put his hand in his pocket, the director has to give permission first. This is a gift I want to give you. He held out a USB, there will surely be a time in the future when you need to use this. The house with the tightly closed dark red gate, Lotus Hall. Thick smoke and incense rose before the worship statues. Look, was I not right? Cha Ji-yeon, sitting in front of a low table, replied, yes, I was also worried it might be very dangerous. But unexpectedly, everything went smoothly, making my worries completely redundant. The man with long hair tied behind his head continued, I told you, this young man Kim Tae-min has a bright future ahead. Leaning on his knees, he went on, even if there is a landslide, the ground Kim Tae-min stands on is as solid as rock. And if a flood occurs, water only rises to where Kim Tae-min stands on the high-rise building, Daoist Myeon-yu. Myeon-yu paused and asked, do you see any error in what I said? She quickly replied, yes, the Daoist's words are indeed very true. Cha Ji-yeon silently frowned and thought to herself. Han Ju-young originally did not believe in fortune-telling or anything related to destiny. When looking at people easily influenced by such things, she always thought they were pitiful. She coldly stood by, watching the old woman crying on the ground. It was not just the scammers who were to blame, but even those who were scammed were truly foolish. Therefore, this was not surprising at all. Isn't she an idiot? Oh my money. Her thoughts began to change after a certain event occurred. After that event, her life changed completely. She began to trust the words of Taoist Myeon-yu. He wondered, then what are you doing here? Everything turned out exactly as I said. Ju-seon pursed her lips in silence. The first reason she trusted Taoist Myeon-yu was because his words were terrifyingly accurate. The second reason was because he never blindly advised her to perform rituals or use amulets. She asked, have you seen the news? Myeon-yu asked in confusion, what news? She simply recounted the situation outside. Hyunjin CNT had successfully separated completely from Hyunjin Heavy Industries. Although they both carried the name Hyunjin, they had now become two completely independent companies. He understood, so your boyfriend's company is in trouble? Yes. Myeon-yu stroked his chin, closed his eyes to contemplate, and kept sighing. She hurriedly asked, what is it? Ju-seon gritted her teeth, thinking of Yunhee from his words. There is a clever fox wagging its tail in front of the wide-open path of a successful man, then quietly taking everything. Could it be Lim Yunhee? She pushed her phone forward, showing a photo of Yunhee. This girl is Taemin's cousin, Lim Yunhee, the only daughter of Hyunjin CNT, the company that spun off. Take a look. Myung-woo said, their compatibility is not very good. Cha Ji-yeon gasped in surprise, what? Compatibility? But they are cousins. He explained, do you think compatibility only exists between men and women? In fact, there are also harmonious or discordant relationships between parents and children, as well as between siblings. Myung-woo picked up the staff adorned with small bells. It is not just a matter of affection. Wait a moment. He closed his eyes and shook the clusters of small bells in front of him. Suddenly, Myung-woo snapped his eyes open. He said, the spirits say this girl is not a fox, but a dragon? What? A blue dragon spiraled, holding a jewel in its mouth. Initially, she was just a small serpent, but by good fortune, she grasped the precious pearl. Because of that, she has become a true dragon. Her expression twisted at Myung-woo's prediction. Even if Kim Tae-min died trying, he could never defeat this woman. Chapter 116. Cha Ji-yeon turned pale and quickly asked, then what should I do? She thought to herself, should I use a talisman or perform a ritual? Myung-yu reminded her, whatever you do, you must steal her precious jewel. Ji-yeon hurriedly leaned forward and asked, what is this precious jewel? He shook his head, I don't know either. The gods decreed it, so that's all I know. She furrowed her brow in frustration. Myung-yu looked directly at Ji-yeon, do you really want to know? The candle flickered in the corner of the room. He scheduled, then return in 3 days. I must perform a ritual to ask the gods first. A ritual? Ji-yeon stood up and asked. Myung-yu continued, of course, we must ask the gods to guide us. But the gods do not bless us easily, so we must present a proper offering. Ji-yeon asked hesitantly, so how much is needed? He turned his back and uttered a figure, 5,000. Her designer bag sat by her feet. Even as a daughter of a conglomerate family, this amount was not small. Buying luxury goods at the department store with the corporate card allowed her to spend hundreds of millions a month without anyone questioning her. But this time, it required cash, so she had to use her own funds. Myung-yu slightly tilted his head and said, no need to force yourself. Sometimes even after the offering, you might not get the answer you want. If it is too much pressure, then forget it. Ji-yeon clenched her dress. She could completely live a comfortable life with what she currently had. Yet she thought to herself, if I were content with just what I have, I wouldn't have chosen the man named Kim Tae-min. Myung-yu continued, indeed. After all, I was the one who chose him for you. Ji-yeon stood up abruptly in discontent, to be honest, choosing the wrong person was also your fault, master, so... He interrupted Ji-yeon, so you are bargaining with me now? An image of a man standing on lush green grass, gazing up at the clear blue sky, appeared. Back then, his future was as bright as the steppe sky, with nothing to worry about. He continued, I understand your resentment, and I do feel a bit guilty, but the offering fee cannot be reduced. The offering fee is the offering fee, not something to bargain over. Putting on her bag, Ji-yeon let out a sigh, I understand, I will send the full amount. Myung-yu said in a helpless tone, alright, I have to stop taking other clients for 3 days and reschedule all my appointments for you. 5,000 is not expensive at all. Ji-yeon ruffled her hair in frustration, I got it, please help me as much as possible. Can I transfer it to the previous account? The door slammed shut, exactly 3 days from now, come back at this hour. Myung-yu frowned and looked straight ahead. He let out a sigh of relief and said mockingly, keep your business moderate, your greed is truly terrible. Myung-yu sat down and called out loud, next guest, please come in. Whatever they say, we must finish hosting today's guests first before praying. He covered his face with a fan, his face darkening as he thought, if my wife were still alive, she would be in this much pain as well. The number on the elevator door showed 5. Hoon stared silently at the USB drive in his hand. When manager Hong Ji handed me the USB, I thought it contained evidence of someone's corruption. But thinking about it, he was not the type of daring person to do something so bold. He recalled his smiling face when he held out the USB. As a safety-first person, he certainly couldn't stand holding a file that exposed someone. Hoon stepped out of the elevator. A person waiting at the door asked, where did you just go? He replied, I dropped by the Human Resources Department for a moment, were you waiting for me? She said, yes, mother, no, what did the general manager say to you? He smiled as expected, looking at your face, I already know everything. She said with a bit of confusion, at times like this, you should be a little proud, why is your face so blank? Other people would be jumping with joy, calling everyone to show off. Hoon scratched the back of his neck and replied, I don't have anyone to call anyway. Yoon-hee came closer, linked her arm with his, and invited, I didn't mean anything by that. Then let's go celebrate, we have to congratulate you after all, my treat. Hoon nodded, that sounds fine. She looked at Lee Young-hoon, who had a cold expression as he checked his phone, and asked, what is it, dear? Looking at the message on the screen, he said apologetically, I'm sorry, but do you remember what I asked Director No Suk-chun at Baek Busan Hospital about? The message from Director No Suk-chun read, I have found the address where your mother used to live. When you have a chance, please make a trip to Busan. Yes, I remember. Lee Young-hoon paused for a moment and then continued, they found the address where my mother used to live. Yoon-hee opened her eyes wide in surprise and suggested, really? Then we should definitely make a trip down there. Young-hoon said gratefully, thank you for understanding. If we set off after work, it will be dark by the time we arrive. It would be perfect to meet the director tomorrow morning. She urged, we can go right now, you know. He calmly replied, the director will still be there. Besides, it is not such an urgent matter that I need to leave work midway. Other employees have to request half a day off just to handle personal affairs. We cannot just mindlessly go out during working hours like that. Yunhee watched Yang Hoon plug in the USB and asked, "What is that USB for?" "I will explain that to you in detail later." He looked at the computer screen. "Is there only one file?" Yang Hoon moved the mouse and clicked on the file. He raised his eyebrows. "This is..." As soon as he clicked on the file, a series of fascinating pieces of information appeared before his eyes. The details, along with a photo of a man, showed the key personnel in the company classified by their relationships, which was quite interesting. Even notes on who attended whose weddings or funerals were clearly recorded. There was even information regarding several high-level executives at affiliate companies, including Hyunjin Heavy Industries. Yang Hoon looked at the information and fell into deep thought. At first glance, it might not seem like a big deal, but from another perspective, this could be an extremely important document. He thought about how anxious Hongji had been. The person who handed this over must have agonized over many things before making the decision. It was clear that he did not want to end his career at the company as just the head of human resources. Yunhee leaned in to look. "What is that?" Yang Hoon replied, "Someone compiled it and gave it to me." She asked, "Did you request it?" He shook his head and explained, "No, they just submitted it themselves." Perhaps because the personnel transfer period is coming up, everyone is extremely anxious. Yunhee praised him, saying, "Now you are truly the one in power in the company, you're so amazing." He rested his chin on his hand, his voice carrying a trace of uncertainty. "I don't know either. To be honest, I still can't believe this is real. I'm just hoping to fulfill my responsibilities, and that would be more than enough." She covered her mouth and chatted. If Secretary Chief Songdae heard that, he would probably be shocked. "You know, Secretary Chief Songdae views you like some kind of monster." Minhee approached with her phone and said, "Is that so?" "Manager, 20 Entertainment just contacted us." He asked in curiosity, "What kind of company is that?" Minhee replied, "It is the management agency of singer and actor Kang Seo-hyun." As the image of Do Hansu appeared, Minhee continued, "Previously, during the Nodricare event, I discussed an exclusive modeling contract with them." Yang Hoon wondered, isn't Deputy Director No Hyun-suk supposed to handle that? She maintained her posture of holding the phone and replied, "That was the case initially, but they didn't want Deputy Director No to step forward, so I took charge of the negotiations, while the sales department will handle the rest." He asked further, "You did a great job. So what happens now?" Minhee replied, "They want to schedule a meeting to discuss the details of the exclusive modeling contract." "How should I proceed, sir?" Lee Young-hoon looked at her and instructed, "You should go, since this is the project you are in charge of, you should complete it. From now on, please report everything related to Nodricare to me as well, whatever you deem important is enough." Minhee smiled and replied, "Yes, I understand." She left while speaking on the phone. "Yes, thank you for waiting. Regarding the meeting, after arranging the schedule, I will." Yunhee leaned over and asked, "Are you planning to leave Minhee in the secretary's office?" "Actually, if you are transferred to the strategic planning department, you also plan to take her with you." Lee Yang-hoon asked her, "But you will come with me too, right?" Where the needle goes, the thread follows. Yunhee tentatively suggested, "Also, when going back to Gulsan, may I go with you? If you find it bothersome." He shook his head and interrupted, "It is not bothersome, please come with me. Somehow I just feel uneasy. Ever since I received the message from the director, my heart has been throbbing restlessly." She said happily, "Thank you." Lee Young-hoon turned his head and refused. "It is I who should thank you, for being willing to go with me. Somehow, it feels like time is passing terribly slowly today." Minhee walked through the crowded lobby. As usual, today Department Head Choi Lee Young-hoon assigned work to me again. She smiled happily. Other than Chief Hong and Manager Choi, the person with the greatest influence in this secretary office was me. So, like it or not, rumors about the upcoming personnel transfer more or less reached my ears. Minhee recalled how astonished she was during her conversation with Yang Hoon. She had been extremely shocked to hear that he might be promoted to vice president at this general meeting. Vice president. She imagined herself trying to cling to that climbing vine. If she could closely follow his line and prove her ability, putting in just a little more effort, she would have a chance to aim for a higher position instead of being a secretary room employee with a barrier-filled career path. A voice interrupted Minhee's train of thought. "Where do you think you are going?" Yoo Ho-young looked annoyed and scrutinizing. "You know you have to stop by the company before you can leave work, right?" Yoo Ho-young was the assistant in the secretary office. Minhee smiled back. "Of course, I think I will be back before 5 p.m. But in her heart, she silently groaned, this queen of gossip. Her face looked extremely unpleasant and frowning. Although she had a higher rank than me and was indeed my senior, because her position was increasingly fading, she was always nitpicking and finding fault with me at every turn. I knew this all too well. Minhee spoke politely, but she did not care too much. "I might be a bit late, but I will still stop by the company to report my work before going home." Ho-young crossed her arms and curled her lips. "Why do you look so scared?" Minhee replied, "It's not that I'm scared, but I need to report the results to the business department." Her expression instantly changed, and she gritted her teeth, calling out, "Hey, Kim Min-hee." Ho Young jeered with jealousy. "I know very well that lately you have been clinging to the director and manager Choi, playing the innocent cat. Please act moderately, don't think others can't do those petty tricks. Do you think you are so important just because manager Choi assigned you a few tasks?" Min-hee just bowed her head and said calmly, "If I made you think that way, then I apologize." She asked, "So, may I leave now?" Gu Ho-jun froze, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" Min-hee calmly explained her reason. "If I'm late, I might not finish the task assigned by the manager." She looked at Gu Ho-jun's stiff back and trembling, angry fists, then smiled and said goodbye. "Yes, I will be on my way now." Despite being insulted, Min-hee remained completely unfazed. She pulled out her phone. It wasn't about trying to act tough, but rather that the other person's words genuinely didn't register with her. She needed to call a taxi quickly. A car pulled up and stopped by the roadside. The driver asked, "Are you Kim Min-hee from the secretary's office?" She looked up in surprise and bowed awkwardly. "Hello, manager." Oh Ji-hwan smiled from the driver's seat and replied, "Hello, are you very busy?" That was Oh Ji-hwan, the manager of the resource development department. The car sped along the main road. Sensing Min-hee's suspicion, Oh Ji-hwan spoke first to avoid any misunderstanding. "I don't have any bad intentions toward you, Min-hee." Fearing she might not believe him, he added, "I love the cute kids at home, and my clever wife too." Min-hee quickly waved her hands. "I didn't think that way at all, sir." Oh Ji-hwan glanced at her and changed the subject. "Calling you into the car so suddenly must have surprised you, right? This is our first time talking since we met in the director's office during the Ukraine issue." He smiled and continued, "I wasn't intentionally waiting, but when I saw you walking out, I just had to call you over for a ride." Min-hee stammered in response, "Why did you call me, sir?" He said briefly, "Because I'm curious about you." Min-hee clutched her bag strapped tightly and listened. Don't misunderstand this statement. It's not a personal or romantic curiosity, but rather, I've recently heard some strange rumors from the business department. Ji-hwan focused on the road and continued, "That brand, Nodri Care, right? I heard the secretary's office is currently in charge of that matter." Min-hee glanced over with a flustered look. "And I heard you even overshadowed Deputy Department Head No Hyun-suk to personally coordinate everything, is that true? If it were in the past, I would probably have panicked, wondering whether to deny it, tell the truth, or find a way to evade it. Should I lie and stay away from this situation?" She calmed down and smiled gently. But now that I clearly understood Manager Oh Ji-hwan's thoughts, I felt relieved, and my mind became completely clear. Min-hee replied while the car was waiting at a red light, "It is true that the secretary's office is involved in handling it. As for the latter question, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that." A man turned his head to look at her with an interested smile. "An interesting answer. Is it confidential information?" Min-hee skillfully replied, "I do not have the authority to determine whether it is confidential or not, so if you really want to know, you can ask the chief secretary directly." Ji-hwan tapped his hand on the steering wheel and laughed. "Miss Min-hee, you certainly have a firm stance." "Thank you." He smiled and continued, "I like people with a firm stance like yours, but please don't misunderstand." She replied, "I understand, it's not about any personal feelings." Ji-hwan stated his point of view, "I'm just speaking as a colleague working together. I am extremely allergic to those who don't know what should and shouldn't be said." He made a suggestion, "Let's get closer in the future, meaning in our work. If you need any help, just let me know." Min-hee glanced slightly at Ji-hwan, probing, "Is any matter really okay?" He readily agreed, "Of course, as long as it's not a personal matter." Ji-hwan did not forget to remind her, "Since I still have a sly wife waiting for me at home." Min-hee covered her mouth, smiling, "Yes, if necessary, I will ask for your help." She tried her best to maintain a natural smile. Min-hee had to force herself hard to keep the corners of her lips from twitching. Standing together in the pitch-black room, the light shone down on Min-hee. She clearly felt one thing, she was becoming the center of attention in the company. 2 cars parked on the lawn in front of the house in Gulsan. The dishes were neatly arranged and presented on the table. "It is election season, is it really alright for you to be drinking like this?" Jo Jae-min raised his wine glass, waiting to be poured, and said, "It is fine, I will only drink exactly 2 glasses." "Why 2 glasses?" Lee Hyung-jun finished pouring, set the bottle down, and explained, "Because director Lee Hyung-jun played a major role in this negotiation and even took the trouble to come all the way here, 1 glass is a must, right?" He laughed in negotiation, "But drinking just 1 glass feels half-hearted, and if I drink 3 glasses, my face will change color immediately." He smiled and replied, "So 2 glasses is the most reasonable. Anyway, thank you for doing me the honor of drinking with me." Jo Jae-min picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, smiled, and asked, "How is the situation in Gulsan lately?" "Everyone is highly anticipating it, if the acquisition of Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering is successful." He continued, "The shipyard will certainly resume operations, so real estate here has started to boom. Engineers who used to work at the old shipyard are also constantly calling to ask about returning to work. Lee Hyung-jun added, they even want to join the union right away. Jo Jae-min put the piece of meat into his mouth and spoke hesitantly, it is fortunate, indeed fortunate, but beyond cooperation lay his awkwardness when facing the shipyard employees. If we do not handle it tactfully, it will be quite troublesome. We cannot retain all of the old personnel, yet there are so many unemployed people. There are bound to be rumors and complaints. He nodded in agreement, that sounds even more difficult than running for election. Jo Jae-min chewed as he spoke, it might sound strange coming from me, but honestly, going around campaigning and shaking hands with people is no longer necessary for me. Everyone in Gulsan already knows my face. He recalled the times he warmly shook hands with the elderly women. If I wander around the market or the city, everyone tells me to stop standing around shaking hands and focus on properly handling the Gulsan shipyard. Even after the acquisition was finalized, they still said that. That just shows how much the locals here yearn for it and how sensitive they are about it. Lee Hyung-jun furrowed his brows. Was everything really not over yet? That's right, the other man sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. The shipyard will eventually resume operations, but only after Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering completes the acquisition. I still have to stay here to continue negotiating with both Ygene CNT and Haeju. Just thinking about closely monitoring the employment rate gives me a massive headache. Lee Hyung-jun looked at Jo Jae-min with a flattering expression and spoke, in any case, you did an amazing job, sir. I truly couldn't believe you managed to persuade the chairman of Hyunjin Heavy Industries to make a concession. Jo Jae-min raised his head with satisfaction and continued, if he gave in for nothing, he wouldn't be himself. I had to promise him the construction contract for John's University Hospital before he pretended to make a concession. Hearing this, Lee Hyung-jun asked in surprise, is that so? What is the scale of that project? Holding his wine glass, Jo Jae-min recounted slowly, I heard it's worth around 180 billion won. That is why he calculated everything so meticulously. If he hadn't considered that the losses at Hyunjin Heavy Industries could be recouped by Hyunjin Construction, would he have yielded so easily? It was certainly not easy, and I was quite anxious at the time. He raised his glass toward Lee Hyung-jun and added with a smile, but to my surprise, he actually agreed to sit down at the negotiating table so easily in the end. Jo Jae-min spoke politely, after all, I only ran around outside, but your team at Shinyeon Bank must have had a very hard time as well. Lee Hyung-jun replied humbly, we barely did anything, sir. It was all thanks to you. We simply reaped the benefits without effort, which makes us quite embarrassed. Jo Jae-min took a sip of his wine and praised, if I had done it all by myself, would public opinion have shifted so quickly? It's precisely because a top-tier domestic bank stepped up to negotiate that everything went so smoothly. Lee Hyung-jun asked with a bit of suspicion, but why have you been praising me so much since earlier? He thought to himself, there must be something he wants to ask of me. As I mentioned before, even though the transfer is finalized, there is still a mountain of work to handle. He tilted his head back, emptied his glass, then set it down with satisfaction and said, the most urgent issue right now is the economic situation of our citizens. Have you ever done business before? Lee Hyung-jun poured the drinks and answered honestly, never, sir. Jo Jae-min had expected this and said, being the child of a tycoon, of course you haven't. My mother raised the three of us brothers all on her own. He closed his eyes, recalling, she was a great cook, so she opened a beef bone soup restaurant, and business was booming. Eventually, she saved up some capital. The shop was lit up but empty, with not a single customer visiting. They moved to a larger location, but ironically, the more they expanded, the fewer customers they had. As a child, Jo Jae-min wept beside his weakened mother lying in bed. Revenue plummeted, and debts piled up. About 3 or 4 years later, his mother fell ill. He reminisced, his voice tinged with pride, but heaven does not disappoint those who try. My eldest brother learned the trade and revived the shop. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be sitting here today. Jo Jae-min opened his eyes, stared straight ahead, and said, the families who used to work at the Gulsan shipyard still haven't found jobs. They must be going through a very difficult time. Lee Hyung-jun toyed with his wine glass and spoke solemnly, I want to ask for your help. Hearing him go on for so long, I had already guessed somewhat what he was planning to ask. He gently swirled his glass, looking conflicted, I really want to help, but... He interrupted, I'm not asking for a favor for nothing. Jo Jae-min shook his head and voiced his thoughts, only hoping that the workers returning to the shipyard, even if they already had prior loans, could still be granted an additional low-interest loan. Lee Hyung-jun stood deep in thought on the high floor, looking down at the people coming to apply for loans. At major banks, unsecured loans were already difficult, but for those who had no prior loans and were newly hired, it was not an issue. Can we also get a loan? He thought of the potential scenario of the company collapsing, leaving behind piles of accumulated debt. The issue was that he was talking about granting additional loans to those who had already borrowed heavily and had no collateral, relying solely on their recent employment at the Gulsan shipyard for disbursement. If so, the entire burden would fall on Shinyun Bank. Lee Hyung-jun swallowed hard, sweat trickling down. If Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering was to operate in the future but got caught up in a crisis like Hyunjin Heavy Industries, all of those additional loans would turn into bad debt. He shook his head, unable to agree immediately. I'm sorry, I cannot make this decision on my own. Jo Jae-man asked directly, do you mean you can't help? He poured wine into a glass and listened as the other explained. Because of this transaction with Hyunjin Shipping, our bank has to spend trillions. Furthermore, this is not a corporate loan, but a consumer loan, so the risk is too great. Jo Jae-man closed his eyes and drained the glass, then placed the empty glass on the table. He frowned in dissatisfaction. Bankers like you are only good at looking at people through numbers. I know you are afraid of the credit card crisis triggering a wave of bad debt, but right now, the non-performing loan ratio for consumer loans is very low, isn't it? He replied embarrassedly, yes, that's true, but... Jo Jae-man listed each issue one by one. It's because you bankers set up such walls that people turn to loan sharks. Don't they know how high the interest rates are? Don't they know their credit score will drop after borrowing? The waves outside the glass window rolled and swayed continuously. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, so you think the world revolves around you, but for the extras around you, every day is a battle for survival. Finally, he said, don't turn their pain into mere numbers. Lee Hyung-jun closed his eyes tightly and said, I'm sorry, sir. He frowned slightly, hesitating, but does that mean you are still refusing? Should I accept this? Lee Hyung-jun hesitated, thinking that if this were a request from an ordinary politician, he would definitely refuse. However, this was a proposal from Assemblyman Jo Jae-man. He thought about the possibility that he might regret it if he refused. Moreover, Jo Jae-man was someone whom Department Head Choi Young-hun placed absolute trust in, so refusing now would be like missing a goal right in front of the net. Lee Hyung-jun fell into deep thought for a long time. At the very least, he should call Department Head Choi Young-hun to ask for his opinion. But doing so would only lower his own standing, as if he had no authority at all, so in the end, his only choice was to take the gamble. He let out a sigh and conceded. All right, but I have one condition. Assemblyman Jo Jae-man asked. A condition? Let me hear it. Lee Hyung-jun corrected his words. Just hearing it won't do, because this is a deal. If you want something from me, you must also give me what I need. Jo Jae-man nodded. All right, tell me your condition. He seriously emphasized. Just one thing, you must absolutely not forget that I helped you today. He asked back in wonder. Is that all? Meaning I have to help you back whenever you ask? What if I don't help you then? Lee Hyung-jun thought of Young Hoon and said, Manager Choi places his trust in you. I trust Manager Choi, and he trusts me as well. Jo Jae-man held out the wine bottle toward him and smiled. Do you mean we are in the same boat, so we must move forward together? Lee Hyung-jun nodded. Yes, that is exactly right. He poured wine into Lee Hyung-jun's glass and said, All right, but why do you seem to be trembling? Holding the glass with both hands, he calmly replied, No one knows what the future holds, things do not always go our way. 80%. Jo Jae-man laughed in agreement. That is true, life never goes exactly as planned. Lee Hyung-jun smiled and took a sip of his wine, but that is precisely what makes it interesting, is not it? Young Hoon and Yun-hee were sitting in the room. It was not until past 11 o'clock at night that Young Hoon and Yun-hee finally arrived in Haeundae. His face looked exhausted as he spoke. Although he wanted to meet Director No Suk-chun immediately, he tried to reassure himself that there was no rush. Young Hoon reluctantly ate some fried chicken and drank beer. Yun-hee was lost in thought. However, even though he was staying in a luxurious hotel with the woman he loved, his mind remained in turmoil. Young Hoon didn't know what to do. If they met, what should he say? What if they couldn't meet? One thought after another kept rushing through his mind. Yun-hee's voice pulled him back to reality. Are you worried? Her eyes were filled with concern. With her personality, she was surely very curious. Yet, during the entire journey down here, she had remained silent and carefully observed his expression. Young Hoon could also guess how frustrated she must have felt. He reassured her, both worried and expectant. My emotions are completely tangled up. Even I don't know how I'm feeling right now. Yun-hee asked skeptically, You don't blame your mother, do you? He calmly replied, Blame mother? No, absolutely not. I understand my own fate. She probably knew I was born with such a destiny. Young Hoon recalled the past. If he were in his mother's shoes, perhaps he would have made the same choice. She set her glass down and gently comforted him, but you must have suffered a lot being all alone. He smiled. Yun-hee asked in confusion, Why are you laughing? He mumbled, Just because it's a bit funny. Young Hoon put his glass down. She softly said, Actually, I don't even know how much you've suffered. The past clung to him like a nightmare. He had never told her in detail about the pain he experienced on the mountain, only simply saying that living on the mountain was very lonely and difficult. The image of his younger self bursting into tears kept flickering. Sometimes, he himself was not sure whether struggling for a long time to avoid spirit possession could be scientifically explained, or if he had simply suffered a mental breakdown at that time. Moreover, there was no point in speaking of such things to someone who did not believe in the spiritual world. Yunhee clasped her hands, her voice growing softer. Anyway, I've heard your story, so no, there's nothing special about it. Yang Hoon's expression was somewhat serene. He could not imagine the feelings of a mother forced to abandon her child, but it was certainly more painful than anything he had gone through. He spoke gently, that's why I don't blame my mother. Feeling that his words were not quite right, he added, or maybe, even though I say I don't blame her, deep down inside I might still hold a grudge without realizing it. I feel so conflicted. Yunhee suddenly spoke up. I think I was about 15 years old. Her voice was calm as she recalled, back then, anger kept building up to the point where everything before my eyes became disgusting. Grandfather and father pushed me abroad, and mother couldn't protect me from it. She felt a bit self-critical. As for me, the one who caused it all, I hated everything. She turned to look at him. I used to find life so depressing and hateful. Do you know how I got through it? He wondered, how? She smiled. I slept. Yunhee recalled the past. She forced herself to sleep, and if that didn't work, she would find the most boring book in the world to read until she drifted off. She smiled, and when she woke up the next morning, the negative thoughts from the night before seemed so childish and silly. Young Hoon wondered a bit. So, are you advising me not to think too much and just go to sleep? She stood up, interrupting the conversation. That's right, go to sleep a bit early today. I want to be by your side. But to keep the dramatic tension for the first night, she decided not to, her face full of implication, or, if you want, I can still stay. He stood up. It's fine, I just want to lie down and empty my mind. Yunhee agreed. Good idea. Yang Hoon gently kissed her hair. Good night. He turned to walk away, while Yunhee's eyes were filled with deep thought. The next morning, at the hospital, Sukchun handed the medical record to Yang Hoon. Fortunately, she didn't use a fake name and the address is still saved. If the name is correct, then the address shouldn't be wrong either. The two sat down, but upon checking, it was not a private house. He asked, full of confusion, then what is it? The doctor replied, it's a place called Lotus Hall. He pursed his lips, just hearing that name made him feel absolutely certain. The car sped along the main road, and they finally found the right place. Yang Hoon stood before the old house named Lotus Hall, his gaze contemplative. Yunhee stepped forward. It doesn't seem like there are many visitors, and there are no shops around either. Something is a bit strange. Hearing her words, he wondered, she is the one who gave birth to me, so she is definitely no ordinary person. Why are there no visitors then? Yunhee made a suggestion, let's just go inside first. He nodded, let's go. They knocked on the door, is anyone here? The door was pushed open, and a mysterious energy surrounded Yang Hoon, making him panic. A woman stepped out, her body enveloped in a dark aura. Did you two book an appointment? Or are you here to make one? Yang Hoon felt a bit disappointed, it was not his mother. He stammered, I'm here to find someone. Hoon Chai calmly said, of course you're here to see the Taoist master, who on earth comes here just to drink coffee. He asked with some confusion, a Taoist master? Usually, female mediums or fortune-tellers are called fairy maidens or bodhisattvas. Yang Hoon looked at her for a moment. I haven't booked an appointment. Hoon Chai asked back in confusion, then why didn't you call ahead? When did you intend to book? He explained, I want to meet today. She shook her head with annoyance. Today is impossible. The Taoist master is praying, so even those who booked appointments have been postponed. How can you expect to meet right away? Hoon Chai pointed at Yang Hoon, her voice questioning. Besides, our master is not that free. If you want to meet on the same day, you have to line up from early morning at the main gate out there. He didn't care about her words. Even so, I must meet him. I didn't come for a fortune-telling, but to see him. Hearing this, she panicked. Not coming for a fortune-telling but wanting to meet the Taoist? What could be the reason then? Are you a police officer or a civil servant? Yang Hoon calmly replied. It's a personal matter. Then what is that personal matter? She looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, there must be a proper reason for me to report to the Taoist. He is performing a very important prayer ritual and cannot be disturbed by trivial matters. Yang Hoon gently explained. I am looking for someone named Li Myungjia. Cha Jian asked in confusion. Li Myungjia? Who is that? He tried to persuade her. Please ask the Taoist if he knows anyone named Li Myungjia for me. If he does, he will definitely want to meet me. She frowned in confusion and asked back. Why is that? Yunhee stepped forward, quickly offering a stack of cash and saying. Just ask him. If he doesn't know that person, we will leave immediately. Seeing the stack of money, she was quite surprised. She quickly reached out to take it and softened her voice. All right, wait here for a moment. With that, she quickly turned and went inside. She stopped in front of a closed room and called out respectfully. Excuse me, Taoist. Someone is here to see you. Taoist Manhwa inside expressed great annoyance and shouted loudly. I told you not to disturb me while I am praying. I am absolutely not receiving any guests today. Hoon looked at the stack of money with a bit of nervousness. They didn't even come for a fortune-telling session, they just wanted to meet him, yet they stuffed an envelope full of 50,000 won bills. Manhwa asked back in confusion, if they are not here for a reading, why did they bring money? Hoon explained, they said they just need to meet you and ask if you know someone named Lee Myungja. He was slightly puzzled, who? Hoon repeated, they said the name is Lee Myungja. Manhwa immediately stood up and said, tell them to wait 5 minutes, no, 10 minutes. By the way, what do they look like? Hoon described them, a young man and a young woman. The girl is as beautiful as a movie star, I've never seen anyone so gorgeous in my entire life. Outside in the yard, the two were chatting. Yunhee asked anxiously, since when did you prepare that cash envelope? Lee Young-hoon smiled and replied, there aren't many things in this world that can't be resolved with money. Hoon inside the room continued talking about the man. As for the man, he's not very outstanding, but he has a decent build and a kind face. He looks about 30, probably in his late 20s to mid-30s. Manhwa ordered her, alright, tell them to wait 10 minutes and then come in. Hoon replied immediately, yes, and what about this money? Manhwa snapped irritably, what else? Put it away, of course. Chapter 119. Yunhee was a bit anxious, it's taking longer than I thought, or is it not enough money? Lee Young-hoon reassured her, that much is enough. A voice called out from inside, hey you two, please come in. Cha Ji-yeon stepped out and said that the Taoist priest asked them to wait for 10 minutes, as he was in the middle of a prayer and could not stop. She asked them, it's cold now, shall I make you two some coffee? He politely declined, no need, thank you. Cha Ji-yeon wondered slightly, but who is that person named Lee Myungja, and why did they let us meet? Turning his head away to avoid the question, Young-hoon did not answer. He had found his mother, but he still had many questions about his father. While it was certain that his mother had spiritual roots, he had no idea that his father was also a Taoist priest. He felt a bit anxious. What should he say when they met? Did his father ever want to meet him? Had he ever been curious about him? Young-hoon's face darkened as countless chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Although he knew everything would become clear once they met, he still could not stop overthinking. Cha Ji-yeon checked the time on her phone and said, it's time, go on in. After saying that, she went inside. Young-hoon turned his head to look at Yunhee, please come in with me. She looked surprised, are you sure? Her face clearly showed her tension at this moment. He reassured her, yes, it's fine. They stood before a room and then followed the woman inside. A man was waiting there for Yang-hoon and Yunhee. The man appeared with long hair tied back neatly, sharp eyes, sunken cheeks, and dark skin. The three of them stared at each other without saying a single word. His eyes narrowed as the Taoist priest Manhwa looked at Young-hoon, not even telling him to sit down. The young man's face looked a bit sad, while Young-hoon was stunned by the strange paintings surrounding the man. Amidst the strange, lingering silence, Young-hoon was the first to speak. Do you know someone named Lee Myungja? Young-hoon was the first to ask. He gently explained, she is my wife, my companion, my partner. Manhwa stared at him, you are Yang-hoon, aren't you? He looked surprised, yes, that's right. The man expressed his joy, so, you've finally come to find me. I knew the day would come when we would meet again. Manhwa confidently said, I am your father. If you cannot accept calling me father because we have been apart for decades, you can just call me Taoist priest. Young-hoon's eyes darkened. He found it hard to understand why the man seemed so unusually excited, as his behavior did not resemble that of a choked-up father reunited with his abandoned child. He asked curiously, did my mother also make a living through fortune-telling? The man explained, both of us serve the spirits, of course. Manhwa pointed toward the painting, bow down. This is the sun and moon general. Your mother used to serve him as well. Perhaps it is he who has kept you safe until now. Young-hoon cut him off, no need for formalities. Where is my mother? Yunhee realized something. Manhwa suddenly remembered Yunhee, and his excitement grew. Very good. He asked the young man in return, and who is this girl to you? Young-hoon calmly replied, we are betrothed. Manhwa's face showed a clear hint of malice, that's even better, so that's how it is. He ordered her, what are you just standing there for? Now that you've met your father-in-law, you must bow down. He stopped her from kneeling. Yang-hoon said in a low, stern voice, where is my mother? The man looked at him with dissatisfaction, why are you stopping your bride from bowing to her father-in-law? And you, bow your head. Bow to the sun and moon general as well. He just stared back at him, and the painting remained still. Young Hoon smirked. Manhwa looked at him angrily. What on earth are you kids doing? Without any reservation, he replied, I don't care about the sun and moon general or any of that. The man barked, you insolent brat. Young Hoon lost his patience slightly. I believe I have asked this question 3 times now. Where is my mother? Manhwa replied with annoyance, why are you looking for your mother? Your mother already abandoned you. He spoke up in frustration, and what about you, what were you doing then? He tried to explain, I looked for you, you did not deserve to be abandoned. He continued to ask, then what kind of child was I? Yang Hoon recalled, your mother is someone with an extremely strong spiritual root, reaching the high heavens, and you are the child she gave birth to when she received the spiritual aura of the sun and moon general. If you had grown up by my side, you would have been someone with divine powers renowned throughout the world by now. He showed that he understood, his voice carrying a hint of joy, so mother didn't abandon me, but rather helped me escape from you. I guessed as much. How fortunate. If I had ever resented my mother, it would probably hurt so much right now. He was filled with doubt, you could guess that? Why did you think so? In his heart, he seemed to realize something, could it be? Manhwa stood up and knelt before the worship painting. Yang Hoon was deeply confused by this strange behavior and asked, what are you doing? Slowly rising, he looked at Yang Hoon and said, you kept your sanity thanks to the general's protection. Where did you learn this? Who taught you? He calmly replied, you are wrong. I do not worship any general. I am just an ordinary office worker. Manhwa shouted angrily, insolent. Your mother once said she couldn't carry your destiny because you are too powerful. Are you afraid of divine power? Don't worry, if you worship the Sun Moon General, everything will be settled. He cut him off loudly, nonsense. Yang Hoon stepped forward and knocked all the worship items over. Furious, Manhwa scolded him, what on earth are you doing? Yang Hoon retorted in anger, do you think I'm afraid of these tricks? The Sun Moon General? I remember that old man's face perfectly, the one who came to torment me every single night. He stared coldly at him, but he doesn't dare to show up anymore. Do you know why? Manhwa trembled in fear, could it be, you have subdued the general? But then he looked delighted, no wonder he couldn't control you. That's right, you are indeed my son. He tried to persuade him, come with me. If it is the general of 6 movements, who is full of grievances, you are strong enough to accept him. Yang Hoon shouted loudly, I told you to stop talking nonsense. He angrily countered, I don't believe in gods. Listen closely, if you don't want to see your general torn to pieces right in front of you, tell me where my mother is, right now. Manhwa spoke up in confusion, why won't you accept your destiny? This is your destiny. He declared, no, my destiny does not lie here. He sneered slightly, how ridiculous. Do you think an ordinary person can withstand the general's energy? There is no way to survive without accepting the gods. His words made Young Hee frightened, if not the gods, then what did you study? Or did you study the 4 pillars? Manhwa suddenly grew angry, that's it, isn't it? Did you study the 4 pillars? Your mother was very good at reading the 4 pillars. She could tell everything just by hearing the date and time of birth without looking at any charts. He issued a challenge, fine, then try guessing where your mother is. She was born in the year of the water rooster, the month of the wood goat, the day of the metal rat, and the hour of the metal monkey. As for her 8 characters, if you haven't heard them, forget it, but now that you have, why not calculate them? Yang Hoon immediately calculated based on what he said. He suddenly became tense, my mother. He lowered his head, that's right, I study the 4 pillars, but I will never worship the gods. Yang Hoon asserted, and no matter what happened to my mother, you are not as strong as her. You don't have her spiritual energy. His words startled the man. Furthermore, I have already destroyed the Sun and Moon General, so you aren't doing readings right now, you're just scamming. You want to make me the successor to replace my mother, don't you? His voice was uncannily calm, there is no longer a father-son relationship between us. Let's treat each other as strangers and stop this. Don't take money from miserable people anymore, understand? He trembled, someone has already gone to find that woman. He was slightly surprised, what? Yang Hoon sat flat on the floor. Before that, a person named Han Jusian had come here looking for her. Manhwa warned him. Though I have lost my spiritual connection, my remaining aura is still enough to see. You must be careful of her. He glanced back at him and replied. I got it. Yang Hoon pulled Young Hee's hand. Let's go. Yes. The car sped along the main road. Yang Hoon was deep in thought. Young Hee broke the silence. Why didn't you ask more about your mother? Is it because of the horoscope that the Taoist master mentioned? He said wearily. Don't speak so respectfully. What master? She corrected herself. I'm sorry. Is it really because of the horoscope that the Taoist said? He sank deep into his thoughts. At that moment, he didn't want to stay there at all, so he just walked away. She hesitantly asked, was it because of the feeling of being betrayed? Yang Hoon relaxed his body. At first, he had thought so too. He recalled what happened earlier, but that was not the image of the father he had once imagined. That feeling became even clearer when he learned that his mother had passed away. Young Hee was slightly startled. She turned to look at Yang Hoon. Has your mother passed away? He gently explained that this horoscope was originally difficult to survive past middle age. From the moment of birth, perhaps her body was already weak. She was born with a destiny like grass and flowers, fragile. His voice was calm, not a sturdy big tree in the wind and rain, but grass, flowers, you know how weak they are. Such grass and flowers, if they want to live long, must be cared for very meticulously, needing just enough water and temperature. But with a strong gate of demon's curse, in the end, they must rely on the gods to maintain life. Yang Hoon posed a question, where do people usually think gods exist? She wondered, in heaven? He nodded, yes, it can be seen as the sun. If exposed to the heat of the sun for too long, in the end, they will just wither away. He continued to explain, to endure that, there must be a person full of righteous energy to shield them from the sunlight. But father, oh no, that Taoist is not a person with strong righteous energy. Young Hee was full of questions, righteous energy? Yang Hoon explained that it was mental strength. When saying the gate of demon's curse is strong, it actually indicates weak vitality. People with weak vitality often see things that do not exist or experience sleep paralysis. When the condition becomes severe, they will hear and see things that others cannot. As if fearing she wouldn't understand, he continued, to put it simply, it is like a man and a woman with poor marital compatibility getting married. That is how compatibility works. It doesn't have to be an outstanding man and a perfect woman to live happily. If you meet someone who can make up for your shortcomings, that is a good destiny. Young Hee was a bit surprised. Then what about us? He didn't know what to say. Turning to look at the passing crowd, he replied, actually, I'm not sure either. I know your fate chart, but I forgot my own. Therefore, I cannot confirm if our compatibility is perfect. She glanced at him. Even so, will you still marry me? Yang Hoon turned to look at her. Do you know why I forgot my own fate chart? I have never wanted to know my own future beforehand. He imagined the scene of marriage. Meeting her, getting married, or even getting hurt due to a bad destiny, that is just life. Yang Hoon softly said, but fortunately, I know how to reflect on myself and am trying to change. That is why I believe our marriage will not end in tragedy. Young Hee shyly turned away. Hearing you say that is a bit strange, but I am very happy. I also hope we will always be happy together. The car continued on. Even if there are sad days like today, I believe we will overcome everything. She proposed a plan. When we return, I will send someone to confirm it. If it is true, I will look for mother's grave. Since we now know she has passed away, we must also arrange a memorial service for her. He felt deeply grateful. Thank you. Young Hee asked again, just now you said you already knew, right? If it wasn't the feeling of betrayal, then what was the reason? Yang Hoon's face darkened slightly. The atmosphere in the temple made him feel uncomfortable, especially when looking at the painting of the Sun Moon General, feeling something churning in his stomach. She looked at him with confusion. Right, was that demon earlier the Sun Moon General? You said you had destroyed it, what do you mean by that? He explained that destroying it didn't mean killing it in a literal sense, it was just a figure of speech. Yang Hoon reassured her, but rest assured, as long as I do not waver, it won't dare to come near me. There's no need to worry like in the movies, thinking it will harm the living. Young Hee wondered, what do you mean by not wavering? He replied, it means when you lose yourself, when greed drives you to self-destruct, it will appear again to devour you. Young Hee seemed to understand, so it means you must not let greed take over. Yang Hoon replied to her, exactly, control yourself, do not let desire overwhelm you, in order to protect yourself. She still had some doubts, but you still chose to marry me anyway, and I have a lot of money. He laughed, I didn't marry you because of your circumstances or background. She was a bit happy, so this was true love. I should have felt very happy, and I do feel very glad, but at the same time, hearing news like today's makes me feel confused. He spoke up and asked, can I lie down and rest for a bit? Young Hee replied immediately, yes. Yang Hoon leaned back. Is it because we've never met and have no shared memories that I feel this way? Although he knew his mother had passed away, strangely, he couldn't shed a single tear. He recalled the past, feeling as though when he woke up, everything would return to how it was before. He would go look for his mother at Lotus Hall again, it felt just like he was in a dream. Returning to the hotel, Young Hee stayed by Yang Hoon's side to take care of him. Just get some deep sleep, and when you wake up, you will be fine. She put her hand on his forehead. I'll request time off tomorrow. If anything happens, please call me. He gently replied, I understand. After Yunhee left, Yang Hoon quickly fell asleep. The next morning, upon confirming the news of his mother's passing, Yang Hoon finally burst into tears and began running a high fever. 3 days later, Yunhee asked with worry, why don't you rest a bit more? Yang Hoon calmly replied, I'm fine now. I feel much better, so I'm returning to work. A cup of tea was handed over. Minhee asked worriedly, Manager, are you alright? He replied cheerfully, I am fine. Did anything happen while I was away? Minhee quickly replied, yes. Before that, I went to 20 Entertainment to sign an exclusive modeling contract with Seon Hyun. He was slightly surprised, oh right, how is that going? Minhee said confidently, the modeling contract is progressing very smoothly. Once the legal department transfers it to the sales department, we will sign it immediately. Yang Hoon looked at her thoughtfully and said, please pass a message to the sales department to see if there is any suitable celebrity in China. She asked curiously, China? He nodded, no need for B-list, find an A-list male and female. We will proceed after the election, so there is no rush. Minhee smiled, I understand. Suddenly, he asked, the director didn't look for me, did he? She replied, yes. There were no special issues at Gulsan over the past few days, so not many people were looking for you. Yang Hoon breathed a sigh of relief, that's a relief. I got it. Suddenly, Minhee hesitated, and she looked a bit awkward. Manager Oh Ji-hwan from the Resource Development Department approached me. He wanted to make friends and build a relationship. Yang Hoon pondered, it seems you made quite an impression during the last launch event, Miss Minhee. Minhee shook her head, it's not like that. Perhaps because I attended on behalf of Mr. No Hyung-suk, everyone thinks I am running Nodri Care from the secretary's office. Right now, rumors about you have spread all over the company. Yunhee suddenly poked her head in to look. Yang Hoon was a bit surprised, about me? What rumors? She stammered, well. In this personnel adjustment, the one who gets the most spectacular promotion will be the one who marries the director's daughter. Hearing Minhee's words, Yunhee nodded in agreement, and that person is the one who is currently running the brand business. There is no secret in this world that can be hidden forever, but knowing that everyone already knows, she feels much more relieved. She blames herself a bit, thinking that perhaps Chief Songdae is facing a much bigger trouble than she is. Yang Hoon picked up his teacup, not knowing what to think. If it was just about wanting to get acquainted, he would probably know how to keep his distance. He calmly replied that he understood anyway, and from now on, she did not need to report such matters to him anymore. Minhee was full of questions, wondering why, but she still thought he should know about these things. He made his decision, explaining that if it was an important matter, she only needed to report to him when necessary. If he had to manage everything and give orders, he would probably be exhausted since he is not a genius. Yang Hoon delegated the responsibility to her, saying that if it was a manageable task, Minhee should just handle it herself. Yes, Minhee nodded, I understand. Yang Hoon added that during this personnel reshuffle, she would be transferred to the planning adjustment department, but she could decline if she did not want to. She was thrilled, exclaiming how wonderful it was. He praised her, great, I get it. Please continue your work. She replied, full of confidence, yes. Yunhee whispered closely into his ear, aren't you being a bit too trusting? Yang Hoon calmly smiled, maybe, but what I said earlier is true. He gently explained, I can't control every single detail. I'm good at reading people, but I'm not a genius strategist like Zhuge Liang. He looked a bit troubled, to be honest, just the Gulsan shipyard alone is already giving me a massive headache. I don't want to worry about minor internal matters. She agreed with him, what Yang Hoon said is also true. She still asked with concern, but are you really okay? He assured her firmly, really, I'm completely recovered. Besides, I'm not the type of person who gets sick easily. Yang Hoon confidently added, people think living at the foot of the mountain must be miserable and messy. But actually, I lived there all year round and never even got a cold. With a gentle gaze, he looked at her, those few days of being sick were just a rare exception in my life. She smiled back at him, I understand. Seeing Yang Hoon return to his usual self, Yunhee finally let out a sigh of relief. Lee Jae-sung was not at all satisfied with the current situation. He sat in his office, looking at the news on the TV. He did not want to witness his non-biological son behaving so excessively. The media reported that Shinyan Bank was actively promoting the acquisition of the Gulsan shipyard. Soon after, the image of Lee Hyun-jun shaking hands with Jo Jae-min appeared. Im Tae-suk casually said, I suppose we should marry her off soon. He then asked curiously, but what did you call me here for? Hearing this, Lee Jae-sung remained silent for a moment. He began to ask, how has Lee Hyung-jun's work been lately? Im Tae-suk did not think for long and immediately replied, the director is doing very well. He smiled and said, to be honest, I was prejudiced at first because he is the grandson of a conglomerate. But he works so hard that I doubt he has any other hobbies besides his job. I am quite surprised. You raised him very well. Lee Jae-sung's attitude remained unchanged, but his reply carried a subtle implication. Is that so? Im Tae-suk began to notice this and asked, do you mean to say my judgment was wrong? Lee Jae-sung placed his hand on his forehead, looking anxious and thoughtful. I only wish for my child to live an upright life, even if he is not exceptionally talented. However, I have heard some rumors lately that worry me. A lie spoken by him even though he is my own flesh and blood. I cannot just suspect him based on groundless rumors. Tae-suk felt anxious. What on earth was going on? Jae-sung, still wearing the appearance of an affectionate father, said, I cannot speak clearly at this moment, but I want to ask you a favor. Tae-suk's emotions were also swept along. He continued, please watch over my son carefully. And if anything happens, please collect the evidence and bring it to me. I am truly worried. I don't want him to go astray. Tae-suk had no choice but to agree. I understand, I will do so. He calmed Jae-sung down. Please don't worry too much. No matter what the rumors are, they might just be nonsense slander. He nodded and said, I hope so too. Yet Songdae felt a bit suspicious upon seeing his heavy expression. Jae-sung's image appeared filled with utmost anxiety and worry for his son. It seemed as though he believed that the day to find the evidence would surely come, but hidden behind that was a sinister smile. The sky was blue, the cold months passed, and March was approaching. Though not much time had gone by, Gulsan had begun to change a lot. The number of people inquiring about renting houses grew daily, and shops near the shipyard that had once closed down started renovating their interiors again. In contrast, the campaign atmosphere ahead of the general and by-elections quieted down. This was because there was a candidate drawing immense attention, Jo Jae-min. Lee Yang-hoon asked Jo Jae-min, so, did director Lee Hyun-jun actually receive that? He laughed it off and replied, actually, I thought it would be nice if he did, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't. Yet, he really received it. He began to ponder. But I have one question, he is the grandson of Chairman Lee Kyung-ho of Shinyeon Bank, correct? He replied, yes, that is correct. He was quite surprised by Lee Hyun-jun's appearance, as he didn't really look like a typical third-generation tycoon. Yang-hoon asked back. Why do you think so, sir? Jo Jae-min explained seriously, as the image of Lee Hyun-jun appeared in his mind. During my time in politics, though not many, I have met several second- and third-generation heirs of major conglomerates, and he is somewhat different. It was his earnest working style during their joint project that changed his perspective. He is almost like us. He asked in surprise. Like us? He shared the insights he had gained after spending years in the industry. The nature of those from wealthy families is their composure in everything, as if to say if this business fails, they can just start another one. He showed a deep understanding of those born into privilege. If they lose money, they just take funds from another company to cover it. If someone hurts their self-esteem, many would choose to give up entirely rather than suffer any personal loss. It is a highly enviable safety net mindset. Those kids who rely on their parents always view failure merely as losing some money, which can easily be replaced by another stack of cash to start over. Failed? Then just do something else. That is not something taught, but rather shaped by their environment. But Yang-hoon listened to him from beginning to end, then raised a question. Is director Lee Hyun-jun different from them? Jo Jae-min firmly asserted, that's right, if he were like the other people I've met, they would never accept my offer. He made sharp observations, he carries a vibe very similar to ours, and there is something like determination in his eyes. During the meeting that day, Lee Hyun-jun told him, there is only one condition, you must absolutely not forget that I helped you. He still remembered his determined eyes and words, that is something I have never seen in other corporate heirs. The young man also seemed quite surprised, well, I don't really know either. Despite appearing uncertain, Lee Yang-hoon secretly admired him in his heart. He didn't think Jo Jae-min would have such a sharp perspective. It turned out that obtaining the assemblyman badge was not by pure luck. He smiled and asked Lee Yang-hoon, don't you want to say it? He slowly lifted the cup of hot tea. Director Lee Hyun-jun and I are good partners, but we have one common rule. Seeing this, he also raised his teacup, showing interest in what the young man was talking about, a rule between the two of you? That sounds interesting, tell me about it. Lee Yang-hoon cheerfully said, it is to help each other achieve our goals. His gaze turned slightly skeptical, is that all? I thought it was some kind of formidable rule. He asked in confusion, like not revealing secrets or not talking about personal life. He calmly replied, yes, it sounds simple. His image was reflected on the teacup, that rule was something he highly valued. But looking at it another way, it is also quite special. How can anyone who is not a relative truly help each other with all their heart? Jo Jae-min understood. That's true, it is indeed an impossible rule, unless both sides hold no weaknesses against each other. Yang Hoon lifted his teacup and took a sip. You can just consider it pure trust. If that's what you want, I will believe so. He put the teacup down, a faint smile on his lips. He called him Mr. Assemblyman. He thought to himself, why is he smiling, then replied, go ahead. Yang Hoon looked straight into his eyes. What do you think is the reason I am helping you? Jo Jae-man's voice was a bit irritated. He folded his arms and reproached him, I'm a bit disappointed. Do you think I'm receiving help unilaterally? I'm helping you too, so I think we are on equal terms. He calmly reassured him, then you have misunderstood. I am very grateful for projects like the Bonsakian apartment complex and other bidding packages, but risking to acquire the shipyard is not enough. I am simply returning the favor. If you cannot accept this, we won't be able to go far together. Those words from Yang Hoon shattered his expectation of a mutually beneficial partnership. Overwhelmed by discomfort, Jo Jae-man swallowed his saliva nervously. He continued, it's not because of a sense of betrayal or anything trivial like that, but because our ways of calculation are different. The current atmosphere is too suffocating, do you understand my point? He also reluctantly replied, fine, then I take back what I just said. Thank you. Now back to the question, what do you think is the reason I am helping you? Jo Jae-man was lost in thought over Yang Hoon's question. When he decided to run for mayor of Gulsan, he thought this was a mutually beneficial deal. He believed that he had built a fair and good relationship. But when imagining that everything was supported by only one side, he suddenly shuddered with realization. Since when had he fallen into the very trap where Yang Hoon held full power over his destiny, like a giant monopolizing everything? He thought for a moment and then asked frankly, are you helping me because you want me to become a bigger politician? Hearing that, Yang Hoon replied, a big politician, honestly, I believe you have the potential to become such a person. But even if you don't have the qualities of a presidential candidate, that doesn't matter to me. We need a partner, and I think you are capable enough, which is why I am helping you. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but feel pleased, his discomfort seemingly easing slightly. He smiled and said, so you mean it doesn't necessarily have to be me? Yang Hoon tactfully replied, please don't think so negatively. As I said, if we didn't recognize your ability, we wouldn't have considered you a partner from the very beginning. And for this relationship to last, I think there shouldn't be any unnecessary misunderstandings, just like the rule between me and Director Lee. Jo Jae-man asked him back, so, what is the rule between you and me? He looked directly at him and said, I hope you won't try to pry too deeply into me or Director Lee Hyung-jun. Simple, isn't it? That rule couldn't help but surprise Jo Jae-man. Chapter 122. Is that all? Even though it seemed a bit absurd, Jo Jae-man couldn't help but be startled. Because after this election, once the Gulsan shipyard resumed operations, he had planned to secretly have someone investigate Yang Hoon. Who trained him, whose child he is, and what his purpose is, no one wouldn't be curious. If the intention wasn't good, he even planned to prepare a response in advance. He felt that Yang Hoon was incredibly sharp and straightforward. He reaffirmed once more, yes, just that. I will do my best to support the assemblyman, and the assemblyman will reciprocate accordingly. But we do not expect any reciprocity that exceeds the limit. I help with repayment, but it must be repayment within limits. That's why I said, don't waste your energy on pointless things. Jo Jae-man felt uneasy, realizing there was nothing else he could do. Actually, I didn't plan on doing anything, but I understand. He comfortably returned to the conversation, that's good then. Back to our story, is there anything you need my help with? He shook his head and expressed, no, though it's a bit embarrassing to say, this election is as good as won. Now I just want a firm commitment from you regarding Haeju shipbuilding and marine engineering. Is everything progressing well? Yang Hoon nodded, yes, a clear result is expected after the general election. As you know, the opposition believes that finalizing the acquisition of Haeju shipbuilding and marine engineering before the general election would affect the election results. Therefore, they are constantly putting pressure on the president of the industrial bank. Jo Jae-man also looked understanding, I know, those bastards. He suddenly remembered, I also heard from my assistant that there seems to be a regular promotion cycle coming up. Are you getting promoted? He replied, perhaps so. He went on to ask, are you being promoted to director, or transferring to another subsidiary within the group? Lee Young-hoon honestly replied, perhaps I will transfer to the planning and coordination department of YGN CNT. Jo Jae-man appeared surprised, is that so? Seeing him ask this, he was also curious, is it because of the general manager of Haeju? He answered, it's hard not to pay attention to it. He explained, anyway, the takeover of Haeju will be finalized after the appointment period, which is after April. Jo Jae-man was genuinely concerned about Lee Young-hoon. Are you planning to replace the current director? He replied, it's still undecided. A look full of hidden meaning appeared in Jo Jae-man's eyes. I don't support the type of person who swings a knife before anything has even happened. Lee Young-hoon knew what he was thinking and immediately calmed him down. I understand your thoughts, please don't worry. He voiced his inner thoughts. Honestly speaking, I hope you will become the director of Haeju, but that must be quite difficult, right? He explained, if I were to be promoted, people would criticize me to death. It felt like Jae-min only trusted his talent, but there was no one else to trust. Young-hoon kept reminding him to wait calmly and see how things go. Lifting his still hot teacup, he said, I only trust you. We've almost passed the most difficult stage now. Jae-min tried to hide his impatience and raised his teacup to drink. Hapjeong-dong. Im Tae-suk entered the apartment completely drunk. Yun-hee. Yun-hee replied brightly, you're back? You reek of alcohol, was it a company party? She supported his swaying body, saying, oh, go take a shower, you smell completely of alcohol. Im Tae-suk complied, yeah, let me go shower, I can't let my Yun-hee suffer from the smell of alcohol. He walked into the bathroom, leaving his clothes scattered outside the door. As Yun-hee was about to fold the pile of clothes, she suddenly found Im Tae-suk's phone among them. Curiosity got the better of her, and as she opened his phone, Yun-hee discovered a message from an anonymous sender. I've investigated, and his personal life is irreproachable. However, a small company in Hong Kong under the name of director Lee Hyung-jun seems to have just been established. She bit her lip, took out her phone to take a photo, and then tidied up the clothes, hanging them on the rack. Surely he would find her sweet when he saw her folding and neatly hanging up the clothes he had carelessly strewn around. For now, he was completely captivated by her, and she herself was very satisfied with her current life. Yun-hee believed that just as he said, Im Tae-suk's work would not face any issues. At Y Cafe in Seochodong, Lee Hyung-jun was sitting and enjoying a glass of red wine, his tone carrying a hint of scolding. You got here fast. Sung Joo-hun bowed his head to apologize. Yes, there was some urgent business. He earnestly expressed, I am sorry for not being able to secure the position for you in this appointment round. I did my best, but father's decision was too firm. He replied, it is fine, sir. Even though I was demoted to a minor position, at least I was not forced to resign, which is already fortunate. Vice President Lee Jae-sung had originally intended to deal with former director Kang Joo-hoon, but in the end, he was only demoted to director of the Risk Management Department thanks to the opposition of other directors, and especially because President Lee Kyung-ho had spoken up. They could not simply dismiss a long-standing talent like him. Understanding that effort, Lee Hyung-jun demanded Sung Joo-hun and Director Kang to cling even tighter to Lee Hyung-jun. He handed him a photograph. I have something to tell you. Lee Hyung-jun took it, glanced at it, and asked, the woman we sent to Vice President in Tae-suk's place just got in touch. Is there a paper company in Hong Kong registered under my name? Sung Joo-hun replied, it seems the Vice President secretly established it. He was skeptical. How could it be that easy? He explained Lee Jae-sung's conspiracy. From the passport and personal seal to bank accounts, the Vice President could easily access them whenever he wanted. Though difficult, with enough money, anything is possible. Lee Hyung-jun scratched his head in frustration, wondering how to handle this situation now. Ju-wai quickly proposed a well-planned solution. She believed that since they knew in advance, dealing with it would not be difficult. From now on, they just needed to closely monitor the company's account and gather evidence. However, there was still an obstacle lingering in her mind. Seeing this, Lee Hyung-jun asked in return to find out what the real problem was. The problem was that he knew one thing for certain, only one person could go to such ruthless lengths. In the end, all the gathered evidence would point to a single person. By this point, he also vaguely realized something and asked, is it my father? Lee Hyung-jun clenched the phone in his hand, telling himself that he was not the one who started this war. He decisively ordered, start monitoring that account immediately, we must clearly identify who transferred how much money into it. Ju-wai instantly replied, understood. Upon hearing the answer, Lee Hyung-jun immediately emptied his wine glass. He felt that if he did not get drunk tonight, he would never be able to sleep with the anger tormenting his mind. A large-scale personnel reorganization took place at YGN CNT and its affiliated travel and construction companies. This was the result of nearly a month of preparation by the new vice president, Kang Ju-wai. At the same time, the 4 subsidiaries of Haeju, which had just been confirmed for transfer, will be merged into a new corporate group. During that process, key directors of YGN CNT were appointed to pivotal positions in those subsidiaries. Among them, the most surprising and curiosity-inducing decision was Yang Hoon in the Planning and Coordination Department. He touched the nameplate on his desk, thinking to himself that everything felt unreal, almost like a dream. Even his over 20 years of living in the mountains felt like a dream. During all that time, simply living like a normal person upon returning to reality was enough. Becoming a core personnel at this age was truly hard to believe. There was a knock on the door, and Yang Hoon called out to come in. A girl entered and asked, Director, where are we having the get-together tonight? That was Kim Min-hee, the team leader of the planning department and Yang Hoon's private secretary. The staff of the former department were initially a bit startled. The new vice president had issued a rule that everyone must behave properly. Although the staff were somewhat fearful, they still complied. Yes. Since it was personally ordered by Kong Ju-wai, everyone outwardly maintained decorum and politeness toward the two of them. He asked Min-hee, "What does everyone want to eat?" She replied, "Everyone is suggesting we eat beef." Yang Hoon said casually, "Let's go with that then. How is the atmosphere?" Min-hee said in surprise, "Everyone is so nice to me that it feels a bit overwhelming." He smiled and said, "It must be because you are pretty." However, he was still afraid that she would misunderstand his intention. "Don't get me wrong, but are you dating anyone right now?" She was surprised to hear Yang Hoon ask, "What? Are you dating anyone right now?" Min-hee was startled for a moment. It was none other than Yang Hoon, who was always so polite, asking her such a question, which was completely beyond Min-hee's imagination. She wondered to herself, why is that? Then Min-hee spoke up in response, "No, I am not dating anyone." He asked her again, "Do you know why I am trusted by the boss?" "Because I am very good at reading people." Min-hee replied, "Yes." Yang Hoon thought for a moment and then said, "This is a personal matter, so I shouldn't say it. If we weren't working together, I know it wouldn't be very appropriate and no one would want to hear it. But I think Miss Min-hee is a very capable person." She felt a bit strange but still politely replied to the compliment, "Thank you." He said something that startled Min-hee, "From what I see, you are the type of person who gives her all when in love and might even put love above work, right?" She was extremely surprised and asked, "How did you know that?" Yang Hoon casually replied, "I told you, I am good at reading people, so I am a bit worried." He spoke out frankly, "It's not that I'm afraid you will let a man affect your work, that can happen to anyone." As a man with a sharp eye, Yang Hoon still saw the underlying risks, "But I'm worried if because of a man, you might leak the company's secrets." Min-hee asserted with certainty, "I will never let that happen, absolutely not." He understood his employee's psychology very well, of course she would say that now. Yang Hoon looked straight at her without saying a word. According to her 4 pillars, she was very good in many aspects, but she had one weakness: if she met her ideal type, she could blindly lose herself. With her beautiful looks and current position, Min-hee could fall into the sights of those who intended to ruin the company. Coupled with a strong peach blossom sha and having a peach blossom luck this year, there would definitely be many men approaching her. He seriously requested, "I am not telling you not to date, it is just that when you date someone, please choose very carefully, choose someone who actually suits you." "I only wanted to say that." Min-hee replied awkwardly, "Yes, but how do I meet someone suitable?" He calmly said, "My explanation was a bit hard to understand, wasn't it? Simply put, you should date a wealthy man." She associated it with someone who was both young and rich, slightly startled by the director's suggestion, "A rich man?" Yang Hoon smiled and said, "It is not because you are materialistic, but because your personality will suit such a person." He confidently said, "Just remember my words, when someone approaches you, compare them yourself, and one day you will understand what I mean." She was a capable person, and after hearing those words, Min-hee still could not help but wonder, a man with money? The way he read people was incredibly profound. A meticulous financial plan and a restricted lifestyle would only suffocate her. It was not that she was destined to never marry, but as long as she avoided scandals before marriage, she would meet a good person, provided she did not get caught up in rumors. That was why I deliberately said things that might make her uncomfortable. Yang Hoon smiled and asked, "Do I have any special schedule?" She also cheerfully replied, "This afternoon we have a leadership meeting, you must attend." After hearing the schedule report, he replied, "I understand." Min-hee also reminded him that there was no special schedule, except for the company party. He thanked her for the information she had just provided. "I got it, thank you." After that, Min-hee excused herself and left the room. The phone on the desk rang, and he noticed that Lee Hyung-joo was calling. Yang Hoon picked up the phone and said happily, "It's been a long time." The other end of the line replied, "Since I haven't contacted you, you must be quite free right now." Leaning back comfortably in his chair, he chatted with his friend, "I've been busy all this time, so there must be times when I can relax." Hearing this, his friend felt that Yang Hoon was way too relaxed at work. Hearing such casual words made him annoyed. "I heard you just got promoted." He replied, "Yes, I was promoted to director." Lee Hyung-joon frowned and said, "Chu Tich-song is truly a petty person, only promoting you to director." Yang Hoon didn't care much. "What's wrong with being a director?" "I'm very happy." He continued, "Chu Tich-song must have saved the country in her past life." Lee Hyung-joon sneered and said, "To find someone capable but pay them so cheap, isn't that indeed saving the country in a past life?" He interrupted him, "Stop flattering me. Why are you calling me? Surely it is not just to congratulate me on my promotion." On the other end, he felt a bit annoyed. "Do you think I have no affection? With our relationship, calling to congratulate you is perfectly fine, isn't it?" Yang Hoon was surprised to hear that. "Is that so?" "Thank you." He replied, yeah, alright. Lee Hyung-jun hesitantly said, but, it just so happens that the timing is too coincidental. He replied, I know, go ahead. He looked up at the clock and spoke over the phone, it is not convenient, let's meet up. Do you know the Blue Moon Bar? Yang Hoon declined, tonight I have a gathering with my staff, so I cannot make it. If I am absent on my very first day, how can I face them in the future? Hearing that, he had to change the meeting plan, then I will head out now. Let's meet outside. It is just in time for lunch anyway. He said dejectedly, but there is still an hour left. Lee Hyung-jun yelled angrily, just go out to greet each other, and a short talk will easily take us to 1 o'clock. Why are you so rigid? He smiled and said, alright, where shall we meet? The other end of the line responded immediately, let me send you the address, come out quickly. What a troublesome person, he replied, I got it. At this time in Dongdaemun, Lee Hyung-jun was already sitting at the table. Seeing Yang Hoon arrive, he waved and called, over here. He looked down at the dining table and asked in surprise, do you like beauty jjigae? He replied, what? Did you think I only eat sushi or expensive beef? Taking off his coat, he said, not to that extent, but it feels like you're intentionally pretending to be a commoner. He waved his hand, pretending to be a commoner for whom? I like this dish too. You're too prejudiced, drop it. Yang Hoon asked, alright, have you ordered yet? Lee Hyung-jun replied, I just ordered. Getting promoted makes you look much brighter. Congratulations. Do you have a business card yet? He took it out of his card holder, here it is. He received the card, looked at it, and asked, Director of Planning and Coordination at YGN CNT. Is the name about to change? He replied, we will discuss it in the leadership meeting today. When we have a new CI, we will remake the cards. Lee Hyung-jun asked curiously, is it because the company's scale has grown larger than Hyunjin Heavy Industries in recent months? It's taking quite long, shouldn't they handle all of this before the regular personnel transfer period? Yang Hoon replied, I don't interfere with that. They'll probably take care of it themselves. He asked further, so you're not participating in the personnel adjustment this time either? Not at all, he replied. I only gave a few pieces of advice for the key positions. Looking directly at him, he said, I'm really curious. What are those key positions? He asked in confusion, why are you so curious? Tell me before the food comes out. Why did you call me here? Can't we talk after eating? I want to focus on my meal. Lee Hyung-jun looked at the food that had just been served and said, I mean Vice President Im Tae-suk. You were wrong this time. He asked in wonder, what's wrong? He continued, you once said we must use real competence to crush him, right? But I think if we just take our time like this, I will be utterly destroyed by him. He asked nonchalantly, making Lee Hyung-jun extremely annoyed, so what? He whispered into his ear, I have already planted a woman there. He heard this and said, what? He continued, this time, I also acted very cautiously for fear of being detected. I didn't play any weird tricks, just let the two of them approach each other naturally, and in the end, they really ended up together. Seeing this, he was also curious, and then what? Lee Hyung-jun replied, I didn't tell her to do anything special. I just told her that if she could look through his phone and find any information about me, she should contact me. Otherwise, just live comfortably. But recently she contacted me again. Damn, thinking about it now still sends shivers down my spine. Yang Hoon asked inquisitively, what did she find out? Lee Hyung-jun's face darkened as he said, unbelievably, my father set up a company in Hong Kong under my name. I almost went to jail without even knowing what was going on. He gasped. This time, Yang Hoon could not help but admit that he was wrong. No matter what basis was used to make the decision, if he had just sat quietly and observed as before, while the other was scratching his head in frustration, perhaps trapped in a difficult situation unable to escape, he might have suffered a huge shock. See? Surprising, isn't it? It was all thanks to my excellent judgment that I discovered it. Lee Young-hoon said seriously, stop bragging. What do you plan to do next? Lee Hyung-jun placed his hand on his forehead and said in frustration, that's exactly the problem. He tiredly added, it's obvious my father will find a way to forge the evidence. If I gather all the evidence and counterattack, there will be no turning back. If things get worse and I'm forced to reveal the truth to him, I'll be completely finished. Lee Young-hoon pondered and then said, even though it's a complicated situation, why don't you just wait and see? Lee Hyung-jun replied in helpless anger, wait? Wait for what? You told me to wait before too. If I had just sat still, what would have happened to me by now? Lee Young-hoon could only reassure him, even so, please don't rush into anything. He thought, no matter how many times he re-examined the 4 pillars, his fortune this year wasn't too bad, he just had to be careful to avoid gossip. Lee Hyung-jun spoke up irritably. Hey, you aren't laying a trap with my dad to play me, are you? Yang Hoon replied helplessly. Oh my god, seriously. The atmosphere seemed a bit less heavy, he said while picking up the noodle pack. Just observe for now. By the way, can I meet your grandfather? He asked in surprise. You? Want to meet my grandfather? He replied. Yes, if it's too difficult, then never mind. Lee Hyung-jun shook his head. No, it's not difficult at all. What's wrong with introducing you as a partner and a reliable friend of Ygene CNT? He continued. Besides, this time you are about to become the son-in-law of Ygene CNT. With such a massive background, maybe my grandfather will actively want to meet you. Yang Hoon handed the noodle pack to Lee Hyung-jun. Having known Lee Hyung-jun's 4 pillars, he began to be curious about Chairman Lee Kyung-ho's fate. He wondered what decision he would make, what he was thinking in his heart, and the rest of his life. He was still wondering. But why do you want to meet my grandfather? Do you think meeting him will provide a solution? He replied. Very likely, just let me meet him and I'll explain clearly later. Lee Hyung-jun smiled and thought, if there really is a good way, that would be great. Everyone strolled leisurely. Someone asked. Do you want to eat anything? The other immediately suggested. Today is Ms. Minhee's day, so let Minhee choose the dish. Byeon-chang looked casually and asked, doesn't team leader Kim only like pasta-style dishes? Park Byeon-chang was the head of the Digital Coordination Planning Department of the office. Minhee waved her hand and smiled deprecatingly. No, that's not true, I really love Korean food, chief. He smiled gently, is that so? Then how about kimchi stew? It is a popular dish. She was delighted, I really like it. I wonder if it is that Goyang Maru place. Byeon-chang wondered, you know that place? Minhee said happily, of course I do. I really love that place. He smiled warmly, alright, let's go then. Everyone continued to walk ahead. Byeon-chang asked curiously, by the way, where did the director go? Minhee smiled slightly, thinking to herself, he already said goodbye when he left, yet you still ask. You must be curious about where he's going. She looked at Byeon-chang, I heard he had some urgent business, so he went out. He wondered, urgent business? Minhee recalled, yes, I don't know the details either. The director said he would have lunch with us, but something suddenly came up, so he felt very bad about it. Byeon-chang smiled gently, I understand. You don't need to explain further as if you're worried we'd think he's out slacking. He asked further, by the way, do you know what the director is preparing recently? She was surprised, pardon? No, I don't really know either. Byeon-chang folded his arms and said solemnly, our department is inherently like this. We don't just find things to do on our own, but rather get assigned tasks with specific purposes from the leadership. Otherwise, we must be the ones to propose a long-term vision for the company and determine its direction. Minhee nodded, to do that, we must know what the boss is thinking. So, indeed it is so. Byeon-chang tilted his head and looked at her. The director will eventually give specific details later, but it is always better to know in advance so we can prepare, right? Yes, that is true, but I really do not know anything about it. Minhee covered her mouth in sudden surprise. Ah. He paused and asked. What is it? She confidently raised her hand. Do you remember the Nodri Care brand that the sales department brought in? Of course I do. Back then, Ms. Minhee was very strict with Deputy General Manager No, which had everyone gossiping for a long time. Minhee and Byeon-chang looked at each other. It was not out of bad intentions, but rather because the Director General's office highly valued it. Please do not misunderstand. But is the director still keeping an eye on that? She nodded. I think so. Why would that be? He pondered. Department Manager Park still could not understand it at all. He knew very well how Yang Hoon had secured his current position. Byeon-chang imagined. I was extremely surprised to learn that he was the one who led the acquisition of shares from Shinyan. This included not only Hyunjin Construction and Hyunjin Travel but also Haeju and Golson. If the person who said that was not the former executive director Kang Ju-wai, I certainly would not have believed it. He continued to think that the semiconductor firm invested by the company was also his decision. If so, he is truly the most influential person in the company right now. But why would he pay attention to a luxury fashion brand with a revenue of only a few hundred billion won? Minhee shook her head. I am not sure either. The director does not discuss work with me. Well, that makes sense. Byeon-chang smiled gently. Anyway, thank you. Thanks to this story, I feel much more relieved. I do not know when the work instructions will come, but at least now I know which area is attracting attention. Byeon-chang entered the director's office. Did you call for me, director? Yes, did you have a good lunch? He smiled politely. It was a bit of a shame without you, director. Me too, we will have a lot of work to do together soon. Yang Hoon watched Byung Chang sit down. I don't know what it was like when you worked with director Kang Ju-wai, but I didn't expect to rise to this position so quickly either. He gave a wry smile. To be honest, I feel a bit of pressure, but we will support you with all our might. He thought to himself that even though the other person had been with the company for less than a year, they were already sitting in the director's seat, which would surely annoy others. However, Manager Park did not show anything. It was unclear whether he truly had no feelings or was just too used to office politics, but I didn't care either. He thought further and smiled brightly. As long as they did their job well and didn't cause trouble, it didn't matter who talked behind their back. After the election, if they acquired Haeju shipyard, everything would change dramatically. Byung Chang nodded. To restructure into a conglomerate centered around Yijin CNT, we first need to change the company name and transfer shares. That's right. He panicked, but our department is not in charge of the group's restructuring. What? Byung Chang sat up straight. If not us, then who will take charge? That will be handled by manager Yun Songwoo from the Special Business Department, and Vice President Lee Jae-sung will also assist. Young Hoon said calmly. You might wonder why we aren't in charge, but the reason is simple. I don't understand that field well, and frankly, I don't care either. He broke into a sweat. Being excluded from the company's core work also meant being excluded from the inner circle of power. So, does that mean you have no interest in internal politics? He smiled. It depends on how you interpret it, you can think of it that way. So, what should we prepare? Yang Hoon smiled and asked, do you know about the Nodri Care brand? Byung Chang thought nervously, having heard about it from Minhee today, but he didn't expect him to actually be interested in this brand. He pondered for a moment and replied, since I did some research before Yang Hoon arrived, I can answer right away. This is a premium brand imported from the UK, led by Deputy General Manager No of the Business Department. Byung Chang praised Nodri Care, which is considered to have significant growth potential and is building a loyal fan base, especially among young people, making it clearly an attractive product in the long run. He was surprised. You know quite a lot, don't you? He chuckled lightly. Well, it's our company's product after all. I should buy coffee for Kim Minhee. Yang Hoon tilted his head in curiosity. So, are the sales of Nodri Care impressive? Byung Chang felt tensed. Manager Park could not guess the intention behind Yang Hoon's question, so it was best to honestly share his thoughts. The future looks positive, but to be honest, current sales are still low. Byung Chang shared his speculation. Although they recently signed a contract with a shopping mall and received positive feedback, their annual sales have not yet surpassed the tens of billions mark. He raised his hand to continue sharing his point of view. With that level of sales, profits will certainly remain limited, and continuous support is required for at least 5 years to achieve significant sales. Yang Hoon curiously asked how much a significant sales figure would be. He thought it must be at least over 100 billion. Yang Hoon leaned his hands on the table and continued, so it would take about 5 years. The largest market in Asia is South Korea. It is understandable since South Korea is the first place of import. He said confidently that although it is a British brand, their sales in the UK have only recently surpassed the 300 billion mark. For a new brand, that is decent, but many challenges still lie ahead. Yang Hoon smiled brightly and asked, what if we penetrate the Chinese market? He was surprised and asked back, China? If we can enter it, it will be very beneficial, but it won't be easy. Byung Chang fell into deep thought. Since it is a high-end brand, it can only enter through major shopping malls, but whether that can be achieved remains to be seen. His voice sounded somewhat serious. More importantly, it is not certain that the head office will delegate full authority to us for entering China. We do the work, while they reap the benefits. He smirked, meaning if we can get into a major department store, sales could increase significantly? Byung Chang was suddenly startled. In the near future, our department will focus on the acquisition of Nodri Care, the M&A of Nodri Care. He thought anxiously to himself, we just acquired Hyunjin Travel and Gulsan Shipyard, and the contract for Haeju Shipyard hasn't even been signed yet, and now they want another takeover? Byung Chang spoke seriously, the price won't be cheap, and the debt ratio is high. Most importantly, the risk of financial distress will make borrowing difficult. We can still borrow, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this up. He bowed in concession. Yes, I will look into the feasibility of the acquisition, a reasonable price, and how much the other party wants. Yang Hoon smiled and asked, but are you sure that penetrating the Chinese market is the reason for the acquisition decision? That's right, once the acquisition is complete, we will enter China. He recalled what Director Ju-wai had assured him, we will buy that brand. If we lack funds during the acquisition, we can accept joint investment capital from China. Byung Chang turned pale. Of course, we will try to keep that investment ratio as low as possible, but it depends on the actual purchase price. Recalling what director Kang Juwai said about the company becoming very interesting later on, I am now beginning to understand why he said that. Suddenly, a voice echoed amidst the poetic scenery. 3 days later, is that you? So glad to meet you. He shook Lee Kyung-ho's hand and introduced himself. I am Director Choi Young-han from the Planning and Coordination Department of YGN CNT. The director of the Planning and Coordination Department heard his nephew say that he came from an ordinary background but accomplished so much, which was truly impressive. Yang Hoon respectfully shook his hand. You praise me too much, sir. He observed his facial features, a man with thick, even eyebrows, exuding a calm demeanor. Overall, his physiognomy suggested he wouldn't have many worries throughout his life. Yang Hoon thought to himself, a round and large nose, with nostrils not visible, that is the face of someone who keeps a tight grip on money. Everyone sat down at the table, and Lee Kyung-ho spoke up. My Lee Hyung-jun said that ever since he met you, his way of thinking has changed a lot. He patted Lee Hyung-jun on the shoulder. Thank you so much. It seemed he had praised me to his heart's content. Lee Kyung-ho held his spoon. I heard you wanted to meet me once. Why did you want to see me? He politely replied, it's nothing else, but Director Lee Hyung-jun seems to be deeply troubled. Since this is a rather sensitive issue, he has been suffering in silence all by himself. He looked at Lee Hyung-jun. I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I decided to come and meet you, Chairman. What? My Lee Hyung-jun is suffering in silence alone? Why? What happened? Yang Hoon closed his eyes. It seems the Vice President has a serious misunderstanding regarding Director Lee Hyung-jun. Lee Jae-song? What misunderstanding could there be? He slowly opened his eyes. Isn't it because of a misunderstanding that he set up a paper company in Hong Kong under Director Lee Hyung-jun's name, independent of him? Lee Kyung-ho and Lee Hyung-jun were shocked and astonished. What? Yang Hoon looked at them and thought deeply. Just as Chairman Lee Kyung-ho is surprised, Lee Hyung-jun is also stunned because he never imagined this matter would be exposed so publicly. Lee Hyung-jun thought tensely. What the? He stared intently at Yang Hoon, this crazy bastard. Lee Hyung-jun was so panicked that his heart raced. He thought, even thieves need to be in sync to pull off a heist. Though I don't know why he's acting this way, we must coordinate and play along for now. He calmly said, I accidentally discovered a paper company registered under the name of Director Lee Hyung-jun. He turned his head to look at him. He had no reason to set up that company, so someone must have done it secretly, but no matter how much I think about it, I cannot guess who it is. Lee Kyung-ho said seriously, do you think that person is Hyung-jun's father? How could he think like that? Yang Hoon offered his speculation. I also found it unusual and unreasonable no matter how I thought about it. However, after tracing back all the clues, the person most likely to have done it is Vice President Lee Jae-song. He slammed his hand on the table, because not many people could know all the personal information of Director Lee Hyung-jun. Lee Kyung-ho shouted loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? There are also a few others among them, you should have suspected someone else instead. He remained calm and faced him. Why should I sit here and listen to these absurd words? I heard that Deputy Director Im Tae-suk secretly reported the paper company to the Vice President. He pondered, but several days had passed without any movement, so he should have wondered what on earth had happened. Yang Hoon shrugged. Maybe I misunderstood. Perhaps Vice President Lee Jae-song thought it was completely absurd, so he is secretly investigating to clarify the matter. Lee Kyung-ho was stunned. I don't think any father would want to frame his own son. Isn't that the most logical assumption? He lowered his head. Yes, that is obvious, it's just that everything happened too coincidentally. Director Lee Hyung-jun's account was opened in Hong Kong during his absence, from the early days to February 8th. Yang Hoon frowned. After tracking all employees present in Hong Kong at that time, I found out that the private secretary of Vice President Lee Jae-song was also there. He turned to ask Lee Hyung-jun, startling him, is that true? Lee Hyung-jun nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I verified that yesterday. Yesterday, when I heard Yang Hoon talk about the newly discovered truth, I don't know how angry and trembling I was. He clenched his fists, but even so, it was still not enough to be considered convincing evidence. Lee Kyung-ho shook his head, because besides that person, there were quite a few other employees who were also present in Hong Kong for work, so that alone was not enough to draw a conclusion. Yang Hoon looked at Lee Hyung-jun. I admit it, but there is no one else to discuss and resolve this matter with. Are we supposed to report it to the prosecutor's office? He frowned in deep thought. If this news leaked to the prosecutor's office, the fate of the Shenyang Financial Group could easily be foreseen. Lee Kyung-ho felt tense. The media would dig into everything, and the prosecutor's office would definitely use a search warrant as an excuse to seize the records. If any of those documents revealed other issues, the consequences would be unbearable. He continued looking at Lee Hyung-jun. I think we must speak directly with Vice President Lee Jae-song. However, Director Lee Hyung-jun feared that his own father might be secretly walking him into a trap. Yang Hoon turned back to look at Lee Kyung-ho. To prevent all possible scenarios, we should rule out that option. He asked seriously, so, do you want me to step forward and ask? Exactly. Only the chairman can do this. If there is a misunderstanding between them, I hope you will step in to resolve it. He calmly continued, assuming Director Lee Hyung-jun has misunderstood Vice President Lee Jae-sung, I hope you can give him a chance to kneel down and apologize. Lee Kyung-ho turned to look at the tense Lee Hyung-jun. Did you arrange all of this? No, it's not like that, grandfather. He said flusteredly, I really didn't expect Manager Choi to bring that up in front of you. Please believe me. Lee Kyung-ho questioned Lee Hyung-jun, is that true? What did you think he would say when he asked to meet me? Lee Hyung-jun bowed his head and explained, I only shared my concerns with Manager Choi, and he said he wanted to meet you, which is why I agreed and set up this meeting. Lee Kyung-ho looked back at Young-hoon sternly, I cannot understand at all. Based on just a few vague details without any clear evidence, how dare you suspect Lee Hyung-jun's biological father like that? He continued to ask, if it turns out not to be true, how do you plan to bear the consequences? Young-hoon firmly stated, that is exactly why I spoke up so boldly to you. Even Director Lee Hyung-jun himself could not bear the consequences, which is why he has hesitated until now. Lee Kyung-ho said coldly, are you that confident? However, I am different. Even if the chairman and I meet today, it wouldn't matter if we never see each other again from tomorrow. Right? Have you forgotten who I am? Yang-hoon closed his eyes and smiled softly, how could I ever forget? It's just that to the chairman, I am merely an insignificant nobody. But for Director Lee Hyung-jun, it is different, which is why I had to step forward. Yang-hoon bowed slightly, you can just think of me as a fool working at YGN CNT. Lee Kyung-ho asked curiously, are you really that close to my grandson, Lee Hyung-jun? Yang-hoon smiled and replied, to be honest, I wouldn't dare call our relationship close. As you know, I haven't known Director Lee Hyung-jun for very long. Sweating, Lee Hyung-jun looked at Young-hoon and spoke to his grandfather, if we had to label this relationship, perhaps trusted partners would be accurate. Probably just at that level, sir. Lee Kyung-ho looked at the two of them and nodded slightly, trusted partners? In the business world, if you have acknowledged each other as trustworthy partners, there is nothing more ideal than that. Yang-hoon reflected on the past and asserted, to me, Director Lee Hyung-jun is a trustworthy person. If I can help him avoid risks, even if I am called a fool, I think it is worth it. He held the cup of water, sighing softly. Because you wanted to save my Lee Hyung-jun, you accepted being called a fool. Therefore, I cannot just stand by and watch. Very well, I understand your intention now. Lee Kyung-ho drank his water, listening calmly. Young-hoon continued. Thank you, sir. But whether I should receive thanks or an apology, let's wait until the truth comes to light. He turned and stood up. You go ahead and continue your meal. I must leave first. Yang-hoon asked. Why don't you have your meal before leaving, sir? He sighed and replied. Eating after hearing such things will only make me sick. I've reached that age where dying at any moment wouldn't be surprising. Yang-hoon nodded in agreement. If I eat and end up hospitalized with a stomachache, I wouldn't have the face to look at anyone. I understand. Lee Kyung-ho gently patted Lee Hyung-jun on the shoulder. You stay here, finish eating, and then head back. Lee Hyung-jun quickly replied. I will go with you, grandfather. He smiled and said. All right then. I also need some time alone to organize my thoughts. It seems you have chosen a pretty good partner. After saying that, Chairman Lee Kyung-ho left the restaurant. Lee Hyung-jun turned around, questioning Yang-hoon in panic. Are you crazy? Do you think you can handle the consequences of this matter? Young-hoon calmly replied. Maybe I can. Lee Hyung-jun frowned and asked again. Handle it? How on earth? Young-hoon looked at him placing his hand on the chair and said softly. Lately, I've learned quite a lot about Chairman Lee Kyung-ho. He won't feel uncomfortable about that, right? Stop beating around the bush, get straight to the point. He met Lee Hyung-jun's gaze. It's not exactly investigating behind your back. I'm just trying to understand Chairman Lee Kyung-ho's personality. I want to know how he makes decisions in critical situations, through the people around him and his past deeds. Lee Hyung-jun slammed his hand on the table, his voice angry. So in the end, what conclusion did you draw? I heard the chairman highly values the director, keeping him close at every event and proudly showing him off to everyone. Yang-hoon scooped up a spoonful of food and answered nonchalantly. I believe the vice president knows that very well too. He imagined Lee Hyung-jun struggling to seek the chairman's attention. The vice president surely understands that if it's revealed the director is not his biological child, Chairman Lee Kyung-ho's attention will immediately shift to the vice president's younger brother. He fell into deep thought. This wasn't simply a matter of being a biological grandchild or not, but rather the fact that the solid fortress he had painstakingly built for years could crumble in an instant. Lee Hyung-jun looked up and asked. Do you mean my father won't reveal that truth? Most likely not, though of course, I don't rule out the opposite possibility. Lee Kyung-ho and Lee Jae-sung argued. During the conversation, people sometimes easily lose control without realizing it. And in that moment, it is highly likely that they won't be able to distinguish between what should and shouldn't be said. Lee Young-hoon slowly said, "My conclusion is this, even if the chairman hears about it, he will most likely ignore it as if he had never heard anything at all." He asked tensely, "Are you sure? Are you confident in asserting that?" "Absolutely." To him, that would be tantamount to denying his entire life and the career he has built. If it were just a personal matter, it would be fine, but once it leaks out, it will become a laughingstock for everyone. With the chairman's personality, he will absolutely never accept that. Lee Young-hoon thought that his desire to meet Chairman Lee Kyung-ho was actually just to see whether the chairman valued his reputation more than his bloodline. He pondered in his mind, but what I really want to verify is, if Vice President Lee Jae-sung throws that bomb, will the chairman stand by his son and push Lee Hyung-jun aside, or will he see Lee Jae-sung's incompetence as the bigger issue? Lee Young-hoon recalled the handshake, and after that handshake, he had come to a firm conclusion. He was prouder of the fortress he had built than anything else in this world. He lowered his eyes, telling himself, in other words, pride in his bloodline is his own self-esteem. He is not the type of person who can sit idly by and watch all the proud words he spoke to other businessmen turn into a joke, making him look like a fool. Lee Hyung-jun rubbed his forehead. "Alright, let's assume he won't acknowledge it publicly, but there is also a possibility that, just like my father, he won't reveal it but will secretly suffocate me to death." Lee Young-hoon nodded. "That is highly possible." "Hey, how can you say that so lightly?" He replied seriously, "I am no god, I cannot control everything absolutely. I can only analyze the current situation, calculate the possibilities, and predict what might happen based on that." Lee Hyung-jun clenched his fists in anger. "What if the chairman makes the same choice as my father? What do you plan to do then?" Lee Hyung-jun bowed his head reluctantly. If told to die, would he just immediately die? That's right. Lee Young-hoon speculated, "Do you think the chairman will hand over the entire group to the vice president, who has deceived him for over 30 years? Or will he hand the company to his second son, who has no business achievements whatsoever?" Looking at him, he asked, "Or will he give it to the grandchild who, though not of his own blood, is the one he has always been proud of?" He desperately tried to cling to power. Nothing was certain yet, so he had to prepare himself mentally. Every step would be fraught with danger, with traps lying in wait everywhere. This would be a bloody battle of constant clashes and tugs of war, but one thing was certain, the ultimate victor would take it all. Hyung-jun asked thoughtfully. Only then did Hyung-jun truly understand Young-hoon's words. "Do you mean he will withdraw from the company?" Young-hoon nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. Out of the three, whoever is the most capable will be chosen. He won't let personal feelings get in the way, so whoever ends up holding the company doesn't really matter anymore." He looked up at the sky and rubbed his forehead, continuing. "So you don't need to worry about getting axed right now." Hyung-jun thought to himself, "Damn it, well, at least this head of mine isn't rolling off just yet." Two staff members opened the door to bring in the food. But in return, from now on, whether at home or at the office, Hyung-jun's life would feel like being slowly suffocated. Alternatively, if you can't stand it, you can just step out of the game, Yang-hoon said casually. Hyung-jun asked in curiosity. "Do you want me to give up? I don't think you are good enough at acting to sleep in the same bed with the enemy while keeping a completely straight face." Yang-hoon crossed his arms and replied petulantly. "Do you think just acting is enough? It's not your problem, which is why you can talk about it so lightly. This much alone shows I've put quite a lot of effort into this for you, so don't expect me to sit here and cry with you." Yang-hoon carefully reminded him again. "And one more thing, I'm going to add this to the tab. To be honest, this time wasn't easy either." Hyung-jun grumbled, "Damn it, you really are cold-blooded." Yang-hoon smiled and picked up some food. "I'm not saving you from death, but at least I'm showing you a way to survive. Adding another item to the bill like this is worth it, right?" Hyung-jun smiled gently. "Alright, just charge it all." The car sped along the main road. Lee Kyung-ho sat in the car, looking outside. Chairman Lee Kyung-ho had been deeply concerned throughout the entire journey home. He did not know how to accept such an absurd matter. Lee Hyung-jun closed his eyes tightly in anxiety. Just by looking at his nephew's fearful eyes, he knew instantly that this matter was by no means simple. Yet, no matter how much he thought about it, he still could not understand why Lee Jae-sung would do such a thing. An image diagram appeared, with a bright red X slashed across the line connecting Lee Jae-sung and him. It felt as though there was absolutely no causal relationship between any of it. It was understandable that someone would target Lee Hyung-jun, but to say that person was his own father was simply unbelievable. His wrinkled face darkened as he looked out the car window. However, what made it impossible for him to just laugh it off was his nephew's associate, who exuded a strange and unpredictable aura. Lee Kyung-ho stroked his silver beard in deep thought. Without a hint of hesitation or awkwardness, he calmly spoke words that were utterly absurd. It did not just catch him by surprise, but left him completely astounded. He lowered his hand, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. If all of this was nothing but wild, baseless talk, then he was no different from a madman. But regardless of the truth, Lee Kyung-ho spoke. "Manager Kim, do not go home anymore. Go straight to the office." The car turned around. He added, "Also, investigate if there is any company in Hong Kong under Lee Hyung-jun's name." The assistant asked, "In Hong Kong, sir?" He continued, "Yes, I want to know everything. When it was established, who was behind it, by what means, and what funds have been transferred in and out." Deputy No asked, "When do I need to complete this report, sir?" Byung Chang looked up at the sky through the window, "Before the end of the day today." No replied, "I understand." Young Hoon picked up the coat on the back of the chair and looked ahead. Young Hee stood at the door with her arms crossed, smiling as she asked, "Where did you just get back from?" He replied, "I had an appointment with Director Lee Hyung-jun. Have you been waiting for me?" She stepped closer to him. "I was just a little curious." The room was quiet. Just like Min-hee, Young-hee was currently holding the position of team leader. Although she was called a team leader, even department manager Byung Chang did not dare to cross her. Young-hee looked at the paper in her hand. That did not mean she had nothing to do. When department manager Byung Chang assigned work, Young-hee would proactively handle everything. Byung Chang looked at the document in his hand and glanced at her with a wry smile. Even if she made a mistake, she was never scolded. Most minor errors were simply overlooked. In fact, she rarely made mistakes, so no one had any reason to complain or blame her. Young-hee calmly tucked her hair behind her ear, as she was inherently smart and sharp, handling her work very efficiently. Returning to the present, Young Hoon asked, "It seems like you want to talk about something?" She put her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and smiled, "It's nothing, just, are you free tonight?" He nodded. "Young-hee already knows my working hours. Min-hee must have told you too, right?" Young-hee replied shyly, "I didn't feel comfortable asking about such personal matters through the secretary. I thought it would be fine to just ask you directly when you arrived, Young Hoon." Lee Young-hoon said, "Alright, I'm not busy tonight." Hearing this, Young-hee excitedly said, "Then please come to the party with me tonight." He asked in confusion, "A party? What party are you talking about all of a sudden?" Young-hee puffed out her cheeks, her voice slightly pouting, "Actually, we host them quite often. It's just that you, Lee Young-hoon, don't like them, so I didn't bring it up." Lee Young-hoon asked with an unchanged expression, "So what about today?" Frowning as she recalled Seon-hyun's face, she replied, "Today is different. Manager Seon-hyun of the IE department at Brandon Department Store personally invited me." Young-hee closed her eyes and grumbled in frustration, "Normally, I would have tactfully declined. But this time, it happens to coincide with Nodri Care's grand opening there. If I don't buy a few things, people will definitely call me stingy." She curled her lips into a smile, "I'm planning to go there and put her in her place, to make her act less arrogant." He said with a helpless look, "The IE manager didn't do anything to you. Why are you so set on putting her in her place?" Young-hee brushed her hair back and scoffed, "Do you think she would just stay quiet? You only say that because you don't know the half of it. It's just that I haven't told you the details." She recalled Seon-hyun's darkened expression. "Ever since she found out that I knew about her divorce, I've had to hear all sorts of things. How did I find out, who told me, and have I told anyone else yet? But that's not all. Do you know what she posted on social media after letting our brand open in the department store?" He asked, "What did she write?" Young-hee recalled the post with the caption, "Nodri Care, the trendy British-style brand Daegon Day, has officially launched at Brandon Department Store." She only wrote that much. He asked, "Is there anything else written after that?" She took a deep breath, listened carefully. Young-hee gestured and began to explain, "Trending recently means it has absolutely no history, a brand with no roots. Calling it trendy but it's not elegant at all. To put it bluntly, it's just a cheap brand." Lee Young-hoon tilted his head in confusion. "If our store sells well, the shopping mall also benefits. Is it really necessary to say it like that?" She quickly replied, "If it was written properly, not many people would understand anyway." Young-hee recalled Seon-hyun's account. She wasn't a celebrity or an influencer, nor was it the official social media account of the shopping mall. It was just a personal page. She must have been upset, which is why she advertised it that way. He summarized and said, "So you want to stop by and buy some things to support them?" Playing with a strand of her shoulder-length hair, she replied, "Well, that is partly why." Young-hee quickly ran behind the desk. She linked her arm with Yang Hoon's, taking the chance to show off her boyfriend. He smiled as he realized Young-hee's true intention, saying, "So that was your main goal? Let's go then, I'm free anyway." Grabbing her coat from the back of the chair, her voice was full of excitement. "Today, let me give you special care from head to toe. I bought you quite a few things, Young Hoon, but since you dislike expensive items, I never dared to buy luxury brands. A luxury store displaying high-end clothes appeared. Young-hee smirked, but today, I won't hold back. Even the cheapest item is around 700,000 won. The door opened, and Min-hee respectfully announced, Manager Park Byung-chang has arrived. Hearing this, she pouted in annoyance, while Yang Hoon replied, I understand, please tell him to come in. Young-hee walked out, turning back to wave, see you later. Park Byung-chang praised them, you two look very good together. He put his hand on the chair and smiled faintly, I know I'm like a thorn in everyone's side at the company, right? He said as he walked in, that's not true, you two are a perfect match of talent and beauty. Yang Hoon politely replied, no, it's just that Young-hee is a bit too excited. I hope you understand, things will change after some time. He sat down in his chair and asked, you came because of the matter I mentioned last time, right? On the very first day, Yang Hoon assigned him a task and then did not give him any further work. The employees of the Planning and Coordination Department, who were used to meetings as a daily routine, were still not accustomed to this atmosphere. The two of them chatted out of boredom, is it really okay to just sit around like this? Doing nothing just makes me feel restless. But Yang Hoon remained resolute and did not want to make any changes. Yang Hoon looked straight ahead, mainly because he did not possess enough knowledge to lead the meeting himself. Byung-chang stood there with a smile. Since ancient times, talking too much easily leads to mistakes. Perhaps after the incident in the sales department, rumors spread that he did not know foreign languages, so he did not want them to know the rumor was true. A man's blurry back appeared along with his words, I have researched the founder and CEO of the Nodricare brand. Wearing an apron, he flipped open a book, standing in a room filled with sewing tools. He had worked as a designer for Saks for 10 years before spinning off to establish his own brand, which has now been around for about 5 years, and it seemed that period was not easy at all. Yang Hoon raised his head to look at Byung-chang, so he started the business from scratch? He nodded, yes, and because of that, I think he won't ask for too high a price. Byung-chang smiled and continued, as soon as we expressed our intention to acquire it, he seemed quite interested. Perhaps he didn't expect a new brand to attract a buyer so soon. He clasped his hands in front of him, bowing his head and casting his eyes down in thought. Do you mean he is interested? Byung-chang replied, indeed, he even asked how much we plan to pay. It can be understood that as long as the price is reasonable, he is willing to hand it over. Lee Young-hoon raised his head and asked, so what price do you plan to offer? Byung-chang closed his eyes, gently shaking his head, I feel this is not something I can decide on my own. Both sides have their own prices in mind, and the cracked wall could shatter at any moment. If we offer an unreasonable price, the other party might take offense and cancel the deal, or they will demand a much higher price than originally planned. He concluded, so we cannot carelessly offer a low price. He lowered his hands, nodding in agreement, that makes sense, just send them the price we previously estimated. Byung-chang, his face showing a hint of worry, offered his opinion, but if we propose 1 trillion won, I am afraid they might demand even more. What do you think about 700 billion won? Lee Young-hoon said, just go ahead with that. Lee Young-hoon leaned back in his chair, you are better at calculations than me, so please make that decision for me. The man bowed, I understand, then I shall excuse myself. Lee Young-hoon looked down in contemplation, if only I could directly meet the operator of Nodricare right now, I would understand the situation much better. What a pity, but if anything happens while I am away, it will be very troublesome. He sat on his swivel chair, spinning back and forth. At the very least, he had to wait until the general election was over, and Haeju Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering was acquired by Yijin C&T, before he could go on a business trip. Young-hoon looked up at the sky through the glass window. Would the acquisition of Nodricare go smoothly, and could Lee Hyung-jun overcome this current storm? As night fell, the windows of the skyscraper lit up one by one. Through a secret investigation, I discovered that an IT company named Diego System was established in Hong Kong under director Lee Hyung-jun's name. No reported, holding the file in his hand, the company was set up late last year with a registered capital of 200 Hong Kong dollars, which is about 30 million Korean won. Lee Kyung-ho closed his eyes to rest his mind and asked, where did that money come from? No replied, I haven't been able to determine the source of the funds yet, but it doesn't seem to be transferred from within the country. Lee Kyung-ho confirmed his suspicion, are you saying the capital originated from over there? No lowered his hands and answered, yes, this money came from a consulting firm established there. They likely received it directly in cash. Lee Kyung-ho put his hand to his forehead in distress, could Lee Hyung-jun have raised that money by himself? No said, it's not entirely impossible. An elegant woman with a sophisticated aura came to mind. When opening an account, one of the registered directors must personally go there to verify their identity and sign the documents. No added, the person who signed at the bank was a woman named Jennifer Lee. Lee Kyung-ho then recalled the image of Lee Hyung-jun and Jennifer laughing and walking into a hotel. She was a Korean resident in Hong Kong who had been photographed with director Lee Hyung-jun at hotels and nightclubs a few years ago. That alone was enough to raise suspicion. Lee Kyung-ho asked, where is she now? No immediately replied, if we track her down now, it will be difficult to keep it a secret. He raised his head to look at him. It was likely that the high-ranking executives in Hong Kong would also realize something was wrong. So, Lee Hyung-jun's father probably knows about this too, right? No asked back, saying there would be a report within an hour. Should we keep monitoring him? He bowed in greeting. All right, you have worked hard. Lee Kyung-ho clasped his hands in deep thought. Inside Lee Jae-sung's office, he stood up anxiously. Father, you are here? Lee Kyung-ho turned to look at Lee Jae-sung, quite a surprise, isn't it? He smiled warmly and replied, that is indeed true. Please have a seat, father. He sat down on the chair, no need for tea. It feels like I've been barely surviving on water all day. He thought suspiciously, wondering what brought his father here. But I have some very good tea. Lee Kyung-ho glanced at Lee Jae-sung, cutting him off, that's enough. Lee Jae-sung's face stiffened. Have a seat. Lee Jae-sung turned and walked to the opposite side. He sat down uneasily and looked at Lee Kyung-ho. Resting his arms on the armrests, he spoke, Lee Hyung-jun has opened a company in Hong Kong. Did you know about that? Lee Jae-sung widened his eyes and hesitated, yes, how could that kind of thing? Lee Kyung-ho closed his eyes, thinking of Lee Hyung-jun. Today, I heard the most absurd and outrageous thing in my entire life. He calmly continued, but when I arrived at the company and checked, I began to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, it is the truth. Lee Jae-sung spoke up, breaking into a sweat, father. Lee Kyung-ho cut him off sharply, warning, don't lie to me just to cover it up. Frowning, his sharp gaze swept over him, are you involved in this? Lee Jae-sung clenched his hands on his trembling thighs, a sudden surge of injustice and resentment welling up inside him. He bowed his head and gritted his teeth to speak, though in his heart he wanted to scream that he was innocent and had absolutely nothing to do with it, but the words that came out were different, yes, I did it. Lee Kyung-ho questioned in shock, what? For what reason? Lee Jae-sung clenched his fists and blurted out, Lee Hyung-jun cannot be the heir of Shinyeon. His question startled him, what do you mean he cannot inherit? What is your meaning? He himself was shocked by his own slip of the tongue. Lee Jae-sung bit his lower lip as cold sweat poured down, knowing he had to say something to justify himself, but he still couldn't think of any excuse. Since it was none other than a company under his own son's name, what other reason could he possibly use to defend himself? Lee Kyung-ho pressed him again, answer me, what on earth do you mean? He stammered, that. Lee Jae-sung froze as countless thoughts flashed through his mind in that brief moment. Each member of the three-person family had their own goals and calculations. There were times he wanted to detonate that bomb, but then he feared the consequences of revealing the truth hidden for over 30 years. After a long silence, he said, although I've never spoken about it, Lee Hyung-jun has caused quite a lot of trouble up until now. He toyed with the feelings of 3 girls, and they had to get abortions. Those are only the 3 children I managed to investigate, but in reality, there must be more. Lee Kyung-ho repeated in disbelief, 3 people? Lee Jae-sung regained his composure and continued. Not only that, now thanks to YGene CNT, he is being recognized a little, but before this, he caused losses of over 300 billion. He emphasized further. A prime example is the hotel project in Turkey, which to this day continuously reports losses, with annual deficits exceeding 30 billion. Lee Kyung-ho asked skeptically, is that so? Lee Jae-sung persuaded. Father, think about it, if we entrust this entire large financial group to someone like him, wouldn't we be taking on an immeasurable risk? He glanced at him in agreement, then voiced his query. What you say is not without reason, but why did you have to establish a company in Hong Kong? Lee Jae-sung explained. This time, when Lee Hyung-jun handled the work, I also realized many things. Lee Hyung-jun's personality is very hasty and he often makes small mistakes, so he is not suited for the banking sector. The image of Lee Hyung-jun standing confidently in front of development charts appeared along with his words. But if he runs an IT company, which requires proactivity and rapid adaptation to a market that is changing day by day like today, who knows, he might achieve results beyond expectations. Lee Jae-sung spoke on and on without any hesitation. Once he found his direction, the justifications flowed out smoothly, making everything seem as if it was the result of a long period of contemplation for Lee Hyung-jun's future. Hearing this, Lee Kyung-ho closed his eyes and bowed his head, so that is why you opened an IT company in Hong Kong. Lee Jae-sung hastily replied, yes, but how did you know about that, father? Lee Jae-sung continued, I had already established the corporate entity beforehand, and was quietly searching for a suitable company so that Lee Hyung-jun could take over and operate it well. Lee Kyung-ho turned his head and spoke in a cold voice, do I look like an old man staying at home who rarely interferes in company affairs, making you think I wouldn't know about such things? Lee Kyung-ho recalled the name Jennifer he had heard earlier and asked, who is the girl listed as the chief executive officer? She is the one who established the corporate entity, correct? Lee Jae-sung let out an ah as if he had just remembered something. She used to have a rather close relationship with Lee Hyung-jun. She graduated from Hanguk University, is fluent in 3 foreign languages, and it is said that her family background is not bad either. Lee Jae-sung smiled and continued, but since Lee Hyung-jun is someone who changes his mind easily, I intentionally registered her as the chief executive officer so they could maintain a closer relationship. She also gladly agreed. In truth, half was the truth and half was a lie. The image of a distressed Jennifer holding her forehead while looking at the cards in her hand appeared. She was indeed intelligent and well-educated, but she did not come from a prestigious family. Because she frequently associated with wealthy children, she became vain and eventually fell into gambling. Amidst the piled-up gambling chips, she agreed to be listed as the CEO solely because of the promise that her gambling funds would be provided. Lee Kyung-ho stroked his beard and asked, "Where do you plan to get the money to buy back the IT company?" Lee Jae-sung gave the answer he had already prepared in his heart. "I still have a fund accumulated from the previous financial crisis." He continued, "Of course, the shortage will have to be borrowed, but I have also planned to support that part. If we do that much and he still doesn't want it, then I have no other choice." Lee Jae-sung asserted in a firm tone, "My mind is made up. I cannot let Lee Hyun-jun take over the financial management of Shinyeon." Lee Kyung-ho disagreed and said, "Don't you think you are rushing too much? Previously, if you had said these words, I might have understood, but under the current financial situation, I cannot accept it. I don't think like you." His face showed a look of worry. "Father." Lee Jae-sung was about to speak, but he raised his hand to interrupt. "That's enough. Lee Hyung-jun is the one who has the capability to inherit Shinyeon." Lee Kyung-ho looked at Lee Jae-sung, who was sitting quietly on the other side. "It's not because he is my grandson that I say this. He knows how to behave and has real talent. He is no longer the troublemaker of the past." He frowned deeply, lowering his head as if he couldn't possibly accept it. But in reality, he was secretly sighing in relief for having escaped the crisis by a hair's breadth. The hand resting on his thigh gradually tightened, causing green veins to bulge. It felt as if he had just walked out of hell, sending goosebumps all over his body. Lee Kyung-ho scolded. "Why didn't you discuss such a matter with me beforehand? What on earth is this? I thought you set up a paper company under Lee Hyun-jun's name." Lee Jae-sung smiled wryly and pushed up his glasses. "What paper company? I only intended to use my personal funds prepared beforehand as capital to help him acquire a suitable business division." The potted plant sat silently in the corner of the room. "So, you plan to cut off his ties with Shinyeon Bank, thinking that this way, he won't harbor ambitions for Shinyeon Bank anymore?" Lee Kyung-ho probed. "Then who do you think will take over Shinyeon Bank?" The other party brought up a name. "Isn't there still Tae-min?" Lee Kyung-ho smiled mockingly. "Tae-min? Even in my dreams, I never thought you would value him this highly." Lee Jae-sung had a resigned look on his face. "Whether we like it or not, Tae-min is still my younger brother." With a dark expression, he held a scale model of a high-rise building in his hand. "Tae-min might not be outstanding, but at least he knows how to cherish and protect what he holds. If we hand the company over to him, it may not grow aggressively, but at least it won't collapse." Lee Kyung-ho ordered in a low voice. "I admit you have a point. But even so, you have gone too far this time. Dissolve that legal entity and leave no trace behind. Absolutely do not let Lee Hyung-jun find out about this. I will keep this matter quiet." Lee Jae-sung let out a sigh of relief. "I understand, father." Lee Kyung-ho stood up, supporting himself on his knees, and reminded him. "Always doing useless things. Go back and focus on your work." Lee Jae-sung watched Lee Kyung-ho leave and saw him off. "Take care on your way back, father." He reached up to loosen his tie, thinking to himself. Cold sweat covered his forehead and soaked his back. Father probably sensed something unusual, but nothing would come of it. Lee Jae-sung stood still in the middle of the room. After all, if they only relied on suspicious signs, the truth could never be uncovered. Just then, a voice echoed from the chairman's office. "Did you call for me?" Lee Kyung-ho sat behind his desk, speaking his thoughts in a low voice. "Lee Jae-sung, something is very strange." Secretary Kim asked curiously. "Pardon? What do you mean by that, sir?" He sighed gloomily and said. "The relationship between Lee Jae-sung and Lee Hyung-jun is off. Other matters are understandable." Lee Kyung-ho quietly recalled Lee Jae-sung's words from earlier. But to say he is playful and constantly causes trouble, making him unfit for an important position, and then deciding to hand over another company to him. He gently shook his head and muttered to himself. Those are not the words a father should say to his own son. He heartlessly and decisively eliminated Lee Hyung-jun's bloodline is no trivial matter. Even if children have flaws or are unreliable, parents always want to favor them a bit. Yet he decided to kick him out of the company, which is simply incomprehensible. Lee Kyung-ho knitted his brows deeply. If he had coldly cleared the path to remove obstacles for Lee Hyung-jun, it would make sense. But this time, his direction was completely off track. He asked, "Is there something going on that I don't know about?" No stated what he knew, it is hard to say. The vice president has always been very tight-lipped when speaking about Director Lee Hyung-jun. The staff also feel he is a bit excessive. But we cannot say he has a prejudice against Director Lee, as the tasks assigned to Director Lee were neither difficult nor arduous. Lee Kyung-ho nodded, that's true, he was also promoted quite rapidly. No mentioned the positive side, although unexpressed, he has always maintained a fairly favorable personnel policy toward Director Lee, so the staff do not think he holds any prejudice. He clasped his hands on the table, still doubtful, so that is how it is. But I still feel something is amiss. Why on earth is that? The emperor looked at the person opposite him with a wary expression. In history, many kings disliked their own sons, wasn't it because of the anxiety surrounding the throne? Lee Kyung-ho sat up straight and speculated, could it be that Lee Hyung-jun intends to oust him to vie for the vice presidency? Is that why he feels insecure? No, that alone is not enough. As long as I am alive, that will absolutely never happen. Surely he wouldn't be anxious over just a matter like that. No raised his hand and recounted, in history, when the relationship between father and son fractures severely, it is mostly due to one thing only. He asked, what is it? Through the transparent glass, the brightly lit city at night appeared below. The conversation continued, a woman? A woman? Is it a woman? Lee Kyung-ho bowed his head and held his forehead, sounding hard to accept. But if that was true, then it was possible, especially if those irrational actions stemmed from a woman. He tapped the armrest of his chair and ordered, go investigate, from Lee Hyung-jun to Lee Jae-sung, do not miss anything. Lee Kyung-ho frowned, his eyes solemn, who did they all meet, and what happened? No said, if we use people from within the company, the vice president will know immediately. But if we use outsiders, the matter might be leaked. Lee Kyung-ho sternly reminded him, it must absolutely not be leaked outside, money is not an issue. Have it investigated discreetly and thoroughly? He emphasized, aside from me, no one else must know about this, understood? No nodded in agreement, I will keep that in mind. After No left, Lee Kyung-ho tiredly leaned back. The chairman of Shinyeon Group, Lee Kyung-ho. He gasped for air, and only after No had gone did Lee Kyung-ho sigh softly, to think I've reached this state in my old age. Kyung-ho closed his eyes, his face unable to hide his deep exhaustion. He never expected that one day he would have to witness his own child confronting his grandson. I have lived too long, he thought to himself. The middle floor of the building glistened with brilliant lights. Does the shopping mall only open at 9 in the evening? Occasionally, Yeon-hee replied as she walked in, linking her arm with Yang Hoon's. It is because this is a VIP-only event. That is amazing. He exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the luxurious room with a red carpet in the center. Yang Hoon turned his head to look around, it was indeed his first time visiting such an opulent place. Suddenly, a voice approached them from behind, Yeon-hee. Ji-aeun, holding a wine glass, smiled and said, you are here? Her friend nearby looked at Yang Hoon curiously and asked, who is this? Yeon-hee gestured toward him and introduced, this is my boyfriend. Please say hello, and these are my friends. Yang Hoon nodded politely and greeted them, hello, I am Choi Young-hun. The woman covered her mouth, teasingly laughing, so that is how it is. Nice to meet you. I had no idea you would bring your boyfriend along. If I had known, I would have brought my husband too. The girls sitting nearby chatted while scanning Yang Hoon from head to toe without breaking their gaze. They glanced at each other, laughing and whispering with hidden motives. Aside from disappointment, they felt amused and gloating, their eyes harboring feelings that could hardly be called friendly. She folded her arms, completely unmoved. Even though she knew it, Yeon-hee acted as if nothing had happened. Enjoy your shopping spree. I am going to hang out with my boyfriend. As the two of them walked away, Yeon-hee whispered to Lee Young-hoon, those girls are not friends at all. They are just the type who always try to look down on me. Young-hoon seemed unbothered and gently reassured her, I don't mind at all. I was just worried you would get angry and pick a fight with them. She closed her eyes and said nonchalantly, why should I bother with those noisy dogs barking to annoy me? If I have to fight, I only fight with people worthy of my level. Yeon-hee looked at Seon-hyun talking ahead and added, for example, that person. She has been paying attention to this side. Seon-hyun walked up to the two of them and smiled, you've arrived? Yeon-hee politely replied, yes. You must have worked very hard to prepare for the show, right? She laughed lightly, if you want to know how hard it was, watch the show later and judge for yourself. By the way, the person next to you is the employee who accompanied you back then, right? Yeon-hee responded with a cold expression, yes, and now he is my boyfriend. Seon-hyun turned to look at Young-hoon inquisitively, boyfriend? So is he the newly promoted director? Yeon-hee asked with slight surprise, you already know about that? She confidently introduced herself, since you've opened a booth in my shopping mall, it's only natural for me to hear such information. Nice to meet you, I am Lee Seon-hyun. Yang Hoon briefly replied, I am Choi Young-hun. Seon-hyun looked at him and praised, as expected, a position really changes a person. You look much cooler than before. The pair of models stepped onto the stage and posed. As the show began, an acquaintance next to them whispered, enjoy the show, you too. I hope both of you will return home with your hands full. Young-hee smiled softly and replied, we'll see about that. The two watched the runway intently. It turned out to be a fashion show. Such trendy events were not bad at all for them. Just then, someone suddenly tapped Young Hoon gently on the shoulder. Mrs. Dong-mun Suc smiled and greeted, hello. Startled, Young Hoon quickly greeted her back, hello, ma'am. I really didn't expect to run into you here. Mrs. Dong-mun Suc was a friend of Song Eun-chae and the wife of the South Korean ambassador to India. She stepped forward, took Yeonhee's hand, and praised with a smile, Yeonhee, how did you become so beautiful? The clothes you're wearing are gorgeous too. Did you buy them here? Yeonhee politely replied, no, ma'am. I bought them at a store in Cheongdam-dong. But that brand is now distributed here, so you can also purchase them directly at this place. Mrs. Dong-mun Suc warmly asked, it would be wonderful if my daughter also wore outfits like this. How is your mother doing lately? Yeonhee nodded and said, yes, she's doing well, though she has been very busy lately. She then turned to Yang Hoon and inquired, that's true. Is Director Choi doing well? Yang Hoon politely replied, yes, I am doing well, ma'am. Mrs. Dong-mun Suc curiously asked, Amitabh Bachchan mentioned that Director Choi made a deep impression on him. What did you two talk about? Thinking back to that conversation, she said with a surprised tone, he is someone with very high self-esteem and is extremely proud of his compatriots. Normally, he would never praise anyone who isn't present. She smiled and continued, every time I visit, he occasionally asks about you. So, it seems you really left a very deep impression on him. He scratched his head in embarrassment at her words. When she mentioned it to her husband, he was also curious about you. You flatter me too much. Yeonhee changed the subject, what brings you here today? Moon-suk listed, I came to buy some clothes, a few bags, and some jewelry. Quite a lot, actually. She added with a hint of regret, actually, I can only stay here for a short while before flying to India. So before leaving, I wanted to buy some gifts. By the way, do you know my son? Yeonhee replied, yes, I heard he works at Umayong Group, is that correct? Moon-suk announced, yes, that is right. My son is getting married soon. Yeonhee covered her mouth in surprise, congratulations to you. Gently touching her hand, she said happily, thank you. That is why I plan to buy an outfit for my future daughter-in-law. The sound of high heels clacking on the floor approached. Moon-suk tilted her head and introduced, this is my future daughter-in-law. Please say hello. I once told you about my closest friend who was the president of YGN CNT, right? This is her daughter. She bowed shyly and greeted, hello, my name is Oh Min-hyang. I am still a student. Yeonhee gestured toward Young Hoon and said, nice to meet you. I am Lim Yeonhee, and this is my boyfriend. We both work at YGN CNT. She asked, what is your major? Oh Min-hyang softly replied, I am majoring in fine arts. Yeonhee smiled and said, that suits you perfectly. Yeonhee added, you are so kind. You must be spending a lot of money today, right? Moon-suk waved her hand, you will probably spend even more than me, won't you? We are on different levels, after all. She smiled gently. Honestly, Yeonhee was surprised because she hadn't heard much about her from her mother, so she didn't know she was this wealthy. In the banquet hall, guests gathered in small groups to socialize. If they weren't VIP guests spending at least 200 million won annually, they wouldn't be able to attend today's party. Although her husband was a civil servant, they surely possessed significant financial power. Yeonhee bowed and said, then have a nice time shopping. She waved back and replied, yes, you too. With that, she turned to look at Young Hoon and nudged his arm with her elbow. Yang Hoon lowered his head and asked, what's wrong? She grumbled, I planned to bring you here to look at clothes, but you had to pay attention to other things, so you must be tired. He scratched his head, glanced at Yeonhee, and smiled, it's not like that, I was just thinking a bit. Yeonhee curiously asked, what were you thinking about? Young Hoon leaned in closer and whispered, the girl introduced as her daughter-in-law doesn't look like someone in the art field at all. She questioned, why do you think so? Can you really tell just by looking at her face? He walked over to the food table, picked up some dishes, and continued, if I could examine her 4 pillars, I'd be certain, but just by her appearance, she looks cold and extremely meticulous. Yang Hoon turned back to explain, her facial features lack earlobes, and her ears are positioned lower than her eyes, so she isn't someone who will achieve great success in academics. Yeonhee let out an "oh," but earlier she said she was an art student. He shared his speculation, I don't know if she is studying for a bachelor's or master's degree in art, or another major. But there's a high chance she doesn't study art, and even if she does, she won't achieve any notable results. Yang Hoon recalled Seol Eon's face, noting that the areas on both sides of her forehead, known as the sun-moon horns, were not full. This indicated she likely lacked parental blessings. Young-hee crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and continued, so she doesn't care much about marrying into an equal family status, right? Perhaps. He recalled her smiling face and remarked, but her personality is quite good, and her life has been relatively smooth from childhood until now. She probably hasn't faced many difficulties.